The weight of defeat hung heavy in the air. The sentiment echoed. They were defeated. The tower, once a symbol of hope, now stood as a monument to their failure. The tower's destruction seemed imminent. The reality of their defeat settled in. No one dared to voice the truth, but the silence confirmed it. They had lost. The weapons of the fallen lay scattered, a testament to their final stand. The words hung in the air. They were defeated. The end had come, and one among them never imagined it would end this way. It had to end one way or another, but one of the armored knights urged the others not to get sentimental, to make it quick, as they were done for anyway. The staff lies broken on the ground, a testament to the battle that has just concluded. A voice echoes, questioning what done for could possibly mean. Despite the dire circumstances, the great sage Heaven's equal, Sun Ogong, refuses to yield. He declares that it is not over yet, his voice ringing with defiance. The great sage, Heaven's equal, Sun Ogong, is labeled a traitor of the heavenly realm. Despite being on the brink of death, he continues to talk big. Hercules, Olympus's hero, declares that he will not die. He questions if he can really keep acting so mighty in front of the outer gods. Sun Ogong, battered but unbowed, believes they will soon discover this place, wherever this place may be. Cursing under his breath, Sun Ogong acknowledges the possibility that they may have already discovered their location. The scene shifts to an indistinct view, perhaps indicating a change in perspective or location. The armored knight stands amidst a group, a glowing orb hovering above them, perhaps a source of power or a beacon. Kim Yuan stands alone, his expression unreadable, as he observes the unfolding events. A figure strides forward, their boots crunching on the frozen ground, their destination unknown, but their purpose seemingly resolute. The armored knight is greeted by Sun Ogong and Hercules, who express relief at his return. The knight admits he thought he was going to die. Kim Yuan sits alone, his posture suggesting exhaustion or resignation. He questions if it's just him. He looks down, a grim acceptance etched on his face. The question hangs in the air. Even Merlin, Azura, and Vishnu? The answer comes back, a resigned. The assembled heroes stand silhouetted against the dying sky, the grim reality settling upon them. They're all dead. Far below, a glowing orb pulses with ominous energy, a silent harbinger of destruction. From a distance, the group is observed. The question is posed. Who is this bastard? The observer dismisses them as foolish chaos. Hercules pauses, a sudden realization dawning on him. That thing, the orb, is actually one of those damn outer gods. With this revelation, the speaker now knows for a fact. We inners. The implications hang heavy. The stark truth echoes in the night sky. They cannot beat the outers. The camera pans up to the sky, the clouds swirling ominously. The glowing orb intensifies, a voice declaring that there is no way to win. The orb unleashes a surge of energy, the speaker acknowledging that this is the only option for now. Kim Yuan's face is resolute, a plan forming in his mind. So in the end, this is their only option. Return to the... He stands cloaked in green, a glowing orb held in his outstretched hands, ready to discard the old world line and begin anew. The orb pulses with Kronos' clock movement, a divine being that oversees time. A voice echoes, stating that in the world he returns to, the speaker will likely have disappeared, a fair price to pay for shifting the world line. The voice continues, questioning if he will cease to exist. The speaker admits they do not know in what form they will be. The speaker assures him that their disappearance will be of no concern. Kim Yuan's eyes are filled with determination. He wanted to end things here, if possible. The voice declares that this was their final chance, questioning who is going to go back in time. The camera pans up to reveal the tower, as the speaker admits they do not know in what form they will be. Looking up at the tower, the speaker is surrounded by allies, including Hercules. Yuan stands resolute, bloodied but alive. He expected it, but it's really going to be him. The voice questions why him, when Ogong was also a likely contender. The voice reminds Yuan that he entered the tower last among them, yet adapted to this world faster than anyone else, climbed the tower, and is now fighting here with them. The speaker emphasizes that Yuan fought right alongside them, those who long ago climbed to the top of the tower. Myths were forged, divinity was attained, and titles were claimed. Hercules reminds Yuan that beings on the upper floors are restricted in how they can intervene in the lower floors. Hercules explains that to change the tower, they have to start from the lower floors and go up, which is why Yuan is their only choice. Hercules warns that when Yuan returns back in time, they probably won't have the same relationship they have now. The warrior with braided hair tells Yuan that even if they don't recognize him, he should just let it slide. He also instructs him to knock some sense into the guys who can't comprehend the situation, and if all else fails, just kill them. The warrior adds that they are never short for words, and Hercules hopes Yuan has a hard time. Yuan thinks to himself that they are all so bullheaded. Yuan prepares to return to the past. He realizes he's going to have a hard time. His hands tremble as Kim Yuan finds himself back in his younger body. The protagonist's eyes narrow, a storm of determination brewing within. He feels the drastic change, realizing that all the stats and arcane power that once supported his body are now gone, leaving him feeling extremely heavy. Instead of his body being sent back in time, it seems his time itself was rewound. Yuan realizes this means he has to start over from zero, and that he first needs to find out how much he's gone back in time. Suddenly, a swift kick from the upperclassman sends him flying. The force of the kick is evident as the upperclassman's foot connects. The upperclassman is surprised that Yuan actually withstood the attack. The upperclassman wonders what's going on. He recognizes Chongsul University, remembering that he was a college student before everything happened, a fact he'd forgotten because of how long it's been. The upperclassman taunts him, asking if he thinks he's such a tough guy and demanding that he respect his sunbae. The upperclassman continues his assault, his movements swift and aggressive. He stirs, a flicker of consciousness returning to his eyes. Muttering to himself, the student wonders if he's missed an important date. A fist clenches, the upperclassman demanding to know the date, promising to forgive the previous punches if he answers quickly. The upperclassman continues his tirade, mocking the weakness of Yuan's punches and berating him for dropping honorifics. The blonde-haired student delivers a swift kick, sending Kim Yuan flying backwards. The attacker's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination. The upperclassman prepares to continue his assault. A phone screen illuminates, displaying the words, "Let's start." The phone displays the date, Friday, December 31st, 3 p.m. A message at the bottom reads, 9 hours before the commencement of the tutorial. The date was December 31st, 2019, and the time was 8 p.m. The Hongdae area bustled with nightlife. Inside a crowded bar, the atmosphere was lively. Kim Myung-hoon, a student from Chongsul University's Physical Education Department, observed the crowd, noting its density. Someone called out to Kim Myung-hoon, complaining about how difficult he was to reach. The man in the varsity jacket was an hour late and told to pay up the extra fee. He told him to cut the crap. The man drinking wondered why the other was being such a downer, asking if he didn't just get back from blowing off some steam. The man in the varsity jacket didn't want to talk about it and asked for another drink. He was then asked what he did with Kim Yuan. The man in the varsity jacket grimaced, thinking of Kim Yuan. A pained groan echoed in the darkness. The absentee, Kim Myung-hoon, is remembered. The man recalls him now. The scene shifts to a confrontation. The student with blonde hair questions if Kim Myung-hoon has nothing better to do than cause trouble. The blonde student continues, stating that Kim Myung-hoon deserves a hard time as well, adding that there's not much time left. A memory surfaces, filled with violent intent. Someone recalls how Kim Myung-hoon spewed indecipherable nonsense before leaving, and vows to beat him so badly he won't even be able to crawl. The group discusses the aftermath of beating Kim Myung-hoon, hoping he made it to the hospital. One of them tells the others to take it easy, joking that he might kill himself. One of the men scoffs, asking who cares if he doesn't even have parents and who would come after them. Another agrees, saying that if he croaks after just a few punches, that's his fault. The group raises their glasses in a toast, deciding to just drink up. The scene shifts to a close-up of a watch, the wearer complaining about how crowded it is. The masked man suggests they hurry if they're going to get another round of drinks, lamenting that he's getting sober and it's a waste. The man with the mask is seen on the phone, someone asking if that's him. The scene fades to black, a question hanging in the air. Kim Yuan? He strides forward, pulling a large suitcase behind him, the city lights reflecting off its surface. The crowd parts before him, their faces obscured by the dim light. Nearby, the student with blonde hair spots Kim Yuan. He wonders aloud why he's here, deciding that this is good, because he's dead. He suggests they go say hi. Another man wonders if he wants to do something again. Someone shouts Yuan's name. The student with blonde hair and Kim Myung-hoon stand with the group, watching Kim Yuan approach. Kim Myung-hoon steps forward, sneering, and asks what Yuan is doing here. The crowd watches as the confrontation unfolds. Yuan pauses, glancing at his watch. The watch reads almost 12 a.m. He thinks to himself that they should enjoy the last 3 minutes, because after that, it'll... Kim Myung-hoon, enraged, calls him a bitch and demands to know what he's been blabbering about. He stomps on Yuan's watch. Kim Myung-hoon's face is contorted in rage. Someone exclaims, questioning if Kim Yuan is crazy. Kim Yuan kneels, opening a case filled with various weapons. Elsewhere, a group confronts Kim Myung-hoon, telling him that he was in the wrong. Someone also tells Yuan that what he's doing isn't right either. One of the men argues that no matter how angry he is, he shouldn't do what he's doing, since Seoul has plenty of people. Kim Yuan walks down the street, carrying a large bag. A close-up reveals the grim determination on Yuan's face. The moment has arrived. It begins now. The watch that Kim Myung-hoon destroyed falls to the ground. The watch displays a time of 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The watch now reads midnight. A figure is attacked, the sound of the impact echoing through the city. The city transforms into a digital landscape. Kim Myung-hoon clutches his head, a voice telling him that his 3 minutes are up. His eyes narrowed. The man in the cap seemed ready for a fight. The tutorial was about to begin in Sector 20131, which had a population of 12,014. The announcement blared. The tutorial would now begin. The objective was simple: survive the zombie horde. All zombies would perish after 30 minutes. Panic erupted as the survivors realized they were facing real zombies. The man in the cap grimly noted the high number of zombies, attributing it to the tutorial's difficulty setting. The tutorial explained that the higher the population in the sector, the higher the difficulty, and that fighting was the only way to balance out the sectors. Hongdae, it was revealed, had a huge population density compared to its size. Kim Yuan prepared himself, a blue light emanating from his hand. The system warned that the places to run would be restricted by sector, and there would be zombies lurking no matter where they ran. The man in the cap gripped a crude weapon, a grim determination hardening his gaze, knowing this place would soon become a sea of blood. The system informed the players that they could check their status by saying the activation phrase status window, and that they had acquired a basic weapon, an old knife. The survivors expressed their disbelief at the poor quality of the weapons they were given, questioning how they were supposed to fight zombies with them. The tutorial's theme is survival, but the survivor in the green jacket knows that merely surviving isn't enough anymore. The old one would have been satisfied with just that. Satisfied with just surviving, but now, that's not enough. He grips the old knife tighter. The survivor examines the blade, its surface reflecting the dim light of the sector. He steels himself, a grim determination hardening his features. All right, he mutters, resolving to push beyond mere survival. With newfound resolve, the survivor declares, "Let's go." He dashes forward, the old knife glinting as he moves to engage the approaching threat. The survivor clashes with the knight, the impact of their weapons sending sparks flying. Having killed the zombie, the system informs him that he was the first to do so in the area, granting him 100 points and a massive increase in experience. The system notifies him that he has leveled up. The survivor's eyes reflect the glow of his newfound power. He can feel his body getting lighter and lighter, a sign of his growing strength. The system registers another level up as Kim Yuan continues his battle. The level up notification appears again as Yuan continues to fight the seemingly endless horde of zombies. Another notification appears, confirming that Yuan has leveled up once more. The system continues to register Yuan's progress, another level achieved. With each swing of his blade, Yuan cuts down more zombies, his determination growing with each level he gains. Observing the scene from a distance, a survivor notes how easily Yuan dispatches the zombies, giving the other survivors hope. Elsewhere, a man screams in terror as a zombie approaches, axe raised in a desperate attempt to defend himself. The zombie lunges, its attack swift and brutal, leaving the man bleeding and defenseless. The zombie bites into the man's neck, sealing his fate. The zombie, despite being struck with an axe, seems unfazed. Kim Yuan stares in disbelief, questioning why his attack had no effect. Suddenly, the zombie roars in fury, its attack imminent. More of its kind are seen in the background, swarming the area. Yuan realizes that a normal amount of strength won't cut it against these creatures. The text ominously states, and when a warning flashes, zombies cluster in groups, making them highly dangerous. The text continues, stating that some people will survive by chance and climb the tower. The zombie claws at Yuan, the force of the blow sending him flying backwards. The zombie prepares to strike again, unfazed by Yuan's earlier attack. He clicks his tongue, annoyed. Yuan, now further away, wonders if the effect is already up. The narration reveals that the zombies are not easy to kill, but they have a weak point. The panel shows Yuan striking the zombie, followed by a close-up of his hand holding a vial of blood, revealing the zombie's weakness. Yuan is shown in a dynamic pose, ready to fight. Yuan thinks to himself that he doesn't have talent, unlike someone else, and that he has less talent than most people in general. He sat among the debris, reflecting on his survival. He had been lucky to find something useful after the first tutorial. He wondered if the others knew what he did before entering the tower. The protagonist recalled his time working at a salt farm, a detail that would prove crucial against the zombies from the first tutorial. The knowledge he gained was simple, yet vital. Zombies are weak to salt. The zombies fell easily before him, their weakness exploited with brutal efficiency. He continued his assault, the knowledge of their weakness turning the tide. A notification appeared. Impossible achievement. You have defeated 100 zombies within 10 minutes in the tutorial. He received 3 unallocated stat points. The system explained that unlike random stat points, these could be allocated to the stats he wished. Currently, he had 3. The protagonist realized he could get the points in the tutorial. He pondered whether he should use the stat points. But the man decided to save them for later, reasoning that he didn't need them for zombies. A timer appeared, displaying survive against the zombies, 10 minutes. It would automatically expire after 30 minutes. For now, the protagonist decided to find a decent area. He continues to struggle, the sounds of his pained breathing echoing in the air. Silence. Meanwhile, A student in a varsity jacket screams as he stabs a zombie with a makeshift weapon. The zombie, already wounded, gurgles in pain as it collapses to the ground. Another zombie, impaled by a metal rod, can only manage a gurgling question. The student in the varsity jacket curses, frustrated that he can't kill the zombies as easily as Kim Yuan. He laments his lack of a proper weapon as he struggles against the undead. The student, back-turned, continues his desperate fight. The impaled zombie lets out a final, gurgling groan as it is lifted into the air by an unseen force. The metal rod pierces through the zombie's head, the pink energy crackling around it. From a distance, the scene unfolds, a street littered with zombies and a figure calling out for Kim Young-hoon. Nearby, other students express their fear as the number of zombies increases, hoping they can survive by sticking with Kim Yuan. The student's eyes dart around, fear etched on his face as he calls out Kim Yuan's name. The cries for Yuan echo through the halls, unanswered, as a zombie descends from above. The camera pans out, revealing the chaos of the school. Zombies roam the halls, and the students are nowhere to be seen. The student in the varsity jacket shouts a warning to Kim Young-hoon, his face a mask of terror. Kim Young-hoon is struck from the side by a zombie, the force of the blow sending blood flying. The student in the varsity jacket watches in horror as Kim Young-hoon is attacked. A zombie reaches out, its decaying hand grasping for the student. The student's vision blurs as he realizes the gravity of his situation. Panic sets in as the student realizes he is about to die. The student falls to the ground, surrounded by zombies. The student wonders what he has fallen on as he lies on the ground, surrounded by the undead. The air hangs heavy with the scent of decay, permeating the skeletal remains of the city. A hand reaches out, as if testing the very atmosphere, searching for something tangible amidst the desolation. The blonde-haired student touches his neck, a strange sensation tingling on his skin. "It's salty," he mutters, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The student wonders what could be causing the salty taste. The student has leveled up, gaining new strength in this harsh world. The student continues to level up, his power growing with each fallen foe. From above, the scope of the devastation becomes clear, a battlefield littered with the bodies of the dead. The system announces the end of the first tutorial, revealing that 4,007 survivors remain. The student realizes that many people were killed during the tutorial. The system informs him that rewards will be based on the number of enemies killed, noting that 1,427 enemies have been eliminated, granting him 1,427 points and an additional stat. The system grants the student 1 point of strength, 2 points of constitution, and 1 unallocated stat point for killing the most enemies. The student receives 500 points, then another 1,000 for achieving something impossible. He tallies his total points, 3,000. He recalls only starting with around 10 points last time. The screen displays Kim Yuan's stats, showing a total of 3,027 points. He thinks that's a lot, considering it was just the first tutorial. The announcement blares. The second tutorial will begin momentarily. Kim Yuan clicks his tongue, noting there's no time to rest. The next tutorial is probably Kim Yuan greets everyone. A message congratulates them on their survival. The protagonist is a little embarrassed by how many people survived. The survivors, standing in the middle of a street littered with bloodstains, wonder where the announcement is coming from and if others heard it too. Kim Yuan announces that he has an announcement for them all. He was supposed to tell them after the second tutorial, but this is an exception. He thinks to himself that he is just a lackey. The announcement continues, stating that there's someone who has been leveling up too quickly. This is their announcement. It's how to use their points. The crowd demands to know how to go home, but another man shouts for them to shut up, complaining that he can't hear. The announcement details the first option, the shop. There are items that they can't even imagine. The other option is currency. They can exchange points by shaking hands with someone. He stands on the rooftop, contemplating the nature of this new reality. It's a world where one can become a god with enough points, and where the shop plays a vital role. The announcement booms. From now on, it will be a battle for levels and points. A voice calls out, asking if he enjoyed his break, as it's already time to get back to work. The voice declares that's all it has to say for now, as the second tutorial is about to begin. The city landscape shimmers with an otherworldly glow, signaling the start of the next phase. A star command flashes, "Go and fight." A system message appears, informing everyone that a safe zone is being created in the middle of each sector, urging them to enter. Another system message clarifies that 100 points will be paid out every 3 hours. The announcement rings out. The second tutorial will now begin. The system announces that every 3 hours, 100 points will be distributed within the safe zone. The system's second tutorial is about to begin. The survivors question if they are in a safe zone and if the bright area is what the system is referring to. Kim Young-hoon, covering his eyes, tells the blonde-haired student to move. The blonde-haired student wonders where Chang-ho is. The blonde-haired student asks Kim Young-hoon what he is looking for, but Kim Young-hoon says it's nothing. One of the survivors thinks Kim Yuan is a bastard and shouldn't have died. He recalls that Kim Yuan was fighting like an absolute beast and wonders if that is his calling. The blonde-haired student tells someone to get out of the way and runs off. The sound of a fist connecting echoes through the air. The punch lands squarely on the blonde-haired student, who is berated for going the wrong way, away from the safe zone. The blonde student smirks, declaring that he will look after the other as his upperclassman. The survivor with the cap thinks to himself that being next to the blonde student is the safest option, though he doesn't want to admit it. Kim Yuan, his expression grim, simply states that he knows. The blonde student announces that he has somewhere he needs to go, bidding farewell. The survivor with the cap reaches out, but the blonde student brushes him off, telling him not to latch onto others if he wants to survive. Kim Young-hoon tells the blonde student to be a good boy and wait inside the safe zone, warning him to know his place. The blonde student is sent flying backwards by an unseen force, exclaiming in shock. The survivor with the cap clenches his fist, cursing Kim Yuan. The survivor with the cap decides that it's safer to be next to Kim Yuan than in the safe zone. Kim Yuan unleashes a powerful attack, sending the survivor with the cap flying through the air. The blonde student questions why the entrance is blocked off, recalling that they were supposed to go inside. He repeats his confusion, wondering why it's blocked off. The blonde student's eyes narrow, a sense of unease washing over him. The sign above the entrance displays a capacity of 2038/2038. The group stands outside the entrance, unaware of the danger that awaits them. The sign's capacity is revealed to be 2,000 people, which is half the number of survivors. A voice wonders what about the others who are outside the safe zone. Chaos erupts as the survivors are attacked. The blonde student cries out in pain and confusion, wondering what is happening. A monstrous creature descends upon the city, wreaking havoc. A survivor screams for help as they are attacked by the creature. The creature's attack continues, leaving a trail of destruction. The earthworm's attack tears through the ground. The earthworm bursts from the ground, jaws open, as Kim Yuan narrowly dodges the attack. A voice cries out in alarm, questioning what is happening. The survivor with the cap realizes that the hunt has begun. Yuan kills the earthworm and gains 300 points, distributing 2 random stat points, increasing his strength and dexterity by 1. Kim Yuan recalls that earthworms hunt their prey by digging through the ground, making them invisible to the naked eye. He focuses, trying to sense the earthworms. The text urges him to close his eyes and focus on his other senses. Closing his eyes, Yuan can now sense the earthworms moving beneath the surface. One of the earthworms lunges toward him. He dodges another attack. He prepares to strike. He brings his blade down, cleaving through the earthworm. The earthworm monster screeches as it is sliced apart. The blade continues its arc, the momentum carrying it through the air. The earthworm is bisected, green blood spraying as the blade finishes its arc. The earth collapses around the bisected worm, the tunnel beginning to cave in. A system message appears, indicating that Kim Yuan has leveled up, increasing his strength, dexterity, and perception. Yuan wonders how he leveled up after only killing 2 of the creatures, realizing that at this rate, he should be able to gain a lot of stats. He continues to walk through the tunnel, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the confined space. The tunnel stretches ahead, illuminated by dim, flickering lights. The tunnel opens into what appears to be an abandoned subway station. A narration box explains that earthworms live underground, creating caves and building their nests inside them as Yuan continues walking. The protagonist's face is shown, his expression determined as he continues forward. This underground location is apparently ideal for hunting earthworms. Deeper within the tunnels, a system notification appears, indicating the discovery of Hongdae Station and rewarding 100 points. The earthworms lurk, their mouths agape, ready to strike. One of them thinks, bingo, now that he's found their nest. Kim Yuan prepares for battle. The protagonist thinks that hunting them is going to be a piece of cake, and that he should level up to 20. Kim Yuan draws his blade, ready to strike. One of the earthworms lets out a piercing shriek. The blade flashes as it cuts through the air, aimed directly at the earthworm. The earthworms are caught in a flurry of strikes, green blood spraying everywhere. The blade finds its mark, cleaving through one of the earthworms. Another precise strike lands, the green blood continuing to splatter. Kim Yuan continues his assault, his blade a blur of motion. He is engulfed by a surge of purple energy, the dungeon's power reacting to his presence. The dungeon marble floats before Kim Yuan, pulsing with energy. He stares intently at the orb. Yuan is surprised by the marble's sudden appearance. The worms, now empowered by the dungeon's energy, surround him. He realizes this marble was something he could obtain in the dungeon. Yuan finds the appearance of a second tutorial interesting. He notes that the worms seem much more appealing now, and apologizes, stating he has a reason to continue. The protagonist holds the marble, a determined look on his face. He vows to hunt the worms even harder now. The scene shifts to a city street, now devastated and littered with debris. A man is caught in the gaping maw of a monstrous worm, his screams echoing as he's devoured. A group of survivors watches the worm's attack, one declaring that it's horrible. Another states he'd rather bite his tongue and kill himself and die like that. 3 hours have passed, and the survivors have obtained 100 points. One wonders if the points are like money. The system announced that the red region would be deactivated. The capacity of the safe zone was exceeded, displaying a count of 1,867 people within a limit of 1,500. The system warned that when the maximum capacity is exceeded, people would be randomly expelled from the safe zone. Panic set in as people wondered how small the safe zone was going to shrink, some already feeling their bodies being affected. The capacity of the safe zone was displayed on a screen, showing 1,778 out of 1,500. Chaos erupted as the safe zone began to shrink, expelling people into the path of the monstrous worms. A man stumbled backward, desperately trying to escape the gaping maw of one of the worms. The remaining time displayed on a screen showed 2 hours, 57 minutes, and 11 seconds as people screamed, caught in the worm's attack. A man shoved past others, shouting at them to get out of his way, threatening violence. Another person pushed forward, declaring their need to get inside. A man, desperate to move forward, yelled at others to stop blocking his way. Someone shouted for everyone to be quiet amidst the chaos. The survivors, now outside the safe zone, find themselves in a dire situation. A voice declares that they must decide who to kill in order to live. The student with blonde hair, his face contorted in a grimace, shouts the chilling words. They need to decide who to kill in order to survive. The student with blonde hair steels himself, realizing they must decide who will be sacrificed. A voice echoes, declaring that someone will die in their stead. Kim Yuan realizes that if he doesn't do anything, he might end up getting shoved out of there. The man with the axe, desperate, thinks to himself that he has to kill someone. A figure declares that in order to survive, drastic action is required. The student with blonde hair is struck, the force of the blow turning his head. The crowd erupts in chaos as the man with the axe attacks the student with blonde hair, questioning his sanity. The student with blonde hair, now enraged, vows to kill the old man. The student with blonde hair unleashes a flurry of blows. The man with the axe is sent flying by the force of the attack. He continues his assault, the blade slicing through the massive worm's flesh. The blade finds its mark once more, cleaving through the monster with practiced ease. The worm thrashes wildly as the blade continues to cut into it, green blood spraying everywhere. The final blow lands, severing the worm completely. With the earthworm defeated, Kim Yuan levels up. His dexterity, constitution, and perception all increase. Having reached level 20, the system grants him new rewards. A new stat, Arcane Power, has been unlocked for Yuan. He reflects on the battle, thinking that 3 hours was quite exhausting. Yuan notes that thanks to the increase in stats, his body feels much lighter. The system informs Kim Yuan that he's gotten 3 random stats as a reward for hunting earthworms. He sees that he has a total of 3,527 points, with 5 unallocated stat points, and a single unallocated stat point. Kim Yuan reflects on his rewards, deciding to allocate his remaining stat points. He begins distributing his unallocated stat points. Arcane energy crackles around him as he invests in his abilities. His arcane power increases by 5, solidifying his future potential. He recognizes that there is no stat more important than arcane power. Even those blessed by the tower only start with 12, so the protagonist is glad he saved those points. Now the protagonist thinks he needs something else. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Kim Yuan. The voice asks if he's being watched. The voice wonders how he knew. The speaker reveals that he is kind of flashy. Kim Yuan strides forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade, ready for whatever comes next. The administrator's lackey, watching from afar, finds the situation amusing. He remarks that it is boring to watch elsewhere. The lackey thanks Yuan for making his dull job a bit more entertaining. The lackey exclaims in surprise, noting that Yuan has reached level 20. The administrator's lackey continues to observe Yuan. Yuan admits he was a bit lucky, but a voice notes that people who attribute things to luck are the scariest. The lackey asks if the protagonist wants to buy an item from the shop. Yuan declines, stating that he wants to buy some skills instead. The lackey remarks that Yuan is the first person to even buy a skill on the second tutorial. The shop interface appears before Yuan, displaying various weapons and items for purchase. The lackey tells Yuan to pick what he wants, but Yuan thinks there are so many options that it will take forever to scroll through them all. The skill menu is displayed, showing skills like Strengthening I and Strengthening 3, which temporarily buff physical abilities. He browses the shop, a list of available skills displayed before him. The administrator's lackey wonders if he's looking for something in particular. He replies that he isn't, realizing that asking too many questions will only attract unwanted attention. He decides to purchase the Monkey's Eyes skill. Having spent 2,000 points, Kim Yuan thinks the name of the skill is cool. The administrator's lackey seems surprised that he chose that skill, as Kim Yuan obtains Monkey's Eyes. Next, he decides to purchase the basic arcane sword. Spending another 1,500 points, he obtains the basic arcane sword. The administrator's lackey exclaims that it was an excellent choice, noting that the basic arcane sword can make up for the lack of attack power among early participants. Kim Yuan tests out his new sword, finding the experience annoying. The administrator's lackey cackles, hoping he enjoys the rest of his time. Kim Yuan continues forward, aware of the expectations placed upon him. He contemplates the expectations placed upon him. He realizes he's being watched, marked as a special administrative target. Despite the scrutiny, he remains confident. He believes he hasn't broken any rules, so they can't punish him. The only thing that truly bothers him is the prospect of returning. He wonders if they would even be able to figure out his true intentions. The clock movement used for returning was an item crafted by Kronos, Mimir, and Odin. Kronos, the core person behind the item, had his existence erased as a penalty for the item's use. Lackeys aside, even an administrator shouldn't be able to find any links to returning. Though even if someone notices, the description of the monkey's eye skill appears. Eyes that once belonged to a monkey on Manhwa. When activated, it increases your vision and fortifies your 5 senses. He walks forward, a blade held in his hand. His goal won't change, his eyes glowing with determination. He observes the grotesque eyes surrounding him, realizing they belong to his target. Kim Yuan resolves to quickly increase his proficiency with the monkey's eye skill. The protagonist advances through the grotesque chamber, the air thick with an unsettling atmosphere. He muses that the true value of the eyes lies elsewhere. The motherworm's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it prepares to strike. The survivor, caught off guard, can only utter a startled. The timer displays a mere 29 minutes and 58 seconds remaining. The survivor is clearly shocked by the sudden appearance of the boss. Now armed with a basic arcane sword, Kim Yuan calmly states that he has plenty of time. The sword description indicates it envelopes the blade in arcane power, growing stronger with use. The motherworm's grotesque heads descend upon Kim Yuan, their fangs bared and ready to strike. The air crackles with anticipation. The man with the axe, having located the item he sought, is now in the path of the motherworm's attack. The monstrous motherworm, identified as the boss of the 2-second tutorial, looms large. Kim Yuan's sword glows with arcane energy as he prepares to strike, the power surging through him. With a mighty stomp, the man with the axe brings his foot down with a resounding creak. He continues to battle the motherworm, dodging its snapping jaws and thrashing tentacles. The motherworm hisses, seemingly surprised by Yuan's resilience. Despite being a monster that devours humans, it seems surprisingly simple-minded. The creature is fiercely protective of its offspring, a fact that Yuan intends to exploit. The motherworm roars in fury, its massive maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Yuan remains undeterred, his eyes fixed on his target. Despite its size and power, the motherworm lacks intelligence, a critical flaw that Yuan is counting on. He realizes he just needs to look below it. The monster thrashes wildly, its attacks becoming increasingly desperate as Yuan prepares his counterattack. With a burst of speed, Kim Yuan leaps onto the motherworm's back, raising his sword high above his head. Yuan declares his intent to end the fight quickly, promising to finish the motherworm in one decisive strike. The protagonist prepares to strike, his expression grim as he focuses all his energy into the blade. The blade descends, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the motherworm. Kim Yuan unleashes a devastating attack, the force of his blow creating a shockwave of blue energy. The energy rips through the air, leaving trails of destruction in its wake. The force of the attack sends Kim Yuan reeling backward, his expression strained. Despite the backlash, the attack connects, a monstrous shriek echoing as the energy envelopes its target. The figure is launched into the air, completely overwhelmed by the blast. The energy continues to surge, obliterating everything in its path. The monstrous figure screams as the attack tears through it, the sound a mix of pain and fury. Kim Yuan smirks, confident in his victory. He wonders aloud what his opponent will do now. The monstrous figure, still reeling from the attack, is asked if it will flip over its body. The zombie reels from the force of the blow, chunks of its decaying flesh flying through the air. Kim Yuan watches his attack connect, calmly remarking that the zombie's choice to stand and fight wasn't the smartest. The zombie cries out as the attack continues to tear through its body. With a final burst of speed, Yuan spins, channeling even more energy into his attack. Despite the seemingly devastating blow, Yuan knows the job isn't finished yet. The zombie's body is ripped apart by the force of the attack, but it still stands. The air crackles with energy as the attack reaches its peak. Kim Yuan pours even more power into the strike, declaring that just a bit more is needed. The zombie is sent flying through the air, its body now completely separated from its legs. Despite being torn asunder, the zombie's upper body continues to move, driven by some unknown force. As the zombie's torso hurtles towards him, Yuan simply says, "Thanks." The zombie's gaping maw snaps shut, revealing that Yuan has propelled the creature's own body into its mouth, finally ending the fight. Having defeated the zombie, Kim Yuan's eyes glow with an ominous light as he declares that someone has come to him. Elsewhere, a monstrous silhouette looms, energy crackling around it. The dark figure remains shrouded in shadow, its true form still concealed. A man begs for his life, questioning how someone could do this to him knowing he'll die. A figure silences the man with a swift kick, sending him flying into a crowd of people. The man who delivered the kick stands over the fallen, telling them to know their place, adding that everyone agreed to choose someone. Someone on the ground argues that it's all bullshit, that they just decided that on their own, and asks when they agreed to it, adding that everyone did accept them. The figure warns them not to dare come back in, because they'll kill them themselves, making sure they understood. A timer counts down with 30 seconds remaining, showing a map with figures scattered across it. The timer continues to tick down, showing the man from panel 6 and the figure from panel 8. He finds himself surrounded by others, the timer above them, counting down the seconds. The timer continues to tick down as the man with the axe stands ready. The man with the axe grits his teeth, his expression one of intense focus. The timer stops, and the survivors look around in confusion. The man with the varsity jacket looks up, questioning if they were saved as a message appears stating that the safe zone will no longer shrink. The system informs them that they have obtained 600 points, and that there are 15 hours left until the end of the second tutorial, leading one of the survivors to exclaim that they are alive. A voice congratulates someone for managing to kill it. Someone twists open a small container, acknowledging that it was a bit of a struggle. The man with the varsity jacket stands atop the corpse of the mother worm, refusing an offer to be healed, stating that he can heal such a small injury by raising his constitution. The administrator lackey applauds the man with the varsity jacket, who remarks that the lackey is as noisy as usual. The man with the varsity jacket reflects that it has been 30 minutes since he killed the mother worm, and that it appeared later than he expected. It is revealed that the lackeys that managed the tutorial probably didn't expect the mother worm, the monster that preserves the second tutorial's ecosystem, to be killed. There's no preset reward in the system for hunting the mother worm, meaning the reward must be divided based on his actions. The clownish administrator notes that since Kim Yuan knows he'll receive a reward for his special actions, he must already understand this world. After all he's done, it would be stranger if he didn't. The administrator, floating in the air, mentions that most people don't know about the reward system. Yuan simply acknowledges it as the reward. The administrator seems pleased that Yuan understands. The administrator tells Yuan that he may pick between 3 things. Yuan asks what they are. The first option, the administrator explains, is the right to skip to the 5/4 tutorial. This option will also include the information and rewards for the 3/3 and 4/4 tutorials. Yuan realizes how sly they are, thinking that the 3/3 and 4/4 tutorials hold little value to him. So they're trying to send him directly to the 5/4. The administrator states that the second reward is points, assuming he doesn't need to explain any further about this option. Yuan then asks what the third option is. The administrator prepares to reveal the final option. The administrator reveals that the final option is connecting Yuan with Olympus. The administrator explains that Yuan wouldn't know this, but the tutorial is merely the starting point of this world. The administrator continues, stating that in the vast tower, there are large organizations, as well as countless beings with godlike powers. He is told that he will be recommended to Olympus. The scene shifts to a depiction of warriors battling amidst swirling energy. The narration explains that Olympus is one of the organizations that rule the tower, and that if he is sponsored by them, he should be safe once he's completed the tutorial. The protagonist considers the offer, repeating, "Olympus, you say?" He admits he could never have predicted this turn of events, acknowledging that Olympus is one of the major factions that rule the tower, and that Kronos was a ranker belonging to Olympus as well. He contemplates that if he were to borrow their power, he would be able to climb the tower even faster and safer, but Yuan declares that he'll go with the second option. The administrator lackey is surprised, as the system distributes the reward of 10,000 points. The lackey tries to persuade him to reconsider, saying that since he hasn't used his points yet, he'll allow him to change his decision, adding that he must make a wise choice and that he's sure he made this decision because he doesn't know much about Olympus, but he'll regret it later. The lackey is told that if he's there as a gopher, he should do his job properly, and that the last option he just discussed wasn't discussed with the other lackeys, and it most definitely wasn't approved by the administrator. The lackey is shocked that Yuan knows about the administrator. The lackey wonders if the other lackeys also received a similar deal as Yuan, and if they were all bought out by Olympus as well, or maybe some are with the heavenly realm, Deva, perhaps Lemegeton, even before demanding to know what in the world he is. The administrator lackey watches as Yuan walks away, a small, red creature trailing behind him. He mutters his thanks, noting that he has one more thing to do. Meanwhile, a hand presses a button labeled Pay on a screen displaying a meeting with administrator for 1,000 points. A voice promises that the truth will be revealed soon. Elsewhere, a massive, grotesque creature looms over a figure, presumably Yuan, who stands his ground amidst the chaos. A message flashes on a screen. The administrator approved your request. Yuan's expression hardens as he considers the situation. He realizes that the tutorial needs to be separate from the tower, yet Olympus is involved with the lackeys. The administrator lackey fumes, declaring that he cannot overlook this problem because it will interfere with his future plans. The grotesque creature attacks, sending Yuan flying through the air. A request for a meeting in the tutorial is made. The hand that made the request scoffs, wondering if it was all for a mere 1,000 points. Kim Yuan declares himself a participant of the tutorial. Someone, observing Yuan, remarks that he killed over 1,000 undead in the first tutorial. The observer reveals that he has heard a lot about Kim Yuan. He had heard a lot about Kim Yuan, and now the observer found himself watching the man walk towards a towering figure, its form wreathed in an ominous purple aura. The scene shifts to a lower angle, focusing on the feet of the towering figure and Yuan. The administrator's presence is palpable, a silent overseer of the tutorial's bottom floor. A small, cartoonish figure, seemingly an administrator, weeps openly, confirming that Kim Yuan killed over 1,000 undead in the first tutorial. The administrator, a towering figure wrapped in tattered cloth, looms over Yuan, who stands calmly before him. The administrator wonders how Yuan knew of his existence and managed to request a meeting. He states that the first law of the tutorial is the law of the tutorial, that all information read dash. Yuan explains that regarding the tutorial, all information must be obtained by the participant's own abilities and not be given by the administrator or the tower. It is a law. The administrator thinks to himself that all information must be gained by one's own means. He adds that Yuan should know better than anyone that he isn't lying, and that he can discern all truth and lies spoken within his area of management. The administrator remains silent, his expression unreadable. The administrator finally speaks, simply stating, "Indeed." The administrator lackey floats in the air, startled by Yuan's words. Yuan, standing below, suggests the tower's interference is located here. The lackey remains suspended, as Yuan reveals he was offered a sponsorship from Olympus as a reward. The administrator lackey stammers, insisting that's not the case, as Yuan prepares to listen. A torrent of blood rains down, the scene shifting to a close-up of a bandaged hand. The blood continues to fall as Yuan is shown amidst the carnage, his expression unreadable. The bandaged hand is shown again, dripping with blood. Yuan's thoughts reveal his disgust for the Olympus bastards who dare spread their influence here. Yuan stands over the bandaged man, who expresses his gratitude, stating he can now cut away the rotten parts. The bandaged hand clenches into a fist, the second law of the tutorial being revealed. The law states that during the tutorial, all achievements by a participant must be compensated by a reward of equal merit. Yuan continues, telling the lackey that through him, he hunted an unfaithful lackey. Yuan stares intently, asking what the lackey thinks about that. The administrator lackey's thoughts reveal that when his subordinates checked Yuan's information, he didn't appear to have any particular irregularities or points of notice. The administrator lackey's words hang in the air as the cloaked figure lies defeated on the ground. The cloaked figure smiles, finding something interesting about Yuan's actions. He muses, wondering what would be a fitting reward. The administrator lackey states that even though Yuan didn't kill the rancor himself, it makes no difference. The cloaked figure looms over Yuan, mentioning that an existence close to a rancor was killed in the 2-second tutorial. The cloaked figure states that the reward is due to a mere participant, and he will take that as compensation. The cloaked figure acknowledges Yuan's impressive feat, again wondering what would be a fitting reward. The cloaked figure's hand twitches as he says, "Let's see." Yuan stands over the cloaked figure, who is now on the ground. The administrator lackey observes that Yuan already has plenty of points. Yuan states that the cloaked figure deserves at least this much. The cloaked figure extends his hand towards Yuan. The focus zooms in on the cloaked figure's bandaged hand. The cloaked figure explains that this is the method used to exchange points, but it seems like the reward will be less special than expected. As expected, the reward begins to manifest. The cloaked figure bestows upon Kim Yuan the skill Master of Mana. The skill increases his mana recovery rate, resistance to mana, and sensitivity to mana, while also increasing his arcane power by 5. Yuan's eyes reflect the surge of mana flowing through him. The cloaked figure wonders if Yuan will be satisfied with this reward. The cloaked figure announces that he must handle his subordinates and prepares to leave. He adds that they shall meet again after the 3/3 tutorial. With a burst of energy, the cloaked figure vanishes, leaving a lingering trace of his power. Yuan is left alone in the tutorial room, now facing a monstrous creature. He examines his hand, feeling the newfound power coursing through him. Yuan wonders if it's possible for a skill of this rank to show up in the tutorial. He realizes that Master of Mana is one of the authorities of an administrator, a being that rules over mana. He observed the mana gathering in his hand, noting the system message that the proficiency of this mana control skill was still low. The force of the mana was controlled through arcane means, and more power was gathering. The mana felt more important than anything else in the tower. Yuan raised his hand, the sphere of mana crackling with energy. The Mana Blast, an advanced mana control technique, was usable once arcane power reached 40. The protagonist focused, his expression determined as he prepared to unleash the mana. Kim Yuan's arcane power was at 26, still needing more to fully utilize the blast. The Mana Blast surged forward, impacting something unseen. The force of the blast shattered the surrounding area, sending debris flying. He thought to himself that the skill compensation effect was proving to be quite good. The ground was cracked and unstable, but Yuan considered it all right, wondering if he should be grateful to Olympus or something. The protagonist stood amidst the destruction, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He clenches his fist, a surge of determination hardening his expression. The power he wields is still not enough. He knows he can't be satisfied with simply regaining and imitating the strength he possessed before traveling back in time. A timer displays. 13 minutes and 25 seconds remain until the second tutorial is finalized. Even more grotesque creatures emerge, their forms twisted and menacing. The protagonist, Kim Yuan, stands amidst them, a lone figure against a growing horde. He needs more elements, more power, to destroy those omnipotent-looking outer gods. The protagonist's feet kick up dust as he moves forward, determined to gather more power. He needs even more of them. He plunges into the fray, a maelstrom of monstrous eyes and snapping jaws surrounding him. The timer ticks down. Only 10 minutes and 11 seconds remain until the second tutorial is finalized. Elsewhere, amidst the chaos, a survivor argues that they should wait a little longer. Another questions if the government will really stay idle while Hongdae has become such a mess. Shut up, someone shouts. The man in the green jacket wonders who's to say there won't be a third or fourth tutorial after the second. He worries about the safe zone disappearing while they're waiting. He pleads at least wait until that time runs out. Another man, frustrated, tells him he's being a real pain. The frustrated man reminds the group that he told them to form the next resupply squad and get out there. He threatens to personally send them out if they can't do it themselves. A blonde-haired man tells the others not to feel so down, reminding them that they were all originally going to die, but thanks to the man in charge, many of them can survive. He reflects that this is the kind of world this place has become. He is being urged to hurry, but the blonde-haired man pauses, recognizing someone ahead. In the distance, a lone figure walks down a deserted street, seemingly unaware of the dangers lurking nearby. The streets are cracked and broken, a stark reminder of the devastation that has befallen the city. The survivors speculate that the lone figure must be crazy to wander outside the safe zone. The group notices the figure and wonders if he is brave or just insane. One of them shouts a warning, realizing the danger. From below, a massive, grotesque creature bursts from the ground, its jaws wide open. The monster lunges at the unsuspecting figure, rocks and debris flying as it closes in for the kill. Kim Yuan is caught off guard. The creature's maw snaps shut, the force of its bite creating a shockwave. The ground erupts as the monster attempts to devour its prey. A powerful energy blast tears through the creature, the force of the impact sending chunks of flesh flying. The monster reels from the attack, its body visibly damaged by the sudden assault. The survivors watch in stunned silence as the battle unfolds, the ground around them cracking and splintering. The timer counts down, showing only 5 minutes remaining until the second tutorial is finalized. The blonde-haired man urges the others to ignore the fight. He stands, splattered with the monster's ichor, his level displayed as 26, with strength at 33 and dexterity at 29. The screen displays his stats: Constitution at 30, Perception at 26, and Arcana at 30, with a total of 10,027 points and no unallocated stat points. The man in the jacket, face contorted with anger, tells someone not to mind him. The man with dark hair tells someone to continue their conversation. A foot steps on a monster's corpse. Kim Yuan thinks to himself that he stopped by to get the clear reward. The system message states that some irrelevant bastards are acting as the leaders, while the capacity is at 27/1, 500. The blonde-haired man asks Yuan where he was, saying he was looking for him. Yuan is told that someone was worried because he disappeared like that. The capacity is at 1 for 27/1, 500. Someone notes that Yuan killed the monster with his foot and asks if they are close. A group of people stand together, armed with knives. Someone says to go inside now, while another person thinks about those people. He states that they forced others to get supplies. The blonde-haired man argues that they would have died otherwise, and that it's beneficial for everyone. Someone questions if he made them risk their lives again to get food. Yuan is told to listen closely. The blonde-haired man continues, saying that if you want to survive, you have to be cowardly. Someone asks if laws and morals matter anymore. The blonde-haired man declares that if they want to survive in this world, they have to be savage, selfish, and cruel because it's only natural. The blonde-haired man asks if they didn't know that. The system informs the players that in the case of death, the contents of their inventory will be deleted. The blonde-haired man continues to try and convince Kim Yuan to be savage, stating that if that's how he wants to survive, so be it, but he won't participate or tell him anything. The blonde-haired man warns Yuan not to cross the line, whatever that may be. The blonde-haired man wonders what the line is. The system announces that the 3/3 tutorial will now begin. The blonde-haired man thinks that the system is bluffing again. The system informs the players that they need to kill 50 monsters in the sector and acquire 50 essence. The system shows that the remaining time is 72 hours. The system warns that the sector will be destroyed when the time runs out. The system shows that the gate will be activated in 70 hours and that the players have killed 0 out of 50 monsters. He finds himself within the safe zone, where other survivors express their relief. The blonde-haired man wonders if this is all just a game. Kill monsters and collect essence. The man's face is stern as he confirms that everyone heard the instructions. The disembodied voice reminds everyone that they know what to do. Suddenly, Kim Yuan is struck by an unseen force, sending him flying. The system displays Yuan's mana essence as 132/50. The force of the blow leaves the protagonist crumpled on the ground. Elsewhere, a character observes that there are a lot of monsters. The monsters wonder if they will be able to reach 1,000. Kim Yuan, now with 30 mana, prepares to fight. He is surrounded by grotesque monsters, their sharp teeth bared as they lunge towards him. The system displays his Master of Mana proficiency at a mere 0.5%. He recalls being fortunate to have acquired a substantial amount of essence during the second tutorial, but he's determined to achieve more. The system indicates that Mana Blast has reached a 100% completion rate. The system confirms that Mana Blast has been fully completed. A system message declares that Mana Blast has been successfully added as a skill. He grits his teeth, a surge of power coursing through him as he prepares to unleash the newly acquired skill. A blinding flash of light erupts as he unleashes the Mana Blast. The Mana Blast obliterates the horde of monsters, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He watches the aftermath, surprised that it worked. He realizes that using Mana Blast requires him to expend all of his mana, and controlling it isn't easy. He resolves to raise his stats and proficiency, believing it will make the skill more useful. He lands on the cracked floor of what appears to be a subway station, relieved to have survived the previous encounter. The young man acknowledges that using Mana Blast is the standard for measuring mana control, but it's not his style. Two grotesque, dog-like creatures stalk through the darkness. The protagonist walks through the subway station, littered with corpses and debris, as one of the creatures asks why someone would be scared. He grips the hilt of his glowing blade, ready to try again. Kim Yuan declares that he's not going to waste the time he has left. The protagonist stands ready, his glowing sword reflecting off his dark clothing. The scene shifts to the second day of the third tutorial, where two figures walk through the eerily quiet subway. Han Juno laments that they started with 1,400 people, but only 400 are left, and they need to hide wherever they can. One of the figures wonders if Hongdae Station was always this big, while the other replies that the world's gone to ruin, so the place was probably trash too. Lim Joyan calls out to the others, saying he sees someone over there. The group's surroundings are in disrepair, the ceiling cracked and crumbling. It seems they've stumbled upon something unexpected. The group finds themselves in what appears to be a ruined convenience store, a beacon of potential supplies amidst the desolation. The man in the red jacket, eager to resupply, declares that they can fill their inventory with food. He urges the others to move quickly, driven by hunger. The blonde-haired man seems less enthusiastic, muttering a dismissive whatever as he follows the others. Elsewhere, the man in the red jacket finds himself face-to-face with a monstrous spider. The creature declares its intention to eat him raw. The monstrous spider attacks the man in the red jacket, its strike carrying immense force. Lim Joyan and Han Juno react in horror as they witness the attack on Kong Songkan. Han Juno's name is called out in desperation, as Kong Songkan is overwhelmed by the spider's assault. Kong Songkan is now surrounded by monstrous spiders and shadowy figures, his situation dire. Lim Joyan, despite the danger, prepares to fight, wielding a blade with a determined expression as Han Juno looks on with concern. Lim Joyan wonders if they can win, her face etched with worry as she recalls her efforts to survive and the high level she has attained. Despite her high level, Lim Joyan finds herself unable to move, paralyzed by an unseen force. The giant rat lunges, aiming for Lim Joyan, who remains frozen in place. Han Juno, swinging a makeshift hammer, shouts her name in warning. The rat's massive bulk slams into Han Juno, the force of the impact clearly visible. The rat sends Han Juno flying backwards, while the other rat closes in on the paralyzed Lim Joyan. Kong Songkan screams in pain as the spider continues its assault. The spider's attack leaves Kong Songkan's hand bloodied and mangled. Kong Songkan, overwhelmed by the pain and the situation, curses his misfortune. The rat slashes at the prone Kong Song-kan, the blade cutting deep. Kong Song-kan coughs up blood, the attack clearly having done significant damage. The giant rats continue their assault. Kong Song-kan cries out in pain as he is overwhelmed by the spider and the rat. Kong Song-kan thinks to himself, lamenting that this is not how he wanted to die. Clutching a makeshift blade, Kong Song-kan reflects on his desire to live and the suffering he has endured. Despite his injuries, Kong Song-kan rises to face the giant rat, determined to fight back. The thought echoes in his mind. Why must he die here? The assault continues, the spider and rat tearing into Kong Song-kan. The force of the blows sends him flying, splattering the floor with blood. His eyes widen in pain and fear as he stares up at his attackers. The spider looms over him, ready to strike again, while the rat continues its relentless assault. A voice cuts through the chaos, declaring that the noise is disturbing someone's sleep. Kim Yuan, eyes now glowing red, announces that he is awake. The force of the kin obliterates the monster, sending gore and debris flying in all directions. Kim Yuan is splattered with the monster's remains, his expression a mix of shock and disgust. The aftermath reveals the extent of the carnage, with the protagonist standing amidst the dismembered remains of the creature and its companions. A voice echoes from the shadows, annoyed by the disturbance. Don't be loud when someone's sleeping. Emerging from the darkness, Kim Yuan's eyes glow with an eerie light as he declares, I'm up. The protagonist stares in disbelief, muttering no way. He begins to understand the reality of his situation. I get that levels and stats are a thing now. His eyes widen as he replays the moment in his mind. But he killed a monster with just a can? The can, now a mangled piece of metal, lies amidst the monster's remains, a testament to the unbelievable power unleashed. The scene replays, showing the can impacting the monster with explosive force, confirming the protagonist's disbelief. He watches as the zombie dissolves into a pool of purple liquid, the can still lodged in its head. The unknown man, now wielding a glowing blade, prepares to face more of the creatures. The man in the dark gray jacket leaps into action, his blade cutting through the air as he targets the mutated insects. With a burst of speed, the man slices through another insect, its body exploding in a shower of green. The blade continues its deadly work, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Another mutated insect falls, its body bisected by the glowing blade as it cries out. The green blood of the insect splatters across the floor, a testament to the man's efficiency. The man in the dark gray jacket stands victorious amidst the carnage, the survivors looking on in awe and gratitude. The camera focuses on the man's feet, revealing his dark pants and boots stained with the green blood of the insects. A close-up shows the man's hand, still gripping the hilt of his glowing blade, his knuckles white with exertion. The man stands over the bodies of the fallen insects, his blade dripping with their blood, as the survivors watch him. A woman, supported by a man in a green jacket, expresses her gratitude, thanking the man for saving them. He watches as Kong Song-kan is struck down by an unseen force. The man in the green jacket cries out. The survivor tosses a small, capped container towards the injured man, advising him to rub it on for effectiveness. The affected student asks about the survivor's constitution. He replies that he's about 17. The survivor winces in pain, realizing that while he might not die, he might not be able to use his arm anymore. The survivor cries out as the affected student rubs the ointment on his arm. Kim Yuan watches from a distance. The man in the dark green coat sighs, thinking that he slept for about 6 hours. Though the fatigue is gone, he wishes he could sleep a bit more. He reflects that it was the first sleep he'd gotten in 4 days. The scene shifts to show him standing over the bodies of the mutated insects he previously defeated. He admits to himself that he pushed himself quite a bit. Lying on the ground, Kim Yuan sees a system notification indicating he can purchase scentless powder for 100 points, a powder that erases smell in the vicinity and has a defensive effect against monsters with a sensitive nose. He thinks that he even went through the trouble of buying scentless powder so he could sleep and didn't think he'd end up getting disturbed. The perspective shifts back to the survivor and the affected student. The survivor excuses himself, asking if the man in the dark green coat is going to continue hunting around here. Heeding the survivor's warning, the affected student learns that there are more monsters below ground than above. She states that she doesn't plan on staying. The survivor with the cap leads them into what he calls his restaurant and resting spot. The affected student questions if this is really a resting spot. The survivor with the cap clarifies that his hunting ground is elsewhere. The survivor with the cap reveals that there really was a dungeon on the second basement level. He continues, stating that the layout is completely different and that this is a real hunting ground. The dark-haired protagonist asks why they came here despite knowing the dangers. The survivor with the cap explains that they probably don't know what's going on outside since they've been down here all this time. He adds that above ground, groups have been created and they've started to kill each other out of distrust. He continues, saying that it's become a hellhole from people trying to take each other down. The dark-haired protagonist learns that they ran away after being attacked, and that their attackers didn't bother following them. The affected student confirms this. The survivor with the cap continues forward, his boots crunching on the debris-strewn floor. He recalls their near-death experience in this very place, a fact that hangs heavy in the air. A flashback shows the group being blasted backward by an unseen force, the words "thanks to you" echoing in the void. The force sends the survivor with the cap hurtling through the air, the impact stealing his breath. Another member of the group is sent crashing to the ground, struggling to regain their footing. The flashback fades as the survivor with the cap acknowledges that they survived because of someone's help. A voice, belonging to Kim Yuan, warns that there's no guarantee he won't kill them and take their essence. Kim Yuan stands with a knife, the others glossing over the threat because he saved their lives. The survivor with the cap reflects that compared to the people above ground and the monsters here, Kim Yuan is far more dangerous, and that he has probably already collected all the essence he needs. Kim Yuan stands on a ledge, asking what if he said he was collecting more essence, even still. Kim Yuan continues, stating that even if he doesn't kill them himself, they will end up dying here, and he doesn't have to explain why. The affected student wonders why Kim Yuan is bothering to tell them all this if he intends on harming them. The survivor with the cap wonders what it is that Kim Yuan wants from them. He offers a reassuring smile, promising that his proposal won't be a bad one. The survivor with the cap holds a blade, listening intently as Kim Yuan assures them that if they do a good job, he'll even share some essence. Suddenly, a massive, serpentine creature lunges forward, its jaws wide open and a grotesque tongue extended. The creature's attack connects, sending debris flying as it strikes its target. The survivor with the cap is sent flying backward from the force of the blow, his face contorted in a scream of terror. The affected student, witnessing the carnage, cries out in disbelief, questioning if this was supposed to be a not bad proposal. Then, Kim Yuan watches the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. A sinister smile creeps across Yuan's face as he thinks to himself to run. The serpentine creature continues its assault, striking down the survivor with the cap. The affected student screams for help as the creature looms over her, its massive jaws opening wide. The serpentine creature's attack is swift, its massive jaws snapping shut where the affected student once stood. The creature's essence rips through the air, leaving trails of destructive energy in its wake. The force of the serpent's strike pulverizes the ground, leaving a crater where it lands. Kim Yuan leaps away from the monster, narrowly avoiding its snapping jaws. The creature's attack continues, its essence tearing through the environment. The protagonist continues to evade the monster's attacks, his movements a desperate dance for survival. The serpentine creature unleashes another barrage of attacks, its essence a blur of destruction. The survivor with the cap, exhausted and terrified, struggles to catch his breath as he witnesses the unfolding chaos. The survivor, his face etched with disbelief, mutters that this is an unbelievable hunt. The narrator reflects on the creature's speed and wonders how much essence it possesses after hunting at this rate. The serpentine creature continues its relentless assault, its attacks a whirlwind of destruction. 3 orbs of power float in the air, pulsing with an unknown energy. He walks through the area, observing the surroundings. He thinks to himself that the drop rate of the essence is much higher, and maybe it's because the level of the monsters is higher. He holds an orb in his hand, thinking that he got 50 essence in just 2 hours. He realizes that he is not just strong. The man continues to hold the orb, his hand now stained with blood. The scene shifts to a top-down view, revealing the man lying on the ground, covered in blood, still clutching the orb. A realization dawns. He's built different. Kim Yuan is shown with blood on his face and jacket, a grim expression on his face. The camera focuses on Yuan's hand, gripping a bloodied sword. The disembodied voice notes that he is not just strong. The blonde-haired man lies defeated, blood pooling around him. The voice declares that he is built different. Kim Yuan stands, covered in blood, his expression grim. The survivor with the cap looks up, startled by the display of power. Yuan is told that there is one more, making a total of 6. He is told to keep one. A disembodied hand offers the survivor several essence orbs, noting that the speed at which they bring back monsters cannot match his hunting speed. The survivor asks about doing all that essence, and notes that Lim Joyen is a bit late. He is assured that she will be back soon. Yuan is asked what level he is. The blonde-haired man notes that his leveling has slowed down considerably. He resigns himself to waiting for the next tutorial to level up properly, as well as gathering essence. The survivor with the cap wonders just how high Yuan's level is that it doesn't rise anymore. He recalls that levels are personal information and that he shouldn't ask about it, nor should he answer if asked. The blonde-haired man, still annoyed, reminds Yuan that he had asked about his constitution earlier. He sarcastically adds that he should have just let his arm rot off. Yuan tells him to take it to heart and to make sure to hunt some monsters himself from time to time. He adds that the blonde-haired man should worry about raising his level. Suddenly, someone calls out to Yuan. The call is coming from a horde of monsters. One of the monsters announces its arrival. The blonde-haired man complains that they barely had time to rest. Yuan realizes that they're here. Yuan leaps into action, diving down towards the monsters. The monsters stand ready to attack. A pink energy trail streaks across the ground. The monsters are struck by a powerful force. The fight is over, and the survivor, Kong Songkan, is surprised to see a notification that he leveled up. Kong Songkan's teammate, the blonde-haired man, confirms that he also leveled up. The blonde-haired man asks Songkan if his level went up as well. The monster lies defeated. A hand reaches down to collect the essence of the defeated monster. Yuan asks if they're finished. The blonde-haired man confirms that they are finished. The survivor, Kong Songkan, wonders if they can keep the essence. The blonde-haired man assures him that they can, since Yuan killed the monster. Yuan collects the essence. He reflects on how quickly they gathered so much essence, considering they only had 20 before coming here. He is thanked by the blonde-haired man. Yuan is told that his hunt became 50% more efficient. He thinks to himself that he gathered a lot more essence than planned. The remaining time is 2 hours and 57 minutes. Yuan states that the gate should activate soon and suggests that they head out if they are all done. The blonde-haired man says that they are finally going back up. He and his companions observe the chaotic scene outside. The end of the third tutorial is fast approaching, and the situation is only worsening. Yuan expresses his concern for the people outside, knowing the dangers that await them. The gate is turning red, a sign that it's about to activate. The crowd gathers, ready to move as soon as the gate opens. They should be able to head in there soon. The survivor clutches his fist, hiding his weapon. Everyone is secretly hiding their weapons and trying to make some awkward conversation. The drop rate for essence is abysmal, so instead of hunting monsters and putting your life on the line, it's faster to just kill other humans and take their essence. The survivor realizes everyone else had the same thought, but they don't seem like they plan on acting anytime soon. He knows that'll change when the gate opens. As soon as the gate activates, steal and dash. The survivor's companion points out the leader over there, wondering if he looks like he's watching them. The blonde-haired man is surprised by something. The survivor realizes someone is coming here, and he curses under his breath. The man in the varsity jacket is sent flying through the air, a greeting he clearly didn't expect. A voice calls out, noting it's only been 2 days since they last met. The blonde-haired man's landing is observed by a group of onlookers. He retorts that they aren't close enough to warrant such a warm welcome. The man who delivered the blow, also wearing a varsity jacket, smirks. He comments on the blonde-haired man's pride, even knowing what's about to happen. The man in the varsity jacket reminds the blonde-haired man that he knows the situation. He ominously states that once the gate opens, the bloodbath will begin. The blonde-haired man grits his teeth, his expression a mask of fury. He thinks to himself that the other man is a cunning bastard. The man in the varsity jacket had gathered all those men in advance for this moment. He asks how much essence the blonde-haired man needs, adding that they have many mouths to feed compared to him. The blonde-haired man narrows his eyes, considering the situation. The blonde-haired man asks if 700 essence would be enough. The man in the varsity jacket clenches his fist, revealing that they only have a little over 300 essence. The man in the varsity jacket declares that the request is ridiculous, and they can't avoid confronting them now. He demands that the blonde-haired man give them 400 essence, and then they'll leave them alone. The man in the varsity jacket states that they'll figure out the rest themselves. The blonde-haired man, his face partially obscured, curses under his breath. Cornered and outnumbered, the blonde-haired man realizes that refusing their demands would mean all-out war. He wonders if he should be grateful that they only want essence, but quickly decides he'd rather fight. The blonde-haired man pushes through the crowd, making his way forward. The survivor with the cap recognizes the man in the varsity jacket. The blonde-haired man approaches Kim Yuan, who is sitting and waiting. The blonde-haired man sets a box down in front of Kim Yuan. The box slams onto the ground with a thud. Kim Yuan remarks that he hasn't seen the blonde-haired man in a few days, asking where he's been. The blonde-haired man replies that he had things to do. Kim Yuan asks if he'd gathered enough essence, to which the blonde-haired man replies, obviously. The blonde-haired man tears open a package, revealing the essence inside. The essence floats and bubbles around the blonde-haired man and others. The sheer number of essence orbs is staggering. The blonde-haired man is surrounded by a sea of essence orbs, prompting one of the survivors to question their abundance. He estimates there must be at least 1,000. Frustration boils over as the blonde-haired man wonders how someone could have gathered so many. He tries to reassure himself, remembering the men he has gathered. The crowd of survivors stands ready, numbering at least 50. The blonde-haired man, confident in his numbers, believes that no matter how strong the opponent, they cannot face them all. He directs the crowd to look closely at the floor. A survivor notices a strange line on the floor as the blonde-haired man declares that they all need these. Kim Yuan, surrounded by his own collection of essence orbs, scoffs at the notion, stating that he already has more than enough. The crowd, desperate, begs for some of the essence. The blonde-haired man reveals the cost, 100 points. He lays down the rules. If they want to buy any essence, they must first ask for his permission before entering the circle. The crowd of survivors mills about, their hopes pinned on acquiring the essence orbs. Nearby, a man laments the high cost. He wonders how many points he even has. The blonde-haired man grips his sword, knowing the shop doesn't sell essence, and that he is the only source. Someone in the crowd accuses the blonde-haired man of being selfish, saying he could save hundreds of lives if he gave the essence away for free, and questions his decision to sell them. The camera focuses on the feet of the crowd as the blonde-haired man considers his options. The blonde-haired man asks what they'll do if they have no money. Kim Yuan watches the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. The man's face twists into a sinister grin, a glint of malice in his eyes as he considers the possibilities. The man, unmoved by the lack of funds, coolly asks what they intend to do about it. From above, the crowd appears as a sea of faces, each one a potential customer or a hidden threat. The man states that those who want to buy can do so, as long as they pay up front, adding that it doesn't matter where they get the points, whether they sell their items or stats. A man questions whether they can sell their items, and another responds that they can. The man's face contorts with rage, his eyes wide with fury. The man, gripping a blade, accuses them of gathering their wealth through killing and stealing, questioning their right to sell it for money, and asking if people will accept that. Amidst the crowd, a voice questions what if they didn't steal the items, while another voice shouts, "Bullshit," accusing them of thinking that's possible and asking if they have any right to call others out. Someone shouts that they killed their friends, asking if they have any idea how far they had to go to escape from them. He retorts that if their accusations were true, they wouldn't still be alive after traveling with Kim Yuan. The crowd, armed with makeshift weapons, surrounds them, their intentions clear. The man in the varsity jacket scoffs, dismissing the idea that they're seriously spouting such nonsense. A voice from the crowd taunts, suggesting they thought clinging to Yuan would keep them safe. The man in the varsity jacket's face contorts in rage as he shouts. The command rings out, "Kill them all." The crowd surges forward, weapons raised, ready to strike. A blade flashes, cutting through the air with deadly speed. Yuan retaliates, his sword a blur as he defends himself against the attackers. The blade continues its deadly dance, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Kim Yuan, his eyes filled with cold determination, declares that they've crossed the line. The man in the varsity jacket is struck down, blood splattering as he realizes the gravity of his mistake. The mob, armed with crude weapons, surrounds Kim Yuan, their intent clear. Meanwhile, the man in the varsity jacket recalls Yuan's earlier warning. Crossing the line will have deadly consequences. He realizes the line Yuan mentioned was the one he just crossed. The man in the varsity jacket remembers Yuan's words. Buyers should come inside after getting permission, and that the choice to buy or not is theirs, but as long as they can pay for it, he'll sell them essence. The man in the varsity jacket recalls Yuan's warning that crossing the line with other intentions would result in death. Kim Yuan activates his basic arcane sword skill, a blue energy emanating from the blade. The man in the varsity jacket, now on the ground, screams at the others to kill Yuan already. Driven by the varsity jacket man's command, the mob surges forward, blades raised, intent on ending Yuan's life. Yuan moves with blinding speed, his sword a blur as he retaliates against the attackers. The swordsman continues his assault, each strike precise and deadly. The blue energy of Yuan's blade cuts through the air, felling the attackers with ease. The scene becomes a whirlwind of blue energy and falling bodies as Yuan decimates the mob. The man in the varsity jacket, now blindfolded, can only wonder how this is possible, his earlier arrogance replaced by stunned disbelief. The man in the varsity jacket, Kim Myung-hoon, is visibly shaken, questioning if he's forgotten the true nature of the world. Driven by fear, Kim Myung-hoon knows he has to escape. He recalls the deadly warning. Only those who cross the line will survive. Desperate, Kim Myung-hoon believes he's safe and will survive, unaware of the danger closing in. The perspective shifts as Kim Yuan descends, blade drawn, ready to strike. Kim Myung-hoon's last thought is that he has memorized all their faces. The world turns upside down as Kim Yuan's eyes narrow in on his target. Kim Myung-hoon's realization dawns too late. What does it mean that he memorized all their faces? Kim Yuan strikes, the blade cutting through the air, aimed directly at Kim Myung-hoon. The blade finds its mark, the force of the blow evident. The aftermath of the attack leaves a trail of destruction. He stands amidst the carnage, the bodies of his enemies scattered around him in a wide circle. Nearby, a box overflows with glowing orbs, the source of the power that has made this slaughter possible. The box of orbs falls to the ground as he is sent flying backwards from an unseen force. The force originated from a man in a light-colored suit, standing amongst the fallen. The man in the suit is shocked by the protagonist's strength, realizing that a single person caused all that slaughter. He reflects on the world, where a movie-like narrative is possible, admitting he thought he was adapting well, but was mistaken. The man clenches his fist, then extends his hand, ready to make a deal. He declares that he will buy Yuan's essence. Nearby, the student with blonde hair calls out to Yuan, wondering what he will do about the points he's earned. The man in the suit thinks about the knife he acquired earlier, which can be sold for 500 points, but still hesitates. A screen displays 0/50 as the man in the suit wonders how many monsters Yuan had to kill to become that strong. The man in the suit realizes that Yuan didn't take the essence from the people he just killed, proving he didn't get all that essence from stealing. He considers the man's offer, acknowledging the established rules of this world. The protagonist's expression hardens as he contemplates the implications of the deal. Kim Yuan walks away, seemingly having made his decision. He approaches a box filled with glowing orbs, the very essence he has been collecting. A desperate man reaches out, pleading with Yuan to give him some of the essence. The laws and rules of this world, it is said, are made by the strong. Yuan accepts the essence from the man, gaining 700 points in the process. The surrounding crowd murmurs, realizing that buying essence will allow them to advance to the next tutorial. One of the bystanders laments having only 200 points, wondering how many they had before. The crowd's desire for essence grows, fueled by the prospect of advancement. Another person expresses their desire to buy some essence as well. The crowd becomes a frenzy, with people offering to buy essence, even promising to pay back points in the next tutorial. The impish creature examines the blade, noting the damage it has sustained. The market is flooded with essence, and the prices are dropping. One man protests the low offer for his goods, decrying it as unfair. Another man accuses the sellers of being scammers, pointing out the discrepancy between the selling and buying prices. He notes that each stat is worth 100 points. The system displays the points earned from the essence sales, 700 points, then 400 points. Someone calculates that stats should be worth 300 points. Kim Yuan shakes hands with someone, having obtained 1,100 points. He thinks that these are absolutely terrible deals, and fleecing someone should have its limits. He considers that it might be better than dying. Here and now, as they climb the tower, they'll realize how valuable the stats they've lost today are. Yuan stands on a ledge, looking down at the others. Yuan's total points are displayed, 167,400. He thinks that this is a good thing for him, in any case. He thought it would be a big win to get 100,000 or so points, but with this, he should definitely be able to get that. Someone asks if they're going now, wondering why the others haven't gone yet. Two people tell Yuan that they want to go with him. Yuan states that he has no intention of making any companions. Two people tell him that it's fine if he uses them as pawns like before, and that he can toss them aside if he thinks they're no longer useful. He pauses, a moment of silence hanging in the air. Unfortunately, Kim Yuan thinks this is it. The protagonist walks away, declaring he won't be going and that no one should expect anything from anyone else, or they won't last long. A voice calls out, questioning where he is going. Two figures watch Yuan depart, realizing there's not a single essence left. The protagonist continues his departure. Kim Yuan's expression softens as he declares this is where they part ways. He warns them not to rely on anyone else, or they won't survive long, stating he is not going with them. One of the survivors questions what Yuan means by that. Yuan states that he has no essence left. Suddenly, a massive creature slams down, the force of its impact shaking the ground. The hand of the creature reaches down towards the survivors, who are caught off guard. One of them cries out in disbelief. The survivors panic, one of them yelling at Yuan, asking what he's going to do and that he should have saved some for himself. Yuan reiterates that he is not going, urging them to hurry up and leave, as the place will soon become a madhouse. The two survivors look on with expressions of shock and fear. The creature grabs one of the survivors, who pleads for it to let go. From above, the red energy swirls ominously around the remaining survivors, while Kim Yuan stands alone, facing the impending threat. The ground vibrates with an unnatural energy, the air crackling with an unseen force. The next tutorial, he realizes, is defense. A voice echoes in his mind, interrupting his thoughts. Wait. The survivor with the blonde hair grabs Yuan's arm, demanding to know if he sold all his essence. The survivor with the cap looks on in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. He shakes off the blonde-haired survivor's grip, deciding he needs to get moving. The blonde-haired survivor continues to panic, understanding that this will become a battlefield for essence. From above, the streets are swarming with zombies, their numbers seemingly endless. A lone figure runs down the street, desperately trying to escape the encroaching horde. He realizes there's only about 1 hour left before the shop closes. The city is eerily silent, save for the distant moans of the undead. He continues down the street, the air thick with an unnatural energy. The protagonist's expression hardens, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. Suddenly, a figure descends from above, wreathed in a crimson aura. The descending figure, a man with long hair and a tattered cloak, declares that he was called. Kim Yuan states he didn't mean to call the man, and wonders where the lackey went. The cloak man explains that they were in the middle of choosing a new lackey, but they're short on hands and have to cut. Three impish figures discuss narrowing down the candidates, noting that 1 in 3 had a connection and that they're all slacking off these days. The cloaked man continues, saying, thanks to Yuan, a lot of lackeys had to waste their time here, and the progress on other sectors has been slow. Yuan asks why it is his fault, as the cloaked man gestures angrily, explaining that over 100 people use the shop to buy from him. The protagonist questions if a lot of business is not a good thing, and asks if they really need so much manpower just to run the shop. The cloaked man implies that it's not just the shop, and asks if Yuan really doesn't understand what's going on. The protagonist realizes he is a special administrative target, and that if the administrator can't sort things out, they usually just let it slide, but that doesn't seem to be the case right now. The system declared that Yuan had finished the 3/3 tutorial with 260,000 points, noting that while his level was high, his power was enough to topple the tutorial's ecosystem itself. The cloaked figure, observing the notification, declared that this was what he wanted, stating that there wouldn't be any problems and that this was the path he would walk. The cloaked figure then told Yuan that he would use the shop. The cloaked figure expressed that Yuan was annoyingly stubborn, admitting that he had been an administrator for a long time, but this was the first time he had met someone like him. A surge of energy emanated from the cloaked figure's hand. The cloaked figure told him to tell him what he needed from a store. Yuan entered the shop, a screen displaying various weapons available for purchase. The system prompted Yuan to start with this, informing him that he had used 10,000 points and had received a mid-grade personal inventory. The system then stated that with the inventory command, his item would be revitalized. Yuan used 50,000 points to buy a sword that gives off an ice-cold aura. The system notified Yuan that he had received an Arctic steel sword, and the cloaked figure told him to open his inventory, noting that he chose a difficult item. Yuan then used 60,000 points to receive a pyromancy robe, a robe enchanted with ancient magic and made of a special material. He spends 20,000 points to acquire a magic nullification shield, a tool that will grant him resistance to magical abilities. The cloaked figure muses that it's not surprising the tutorial's ecosystem was disturbed by these items, hinting at their power. The cloaked figure, now equipped with the shield, notes that these items are only used on the upper floors of the tower. He spends another 20,000 points, this time to acquire 4 ice crystals, formed in atmospheres below 0 degrees Celsius. The cloaked figure stands before the shop's interface, his red cloak contrasting against the cold, metallic surroundings. Lastly, the cloaked figure decides to purchase the well-sharpened sword, spending his last 2,000 points. The system confirms that he has received a well-sharpened sword, described as strong and sharp. The cloaked figure remarks that his last item is a simple, trusty sword, noting that it stands out among all his fancy magic items. He states that he likes this one, with 5,400 points remaining. The cloaked figure believes that no one will be able to challenge him now, as the tutorial participants don't have the means to pierce through that robe. He thinks to himself that this only applies to the participants, suggesting a hidden advantage or loophole. The cloaked figure, bathed in a purple glow, looks forward to putting his new items to the test. The cloaked figure's red cloak billows behind him as he prepares to leave, the purple energy crackling around him. Having acquired the necessary items, he surveys the ruined cityscape from a high vantage point, a low TSK escaping his lips. Below, the world fades into a muted gray, the air thick with an unseen tension. The cloaked figure's eyes narrow. He senses the shift in the atmosphere. It's starting. Above, a digital display flickers to life, counting down to 0. A stark message appears. The 3/3 tutorial has ended. The countdown timer reaches 0, the digital numbers distorted by an ominous energy. Another message flashes. You have failed the tutorial. The sky turns a hellish red as the message declares that annihilation in this sector will now begin, revealing a monstrous figure lurking below. The monstrous figure looms closer, its grotesque form crackling with energy. The cloaked figure looks up at the sky, now a terrifying crimson. It's been a long time since he's seen that sky. He adjusts the pyromancy robe he acquired, a garment enchanted with ancient magic, made of a special material that increases resistance to fire magic and magic in general. His hand presses against the robe, a silent reassurance. It's protecting him. He feels the intense heat radiating from the approaching annihilation event, reminding himself that the pyromancy robe should offer some protection against the flames. The cloaked figure hears the desperate cries of survivors nearby, pleading for someone to save them from the encroaching destruction. He notes that only 3 people remain. He pauses, spotting the survivors struggling to escape the devastation. The man in the cloak wonders if he should intervene. One of the survivors, a man in a light-colored suit, looks back in horror, his face contorted in fear as he sees what is approaching. The cloaked figure stares in the direction the man is looking, his expression unreadable. He braces himself, placing a hand on the ground as the annihilation event draws closer. The world erupts in a cataclysmic explosion of fire and debris, engulfing everything in its path. The survivors scream in terror. A desperate plea echoes amidst the inferno as the annihilation event intensifies. Kim Yuan, now wearing a red jacket, looks on with a grim expression as the destruction unfolds. A system message declares the beginning of the annihilation of the 176th fourth giant. The city crumbles under the force of the annihilation, buildings collapsing and the sky ablaze. A monstrous, multi-jointed hand descends from the sky, the source of the annihilation event now visible. A skeletal demon, wreathed in flames, stands amidst the destruction. The trash-class demon, identified as a skull, emerges from the chaos. More skeletal demons swarm through the burning landscape, their numbers seemingly endless. Elsewhere, Unknown observes the scene with a grim expression. He notes the sheer number of demons present. The man realizes that these demons are not the true threat. The narration declares that there's a reason why this event is called an annihilation. The skeletal demons continue their rampage, their glowing red eyes piercing through the flames. A notification appears, announcing the arrival of the low-class demon Sarutra. The monstrous form of Sarutra is revealed, its immense size dwarfing the surrounding demons. The reason for the devastation becomes clear. This is an annihilation. The low-class demon Sarutra's power rips through the landscape, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. The announcement rings out. The low-class demon Sarutra has revealed himself. Sarutra's monstrous face looms, his eyes glowing with malevolent power. Elsewhere, Kim Yuan stands ready, his cape billowing behind him. He declares that they meet here. A confident smirk plays on Yuan's face as he prepares for the coming battle. The scale of the threat is put into perspective. Sarutra was once as big as a mountain during Ragnarok. Now, Sarutra is only the size of a house, a fact that someone questions as a balance patch. Sarutra's massive fist crashes down, the impact shaking the very ground. And so another world disappears, swallowed up by the tower. The entity responsible is revealed to be Sarutra, Surtur's 176th fourth child, surrounded by skeletons. A world doomed to burn and vanish should have never been born in the first place. Sarutra is questioned about his emotional state, being asked if he's going through menopause, and told to stop being moody and get started. The scene shifts to Kim Yuan, his expression grim as he prepares for what's to come. It's noted that Sarutra has the same eyes as the monkey from Manhwa. From above, Sarutra looms over a city filled with countless figures. Someone wonders if Yuan will be able to escape this situation alive as well. Sarutra, engulfed in flames, raises his sword high. The perspective shifts to a bird's-eye view, showing Sarutra's attack on the city. A blue skeleton warrior stands ready, facing an unseen opponent. The cloaked figure of Kim Yuan draws his sword, preparing to fight. The monstrous form of Sarutra looms, his eyes burning with malevolent intent. A devastating explosion erupts, the force of it concentrated on a single point. The explosion reveals Sarutra's skeletal form, wreathed in flames. He seems unfazed. The blast sends shockwaves rippling outwards, scattering the landscape and the figures caught in its wake. Protected by his pyromancy robe, Kim Yuan stands firm against the blast. He wonders aloud if this was all Sarutra prepared. The pyromancy robe negates the heat from the explosion, granting additional resistance against fire tribute attacks. The hem of the robe ripples as Yuan stands his ground, the aftermath of the explosion swirling around him. Looking up at the towering figure of Sarutra, Yuan declares that he didn't prepare just to face off against him. The battlefield is littered with debris, but Yuan's resolve remains unbroken. He declares that he prepared to defeat Sarutra. Sarutra scoffs at Yuan's words, telling him to defeat him first before making such arrogant claims. Yuan retorts that Sarutra really doesn't like getting off his ass. He wonders how much longer the antagonist can act as if this is nothing. Yuan's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. He tells Sarutra that he talks too much. He stands firm, the pyromancy robe shielding him from the brunt of the attack. Sarutra, shrouded in his red cloak, continues his assault, his blade leaving trails of blue energy as he moves. The air crackles with energy as the two forces collide. The clash of their powers creates a swirling vortex of light and shadow. A notification appears. He is leveled up. The battle intensifies, the ground around them scarred by the force of their blows. Another notification appears. He is leveled up again. The heat intensifies, the air shimmering around Yuan as he grits his teeth, enduring the onslaught. The force of the attacks continues to build, each impact threatening to overwhelm him. Explosions of energy erupt around them, the air thick with the smell of ozone. A magic nullification shield activates, offering a brief respite from the relentless assault. The shield shatters under the immense pressure, sending Yuan tumbling backward. Sarutra presses his advantage, his attacks relentless as he seeks to break through Yuan's defenses. He continues to level up amidst the chaos. The level increases grant Yuan boosts to his dexterity, constitution, and arcane power. The pyromancy robe, despite its protective qualities, is starting to feel stifling after 2 hours of constant breathing. The heat intensifies, making Yuan's entire body feel hot. He knows that the explosions triggered by the death of the skull-like creatures are quite dangerous. Yuan considers using Mana Blast for range combat, but dismisses the idea due to its high mana consumption rate. He knows he has no way to dodge the attacks, so he braces himself to take them head-on. The shield is reaching its limit, showing the wear and tear of countless explosions. Yuan realizes it's time to use a certain technique. Yuan calls out to Surutra, demanding that he come down and let the smaller enemies go home. He acknowledges that the items he possesses are truly extraordinary. A mysterious voice wonders how Yuan managed to acquire such items from the tutorial. With a surge of power, Yuan unleashes his technique. He is confronted by the fiery demon, who questions why he isn't ashamed for going on a rampage in the tutorial. The demon declares that his actions are simply a punishment for those who are not worthy, but acknowledges Yuan's worth. The demon continues, stating that Yuan has what it takes to climb the Expanse Tower, become a ranker, and rule the tower. The demon wonders if Yuan is there because he sacrificed himself for a comrade, but Yuan retorts that he is there to hunt the demon. The demon asks if he truly intends on defeating him. The demon laughs maniacally. The demon declares that it is only right that he faces Yuan. Yuan prepares to fight, realizing he has enough fiery ki inside him. The fiery ki emanates from Yuan's body. Yuan is confident that he will succeed. Yuan unleashes his new technique. The demon is struck by Yuan's attack. He begins to recount the events that led to his current power, starting with the question, "You want to know?" The scene shifts to a flashback, as the cloaked figure asks, "How I got these eyes?" The demon is struck by a powerful blow, the force of the impact shattering the ground around him. The demon, engulfed in flames, explains, "Well, there's a bit of a special method. I actually failed the 2-second tutorial." The cloaked figure continues his explanation, stating that his failure wasn't due to weakness, but circumstances. He insists that what happened afterward is what truly matters. The demon asks if the listener knows what the annihilation that came to the tutorial was, urging Yuan to listen closely, as these eyes were. The demon stands amidst the destruction, seemingly unfazed by the attack. A voice wonders how strange it is that the demon seemingly didn't dodge the attack, but instead took the hit on purpose. The rubble settles and the voice questions, but why? The demon stands tall, radiating intense heat and power. The cloaked figure lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. The cloaked figure reflects on the battle, thinking he thought he'd die from how hot it was, and that the combative bastard picked a fight with him hundreds of times. He admitted that even after countless battles, he only managed to defeat the demon a few times. There were a few reasons for that, the cloaked figure reflected. The demon possessed the Rui Jingu, a staff capable of extending infinitely, and the flying nimbus, the first cloud to ever exist, capable of raining down thunder and reaching the ends of space with its speed. The figure also recalled the infinite arcane power the demon had gained by consuming all the peaches of immortality in the Heavenly Peach Garden, a treasure of the heavenly realm. The demon was tricky to face for many reasons. But the biggest reason why he was so tricky to face, Kim Yuan's eyes glowed with a strange light. A notification appeared. He had fulfilled the conditions for the hidden piece, and his monkey's eyes would now evolve into cinder eyes. These eyes, synchronized with demon fire, would allow him to tell apart good and evil, truth and lies, and provide a strong resistance to fire. Yuan had obtained cinder eyes. Kim Yuan exhales, the ordeal having clearly taken a toll. Even with the protective clothing, he reflects that it felt like he was being burned alive. Someone questions if he's serious about having held out long enough to obtain those eyes without any special items. It's stated that his body truly defies all logic. The towering, fiery figure looms behind Yuan, commenting on his eyes. He thinks that he never thought the day would come where he would respect that idiot. He holds an Arctic steel sword and an ice crystal. He thanks Surutra, thinking that he can do it with this. Yuan grips the Arctic steel sword, declaring that he's finally ready to hunt now. The fiery figure scoffs, finding it ridiculous. The figure questions what Yuan thinks he can do in such a pitiful state. He examines his hand, feeling the effects of the ice crystal coursing through him. The fiery figure, Surutra, feels his body temperature steadily dropping as the ice begins to neutralize his burning status effect. The ice has been added to his arcane power. The heat enveloping him is quickly disappearing. Surutra declares that he should know best. The aura of ice covers Yuan's body. The ice is the polar opposite of Surutra's fire. Surutra resists the flames of annihilation. The clash of ice and fire creates a blinding explosion. The battle continues, the air crackling with energy. The impact sends shockwaves through the environment. Yuan grits his teeth, enduring Surutra's flames of annihilation. His pyromancy robe has gained additional resistance against fire attribute attacks. Cinder Eyes is absorbing Surutra's flames of annihilation as Yuan's body temperature rapidly decreases. He grits his teeth, resisting the burning status effect. The fiery figure of Surutra looms, radiating intense heat. Yuan launches himself forward, a burst of icy energy propelling him towards the fire demon. Surutra remains unfazed, the flames around him intensifying. The fire demon towers over Yuan, a massive inferno given form. Yuan presses his attack, his movements a blur against the backdrop of raging flames. Surutra unleashes a devastating roar, the sound itself a wave of heat and force. Yuan, enraged by the demon's power, declares that Surutra dares to challenge him. The clash of ice and fire continues, the air crackling with energy as Yuan and Surutra exchange blows. Realizing the danger, Yuan curses and knows he needs to dodge the incoming attack. He narrowly avoids the brunt of Surutra's attack, the force of the blow still sending tremors through the ground. The fiery figure presses his assault, his movements a blur of heat and destruction. The air crackles with energy as the demon unleashes another devastating strike. A spectral blade materializes, shimmering with an ethereal light. Catching his breath, Yuan realizes he needs to change his strategy. He recalls consuming an ice crystal, now feeling the effects of frostbite as his body temperature plummets. The icy aura surrounding him is becoming unbearable, and he knows he can't endure it for much longer. Yuan steels himself, realizing he needs to end the fight quickly. The world around him seems to slow as he focuses his remaining energy. Surutra lunges forward, but Yuan is ready. Deciding there's no need to conserve mana any longer, he prepares to unleash the arcane sword skill. The spectral blade crackles with power, ready to strike. He swings the arcane sword, the blade cutting through the air with a visible force. The fiery figure, Surutra, roars, the sound echoing with immense power. Surutra glares, his eyes burning with intense rage as he focuses on Yuan. The fiery figure prepares to unleash a mana blast, a sphere of pure energy forming in front of him. Surutra's massive form looms, radiating heat and power. The mana blast explodes outward, sending shockwaves in all directions. The attack connects, engulfing the arcane sword wielder in a blinding light. Yuan's eyes widen, a flicker of determination in his gaze despite the overwhelming power directed at him. The force of the mana blast sends Yuan flying backward, the arcane sword skill faltering. Surutra's hand clenches, the raw power of his flames evident. The fiery blast continues to surge forward, consuming everything in its path as Yuan is caught in the inferno. The fiery figure stands triumphant as Yuan cries out in pain, overwhelmed by the mana blast. He spits out a curse, furious that the attack came from someone he considers beneath him, someone who hasn't even climbed the tower. Enraged, the fiery figure bellows, questioning Yuan's audacity. The flames intensify, engulfing everything around him. Despite the intensity of the flames, Yuan's ice attribute and pyromancy robe are resisting the annihilation. Yuan realizes that even after using all his countermeasures, he still can't close the gap between them. Cinder Eyes is not only resisting Surutra's flames, but also absorbing them. But even with Cinder Eyes, he has failed to fully resist Surutra's flames. His burn status effect increases to level 2, then level 3, but his fire resistance also increases by 1. Despite the odds, Yuan declares that he will be the one to win. A surge of power emanates from Yuan, his eyes glowing with determination. Blue energy crackles around him as he prepares to unleash his power. Yuan grips his sword tightly, ready to strike. The clash of power sends debris flying. The fiery figure, Surutra, is defeated. A message appears, declaring that the annihilation of the tutorial is complete. A hand, glowing with power, clenches into a fist. A voice chuckles, amused by the recent events. A notification appears, indicating that Kim Yuan has leveled up. He lies on the ground, exhausted, and mutters that he actually defeated him. The scene shifts to a ghostly image of a hooded figure standing before a crowd. A voice declares that this is just the beginning. The hooded figure stands tall, towering over a crowd of people. Another notification appears, stating that he has leveled up. Yuan's face is visible, a wide grin plastered across it. He thinks to himself that this is one hell of a journey. Kim Yuan exhales, relieved to still be alive. He notes that his burns are still fresh, meaning he wasn't out for long. Despite surviving the encounter, Yuan realizes there's still cold remaining in his body, and he's far from being in great shape. He reflects on how he truly thought he was going to die. Yuan recalls going through so much just to get golden Cinder Eyes. He sighs, reminding himself that the tutorial isn't over yet, and he has a long way to go, so he'll stop complaining. The cloaked figure stands amidst the bones of his enemies. He observes the corpse of his foe, realizing that this isn't a normal corpse. He knelt beside the corpse, recalling that demon corpses often contain valuable items. The protagonist, Kim Yuan, reasoned that there should be something of value. He found it, the giant's heart, the heart of the demon Surutra, a giant born in the land of fire. The item description stated that it exuded the strength of a giant and a fiery aura, and that as an elixir, it would grant the strength of a giant and an equal amount of mana. Yuan wanted to take it right away, but knew his body wasn't strong enough yet. He knew it would change his physique immensely, but he'd need much more stamina. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. The cloaked figure, bandaged hands visible, asked if he was done. The cloaked figure stood over the corpse of the giant, repeating that he would say it again. The cloaked figure, standing on the giant's corpse, thought to himself that he still had a long way to go, and that the balance of this tutorial had been completely messed up. The cloaked figure lamented that the others had been chewing him out because of Yuan, and that he was such a headache. The cloaked figure was surrounded by small, cartoonish figures as he was being attacked. The tutorial was almost finished, and the cloaked figure would be brought to the final area. The cloaked figure, standing before the giant, asks how much time remains. The giant replies that there are around 4 hours left, which the cloaked figure deems more than enough. The giant explains that he had to discuss the rewards with administrators from other floors, which is why it took so long. With a final touch, the giant completes the reward process. The cloaked figure receives the Heaven-Slaying Star skill, and a notification indicates that all stats have increased by 3. The cloaked figure reflects on the Heaven-Slaying Star skill, noting that he thought he knew most of the high-rank skills, but this is the first time he's heard of it. The system message reiterates that an A+ rank skill, like Heaven-Slaying Star, is not something one typically finds in a tutorial. The system explains that the cloaked figure is fated to slay heaven with his talent, and the value of his fate will change based on the value of the lives he kills. It also notes that not all high-rank skills are good, but this one is useful because it raises his stats. The cloaked figure's eyes narrow, considering the implications of the new skill. The system message clarifies that the Heaven-Slaying Star skill has a completion rate, and that its effect increases all stats by 3, with further stat increases based on the opponents he kills. The cloaked figure acknowledges that it's not a complete skill, but still good for raising his stats. Now that the cloaked figure has received his reward, the giant asks if he needs anything else. He requests a lesser scarlet medicine ball. The giant remarks that its pocket changed to him as the cloaked figure receives the lesser scarlet medicine ball, which is described as a bitter elixir that raises magic and constitution stats. If that was all, the cloaked figure prepares to take his leave. Nearby, Kim Yuan can only think to rest up and wait after he eats. The system informs Yuan that he has consumed a lesser scarlet medicine ball, increasing his magic and constitution by 1 point each. A voice echoes, promising that they will meet again. The system informs Yuan that his wounds and stamina will recover quickly. He notes that he has 4 hours. Yuan realizes he has to recover his energy and prepare for the 5th tutorial, which will be a battle against time. Yuan takes a moment to collect himself. A figure falls from the sky, declaring that it has begun. Kim Yuan stands within a ruined structure, ready for what comes next. The final tutorial is announced, its arrival heralded by a shimmering display. Below, the cloaked figure steps onto the grassy ground, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Kim Yuan's expression hardens, a mix of determination and apprehension etched on his face as he prepares for the unknown. From above, the sheer number of participants becomes clear, a multitude of figures scattered across the landscape. The ocean scent hangs heavy in the air, a strange detail that makes Yuan wonder about their location. One of the other participants notes the sheer number of people present, questioning the size of the area. The group moves forward, a mix of anticipation and unease palpable among them. A screen displays the words United World, confirming that this is what the tower calls the final tutorial, and that it will now begin. Someone asks if the final tutorial is finally over, only to be met with a sharp rebuke. Of course it's not over, it's a tutorial. The screen reveals that the island of Baraganda is slowly sinking underwater, adding a sense of urgency to the proceedings. The only requirement to escape the island, the screen declares, is to prove one's worth. The screen details that bosses will be calculated into scores. The final rewards will be determined based on score and time remaining, and the time limit is 30 days, after which the island will sink completely. He stares up at the timer, displaying a full month remaining. The length of the tutorial on Baraganda is far longer than any previous trial. The man in the red jacket notes the surprise of the other participants. Previous trials only lasted a few days at most, but this extended deadline allows for careful planning. The voice explains that the extended time limit also means that each boss will take a full month to defeat, hinting at their immense power. The speaker emphasizes just how powerful the bosses on Baraganda are. Some of the participants have already begun to realize the gravity of the situation. One of the participants suggests that they team up, seeing the benefit in numbers. Another participant agrees, suggesting they all introduce themselves. The cloaked figure watches the other participants from afar, his intentions unknown. The cloaked figure scoffs at the idea of comradeship, declaring that he will choose his own allies. He already deems the others unworthy, noting that Kim Yuan is also present. One of the participants calls the cloaked figure arrogant, but the cloaked figure is already moving to attack. The cloaked figure's eyes glow with power as he prepares to strike. The cloaked figure unleashes a devastating attack, the force of which sends shockwaves through the area. He unleashes a surge of power, sending several participants flying through the air with crackling energy. The force of the attack sends one participant tumbling backwards, electricity arcing around him. The remaining participants watch in stunned disbelief as the cloaked figure continues his assault. Another participant is sent hurtling through the air, the force of the blow leaving a visible shockwave. Hargan, self-proclaimed heir of Olympus, scoffs at the display of power. He considers the other participants to be nothing more than insects. The other participants, scattered and injured, can only watch in horror. One of them questions the nature of the cloaked figure's abilities. An observer notes that the cloaked figure is already incredibly powerful, even within the 5th tutorial, and understands why he has garnered the tower's attention. The narration explains that the cloaked figure is a pureblood, one born and raised in the tower who has decided to climb it. The image shows a baby floating in a tower, emphasizing that purebloods have experienced the mysteries of the tower since birth, placing them on a different level than other participants. The text declares that the game isn't fair, highlighting the inherent advantages of purebloods. It's revealed that in the past, Hargan contributed the most to the 5th tutorial. The observer decides there's no reason to get involved with Hargan, stating that he hates noisy people. He is addressed by an unknown figure. The cloaked figure stands over a man in white robes, demanding to know what he is. A close-up reveals Kim Yuan's intense gaze. Elsewhere, the blonde-haired student demands to know what Yuan is. Yuan, lying on the ground, wonders if they are talking to him. The question hangs in the air as Yuan's expression hardens. The blonde-haired student wonders how Yuan got there, then confirms that he is indeed speaking to him. He points out that Yuan is wearing a pyromancy robe, an item he shouldn't have access to in the tutorial. The blonde-haired student presses Yuan, demanding to know how he obtained it. Yuan states plainly that he bought it with points. The blonde-haired student is taken aback by this revelation. The blonde-haired student is shocked that Yuan bought such an expensive item and then asks what his level is, but another voice chimes in, saying that it is impolite to ask that. He acknowledges that what the blonde-haired student said is true, but he doesn't seem to care. Extending his hand, Yuan offers to form a team instead. The blonde-haired student declines the offer, wishing him good luck as he walks away. Yuan looks on, a question mark appearing above his head as he wonders why the student declined. Suddenly, the blonde-haired student stops, realizing something. He shouts for Yuan to wait, claiming he probably doesn't know who he is. The blonde-haired student is cut off, as Yuan simply states that he's not interested. The blonde-haired student is shocked by Yuan's response. Suddenly, a large, monstrous hand bursts from the ground, reaching for Yuan. The monster yells at Yuan to stop right there. The ground explodes as the monster fully emerges. The monster, a hulking beast with glowing eyes, reaches out with its hand, energy crackling around its fingers. The hulking monster's attack connects, sending debris flying. The monster continues its assault, swinging its massive arm toward the blonde-haired student and Yuan. The force of the blow sends the blonde-haired student flying through the forest, scattering leaves and dirt. The blonde-haired student, now airborne, struggles to comprehend the speed of his opponent. How was that punk so fast? He thinks. The student continues to analyze the situation as he flies through the air. It didn't appear that Yuan was using a speed-boosting skill. So, just how high are his stats? The blonde-haired student wonders if Yuan could be a pureblood, acknowledging that there are some fleet-footed guys out there. The student continues his internal monologue, now wondering if Yuan is from Alfredo. The student considers another possibility. Perhaps Yuan is an expert from the martial realm. The blonde-haired student wonders if Yuan could be a descendant of Hermes, the fleet-footed messenger of the gods. The blonde-haired student's expression shifts to a sinister grin as he watches the fight from afar. The student thinks to himself that he thought things would be boring, but now things should be getting interesting. The hulking monster crashes through the forest undergrowth, hot on Yuan's trail. High above, the monster wonders if he has lost the black-haired student. The blonde-haired student watches from a distance, observing and realizes that Yuan is incredibly fast. He muses that even though speed may not be a specialty, the black-haired student's brute force utilizes electricity. Yuan continues his descent through the forest. The blonde-haired student realizes that the administrator didn't say that just because of him. The black-haired student approaches a cave, thinking that whatever is happening has nothing to do with him. The system notifies Yuan that he has defeated a Knoll, and the Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate has increased by 0.001%. The defeated Knoll lies in a pool of its own blood. The system continues to notify Yuan that the Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate has increased. Another Knoll lies defeated. The system continues to notify Yuan that the Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate has increased. The intensity in his eyes reflects a growing determination. The Heaven-Slaying Star's rank is A+, but the completion rate is only 0.01%. Dozens of Knolls have fallen, yet the rate barely budges. To raise it properly, the hunter, Kim Yuan, realizes he'll have to hunt the mobs higher up. Above a field littered with the corpses of gnolls, the protagonist stands, his red cloak billowing behind him. But hunting isn't his objective here. He needs the giant's heart, and he'll need to use the scentless powder to get it. His body has recovered more than enough, and the icy aura within him has dissipated. He's ready. A hand reaches out, touching a glowing, geometric surface. A voice echoes, instructing Kim Yuan to listen well. The giant's heart has to. The protagonist kneels, clutching a glowing gem in his hand. It must be consumed before the tutorial is over, his expression a mix of determination and desperation. The gem pulses with an intense, fiery energy. The lifeblood of giants pulses with raw power, its essence weaving through the air. A system message appears, confirming that the lifeblood has been consumed. The blood of giants and demons begins to permeate his body, initiating a violent internal conflict. A surge of agony rips through him as the bloods clash within, threatening to tear him apart. His eyes burning with newfound intensity, Yuan grits his teeth against the searing pain. It's almost unbearable. The pyromancy robe, usually a reliable defense, proves useless against the flames now raging within him, fueled by the giant's blood. He feels as if his bones and muscles are churning, his blood flowing backward as the power surges through him. His cinder eyes, his last line of defense, are failing to resist the flames of the giants, leaving him vulnerable to the inferno. He knows there's no easy way to overcome the pain. He must endure with mental fortitude, taking in as much power as he can. He recalls that giant's blood is something you normally cover yourself in, not something you eat, and that eating it during the tutorial is basically suicide. He is reminded that no matter what, he has to obtain Cinder Eyes, and if he somehow fails, he should give up on the heart, because he'll only get one chance. Despite the immense pain, Yuan's strength and constitution increase, a testament to his will and the power he's absorbing. Constitution and strength increased, but the pain is immense. Yuan wonders how much time has passed. The system informs him that his strength has increased. It should be coming, he thinks, any moment now. The system says that Cinder Eyes and flames of the giants are clashing. He is now able to control flames of the giants through Cinder Eyes. By fulfilling the conditions for the hidden piece, he has obtained Colossal Fire. He seems surprised by this. He wonders what Colossal Fire is, lamenting that the skill he wanted didn't show up. He thinks he's going to go nuts. The timer continues to count down as he falls. Half a day has already passed. He realizes. He wonders if they were wrong, realizing that the skill is normally supposed to be obtained by hunting 10,000 giants and covering oneself with their blood. He lay on the ground, thinking that there was no way it would come so easily. The protagonist clenched his fist, wondering if he should be satisfied with the colossal fire he obtained. His hand remained clenched. A notification appeared. He had fulfilled the conditions for the hidden piece. Another notification appeared, stating that Yuan had fully absorbed the lifeblood of giants and demons. Yuan's eyes glowed red as he absorbed the lifeblood. He had also perfectly consumed the giant's heart within the tutorial. The red glow intensified in his eyes. Another notification appeared, informing him that he had acquired gigantification. Yuan lay on the ground, the notification about gigantification still visible. The system notification appears. Yuan has acquired gigantification. The notification repeats as Yuan lies prone on the ground. The timer continues to count down. Yuan wonders if he was out for half a day. Yuan clutches his head, surprised he fainted twice during the tutorial. He knows he needs to hurry. The fastest clear record for the final tutorial was 1 week. The one who established that record was Odin. The image of Odin, the greatest magic fighter that led the giant faction of Asgard, appears. Yuan resolves that he won't lose to him. The rankings are displayed, showing Hargan in first place with 1,036 CP. He observes the rankings, noting that Hargan holds a significant lead over the others. Meanwhile, Iladar and Paladin, sibling rankers from the world of Pantemium, stand in 5 fourth and 3 third place, respectively. The narrator recalls that Iladar and Paladin participated in the tutorials of 2 or more worlds, where magic and swordsmanship are greatly developed. The rankings also show Yolch in 2 second place, a name unfamiliar to Yuan. Yuan notes Lee Sung-yoon in 4 fourth place, assuming he comes from the same world, though he's never heard of him either. He wonders if those he doesn't recognize failed to make it inside the tower and died there. Dismissing the thought, Yuan decides to check his status and get moving. Kim Yuan's stats are displayed, showing his strength and constitution increased too much from consuming the giant's heart. He realizes he needs to be more careful and keep his stats balanced, noting that firekin are born with fire within them. Yuan decides the skill is usable, as he needs an area of effect attack. He moves through a lush, green environment, seemingly within a cave. The protagonist reflects on the need to balance his stats. He activates his skill, Cinder Eyes, his gaze intensifying. The world blurs as he focuses his vision. The forest comes into sharper focus, revealing his target. The orc settlement is now clearly visible. The orcs, oblivious to the impending danger, stand guard. One of the orcs spots Yuan in the distance, alerting the others to his presence. Confident in his abilities, Yuan prepares to unleash colossal fire on the orc tribe. The colossal fire erupts, engulfing the orc settlement in a devastating inferno. The skill Colossal Fire decimates the orc village. The orcs scream in terror as the flames consume them. The surviving orcs, engulfed in flames, blame the human for their suffering. Surveying the destruction, Yuan stands amidst the inferno, his red cloak billowing behind him. The sword, honed to a razor's edge, awaits its next purpose. The blade cuts through the orc horde, each swing a symphony of destruction. The orc's screams echo as they are engulfed in flames. He continues his assault, the well-sharpened sword leaving a trail of carnage. The system displays Kim Yuan's ranking, a testament to his growing power. With a fiery backdrop, Yuan's eyes glow ominously, a countdown looming. 6 days left. The rankings show Yuan in second place, a clear indication of his prowess. The blonde-haired man reflects on Yuan's unexpected rise, admitting, "I didn't get to learn his name, but it's definitely him." A smirk plays on the blonde man's lips, hinting at his amusement. He recalls Yuan's rapid ascent, musing, "I thought he was just some guy that was really fast on his feet since he never stood out, but he climbed all the way up here in no time. What is it you find so amusing?" The armored figure declares his intent, stating, "There's a guy I want to recruit no matter what." He is recognized by Lee Sung-yoon, who notes his talent for controlling mana. The armored figure expresses surprise that Lee Sung-yoon knows Kim Yuan, speculating that they might be of the same nationality. Lee Sung-yoon admits he doesn't know Yuan personally, but guessed his name based on his high ranking. The armored figure dismisses Yuan's ranking, claiming it's only because. The armored figure explains that he was busy gathering the others. The armored figure reveals that he has assembled a good team, but there is still one spot open, and he believes Kim Yuan should fill it. The armored figure declares that the real hunt begins now. The armored figure leaps into action. Paladin, an elf and dark elf mixed blood participant, is called Ajusi, which he recognizes as the Korean term for Mr. Paladin insists that he is not an Ajusi. The armored figure tells Paladin to stop calling him that, then praises the group's work and prepares to assess the situation. The armored figure warns everyone to stand back to avoid the shockwave. He unleashes a powerful attack. The attack shatters the ground. The force of the blow continues to reverberate. Kim Yuan looks up, surprised. He realizes that this is the place they've been searching for all day. The air shimmers around the entrance to the dungeon. The armored figure notes that without Paladin, it would have taken them days longer to find this place, and urges them to come inside. Inside, the dungeon is surprisingly spacious, like a cave. Paladin suggests scouting the area before moving further. Paladin senses something is off and asks what's wrong. The armored figure realizes that the message about the dungeon's discovery should have appeared by now, but it hasn't. A subordinate shouts that someone already found this place. Another subordinate urges the captain to check the rankings. The armored figure stands with his companions, the revelation of another's presence in the dungeon weighing heavily on their minds. The rankings screen flickers to life, ready to display the current standings. With a gesture, the rankings are brought into view, revealing the top contenders. The armored figure's eyes narrow as he sees the name at the top, Kim Yuan. The screen confirms it. Kim Yuan is in first place. The realization hits hard. Kim Yuan is ahead of them. Suddenly, the ground beneath them erupts, energy crackling through the air. The force of the eruption throws the armored figure back. A swarm of monstrous creatures emerges from the depths, their forms wreathed in crackling energy. The creatures unleash a barrage of energy attacks. Paladin observes the chaos. He notes that Kim Yuan seems pretty angry, but the blonde-haired student isn't so sure. He seems less angry and more motivated. The latter wonders if it's a rivalry. Someone guesses so, but notes that they won't be able to hunt properly. It's understood that someone is hunting all the monsters on their own. Yolch, a pureblood of the tower, born in a family of mercenaries that use magic. The armored figure notes the perfect timing, stating that they're at a crossroad. He adds that a ladder and Paladin can lead each team down the two paths and keep them safe. Yolch, Sung-yoon, Aladar, Fail, and Typhoon are mentioned as the armored figure tells the others to go right, assuring them that they'll be fine since they have Yolch. Understood. Magic crackles around Yolch. The armored figure tells everyone that they'll see them later. Yolch prepares a mana blast. Yolch unleashes the mana blast. He unleashes the mana blast, the energy crackling around him. The blast sends several insectoid creatures flying. One of the creatures is bisected by the force of the blast. The mana blast continues to tear through the remaining creatures. The team continues to fight through the horde of insectoid creatures. Yolch remarks that fighting for hours on end is exhausting, adding that he can only use the mana blast about 2 more times. He resolves to start conserving his mana. Conserving his mana, Yolch notices a massive gate. He wonders if it might be something like a boss room. Yulch asks if it's a boss room, remarking that it's like in video games, or rather, similar to the world he used to live in. The armored figure warns them not to let their guard down just because the hunt is over, adding that they are closest to death when they lose focus and relax like this. Yulch smiles, a green glow emanating from his hand. Suddenly, Yulch's eyes widen as he senses something. He senses a disturbance, a ripple in the air that sends a shiver down his spine. Nearby, one of the armored figures asks what's wrong, noticing Yulch's unease. Another stammers, pointing out something about the rankings. The group stands before the massive gate, the source of the disturbance growing stronger. One of the armored figures speculates that something is coming from behind the gate, while another wonders what's going on. The armored leader barks orders, telling everyone to raise their guards and Sungyun to return to his position in the back. The armored leader is sure that the two events are connected somehow. The group realizes that whatever they are facing is already inside the room with them. The massive gate looms, a silent sentinel to the impending battle. A message appears, declaring that they have entered the boss room. The floor is littered with the remains of previous battles, a grim reminder of the challenges ahead. A notification appears, stating that the boss raid is complete, but the armored leader is still on guard, sensing danger. The camera focuses on Paladin, who realizes who is behind the events. The eye of someone watching the rankings focuses on Kim Yuan, who is in first place with 7,100 points. The ranking updates, showing Yuan's score has increased to 10,149 points. Yuan's name echoes with power. The system announces their arrival. Kim Yuan has entered the boss room. Kim Yuan's expression hardens as he acknowledges the challenge ahead. Having cleared the previous challenge, Yuan now faces an even greater threat. The air crackles with anticipation as the true nature of the boss room begins to reveal itself. The fiery aura of the boss intensifies, its red eyes burning with malice. The monstrous guardian emerges from the shadows, its massive form dwarfing the surrounding environment. The hulking monster unleashes a devastating attack, forcing Yuan to evade the earth-shattering blow. Despite the monster's overwhelming power, Yuan's tenacity shines through. The system notifies Yuan that he has leveled up, increasing his strength, dexterity, and arcane power. Yuan steels himself, knowing he must utilize all his skills and gauge his combat power to overcome this formidable foe. He reminds himself to be more mindful of his constitution before using gigantification again, noting the strain it puts on him. A system message then appears, indicating that Kim Yuan obtained 3,000 points for clearing the boss room, and the Heaven-Slaying Stars completion rate increased by 1%. Heaven-Slaying Stars completion rate is increasing slowly, but at least he got a whole 1% for defeating the boss. It seems like just killing a ton of monsters isn't the answer. He realizes he may have to focus on killing monsters of a higher caliber or bosses. The hulking monster lies defeated. Since there's no way to know how much of an effect the skill will have, he knows he has to increase the completion rate even more. Kim Yuan stands over the defeated boss. The paladin, Yulch, approaches the scene, noting that they are a bit late, as the boss has already died. Paladin and Yulch arrive, stunned by the sight before them. Paladin wonders if Kim Yuan defeated all of these critters by himself, even the captain, who they acknowledged as the strongest person in the tutorial. Yulch wonders if he could have cleared this boss room by himself. Paladin thinks to himself how these are the skills of a participant who's grown up in the same world and gone through the same tutorials as him. Yulch remarks that he's a ferocious beast. No wonder the captain wants him so badly. Paladin asks if Kim Yuan has any companions around, and confirms that it is indeed him. He stood alone atop the structure, the only figure visible amidst the ruins. The others were sure they needed him on their team, but also recognized the danger he posed if he wasn't allied with them. Meanwhile, the man in the green cloak considered their offer. If that was the case, would he like to join? Elsewhere, a figure sat perched atop a rocky outcropping, wondering if the newcomer was Lee Sungyun. The man's gaze remained fixed, his expression unreadable. From above, the scene revealed the fallen members of Harden's team, scattered across the battlefield. They must have split up to hunt, hence their small numbers. The man in the green cloak was a face the observer didn't recognize. The narration box identified the armored figure as Yulch, ranked highest after Harden. Seeing how she managed to get here, she's definitely a big fish in this tutorial. The observer noted that Yuan had picked good comrades, forming a team with a bright future. Yuan, his face shadowed, stated that he would have to say no. Yulch knew it. The captain had said he was also rejected. She then questioned if he was planning on raiding the boss Baraganda by himself. They had been given a month for this tutorial, and the boss had been set so that multiple people could combine their strength to defeat it. Yulch simply responded, so. He listens as someone explains that the focus of the final tutorial is teams. The explanation continues, emphasizing the importance of growth within a time frame and the ability to gather and work with comrades. Elsewhere, Yuan remains silent, listening to the conversation. The armored figure, Paladin, asks what they want. The hulking monster looms over the group, a clear threat. One of the men reveals that he contacted the captain, who was on his way after hearing that Yuan was found. He worries that things are going to get messy. Suddenly, energy beams rain down, striking the ground around Yuan. The beams intensify, creating a chaotic scene of destruction. Paladin, now fully revealed in golden armor, prepares to attack. The energy beams continue to strike, narrowly missing their targets. Lying on the ground, Yuan realizes he has finally found something. Paladin shouts, ready to unleash his power. The force of Paladin's blow sends Yuan reeling, the impact blurring his vision as he struggles to comprehend the attack. The armored figure of Paladin continues his assault, his movements a blur of red and steel as he presses his advantage. The golden armor of the attacker gleams as he unleashes another strike, the force of which could shatter stone. Elsewhere, a figure with long, dark hair observes the unfolding events, his expression unreadable. The observer, standing before a hulking monster, seems unfazed by the chaos, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. A hand reaches down, offering a choice. So, do you guys want survival? Or, a woman in white armor stands firm, her sword at her side, as she poses a different question. Do you want to become rankers? A voice, filled with disbelief, questions how someone not of pure tower blood could even know what a ranker is. The dark-haired man from before is described as a being that has completed all the tests of a tower and cleared all the floors, lavished with power, glory, and eternal life. He responds to the offer with a polite refusal. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in things like. The man acknowledges that he'll have to become one eventually, but sees it as simply a part of the process. With a sharp intake of breath, the man grips the hilt of his sword, preparing for what comes next. The armored figure muses that becoming a ranker is just a dream for those not chosen by the tower, adding that the king who leads his people is a highly respected ranker. Meanwhile, Yulch questions if someone is claiming they'll become a high ranker. The man responds that he aims for something even higher. He thinks to himself that his final destination isn't something as simple as the top of the tower. The armored figure asks what's so different about him then, if not, and declares that he's going to break through the ceiling of this tower. Elsewhere, Kim Yuan is surrounded by enemies. One of the enemies scoffs at Yuan's efforts, calling his name as he attacks. Paladin, standing over the hulking monster, demands to know what it thinks it's doing. The hulking monster, face to face with Paladin, explains that he simply wanted to catch him, as he thought Paladin was trying to kill him with such force. Paladin retorts that if someone as strong as the monster ran at him, of course he'd be afraid. The hulking monster sighs and apologizes. Paladin asks if that's good enough for the monster. The armored figure finds the plan to break through the ceiling interesting, calling it an electrifying idea. The armored figure recalls hearing about this from his father. The armored figure explains that there was a greater power outside the tower, someone the other man wouldn't know, but who is incredibly important. Yulch wonders how he wouldn't know the king of Olympus, Zeus. Yulch recalls Yuan rejecting their offer to join their team once again, and thinks to himself that he's saying a sardine can't swim with a whale. The armored figure tells Yulch not to think of him as a lowly sardine, because one day he will become the king of Olympus. Yulch addresses the armored figure as captain. Yuan thinks to himself that the declaration by a direct descendant of Olympus at least has big cojones. Yuan declares that if they don't believe him, he'll prove it, and proposes a bet to see who can. The armored figure states that they need to defeat the boss first and rack up more CP, or contribution points. He adds that Yuan is free to form his own team, but he doesn't care how many people he has, because he can promise that his team won't have more than 9. Yuan thinks that it's a great proposal, and that he can form a team with dozens, or even hundreds of people, but they'll remain a group of 9. The armored figure counters that if he wins, Yuan has to join their team. Yuan asks what happens if he wins. He stands atop a rocky outcropping, declaring that he will serve the armored figure as his Hyungnim if he loses the bet. The armored figure responds to Yuan's declaration with a hint of amusement, finding his eagerness somewhat endearing. The armored figure clenches his fist, resolving that the future has to change anyway. He considers that Hargan could be a pretty useful wildcard against that event. Yuan counters, stating that if he wins, the armored figure will help him just once when he needs it. The armored figure asks if Yuan is sure about his request. The armored figure agrees to Yuan's terms, stating that as long as it's not an unreasonable request, he'll do it, even offering to give him his items if he wants. The armored figure accepts the bet, declaring that he'll see Yuan later on the first floor. Yulch sighs, thinking to himself that he gets this feeling every time he sees Yuan, but he's way too energetic, though he guesses that's how he managed to clear the tutorial in just 9 days. Paladin tells the others that they all heard that, and that they're going to be tight on schedule, so let's hustle. The armored figure thinks to himself not to be a wet blanket, but there's no need to rush so much. The armored figure pauses. He reaches out towards the timer, a digital display counting down the time remaining. Suddenly, the countdown freezes and a message appears. Time will be frozen. The timer, still displaying over 600 days, has stopped counting down. Something is amiss. The armored figure, Paladin, wonders why the timer stopped. A voice declares that Baraganda is not an island. The armored figure realizes that Baraganda is a mythical beast. The voice continues, explaining that these creatures are parasites. The voice explains that the parasites latched onto the giant beast and sucked away its strength. The voice reveals that Baraganda submerged because of them. The voice states that if ocean water comes in, the parasites can't survive. The armored figure wonders if this is the king of the parasites, stating that it was the one raising more parasites. Yuan wonders if he should believe what the armored figure is saying, realizing that he knows things that Olympus doesn't, but he doesn't know who he is. Then, a disembodied voice declares that the remaining time will stop counting down. The voice continues, explaining that the system will return to its original state when an administrator or a lackey intervenes. The voice reveals that Odin told him a secret about Baraganda, and that the 5th tutorial is a battle against time. The voice explains that the time remaining when you defeat the boss is the key, and that it wasn't actually a week. Time has stopped. He realizes he has to make good use of this time to get stronger. And when time starts flowing again, the tutorial will end. The remaining time is still frozen. One of the men wonders if the time will decrease all at once later on, realizing he's not the only one that noticed it stopped. Another man curses, figuring it'll probably start counting down again soon. Heeding the call to action, Kim Yuan charges forward, his companion close behind. They must hurry and raise their score while they still have time. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the tutorial, the news of the parasite dragon's defeat spreads rapidly. The lackeys are shocked, realizing this is the first time such a feat has been accomplished since Odin. The lackeys express their concern about the administrator, wondering if he is aware of the error in the tutorial. One of the lackeys explains that the administrator is currently occupied, having gotten into an argument with Olympus. The lackey is going crazy, demanding that someone contact the administrator. He emphasizes that it's not like the parasite dragon was easy to find. Elsewhere, a hulking, red-skinned monster awakens, uttering a guttural cheek. The monster's awakening unleashes a wave of destructive energy, shattering the surrounding environment. The hulking monster stands amidst a swirling cloud of dust and debris, its massive form radiating raw power. The monster's rampage has not gone unnoticed. Red-skinned creatures, identified as Chaik, cry out in alarm, reporting the death of their chief at the hands of a human. Enraged by the death of their leader, the Chaik charge forward, weapons raised, eager to avenge their fallen chief. The Chaik continue to label the figure who defeated their chief as a monster. The figure, revealed to be Kim Yuan, overhears their cries. He wonders aloud who they are calling a monster. The Chaik, in a panic, warn each other of the danger and urge each other to flee from Yuan. A screen displays a countdown timer, showing 632 days, 1 hour, and 10 minutes remaining. A message indicates that the lackeys have cleaned things up, but Yuan realizes that defeating the parasite dragon won't fix everything, and that they won't make the same mistake twice. Yuan reflects on his purchase of about 4 days, noting that it's more than he expected. The scene shifts to a distant mountain peak, described as the world where the gods live. The mountain peak is now shown with energy crackling around it. The energy continues to surge from the mountain peak, a visible manifestation of the power gathering there. Below, the landscape is dotted with figures making their way toward the tower, drawn by the promise of power and opportunity. 2 figures observe the gathering. The elf notes that people are starting to gather, and that they can only get a good score by defeating the level if they want to enter the tower. The other figure remarks that the skilled participants are trying to join in to defeat the boss. The perspective shifts to a close-up of a character's eyes, a look of determination hardening their gaze. The scene shows a group of armored figures, the elf observing that based on their mana, most of them are over level 20, and some of them look pretty strong. The elf wonders if all the players in the tower know how to use mana, and notes that only the players who can are mostly the tower's inhabitants. The other figure explains that people who are born and raised in the tower, like them or the captain, are chosen by the tower and blessed by the system and become purebloods. A woman with long black hair is asked if she thinks they can defeat the boss, but she doesn't know. Another figure states that there's no way they can defeat the boss. The group discusses their captain, with one member admitting they can't even guess how strong he is. A voice booms out across the landscape, declaring that they are late and that the speaker wanted to make as much use of them as possible. The group, still some distance from the tower, wonders where Kim Yuan is. One of the companions notes that he must be nearby. A voice calls out Kim Yuan's name, though his location remains unseen. Suddenly, Kim Yuan descends from above, his red cloak billowing behind him as he lands gracefully on the grass. The protagonist's expression is one of calm determination as he surveys the scene. The companions, Alader and Lee Sung-yoon, are ready to see what Yuan will do. The 2 companions' mana flow has changed, indicating they have leveled up. A figure in golden armor calls out to Kim Yuan, calling him a bastard. The armored figure, Hargan, asks where Yuan's team is, implying that he believes Yuan is alone. Kim Yuan retorts that his score will be higher if he goes alone, acknowledging that people think he is crazy, but that Hargan is even worse. Hargen's expression is one of intense focus as he listens to Yuan. The ranking board shows that Kim Yuan is in first place with 28,973 CP, while Hargen is in second place with 21,410 CP, a difference of over 7,000 points. Hargen declares that he will get the boss before Yuan does with his team. He questions if Yuan even has a team, but acknowledges that they are on their way to fight the boss. A sudden tremor runs through the tutorial, the cause unknown. The source of the disturbance becomes clear as Hargen unleashes a devastating attack on the other challengers, declaring that if they don't have the strength to survive, they should just give up. The blonde-haired man's eyes narrow, his hand crackling with golden energy as he prepares to strike. The attack scatters the other challengers, one of them shouting that it's Hargen's team. One of the challengers cries out in disbelief, insisting he was just standing there when he was caught in the blast. Hargen declares he's going, stating that his work here is done, and that time is of the essence in the tutorial. The blonde-haired man is impressed that Kim Yuan is clearing the tutorial in less than 5 days, even though it's supposed to take a month. Another challenger calls out to Yuan, asking him to team up. The ground trembles as someone approaches the final chamber. The figure, cloaked in red, moves with purpose through the tutorial. Energy crackles around the approaching figure as they near their destination. The challenger has entered the first boss room. He finds himself in a large room, the air thick with anticipation. Before him, a message appears, stating that the quest must be cleared to find the boss. The room is filled with spears, seemingly ready to be launched at any moment. One of the spears is launched, shattering the ground upon impact. The force of the impact sends dust and debris flying. A horde of monsters, including the red-skinned ogre, prepares to attack. Aladdin, noticing the sheer number of enemies, wonders what is happening. Kim Yuan realizes that there are stages that must be cleared before he can encounter the boss. The red-skinned ogre is among the individual monsters that have come together to fight. It seems impossible that one person could control so many monsters, but someone is doing just that. Yuan knows where the boss will be and prepares to move. He decides that he should hurry, knowing what awaits him. The combination of skills results in a colossal fire magic sword. The armored figure, Hargen, watches as Kim Yuan disappears into the flames. His underlings wonder if they will finally see him in battle, curious if he simply ranks higher than their captain or if he is truly monstrous. Hargen confirms that he will. Hargen demands that Kim Yuan show himself. The monsters are caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the colossal fire magic sword. One of Hargen's underlings notes that Yuan has disappeared, wondering where he went. Another underling spots him. The colossal fire magic sword explodes with power. The monsters are engulfed in flames. Hargen's underling wonders what is happening. The monsters are obliterated by the blast. He stands amidst the fading embers of his colossal fire magic sword, the air still crackling with residual energy. The perspective shifts to the monster's point of view as it collapses, its glowing eyes dimming as its vision fades to black. The aftermath is revealed, a desolate landscape, the sky obscured by smoke and ash. A voice echoes, acknowledging the monster's immense power, even greater than the captain's. The man in the green cloak looks around in disbelief. He wonders aloud what is happening. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, the force of it shaking the very ground. The explosion throws a hulking figure into the air, surrounded by debris and energy. The hulking monster is sent crashing down through the air. A bloodied hand falls to the ground, the narrator's voice stating that the monster is stronger than the captain. Close up on Harden's face, his eyes glowing with power. He repeats that the monster is stronger than the captain. The man in the green cloak, terrified, covers his mouth as he watches Hargen approach, crackling with golden energy. Hargen clenches his fist, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He thinks to himself that this is as expected. The man in the green cloak is sent flying through the air, desperately thinking that he can't lose. The hulking monster is engulfed in flames as someone shouts for Kim Yuan to wait for them. A barrage of spears rains down, converging on a single point. The spears explode in a burst of golden energy. Hargen is at the center of the blast, seemingly unharmed by the attack. A surge of purple energy erupts behind Hargen, but he remains focused on what's ahead. Golden energy crackles and swirls, a destructive force unleashed. The blonde-haired warrior raises his sword, preparing to strike. Kim Yuan is sent flying backward through the air, caught in the blast radius. The force of the blast sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The battlefield is littered with debris as Hargen advances, leaving Kim Yuan behind him. One of the observers remarks that they shouldn't just stand around, but admits there's nothing for them to do. Another voice warns to not let down their guard, as there are still traps remaining. Blasted backward by Hargen's attack, Kim Yuan is engulfed in a vortex of swirling energy. The force of the blast intensifies, the energy now a searing inferno. Suddenly, Lee Sung-yoon unleashes a counterattack, her voice ringing out as she cuts a path through the chaos. The Mana Blast skill manifests as a concentrated sphere of energy, ready to be unleashed. The blonde-haired student shouts a warning, urging everyone to watch their heads as the Mana Blast hurtles toward them. The Mana Blast explodes, sending debris flying in all directions as Lee Sung-yoon braces for impact. From above, a voice observes that at least they are skilled enough not to be a hindrance, implying something even greater is about to happen. The blonde-haired student, relieved, notes that this is a relief. Below, a figure is struck by a powerful force, the impact sending tremors through the ground. Hargan looks up, his expression unreadable as he witnesses the unfolding events. A voice notes the presence of a strange painting. The strange painting is revealed to be an intricate mural etched into the stone floor. Is it a war? Hargan wonders, noting it's his first time seeing such a thing in person. The blonde-haired student replies that it is most likely a war. The blonde-haired student states that the boss is behind the door. Lee Sung-yoon scolds the blonde-haired student for barging in without another word, but he retorts that he originally meant to go in by himself anyway. The blonde-haired student declares that doesn't matter, they're doing this together now. Lee Sung-yoon asks if it would kill the blonde-haired student to wait a little. A monstrous roar echoes through the chamber. The blonde-haired student questions if that is the boss, noting the sound of its cry alone makes him numb. He wonders just what kind of monster it is. Hargan states that he has information on what the boss is, but it's a truly incredible foe. He agrees to proceed. Lee Sung-yoon decides to go in as well. The ground trembles with immense power. Dust and debris fill the air as the unseen force intensifies. She warns everyone to step back as a surge of golden energy emanates from her hands. Suddenly, a massive, grotesque form begins to materialize before them. The hulking monster is the Chimera. The Chimera is bound by heavy chains, struggling against its restraints. The Chimera's head, reptilian and menacing, swivels as it takes in its surroundings, its glowing green eyes piercing the gloom. The full form of the Chimera is revealed, a monstrous amalgamation of different creatures. The group has entered boss room number 3, the Chimera's prison. The objective is clear: defeat the boss. The system message confirms that this is the sealed Chimera, the final boss of the tutorial, and that completing the objective will finalize the tutorial. Hargan scoffs, questioning the notion of this being the final boss. The system explains that one person can break the Chimera's seal and make it their familiar, but breaking the sealing crystal will end the time limit. The system further clarifies that defeating the boss will allow them to pass the tutorial regardless of the requirements. The system reveals that the Chimera's master will earn additional CP respective to the number of participants they kill. He stands with Lee Sung-yoon, listening as the others discuss their strategy. Hunt the Chimera, but also protect the sealing crystal. The group notes that with 10 participants, it should be easy to monitor each other, especially those they consider allies. Hargan, towering over Kim Yuan, boasts that even if someone tries to one-up them, no one is faster than him. Suddenly, Hargan is struck from the side, the force of the blow knocking him off his feet. Kim Yuan, having delivered the blow, is grabbed by the armored man. He demands to be released, stating he wanted to do this alone. The Chimera, observing from behind its cage, questions if Kim Yuan is betraying them after coming this far together, reminding him of their bet. It then asks if he shouldn't be hunting the boss and finishing the tutorial. Ignoring the Chimera's words, Kim Yuan declares that he's going to win the bet and be the one to end the tutorial. Hargan, enraged by the betrayal, demands to know why Kim Yuan needs whatever he's after. The sealing crystal glows intensely. Kim Yuan strikes the armored man, sending him flying. With a final strike, the Chimera's cage shatters. The sealing crystal explodes as Kim Yuan's name is called out in shock. With the sealing crystal shattered, the message rings out: the Chimera is free. The announcement declares Kim Yuan to be the Chimera's master. The Chimera's massive form becomes clearer, its glowing green eyes piercing the gloom. The system message commands them to defeat the unsealed Chimera. The Chimera lunges, its massive claws aimed at Hargan. The force of the Chimera's attack sends Hargan flying. Lee Sung-yoon, aghast at Yuan's betrayal, can only utter Chimera. The Chimera, under Yuan's control, is commanded to break through the wall. Hargan is sent hurtling away from the Chimera. The Chimera smashes through the barrier, debris flying in all directions. The Chimera continues its rampage, energy crackling around its form. He stands amidst the chaos, the Chimera's power radiating around him. Meanwhile, Hargan prepares to strike, his swords drawn against an unseen foe. Kim Yuan declares that he is controlling the Chimera and it won't attack them. He adds that he has to face a different enemy. Lee Sung-yoon, covered in blood, explains that the Chimera is a monster created by combining various monsters on the island. The Chimera looms large, its massive form casting a shadow over the battlefield. Someone wonders who created it. Hargan and Lee Sung-yoon stand together, contemplating the situation. They wonder what is going on if the Chimera is not the real boss. Hargan confronts Kim Yuan, telling him to make the call whether he'll fight with him or not. From a distance, the Chimera towers over the group, its presence a constant threat. One of the men asks what they should do, addressing Hargan as captain. Hargan decides that they should check it out first. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the area. The ground trembles as something massive approaches. The cavernous room pulsed with an ominous energy, its depths shrouded in shadow. He and his group cautiously enter the room, the blonde-haired student questioning the figures in the distance. Hargan mused that he hadn't expected such a long passageway, wondering what kind of place this was. The group realized there was no message giving them information about room number 4 of the 5/4 tutorial. Hargan knew this was where the Chimera creator was hiding. A system message appeared. They had entered boss room number 4. The blonde-haired student called out a greeting as they entered the room. Another system message appeared, indicating that the boss had been updated as Kim Yuan slept. The Chimera creator's hands twitched, a sign of its awakening. The Chimera creator emerged from the shadows, its presence looming. The objective was clear: defeat the boss, the Chimera creator. Inside the boss room, a voice calls out, breaking the silence. The system alerts the players that the boss has been updated. A voice echoes, questioning if someone is sleeping. The Chimera creator is revealed. The system reiterates the objective: defeat the boss, the Chimera creator. The Chimera roars, its power evident. The monstrous Chimera prepares to unleash its fury. A voice remarks that this is a first. Despite having control over the Chimera, someone found their room instead of betraying the other participants. The arena, littered with the remains of past battles and failed experiments, serves as a grim testament to the Chimera creator's twisted ambition. From the shadows, the Chimera creator, his face scarred and twisted, finds the situation interesting. The Chimera creator, addressing someone off-panel, remarks that they look like a descendant of Zeus. The individual, revealed to be the son of Zeus, grits his teeth in anger. The Chimera creator believes that, even as a half-breed, he should still be useful. The son of Zeus, standing alongside Kim Yuan, questions who the Chimera creator is calling a half-breed. He recognizes the Chimera creator as the dark magician Child, a ranker who disappeared from the tower long ago. The son of Zeus recalls that Child was the test examiner on the 54th floor. The son of Zeus remembers hearing of Child, who used hundreds of players as test subjects, creating chimeras by combining various monsters. The son of Zeus wonders why someone like Child would be in the tutorial. He recalls that Child lost to a player in a humiliating fashion and lost most of his powers for breaking the rules of the tower. The son of Zeus explains that due to that event, Child has been forced to make the tutorial's bosses for 1,000 years, and even after 1,000 years, he won't be able to regain his powers. The Chimera creator asks how he knows about him. The Chimera creator, with a sinister glint in his eye, wonders if the son of Zeus remembers something. The Chimera creator's eyes glow red as he asks if the son of Zeus remembers these. The Chimera creator's power surges, crackling around him as he prepares to unleash another attack. The Chimera creator pauses, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. The moment of hesitation is gone as quickly as it came. The Chimera creator unleashes a torrent of energy, screaming that Kim Yuan is a scoundrel. The force of the blast sends the son of Zeus flying backward, the air crackling with destructive power. The son of Zeus, struggling to his feet, wonders what kind of mana the Chimera creator is wielding. He thought Yuan had lost his powers, but the man before him is still a threat, even weakened. Kim Yuan, his expression grim, demands to know where the Chimera creator acquired those eyes, calling him a scoundrel and questioning if he is kin to that monkey. The Chimera creator, his face contorted in rage, demands that Yuan answer his question, asking what he is so upset about, being the one who captured and experimented on participants despite being a test examiner. The Chimera creator apologizes, stating that he didn't come here just to satisfy Yuan's curiosity. Kim Yuan, lying on the ground, declares that he came here because he can't stand letting scumbags like the Chimera creator continue to live. With a surge of power, Kim Yuan unleashes an attack, the force of it shaking the very ground. The son of Zeus, caught in the blast, curses, wondering what is going on. Amidst the chaos, a man with an axe admits he doesn't know what's happening, but insists they have to take care of these things right now. The son of Zeus grits his teeth, his golden eyes blazing with determination. The son of Zeus, still chained, commands the chimeras to eliminate all threats. The chimeras, heeding his command, swarm forward, their attacks a chaotic flurry of claws and teeth. Meanwhile, Hargan swings his axe, cleaving through the monstrous horde with brutal efficiency. The battlefield becomes a maelstrom of violence as the chimeras clash against Hargan's team. A member of Hargan's team fights with a spear, holding the line against the advancing creatures. The great sage Heaven Equal observes the battle, noting that these chimeras, capable of leveling up, will appear in the tower in 100 years. He realizes that the Chimera creator's research is incomplete. Kim Yuan descends from above, acknowledging that Hargan's team's efforts have made things easier for him. The Chimera creator's eyes glow with malevolent intent as he prepares his next move. Below, The battlefield continues to rage as the Chimeras fight Harden's team. The Chimera creator unleashes his skill, Dark Casket. The Chimera creator cackles, confident that his unbreakable casket will trap even the Chimeras inside. The Chimera creator, staff in hand, admits that he might have fallen and lost his power, but he is still enraged by the current situation. The Chimera creator declares his intention to transform someone into a Chimera. The Dark Casket skill activates, its power radiating outwards. The force of the skill's activation sends debris flying. The Dark Casket fully manifests, its energy swirling around its target. Kim Yuan, caught in the blast, wonders how this is happening. The Great Sage Heaven Equal recognizes the arm of the Giant Slayer, expressing disbelief. The Great Sage Heaven Equal curses the Giant Slayer. The narrative shifts to the Giant Slayer, who is asked about his relationship with Olympus. The text highlights the Giant Slayer's role as the key player in the Gigantomachy, the battle against the giants. The text describes the Giant Slayer as a son of Zeus, the main character of the 12 Labors, and one who doesn't hesitate to punish evil while being limitlessly kind to the weak. The Giant Slayer is described as a being greater than anyone in terms of strength. The Giant Slayer clenches his fist, declaring Olympus to be his most respected hero. He activates the skill, Gigantification. The system informs Kim Yuan that his arm has been imbued with the power of a giant, but he has low proficiency. The system warns that his constitution is too low and partial gigantification will occur. Yuan curses, realizing that even after eating the giant's heart and raising his strength and constitution, he's still at his limit. The partial gigantification takes hold, contorting Yuan's face in a grimace of effort. The Chimera creator, shrouded in dark energy, declares that he will hear Yuan's answer after he's torn him to shreds. The Chimera creator continues, sneering that even if Yuan is a direct descendant of Olympus, he's still just a little runt. Yuan, his eyes burning with defiance, tells him to shut it. Yuan's hand clenches into a fist, ready to strike. The punch connects, sending the Chimera creator flying backward amidst a shower of debris. The Chimera creator prepares his next attack, activating the skill, Triple Dark Casket. Chains erupt from the ground, forming the Triple Dark Casket around Yuan. The Chimera creator watches as the Triple Dark Casket closes in on Yuan. The Triple Dark Casket fully encloses Yuan, the chains glowing with ominous energy. The Chimera creator, staff raised, expresses his desire to hear more from his trapped opponent. Suddenly, the Triple Dark Casket is pierced by a new skill, Corrupted Venom Fangs. The attack tears through the casket structure, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A voice echoes, revealing that the hope lies in mastering gigantification. The voice continues, stating that if he can't properly control gigantification, he should give up on defeating the Chimera creator. Hercules' thoughts are revealed, acknowledging that while the protagonist, Kim Yuan, might have lost his powers and been exiled, he's still dangerous, and that his plan is too rash. The voice questions whether it's possible to master gigantification in just a few days, while also acknowledging that it won't be easy. The voice insists that it's definitely not impossible. The corrupted venom fangs continue to tear through the Triple Dark Casket, creating an opening. The Chimera creator's eyes narrow, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Kim Yuan, having escaped the Triple Dark Casket, exhales, relieved. The Chimera creator, now above him, is shocked that he escaped the Triple Dark Casket. Even though he is a descendant of Hercules, the Chimera creator is shocked that Kim Yuan was able to break through the Triple Dark Casket with sheer strength. The Chimera creator, confident in his abilities, prepares to unleash his greatest defensive skill. Kim Yuan grits his teeth, bracing himself for the Chimera creator's next attack. The Chimera creator activates his skill, Ebony Thornwall, creating a massive barrier of thorns. The Chimera creator is confident that his Ebony Thornwall will be impenetrable. The Chimera creator taunts Yuan, declaring that his hand will break before he can break through the Ebony Thornwall. The Ebony Thornwall is struck, causing a visible reaction. The Chimera creator is shocked that Yuan is able to break through his Ebony Thornwall. The Ebony Thornwall begins to crack and shatter under the force of Yuan's attack. The cracks in the Ebony Thornwall widen as Yuan continues to press his attack. The Ebony Thornwall shatters completely, leaving the Chimera creator vulnerable. The Chimera creator, now exposed, wonders if Yuan has stopped, but then laughs, believing that he has finally worn him out. He likely wrecked his hand trying to break the wall. The Chimera creator descends, his attack poised to strike. The Chimera creator's face contorts in a savage snarl, ready to crush his opponent. The Chimera creator's attack connects, a devastating blow aimed at the tower climber. The force of the impact sends debris flying, the air crackling with energy. The Chimera creator's fist slams into the ground, the shockwave rippling outwards. The Chimera creator's red eyes gleam with predatory hunger, his fangs bared in anticipation. The impact of the blow creates a vortex of dust and shattered rock. A voice echoes, stating that they will proceed with this plan. The voice continues, warning that if they fail to obtain both Cinder Eyes and Gigantification, the Chimera creator stands triumphant amidst the destruction, a voice warning not to even try to fight him. The Chimera creator's power is evident in the shattered landscape, his presence radiating dominance. A voice declares that if they manage to obtain either one of them, they'll leave it to their own judgment. But if they manage to obtain both of them, the Chimera creator stands over Kim Yuan, his red eyes gleaming with malevolence. A disembodied voice echoes, delivering a stark command. You must defeat the Chimera creator. The long-haired warrior, Obong, yawns widely, greeting someone off-panel with a casual, "Oi." Obong stands, his massive weapon held loosely in his hand. Another figure, clad in armor, asks if he has anything to add, reminding Obong that he was the one who defeated the Chimera creator while clearing the 54th floor. The armored figure repeats his question, pressing Obong for information. Obong, looking down, replies that he doesn't really have anything to say, as long as he has these. Obong's eyes glow with an intense light. A disembodied voice declares that he can see everything. Suddenly, the scene erupts in a flurry of motion and debris. The chaos intensifies, suggesting a powerful attack is underway. He coughs, the sound rattling in his chest as the undead Chimera's body begins to crumble under the assault. The Chimera creator's eyes glow with an eerie red light as he declares his immortality. The Chimera creator speaks, his words laced with a sinister confidence. The Chimera creator stands tall, a testament to dark magic experiments that have fortified his body to be stronger than steel. The Chimera creator knows that a body made from stitching various parts together is bound to have attachment marks. The Chimera creator believes that as long as he has his eyes, he can see everything, activating his skill, Cinder Eyes. The Chimera creator is struck by a sudden, unseen force, the impact radiating outwards. The Chimera creator screams as he is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The Chimera creator cries out in disbelief as his arm is severed. The Chimera creator's severed hand clenches, a desperate plea to stop the onslaught. The Chimera creator screams again, the pain of the attack overwhelming him. The Chimera creator, now missing an arm, is asked why he's asking to stop. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning if he has forgotten how many people he has torn apart. The Chimera creator is shown in a flashback, tearing apart a person. A voice says, seriously. Kim Yuan is shown, looking determined. The hooded figure explains that fighting Sarutra in the tutorial is to obtain Cinder Eyes, and obtaining Gigantification is by consuming the giant's heart. The hooded figure is surrounded by others as he explains the tutorial. The back of Kim Yuan's head is shown. Kim Yuan is shown with a determined look on his face, thinking that an unbelievable aura is going to be born. A system message appears, stating that he has accomplished an impossible achievement and defeated the boss, the Chimera creator. But due to accomplishing an impossible achievement, the calculation of his reward will be delayed, and the tutorial has been finalized. The system message continues, stating that he has leveled up, his strength and dexterity increased by 2, his constitution and dexterity increased by 1, and his heaven-slaying stars completion rate increased by 8.34%. Kim Yuan reflects, never imagining that he'd become the... He stood amidst the dissipating remains of his foes, the system recognizing his victory over a boss-level threat, promising bountiful rewards. The system informed Kim Yuan that he had leveled up twice and gained additional stats thanks to the heaven-slaying stars completion rate increasing. The heaven-slaying star fate dictated that his worth would change depending on the value of the lives he claimed. The system explained that he would receive an additional point in every stat for every 5% completion rate, meaning at 100%, he should gain at least 20 additional points in every stat. The protagonist thought the heaven-slaying star had a lackluster effect for its rank, but admitted it wasn't so bad. Suddenly, the remaining monsters began to collapse, surprising the protagonist. Lee Sung-yoon, watching the scene unfold, wondered if the battle was truly over and if the monsters would stay down this time. Obong reassured her that the boss was dead, so the monsters shouldn't get back up. The protagonist, observing the scene, seemed to understand what was happening. One of the armored figures asked if anyone was hurt, concerned for their comrades. A voice called out, urgently requesting help from somewhere nearby. The cry for help revealed that Yolch was hurt. Yolch, grimacing in pain, thought he was going to die. The group gathered around the injured Yolch, concern etched on their faces. To wrap things up, the armored figure instructs the others to take care of Yolch. The injured man acknowledges the order. Above, the sky shatters. Below, the armored figure and Kim Yuan are seen together. The armored figure tells Kim Yuan that he needs to speak with him. The armored figure states that he won't ask how Kim Yuan knew about the connection between that rancor and the tutorial, but due to his decision. The armored figure and Kim Yuan stand on a cliff. The figure notes that someone was seriously injured. The armored figure asks Kim Yuan if he really had to defeat the Chimera creator. The armored figure explains that Kim Yuan could have easily passed the tutorial just by defeating the Chimera. Kim Yuan replies that normally that'd be the case. The armored figure questions Kim Yuan's statement, asking, normally. The armored figure states that Kim Yuan could have set the greatest record of all time without doing all this. The armored figure clenches his fist, asking how far Kim Yuan needs to go until he's satisfied. He stands amidst the remnants of battle, the weight of the armored figure's words hanging heavy in the air. The protagonist, Kim Yuan, closes his eyes, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he wonders how far he must go. The narrative shifts to a broader scope, introducing the concept of outer gods, beings from another world beyond the tower, and the sword that can kill them. The scene depicts a chaotic battle against these outer gods, where countless rankers have already fallen in the attempt to kill even a single one. The question of how far echoes again, juxtaposed against the grim reality of the war against the outer gods. The narration speaks of a being that shouldn't exist, a despair that reaches the skies, trapped in gloom and foolish chaos. The twilight sky looms, a silent witness to the endless struggle against the outer gods. The cost of fighting these beings is immense, as the bodies of fallen rankers litter the battlefield. The scale of the threat is overwhelming. They don't even know how many more of these bastards there are. That's why Kim Yuan must endlessly become more powerful to purge the rotten parts of this world and prevent its end. The question lingers. To achieve that, how far does he have to go? Kim Yuan, his gaze distant, admits that he doesn't know the answer. He is asked if he doesn't know, and the armored figure responds affirmatively, stating that he is looking for a team that can walk beside him. The armored figure clarifies that the reason he isn't looking for a team right now is because they can't walk the same path as him. The figure muses that his comrades would have to be powerful to face the dangers together. The armored figure, Kim Yuan, is warned about the thorny path he plans to walk through and is told to drop the subject of teaming up. He is warned that if he pulls someone like the other figure into his team, something like this might happen again. Now that they're done talking about this, the armored figure is asked if he's been waiting long. The figure in the red cloak responds that it seemed like it was something serious, so he waited. The armored figure and the man in the red cloak are interrupted by a new arrival who they don't recognize. The man in the red cloak identifies him as the tutorial's administrator. The administrator introduces himself as Hargan of Olympus, stating it's a pleasure to meet them. The man in the red cloak responds and is told not to be like that and to properly accept Hargan's greetings. He's told that he's got nothing to do with that. Hargan thinks to himself about how much more work he has now and that those bastards make him want to go pull out Zeus's beard right now. Hargan and the man in the red cloak fall to the ground as Kim Yuan looks on in shock. Hargan thinks about what he's about to hear from the other guys again because of them. He reflected on the tutorial boss contract with the Chimera creator, a contract for 1,000 years. But the boss had died before he could even prepare the next one. The man in the red cloak remarked that thanks to someone, the tutorial was going to be a breeze for a while. He asked if Kim Yuan had come just to complain. Yuan asked him to just give him the reward already, his impatience showing. Hargan noted that he was much more impatient than he appeared, before telling him that how he used the reward was up to him. The tutorial administrator told Kim Yuan that protecting the reward would also be up to him. The reward was the Dark Divine Crystal, a fragment that holds the darkness of Genesis and contains mana with an unending dark property. It was still unrefined, and a skilled craftsman was needed to unleash its full power. It was classified as a crafting material capable of stealth, changing mana to dark attribute, increasing dark attribute mana resistance and amplification rate, and decreasing dark attribute mana consumption rate. Hargan materialized the Dark Divine Crystal in his hand, the crystal glowing with power. The narrator explained that the Dark Divine Crystal was another name for a fragment of the Helm of Invisibility. The Helm of Invisibility was one of the items used by Hades, one of the big three of Olympus, and one of the strongest items of Olympus. It was the essential material for crafting that Dark Divine Crystal. Kim Yuan realized that the Dark Divine Crystal was one of the items that he had to obtain after returning to the past, but he didn't think he'd end up obtaining it already. He already knew where the Divine Sea Crystal was, and the only thing remaining was the fragment of the lightning bolt. The man in the red cloak stood behind Yuan, lightning crackling around them. The protagonist, Kim Yuan, tilts his head, a question forming on his lips as he notices the energy crackling around Hargan's hands. Hargan states he might be able to get them sooner than anticipated. The bandages on Hargan's hands tighten with a snap as he confirms that all the conditions have been met. A voice reminds them that they will all be sent to the tower, and the others will get their rewards according to their CP. Hargan is assured that his reward won't be half bad either, though he is not thrilled about it. The administrator thanks Hargan, who is sent flying through the air by an unseen force. The voice questions if Hargan is planning on causing just as much trouble once he makes it up there. Hargan admits he's not sure. The voice remarks that Hargan's answer doesn't sound like a no, suggesting that with the Dark Divine Crystal in his possession, he'll be able to rampage even harder. The administrator stands tall, a swirling vortex of energy emanating from his hand. The administrator, his face etched with determination, declares that if Hargan is going to cause trouble anyway. Energy crackles and surges around the administrator, building to a crescendo. The administrator's form begins to dissipate, becoming one with the swirling energy. A voice declares that it might not be that bad for Hargan to become the wave that shakes up the entire tower. The tutorial concludes, revealing the final rankings. Kim Yuan holds a commanding lead with 674,880 points, leaving Hargan far behind in second place. Calculations for the rankings have been completed, signaling the end of the tutorial. In total, 67,488 points were obtained, with an additional 50,000 points awarded for setting a new high score. Kim Yuan's inventory is displayed, highlighting a newly acquired item, a cinder eye, which was previously known as a monkey's eye. The cinder eye pulses with a potent violet energy. Another item is added to the inventory, a mysterious egg. The time limit for the current challenge is displayed, along with the rankings, where Kim Yuan holds the top spot. The tutorial concludes, and Kim Yuan receives a notification that he has obtained 67,488 points, plus an additional 50,000 for setting a new high score. Kim Yuan's inventory is displayed, highlighting his cinder eye. A note clarifies that monkey's eyes has been translated as cinder eyes since the former evolved a few chapters ago. The system informs Kim Yuan that he has obtained a egg. A message welcomes him to the first floor. Having received the rewards while transporting, Kim Yuan appears to have arrived at his destination. He recalls receiving the rewards during the transportation. He wonders what else he received besides points. His inventory shows the egg, its properties still unknown. He stares at the item selection screen, confused by the unlabeled egg. It doesn't even have a name, leaving him to wonder what it could possibly be. Emerging into a new area, Kim Yuan is greeted by the sight of the Meadow of Beginnings. He notes their arrival. The Meadow of Beginnings, the outer area of the first floor, stretches before them. A crowd of newly arrived players mills about, their golden armor glinting in the light. Two observers remark on the early arrival of the newbies, surprised that they're already here when there was still time left in the tutorial. One of the observers notes that the participants should now be called players, and that many guilds must have arrived to recruit them. Kim Yuan glances at the armored figures surrounding him. Yuan recognizes some familiar faces from Olympus. He wonders if the man beside him has any intention of joining a guild. The man replies that he does not. The man asks if Yuan will join a guild. He states that since he lost the bet, he will keep his promise. Oh, also, he remembers something from earlier. The man in the red coat wonders aloud if something has occurred between the administrator and Olympus. He remains silent, lost in thought. The armored figure, Agamemnon, explains that Olympus is a place that is righteous and uses its power to maintain order inside the tower, prompting the man to ask what he is trying to say. Agamemnon advises that if he wants to know everyone's true colors, he should slowly uncover them himself, adding that he wouldn't believe him even if he told him. The man is leaving again, prompting a nearby figure to ask if he's leaving just like that again, reminding him to register as a player when he gets to town so they can at least stay. Agamemnon says that they will stay in touch, adding something else. He warns the man in the red coat to be careful of jackals. Agamemnon watches him depart. Agamemnon states his name. Agamemnon says that the man is here and to give his greetings to the one of great lineage of Olympus. The man is surrounded by robotic figures, as Agamemnon says he thinks he's seen him before, and the man thanks him for remembering him. Agamemnon asks if he follows Sir Ares, and how he is, adding that he heard he became a high ranker recently, and to please pass along his congratulations. The armored figure offers a curt, "Thank you." Agamemnon explains that Lord Ares places great importance on lineage. He reveals that he has been ordered not to pass along any messages from the armored figure until he finds his birth mother. Agamemnon continues, stating that the ruler of the skies has little interest in children, and that the armored figure does not know who his mother is. Agamemnon's words trigger a surge of power, and he accuses the armored figure of disrespect. The armored figure warns Agamemnon not to act in such a manner, confident in his own abilities. Agamemnon, well aware of Lord Ares' personality, hopes that the armored figure will have his own family, stating that lineage is something one creates. Agamemnon thinks to himself that the armored figure is putting out the fire he started. Agamemnon reflects that the one looking down on him isn't the armored figure, but Ares. He worries that messing with one of Ares' men might sour his relationship with Olympus. Agamemnon dismisses the armored figure, who acknowledges the dismissal. One of the armored figures asks Agamemnon who that was with him earlier. The armored figures observe that, seeing how he left alone, the armored figure doesn't appear to be part of their team. Agamemnon wonders who the armored figure is. He ponders the nature of his relationship with the armored figure, settling on the term friend. The scene shifts to a view of the landscape, the architecture hinting at town nearby. The narrative introduces a group known as the Jackals. The Jackals are those who gave up on progressing, choosing instead to prey on new players in the meadow of beginnings. The jackals, clad in wolf-like masks and wielding crude weapons, surround their prey. These jackals favor preying on solo players, calling the period after the tutorial the time of harvest. Kim Yuan's expression hardens as he senses the presence of the jackals. Yuan realizes he is being followed by about 20 of them, his perception stat allowing him to sense them without even needing to use Cinder Eyes. The jackals are considered perfect small fry to test out stealth on, given the properties of the dark divine crystal. The jackals close in on Yuan, unaware of the danger they're walking into. The jackals are surprised that the tutorial is already over, commenting on how much faster it was than they expected. Their leader, Fateo, believes this means there will be many new players with valuable items to prey upon. One of the jackals suggests they let Yuan go, sensing something is off, but another points out the value of his pyromancy robe, convincing the others that he is a jackpot. Fateo, his eyes glowing with predatory intent, orders his pack to pursue. The jackals are confused when Yuan suddenly disappears from their sight. Suddenly, a member of the pack is sent flying through the air, screaming in pain. The remaining jackals are caught in a whirlwind of attacks, blood spraying as they are cut down. One of the jackals spots the source of the assault, realizing they've stumbled upon an enemy. Another jackal is struck down, his pain scream echoing through the forest. The jackals, caught in the ambush, desperately try to locate their attacker, realizing too late that they were lured into a trap. Fateo activates his skill, Falcon's Eye, but quickly realizes that what he's facing is not an illusion. The remaining jackals, witnessing the carnage, urge Fateo to retreat. The ambush continues, the jackals falling prey to the very trap they set. One of the jackals, realizing the tables have turned, can only think, there's no way. The sound of blades slicing through the air echoes through the area. The jackals are sent flying, their crude armor offering little protection against the onslaught. One of the jackals, bleeding and terrified, realizes they've made a grave miscalculation. This guy isn't lowly bait. He's a sword meant to kill players from the upper floors. The jackal wonders why Kim Yuan is interfering with the first floor, knowing he'll receive a penalty for it. Yuan, unfazed by their futile resistance, calmly states that he has some questions for them, promising to let them off easily if they answer honestly. Another jackal, on the verge of death, curses Yuan as he is cut down. The jackal, now defeated, is warned not to be annoying and run away, or he's going to get caught. Desperate, the jackal promises to tell Yuan everything, begging no if he knows where the guy by the name of Mu Wunxion is. The jackal is shocked that Yuan knows the name of Mu Wunxion. Yuan stands over the defeated jackal, his expression unreadable, as he elicits a wow from the dying man. He smirks, pleased with his success. Kim Yuan reflects on his quick victory over the jackals. A sinister smile spreads across his face, hinting at the ruthlessness beneath his calm exterior. The city sprawls beneath a twilight sky, a sprawling network of buildings and pathways. A table is set with tea and sweets, a moment of peace amidst the chaos. The sign indicates they are in the central region of the first floor. He sits on a balcony, overlooking the city. Yuan reflects on his good fortune and the leisure time he has earned. He feels the fatigue accumulated from his efforts melting away. The marketplace bustles with activity, a peaceful scene unfolding below. He wonders what kind of world the others are living in right now. Later, Yuan sits at a table with two companions, raising a glass and a toast. He takes a moment to enjoy his drink. That's enough being sentimental, Yuan thinks, as he rises from the table. He prepares to examine a fragment. The fragment glows with power in his hand. It worked on those who gave up, like the jackals, but it isn't perfect stealth like the real helm of invisibility. Yuan realizes his ability as a user is lacking, but it's also because the fragment is unrefined. It's an item that used to be jokingly called an infinity stone, and that's how immense the amount of mana it has is. If the power of this fragment can be amplified, stealth will be nothing. Yuan doesn't know what the limits of its power are, but refining it will have to come first. The reason why Zeus was able to claim the position as the ruler of the skies and become the king of Olympus was because he had obtained the fragment of a lightning bolt. And Hades also fought while always wearing the helm of invisibility. They're objects that allow the current Olympus and the Olympus of the distant future to exist. And the only one who can refine something like this is... The scene shifts to someone walking away. He smirks, anticipating a reunion. He thinks to himself, I'll get to see him for the first time in a while. Suddenly, the ground beneath someone's feet explodes in a burst of light and debris. Amidst the chaos, a voice calls out, using a Korean term for a middle-aged man. Ajusi. The perspective shifts to the ground level, showing the boots of the person who was standing there moments before, now amidst the destruction. He examines the orb in his hand, realizing he is already registered as a player. Now, Kim Yuan recalls, it was somewhere around here, if he remembers correctly. Yuan wonders if he's going the right way, lamenting that it's hard to find it when he doesn't know the exact location, and that he doesn't have anyone he can ask. The protagonist continues his search. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, begging for some points, claiming to be in need. Yuan stops in his tracks, turning to face the source of the plea. The man continues to beg, claiming his child is starving. But as the man speaks, Yuan notices the glint of a blade emerging from the beggar's cloak. The beggar lunges, demanding Yuan give him everything he's got. He cries out as the beggar's knife finds its mark, the blade slicing into his flesh. Meanwhile, Michael is surrounded by enemies, who are furious that he dared to interfere with their organization. The man in red retorts that if their lives are so bad, they should just give up before snapping the neck of one of his attackers. The sound of bones snapping echoes through the alleyway. The man in red warns them not to even think about taking their anger out on someone else. Elsewhere, Yuan's expression hardens as he realizes something. He realizes he's found the place he was looking for. The entrance to the building is marked with strange symbols. A voice calls out, wondering if someone is there. Inside, a hand reaches out towards a collection of shields and weapons mounted on the wall. The man in red observes that it feels like a sauna inside. The smithy was filled with the sounds of clanging metal, a symphony of creation and destruction. The sounds echoed off the closed doors as the blacksmith questioned why the man in the pyromancy robe wasn't at work. The blacksmith's boots stood firm on the ground as he listened to the response. The blacksmith, his back turned, expressed his confusion at the newcomer's presence. The blacksmith's apron was tied around his waist as he stood in the shop. The blacksmith, his brow furrowed, remarked that Yuan didn't seem to be from around these parts. Yuan responded that he had come to the right place, inquiring if this was indeed a smithy, and asked if he could buy equipment. The blacksmith scoffed, telling him to go ahead if he was fine with junk, but doubted it would be better than his own equipment. The description of his shabby sword revealed it was so poorly made that the blade had no edge, making it more of a blunt weapon than a sword. Yuan held up the sword, noting that they were all like this. A voice declared that Yuan didn't seem talented at ruining things. The blacksmith, his face obscured by a mask, was taken aback by Yuan's statement. The blacksmith, Volcaro, is addressed by name, though the speaker remains unseen. The chains holding Volcaro's hammer glow with an eerie, green light as he prepares to answer. The red-robed figure, revealed to be Kim Yuan, stands his ground, asking who sent the blacksmith after him, while Volcaro warns him not to be so on guard. Yuan holds up a glowing orb marked with the number 1, stating that he is a new player who just arrived on the first floor. Volcaro continues to examine the newcomer, realizing that the number signifying the highest floor he's conquered is 1, so he isn't lying. Yuan contemplates the situation, realizing that if Volcaro had swung that hammer, a catastrophe would have occurred, and if he had called him by his real name, that hammer would have come flying at him, so he should be careful for a while. Yuan dismisses the situation, claiming it's nothing special. A large blue crystal hangs suspended in the air, glowing with an inner light. Volcaro is surprised by the crystal, asking if he can take a closer look. The red-robed figure stands silently, his cloak pooling around his feet. Volcaro examines the crystal, identifying it as an unrefined crystal. Yuan states that he wants to commission the blacksmith, Volcaro, who responds that he can certainly do it, but questions where he even got the thing. He explains that he received the unrefined crystal as a reward for clearing the tutorial. The blacksmith, unknown, wonders how Yuan obtained the crystal, since the tutorial should still be in progress. The blacksmith asks how long it took Kim Yuan to clear the tutorial. Yuan's speed surprises the blacksmith, who notes that he is no ordinary person. Kim Yuan states that the best he can do is refine the crystal right now. The blacksmith warns that using any old cheap material will damage the crystal and that a material capable of handling the crystal's power is needed. The blacksmith questions if Yuan is really planning on leaving the crystal with him, especially given the state of his shop. The blacksmith clenches his fist around the crystal, muttering that Yuan is a crazy son of a bitch. The blacksmith asks if Yuan doesn't think he'll run away with the crystal, but then assures him that he is not too bad at physiognomy. The blacksmith says that if he wanted the crystal, Yuan would be able to see greed in his eyes, but right now, he just looks excited. The blacksmith states that he doesn't think he'll break the item either, as he has pretty keen eyes. Kim Yuan watches as the blacksmith examines the crystal. The narrator muses on the qualities of a perfectly balanced blade, noting that it's not just about materials or time, but the experience of a veteran blacksmith. The narrator continues, lamenting that a blacksmith of such skill is wasting away in this place. Habits die hard, the blacksmith thinks as he holds the sword, considering how easily he could ruin it. The blacksmith, Obong, accuses the approaching figure of forgetting to ruin the balance of the sword. The blacksmith pauses, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes, amused by the situation. Something catches Kim Yuan's attention as he approaches the blacksmith, Obong. Obong questions Yuan, probing if he is a pure blood and who he is affiliated with. Yuan states that he has no affiliations, declaring himself something similar to a pure blood, which prompts Obong to accept his request. Obong reveals that he has one condition for refining the crystal. The blacksmith's condition is that Yuan must keep the location of the refining and the fact that the object was refined secret. He had given the contact his number, and now all that was left was to wait. Inside the shop, Kim Yuan considered the blacksmith's timeline. Obong had said it would take about 10 days. He knew he had to remain on the first floor anyway, so he could definitely wait that long. Meanwhile, Agamemnon was spreading butter on a piece of bread, thinking to himself that it would be easiest if he could just kill the jackals himself. But since he couldn't yet, he had to use some people. Suddenly, the table shook with a loud thunk as Agamemnon slammed his fist down. Yuan looked up, surprised by the sudden outburst. Agamemnon asked how he had found this place, and the tower climber explained that he went around asking various inns for the name of Kim Yuan. The son of Zeus crossed his arms, stating that he had quite the connections. Agamemnon continued, explaining that Olympus had the greatest amount of influence on the first floor, and since he was a son of Zeus, this was probably an easy task for him. He then asked if Yuan's player kit had been set up. Yuan, surprised by the other man's forwardness, thought to himself that he never thought he'd end up getting hit on by a guy. Agamemnon, sensing Yuan's discomfort, chuckled, saying he didn't know he had jokes and that he thought he'd have a stale personality. The sound of footsteps echoes as Agamemnon and Kim Yuan stand together, the former having just made a surprising offer. Agamemnon, casually eating, inquires when Yuan plans to climb the tower, mentioning his own plans to level up in the outer regions in about 5 days. He states his desire to improve their teamwork, suggesting they need more time. He then proposes a job. From above, the scene shows the two men seated at a table, the man in red listening intently to Agamemnon's proposition. Agamemnon expresses his desire to eliminate the jackals, seeing it as a simple task. He elaborates, stating that while the jackals are a problem, he believes it's achievable with just 10 people, including Yuan and his team. Yuan flinches slightly, reacting to the offer. Yuan asks what kind of job it is, requesting more details. Agamemnon replies that it's too early to discuss now, suggesting he return the day after tomorrow at night. Agamemnon says he'll tell him then, adding that if Yuan can't do it, he'll do it alone. Yuan insists on doing it together, agreeing to meet the day after tomorrow at night. The two continue eating, having reached an agreement. Agamemnon concludes the conversation, saying goodbye until then. Agamemnon states he'll be the first to leave today, implying he has other matters to attend to. He muses on Yuan's dedication to his team, noting how he tries to level them up to climb the tower together. Also, he was surprised by Hargan's sudden appearance. The armored figure observes that someone seems to have been waiting for a while, and now that that's over, demands to know what business they have. The armored figure holds a small, glowing lamp. The figure's golden, mechanical hand rests on the ground. The armored figure, revealed to be Agamemnon, stands before Kim Yuan. Agamemnon asks Yuan if he is free for a quick chat, mentioning he came from Olympus. The armored figure of Agamemnon lies on the ground, his hand creaking as he rises. He admits to being surprised by Hargan's sudden appearance. Elsewhere, Hargan greets Kim Yuan, stating that this is their first time meeting. Agamemnon, a member of Olympus, reveals that he came from Olympus and asks if the person he is addressing is free for a chat. Hargan smirks, his expression suggesting he knows more than he lets on. The man in red reminds Yuan that Hargan is a descendant of the ruler of the skies and suggests he should at least greet him. Agamemnon explains that he couldn't help but come because of his objective, stating he came to meet the person he is addressing. Yuan is informed that he ranked first in the tutorial, while Hargan only ranked second. It's said that there was a massive gap between first and second place. The patrons in the establishment unanimously say that a monster has entered the tower, which the man in red takes as an honest compliment. Hargan mentions that he heard Yuan and he are like friends. The mention of friends strikes a strange chord with the man in red, prompting him to consider the implications of such a bond. He admits, with a hint of reluctance, that the idea of friendship might be appealing, though he struggles to reconcile it with his own ambitions. The man across from him commends his decision to avoid teaming up with Hargan, deeming it a wise move. He explains that connections forged during the tutorial are often fleeting, and that few players truly aspire to climb the tower and become high rankers. The man in the hooded cloak suggests that the protagonist, Kim Yuan, should only climb the tower with those who are truly worthy to accompany him, those who can become high rankers. The man in the hooded cloak extends his hand, offering Yuan a place within Olympus under the graces of Lord Ares. He continues, stating that they can prepare anything Yuan desires, emphasizing that Lord Ares is different from those who don't even know their own mother. Yuan listens intently, his expression unreadable as he absorbs the offer. The man in the hooded cloak reveals that Yuan is the son of Lady Hera and Lord Zeus, destined to become a great being and a high ranker. The man in the hooded cloak insists that becoming one of Lord Ares' men would be far better than joining hands with someone like a mutt, before Yuan abruptly tells him to stop. Yuan slams his cup down, the sound echoing through the room as he silences the man in the hooded cloak. Yuan considers the offer, recognizing Olympus as a major guild known for its aggressive recruitment of new players. However, the clink of the cup against the table signals a shift in the conversation's tone. The man in the red coat thanks his host for the tea, indicating his departure. Agamemnon questions if Kim Yuan is refusing the offer from Olympus. Yuan confirms that he doesn't plan on being affiliated anywhere, having already rejected the offer. The man in the red coat recalls Agamemnon's earlier words, the ones about being fit to accompany him and not knowing his own mother. He asks what he said, calling him a mutt. Agamemnon's face contorts in anger as he declares that Zeus and Hera are Ares' parents, not Yuan's. The man in the red coat is taken aback by Agamemnon's statement, questioning what he means. He reiterates that Olympus is something he has only one answer for: rejection. The man in the red coat refuses to associate with what he considers deviant lowlifes. The scene shifts to an outdoor seating area, where a voice asks if he is okay. Agamemnon sits alone at the table, his expression unreadable as he stares into the distance. Agamemnon's face is shadowed, but his eyes burn with intensity as he considers his next move. Agamemnon wonders if the jackals are available to call on right now, but then questions if he is planning on using them. He oversees the jackals' collection efforts, knowing they must conclude before he can gather a significant force. The question remains whether such extensive preparation is truly necessary to eliminate a single newcomer. An advisor urges Agamemnon to reconsider, reminding him that Kim Yuan has already surpassed Hargan's tutorial record. The advisor wonders if a small group of jackals would suffice. Agamemnon sighs, then declares that they should prepare about 100 men. The supporter clenches his fist, his expression hardening as he thinks about when this time of the harvest is over. The message is clear: they will kill Kim Yuan. 2 days later, someone asks how they're planning on getting rid of the jackals. The man in red explains that first, there's a guy they have to meet, someone whose location took a while to discover. He instructs the blonde man to follow him for now. The blonde man remains silent, listening to the instructions. The blonde man thinks to himself, noticing those eyes again. A figure stands before a group of masked individuals, one of whom questions if he is a kin of that monkey. The masked figure's identity is the subject of intense speculation. It's said that what Child stated was definitely referring to the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Ogong. The rumors continue, claiming that the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Ogong, is the most talented fighter in the history of rankers. He is said to have become a high ranker in less than 100 years since he started climbing the tower. Olympus is mentioned in connection to him. Meanwhile, Kim Yuan continues his ascent, his sword glinting in the light. The whispers persist, noting that Yuan didn't just control fire like Ogong, but also like Big Brother Apollo. The question remains, who is he really? The man in the red coat walks through the city, seemingly unconcerned with the rumors swirling around him. It's speculated that he is affiliated elsewhere, which is why he won't join. The rumors continue, stating that he also possessed gigantification. It's a skill that only Hercules, who had killed 10,000 giants, possessed within Olympus. The ability to gigantify is a skill that all giants had. The question is posed, is Yuan perhaps of the giant race? If that is the reason why he isn't joining Olympus, Hargan is mentioned. Hargan's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. Hargan stands at the top of the stairs, issuing a command to someone below, demanding a proper response. The man in red approaches Hargan, addressing him as owner. Inside the building, Mai Xion pauses at a table, sensing something amiss. A voice, belonging to the man in red, echoes through the building, claiming they are closed for the day. Xion finishes writing a note, promising to contact someone tomorrow if they leave their name and number. The note reveals that Xion is looking for someone named Mai Xion, unaware that he is writing a note to himself. Suddenly, the man in red attacks, kicking Xion from behind. The force of the blow sends Xion flying, a curse escaping his lips. The man in red pursues his attack, questioning where Xion thinks he's going. The man in red unleashes a flurry of kicks, each strike carrying immense power. Xion is sent crashing through the air, the red cape of his attacker a blur of motion. The final blow connects, the impact creating a shockwave as Xion is defeated. The man in red delivers a brutal kick, sending Mai Xion flying through the air. The man in red's eyes glow with a menacing light as he tells his victim to stay down. The force of the kick sends Xion crashing into the ground, the impact creating a cloud of dust and debris. Xion lies on the ground, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. He is still. Xion curses his opponent's strength, realizing he's facing a player from the martial realm. The man in red believes Xion is the king of the jackals. The man in red stands over the fallen Xion, his red jacket a stark contrast to the dim surroundings. Meanwhile, the blonde man in the suit watches the scene unfold, questioning why Xion tried to run if he wasn't the person they were looking for. The blonde man explains that Xion's eyes looked scary. The man in the suit isn't convinced that Xion is the king of the jackals just because he tried to run, adding that he looks too weak. The man in red stands over Xion, who is sobbing on the ground. The man in the suit asks if the weapon used looks like a normal knife, telling someone to look closely at the ground where it fell. The blonde man in the suit holds a blade, its point aimed downward. Below, the floor has melted from a potent poison, one that originates from the upper floors. The poison is prohibited for use against other players, requiring permission from the Bureau to possess and being incredibly hard to obtain in the first place. It's unlikely a general store owner would have something like this. A figure sits bound, always hiding something in his sleeves. The bound man wonders where the information leak originated. The man in red asks how they discovered his identity and, more importantly, how they learned his name. The blonde man in the suit wonders how they found out. The bound figure claims that they apparently have no fear, and if only they knew who was backing him. The bound man is surprised. The man in red notes the hair and eye color of the bound man, wondering who it could be. The blonde man in the suit realizes this is what the man in red meant by responding properly. The man in red attacks the bound man. A surge of energy erupts from below, shaking the very foundations of the structure. Meanwhile, Hargan, his expression hardening, voices his suspicion. He asks if it's true that Olympus has betrayed them, his tone laced with disbelief. The man in the red jacket, standing nearby, questions what he means by that. He clarifies that they simply have a favor to ask and confirms that Hargan is currently receiving orders from Agamemnon. Hargan acknowledges this, his back turned to the man in red. The man in red reflects on the situation, noting that the ruler of the skies has taken an interest in the matters of the first floor. He adds that, right on cue, his son has just finished the tutorial. The camera focuses on my Winshin, his face contorted in anger. He demands to know how much longer Hargan plans to act as Agamemnon's dog on the first floor. The man in red observes that my Winshin doesn't even serve one of the big three, but is merely a greenhorn who just became a high ranker. Hargan, listening intently, wonders what the man in red is talking about. My Winshin, his face inches from Hargan's, asks what favor they want. The man in red stands over the kneeling my Winshin, looking down at him. The man in red asks what he can do for them. The blonde man in the suit promises the jackals that if all goes well, the ruler of the skies will personally look after them. The captive wonders what he is talking about. The man's associate says that if they do a good job, they might even obtain an important role in Olympus. The captive wonders what favor they're talking about. The blonde man in the suit looks down at the captive. The man in red leans in, his face obscured. The man in red asks the captive what he can do for him. The captive, bound and kneeling, is asked how many jackals there are in total. The captive replies that there are about 1,000 or so. The blonde man in the suit orders that all of them be gathered by. The blonde man in the suit tells the man in red that the location is midnight tomorrow. He also says to not let the guys with Agamemnon and Ares know about this, as that will be better for him as well. The man in red confirms that he can do that. Hargan's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. The air crackles with unspoken tension. From a nearby building, a voice drips with sarcasm. You sure are good at name-dropping someone else's father. Hargan demands, explain yourself and don't leave a single detail out. The man in red approaches Hargan, his expression unreadable. The blonde man in the suit continues, stating that the jackals and Olympus are working together, and asks if Hargan expects him to believe that. Kim Yuan scoffs, dismissing the idea. There's no way. I bet they're just using Olympus's name. Olympus is. Hargan retorts, I don't know what kind of place you think Olympus is, but you need to take off your rose-tinted glasses. The man in red turns and walks away. The blonde man in the suit tells Hargan to take a look at the true face of Olympus. The blonde man in the suit thinks about how much more work he has because of those bastards, and it makes him want to go pull out Zeus's beard right now. Kim Yuan's face is shown, and the question is posed. Did Olympus betray us? If you want to know everyone's true colors, you should slowly uncover it yourself. The words hang in the air, a cryptic warning to uncover the truth for oneself, as the speaker's armored feet stand on cracked ground. The true face of Olympus, it seems, is something that must be discovered. 2 days later, the scene shifts to a towering structure, its architecture hinting at a place of great importance. Kim Yuan approaches the entrance, his red jacket a stark contrast against the stone walls. He arrives just in time. The blonde man in the suit expresses his impatience, stating that he would have left without Yuan if he had been any later. The man in the suit asks if Kim Yuan has finished thinking it through, to which he responds that he was born and raised in Olympus. The man in the suit reflects, stating that Olympus was his home and family. He continues, remembering his father as his hero, but admits he doesn't have many memories of his mother and can't even really remember her face. However, he remembers her voice and something she told him. My son, do not forget the pride. Olympus, a name that carries the weight of pride, echoes in the air. He had to consider whether his actions were right or if he was betraying something. The blonde man in the suit awaits Yuan's conclusion. Yuan's hand glows with power as he thinks to himself that regardless of whether he is right or wrong, the jackals have to be exterminated, comparing them to parasites. He reflects that if his actions reveal an embarrassing secret of Olympus, so be it. Golden energy crackles around Yuan's hand, a sign of his resolve. The blonde man in the suit is engulfed in golden energy. The blonde man in the suit vows to cut them out with his own hands. The jackals stand in wait, their numbers seemingly endless. One of the jackals is surprised by the size of the gathering place, noting the dampness and muddy ground. Another jackal remarks on their numbers, estimating at least 1,000, and that this is the first time they've all been gathered together. A foot stomps down, the force of the impact creating a shockwave. One of the jackals wonders if this action is worth 10,000 points. The jackals lament their team getting nothing this time around as a voice booms, demanding to know if they are all present. Mu Wunshin, king of the jackals, stands before his assembled forces, his presence commanding attention. The title card appears, identifying the figure as Mu Wunshin, king of the jackals. The jackals are being crushed, their bodies contorted under immense pressure. Mu Wunshin commands his assembled forces to raise their heads. The jackals are surprised that the captain, Mu Wunshin, has revealed himself and speculate that he has a powerful backer. The jackals reveal that their ability to avoid the Bureau until now is due to their secrecy and warn against anyone revealing their existence. Mu Wunshin declares that he will cut off the head of anyone who speaks out of turn. He stands amidst the remnants of his display of power, the air still crackling with suppressed energy. The jackals, intimidated by Mu Wunshin's display, are told to quiet down and focus on their mission. The king of the jackals clenches his fist, assuring his followers that he can guarantee their success. Mu Wunshin declares that the jackals will ascend to the sky after today, hinting at a significant shift in their operations. The assembled jackals respond with a resounding roar, their anticipation palpable. The king of the jackals announces that he will introduce them to their backers, suggesting a powerful alliance. The jackals' leader reveals that they have backers, implying a source of support and resources. The jackal leader stands tall, his masked face conveying a sense of authority and hidden power. The jackal leader expresses gratitude to someone for coming all the way there, suggesting a meeting or transaction. The jackal is given a small token, identified as Asgardian bills, hinting at a connection to a powerful organization. The jackal leader learns that each Asgardian bill is worth 1,000 points, a result of collections, implying a system of value and reward. The masked jackal holds up the Asgardian bills, confirming their authenticity and value. He asks if this is everything. The jackal's subordinate confirms that it is, adding that the amount is enough to make someone jump ship. He suspects Agamemnon is eagerly awaiting the cash. Elsewhere, three figures receive a gift. Back with the jackal, he states that it's time to say goodbye, asking what they want him to do. The jackal raises his hand, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. With a snap of his fingers, the jackal initiates the skill, Colossal Fire. Flames erupt, engulfing everything in a fiery inferno. The jackals are caught completely off guard by the sudden inferno. The jackals scream in terror as the Colossal Fire skill incinerates them. Their screams echo as the flames intensify. The jackal wonders how the fire spread so quickly, suspecting the liquid on the ground was oil instead of water. The jackals realize the fire is too hot, and they need to move, urging everyone to hurry outside. The jackal, still wearing his mask, examines the aftermath of his Colossal Fire skill, noting the presence of scentless powder. The surviving jackals are caught in the blast radius, screaming in agony as the flames engulf them. One of the jackals curses the situation, realizing the dire straits they are in. Another jackal demands to know why they are being attacked, only to be met with the cold response that they are being considered trash. The surviving jackals are struck by a series of blows, their bodies contorting in pain. Agamemnon, his face contorted with rage, questions why the jackals are attacking him and Hargan. The jackals are overwhelmed by the combined might of Agamemnon and Hargan, their numbers dwindling rapidly. The jackals, desperate, vow to kill Agamemnon and Hargan, but their efforts are futile against the two warriors. Agamemnon and Hargan continue their assault, cutting through the remaining jackals with ease. The last of the jackals realize they are doomed, lamenting their fate as Agamemnon and Hargan prepare to wipe them out completely. The jackal leader, enraged, clutches a glowing orb, determined to change the course of events. The jackal leader is shocked to find that his message cannot be delivered, questioning why. They struggle to activate whatever device they possess, frustration mounting as it fails to function. Hargan, mid-attack, mocks their futile efforts. He questions their belief that it would work amidst such chaos. The blonde warrior explains that when an area is flooded with mana, certain devices become useless. He declares that the device is now functionally useless, the excess mana rendering it inert. The jackal leader cries out in pain as the two warriors continue their assault. Enraged, the jackal leader curses Agamemnon and Hargan. The two warriors continue their relentless assault, their attacks raining down on the jackal leader. With a final, desperate cry, the jackal leader vows to kill them. His face contorted in rage, the jackal leader's eyes burn with hatred. The jackal leader is struck again, the force of the blow visible even through his mask. His red eyes blazing, the jackal leader grits his teeth in defiance. The jackal leader's face is now a grotesque mask of pain and fury as he succumbs to the onslaught. The jackal leader is caught off guard, realizing his body has become completely unresponsive. Mai Wunshin calls out to the jackal leader, his sword raised, ready to strike. Mai Wunshin's blade descends, poised to deliver the final blow. The end draws near, as the jackal leader's time has come to an end. The landscape stretches out below, a silent witness to the events unfolding. The man in the green coat asks if the other is all right. Kim Yuan stands beside Agamemnon, the latter looking away. He seems to be in thought. Yuan wonders if it's not that Agamemnon is tired, but that he's feeling guilty. Agamemnon pauses, considering Yuan's words. Agamemnon thinks to himself that it's not like he's ever been in a war, so it's only natural that he's not used to people. The blonde man asks how he can be so nonchalant, given that murder, kidnapping, robbery, and slavery are how the jackals made money. He wonders why he should hesitate when killing one of them can save dozens, even hundreds of people. Yuan agrees that he's right about that, but adds that it might be more convenient for some to look the other way in half-baked guilt. Agamemnon remains silent, lost in thought. He listens as Yuan remarks that Agamemnon has a sharper tongue than he lets on. The compliment, if it can be called that, hangs in the air. Agamemnon thinks to himself that Yuan possesses great mental fortitude, managing to keep his composure even when faced with difficult choices. The blonde man smiles, telling Yuan that he is perfect for living an exhausting life, and that he is quite different than he looks. Yuan takes that as a compliment, though he notes that he didn't appear like the do-gooder type. He adds that it's not easy to go out of your way to do something when you have nothing to gain. The scene shifts to a flashback, showing Yuan in what appears to be a tutorial. He's always been going around doing stuff with a much bigger picture in mind than Agamemnon. From a young age, Yuan was told that what he did was called a great cause. He is surprised that he can say such an embarrassing thing so easily. Suddenly, a stack of bills is struck by lightning. Agamemnon's hand is shown holding the money, stating that Yuan is wrong about one thing. There was something to gain. Yuan is shocked, realizing that Agamemnon played a pretty instrumental role. He asks if he is going to take it. Agamemnon stutters, seemingly surprised by the sudden appearance of the money. Yuan, standing in a forest clearing, remarks that he thought so, as Agamemnon demands that he give him some of the money. He is asked if he ranked second on the tutorial. Kim Yuan is silent for a moment. Suddenly, a voice demands to know what his reward was. The voice echoes with a frustrated why. The source of the outburst is revealed to be Mai Wunshin, who slams his fist down in anger. He wonders why he can't get in touch with Agamemnon. One of his subordinates nervously explains that he messaged Mai Wunshin, but Mai Wunshin curses, realizing that Agamemnon wouldn't have run away with their money unless something drastic had happened. The subordinate's neck is shown to be sweating. The subordinate nervously calls out to Agamemnon. The subordinate continues, saying that they found the jackals, but he thinks Mai Wunshin will have to see something in person. The panel shows a bloodied hand, leaving Mai Wunshin to wonder what he is looking at. He finds the scene littered with bodies, a grim testament to the recent violence. The sight of the carnage causes Agamemnon to wonder if what he's seeing is real. Among the fallen, someone confirms that even Mai Wunshin is among the dead, their attention drawn to the money and collections. The thought of the money snaps Agamemnon out of his shock. Agamemnon's rage erupts as he lets out a primal scream. He descends into the carnage, his hand outstretched, seeking something amidst the destruction. Elsewhere, a display shows 384,000 points. Kim Yuan reflects on the substantial amount, even after splitting half with Hargan. The protagonist acknowledges that this is an amount only some rankers ever get to see, and he won't have to worry about food or lodging anymore. Yuan acknowledges that he was the one who exterminated the jackals, but nothing good will come from complicating things already on the first floor. He realizes that with this much money, he might not be able to get the materials for the fine detailing, but he can at least get the core materials necessary for the Dark Divine Crystal. He realizes he will be able to craft the items sooner than expected. The tower resident reflects that the Dark Divine Crystal is the highest ranked item he currently possesses, but this new item is slowly taking shape to show its true worth under the greatest blacksmith within the tower. The problem, he realizes, is that he doesn't know what to do with the egg. The item is identified as a egg, with no way to know whose egg it is, what will come out of it, or how to make it hatch. The incubation rate is listed as 0%. The tower resident holds the mysterious egg, its surface swirling with purple and green energy. He finds the item puzzling, as an item that's only half-made can have an unclear description since it's incomplete. The tower resident thinks to himself that he's never seen an item in the form of an egg with this kind of description before. The text mentions Hargan, who ranked 2nd and got the king's lightning glove, a highly advanced item used even by rankers. The tower resident considers that it's likely that the egg is either comparable to the Dark Divine Crystal or even better. Frustrated, Kim Yuan admits to himself that he can't figure it out. Kim Yuan's eyes narrow in thought. The tower resident pauses, noticing a pattern on the egg that he's certain wasn't there when he first checked it. He is sent crashing to the ground. The force of the impact sends dust and debris flying. The pattern on the egg triggers a memory. He He recognizes it from somewhere. The man's eyes glow red as he mutters about an outer god. A message appears above the door. Egg greets you. Kim Yuan pauses at the doorway, holding the egg and wondering what it is. Meanwhile, Mai Wunshin breathes a sigh of relief. The victim, Mai Wunshin, reflects on the events of the last few days. Yuan considers whether the creature that hatches from the egg will be an ally. He also considers the possibility that it could be an existence that could destroy the world once again, as most creatures that hatch from eggs recognize the being that was with them the longest during incubation and the one they saw for the first time after they hatched as their mother. A vision appears, showing a woman standing between two monstrous creatures. The lengths some rankers will go to for a powerful companion are considerable, as evidenced by the trouble they endure to hatch eggs of mythical beasts. Raising the egg is possible, he realizes, but it's an unbelievable gamble. He tells himself not to be so anxious, as worrying won't change anything. He knows he has to focus on what's in front of him right now. The egg glows with an otherworldly light. The protagonist, Kim Yuan, finds himself in the presence of the great sage Heaven Equal. The great sage's crystal is incredibly hard, and he reveals he has a question for Yuan. The great sage asks to see what weapon and armor Yuan is using, including the type, length, and thickness of any sword. The great sage Heaven Equal continues, inquiring about the type and weight of Yuan's armor. Yuan holds up a bottle filled with glowing blue powder, prompting the great sage to ask why he asks. Yuan explains that he wants to make an item using the crystal powder, which he believes is worth more than most crystals. The great sage is surprised to hear that Yuan wants to use the crystals. The great sage Heaven Equal confirms the scythe used by Hades was crafted from the powder refined from the helm of invisibility. Kim Yuan asks if a suitable material is needed for the item he wants to craft. The great sage states that while he doesn't have anything like adamantium, he does have something similar, referring to the powder from the crystal, mithril. The great sage explains that the mithril powder weighs about 1.8 kilograms, not much, but enough to make a piece of equipment by mixing it with other metals. A description box details that mithril, though not the toughest material, has excellent mana conductivity and can even possess mana resistance depending on how it is refined, classifying it as a crafting item. Yuan remarks that mithril is quite an expensive material, estimating that 1.8 kilograms would cost at least 300,000 points, but that with just half a kilogram, he could make something good by mixing it with other metals. The great sage laments that he could get that much by exchanging the bills he got from the jackals, but he can't do that right now, guessing he can only buy a third of it right now. Yuan appears to be deep in thought. Yuan wonders what would happen if he ended up running away without paying. The great sage says that it's his greed that wants to craft something using the mithril, not to mention that it was a suggestion in the first place, so he wouldn't hold a grudge if Yuan took the item without paying. The great sage adds that the thing Yuan left him with is dozens of times more valuable than a mithril, and that he can't even quantify the value of that item with points. Yuan states that since the great sage trusted him with that thing, it's only right that he does the same. The great sage Heaven Equal is remembered fondly. The great sage Heaven Equal stands, his expression unreadable. A hand materializes a sword, crackling with energy. The great sage Heaven Equal presents the sword to Kim Yuan. The sword is accepted. The great sage Heaven Equal explains that the weight of the sword is not important, so long as he can wield it. He adds that the shape and length of the sword are ideal. The great sage Heaven Equal questions the need for a sword. The great sage Heaven Equal looks on, awaiting an answer. A voice declares that creating swords is their specialty. 1 week later, the Olympus Branch Guild House stands tall. Agamemnon prepares himself. He savored the moment, thinking this opportunity had finally come to him. The eradication of the jackals, he mused, was simply a test from the tower to present him with an even greater opportunity. A group of figures stood silently, cloaked and masked, awaiting orders. Agamemnon, in his golden armor, hoped that the ruler of the sky might even start paying attention to him, forgiving his blunder. A report came in. All their players have been gathered between the 1st and 10th floors. Agamemnon inquired about reinforcements, his expression serious. Taking the administrator's intervention and the tower's restrictions into account, a suitable reinforcement had just arrived, he was told. Perfect, he thought. The order was given. Let the army of Olympus advance. The army of Olympus stood ready outside a grand structure, prepared to move out. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed, signaling the start of their advance. Agamemnon, his gaze fixed and determined, declared that it was starting now. A voice declares their intent. They're going after a criminal. From atop a towering structure, a voice echoes, rallying the army of Olympus. It is time to move. The army descends, a force ready to be unleashed. A man's gaze hardens, his expression resolute as he thinks to himself that it is time. The man, clad in golden armor, stands ready for battle. The order is given. They're going after a criminal. The aftermath of a brutal clash is visible. Blood splatters across the scene, painting a grim picture of the violence that has transpired. Amidst the chaos, a figure in red stands defiant, facing down a monstrous beast. The battle rages on, a whirlwind of motion and destruction. The man in red gazes upward, a notification indicating that the heaven-slaying star's completion rate has increased by a minuscule amount. He reflects on the past 10 days, spent hunting while awaiting the refinement of the heaven-slaying star, a weapon that promises to change his fate based on the value of the lives he takes. The system message details that his rank is A+ with a completion rate of 10.5%, and that all stats have increased by 3, depending on the number and quality of opponents killed. Kim Yuan looks up, thinking about the limits to raising the completion rate on the first floor. He focuses his attention on a sphere of energy forming in his hand. A new message from Volcaro arrives, stating that the refinement is complete and urging him to come over. The light emanating from the newly refined item is described as beautiful. The refined item is revealed to be a radiant blue gem, captivating in its brilliance. Volcaro gazes at the gem, marveling at its beauty and the light it emits. The craftsman expresses his desire to create a fully finished product with the gem. Volcaro acknowledges that crafting a fully finished product with the gem is likely impossible. The heaven-slaying star, now a brilliant gem, pulses with contained energy. Suddenly, Volcaro is sent flying through the air, crashing through the wooden supports of his workshop. The smith crashes through the roof, the impact creating a cloud of dust and debris. The smith's face contorts in a grimace of pain and anger. Nearby, a hammer rests on a workbench, a silent testament to the interrupted work. Volcaro thinks to himself that it had to be today of all days. Volcaro stands amidst the wreckage, his eyes blazing with fury. He thinks it would have been nice had he gotten just one more day. A massive stone pillar, dislodged by the impact, threatens to crush the smith. The dust settles, revealing the extent of the damage to Volcaro's workshop. Outside, a legion of armored soldiers, led by Hargan, storms the workshop, their spears raised and ready. Hargan, mounted on horseback, addresses the smith, remarking that he didn't think he would be rotting away in such a foul-smelling place, and that no wonder they couldn't find him till now. Volcaro, standing defiantly amidst the chaos, demands to know what business they have there, accusing them of disturbing the neighborhood. One of Hargan's soldiers, also mounted, retorts that surely that's a rhetorical question. The blacksmith, hammer in hand, stands ready to defend his workshop. Meanwhile, two soldiers discuss the situation. They had thought they were dealing with a new player causing trouble on the first floor, but it seems they're up against a ranker, possibly Hephaestus, the blacksmith of Olympus. They wonder how they are supposed to catch a ranker, even with their numbers advantage. One of the soldiers reassures his companion, stating that a ranker's power is severely restricted on the first floor. The blacksmith swings his hammer with tremendous force, the impact creating a shockwave. The soldiers are caught in the blast, questioning if this is truly a power restriction. Volcaro taunts them, daring them to attack. He declares his intention to crush their skulls. The soldier on horseback scoffs, reminding the blacksmith that he was crippled after being punished by the ruler of the skies. He questions if he can even call himself a ranker. The soldier takes a step forward, confident in his advantage. Another figure reveals that they also have a ranker on their side. The figure introduces the Olympus High ranker under the command of Apollo, Chryses. Volcaro seems surprised, questioning if it's really Chryses. Volcaro is confronted by one of the soldiers, who reminds him that interfering on the first floor carries a severe penalty, especially for a ranker. The soldier in red retorts that it doesn't matter, since Volcaro is also a ranker. The soldier wielding the hammer remarks on their sly tactics. The hammer-wielding soldier's face contorts in anger. Volcaro, unfazed, tells them to come at him. The hammer-wielding soldier prepares to strike. The hammer slams down, creating a shockwave that rips through the environment. The force of the blow sends Volcaro flying backward, the impact eliciting a pained cry. The hammer-wielding soldier's true form is revealed, a hulking, monstrous figure. The transformed soldier roars in fury. The monstrous soldier prepares another strike. The transformed soldier brings the hammer down on Volcaro with immense power. The force of the blow shatters the ground around Volcaro, the air crackling with displaced energy. The attack leaves him coughing up blood, the impact ringing in his ears. Meanwhile, the man in red watches the scene unfold, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face as he recalls a past respect. The transformed soldier, his eyes burning with purple energy, declares that Volcaro, despite his age and power, chose to follow his creed instead of seeking more power. The soldier's body radiates intense heat, the air shimmering around him. The man in red extends his hand, a surge of power emanating from his palm as he prepares to intervene. The transformed soldier continues his assault, his hammer crackling with purple lightning as he prepares to strike another blow. The force of the soldier's power is immense, the ground trembling beneath his feet. The hammer connects, sending Volcaro flying backward, another pained cough escaping his lips. The transformed soldier stands over his fallen opponent, his expression a mix of disdain and triumph. The man in red unleashes his power, a blinding flash of energy erupting as he moves to protect Volcaro. The transformed soldier, now splattered with blood, grits his teeth in anger. The hammer-wielding soldier stands over Volcaro, who is lying on the ground, as he declares that attacking players from a lower floor carries a severe penalty. Above, the man in red descends, ready to intervene in the brutal assault. Hargan, observing the scene, admits he was telling the truth about respecting the man in red, acknowledging his willingness to sacrifice power for his creed. The man in red's spear glows with intense heat, revealing the source of his power. The man in red declares that he does not wish to fight, but the hammer-wielding soldier seems to leave him no choice. Volcaro remains prone on the ground, the impact of the soldier's attack leaving him vulnerable. The man in red, ignoring Hargan's words, tells him to cut the crap, readying his spear. Energy crackles intensely as the man in red prepares to unleash his power. The force of the man in red's power shatters the surrounding environment. Raw energy surges through the air, a testament to the power being unleashed. The aftermath of the unleashed power leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. The air shimmers with residual energy, the battle's intensity still lingering. He glares up at the hammer-wielding soldier, a curse escaping his lips as the monstrous figure looms over him. The soldier, unfazed by the curse, notes that the shield is a replica, but still enough to bind the man in red while he's exhausted. The red-haired knight stands firm, declaring that the shield is something he made. The shield itself is revealed to be a replica of Medusa's head, snakes writhing around her stony face. The soldier reiterates that the shield, even as a replica, is more than enough to bind him while he's exhausted. The red-haired knight clashes with the hammer-wielding soldier, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. The knight with red hair declares that it's over. Hargan, watching the battle unfold, smirks, believing victory is at hand. The hammer-wielding soldier orders that the criminal be dragged away immediately. The soldier grabs the red-haired knight, intent on subduing him. Volcaro, unseen until now, declares that he can't let them do that. The hammer-wielding soldier continues his assault, his massive weapon cleaving through the air. The force of the blow shatters the ground beneath him, leaving the red-haired knight screaming in agony as his legs are crushed. Kim Yuan surveys the scene, his expression grim. He wonders what could bring such wretched folks to an important place such as this. The red-haired knight's eyes glow with an ominous light. The golden-armored soldier approaches, unimpressed. He recognizes the figure before him, dismissing him as insignificant. The soldier calls out Kim Yuan's name, his tone laced with disdain. Yuan stands ready, his expression unreadable as he prepares to face his opponents. The soldiers discuss Yuan, recognizing him as the player who achieved a new record in the tutorial. The soldiers continue to speculate about Yuan's strength, wondering if he might be a ranker in disguise. A soldier with red hair stands his ground, shield raised, ready to defend against Yuan. It's revealed that the red-haired soldier is the ranker Crises. The soldiers acknowledge the absurdity of two rankers fighting in such a small slum, and the potential consequences if an administrator intervenes. The golden-armored soldier questions what Yuan thinks he's doing, implying that Olympus needed a juicy badly for the gigantomachy. Crises taunts Yuan, asking if he plans to stand there until the petrification wears off, and Yuan responds with a defiant, "And what if I am?" The golden-armored soldier is shocked, noticing movement from the petrified form. The Aegis, it's revealed, can only petrify once a day. The soldiers worry that the petrification effect might wear off soon, especially since it's a replica. The soldiers decide they can't waste any more time. One of the golden-armored soldiers orders the others to kill Yuan and grab the prisoner. Another soldier questions the order, mentioning a penalty for killing a new player. The golden-armored soldier swings his sword down at the petrified Yuan. The sword connects, and a soldier wonders about the penalty. The golden-armored soldier stands over Yuan's body, blood splattered across his armor. The soldier in charge promises a management position on the first floor to whoever manages to kill Yuan and bring the prisoner. Another soldier is shocked by the offer. A soldier declares that he's going to be the one to kill him. The power of colossal fire is added to the arcane sword, enhancing its capabilities. The blade glows with intense heat, ready to unleash its fiery power. The soldiers scream as they are engulfed in flames. The soldiers are caught off guard by the sudden burst of flames. One of the soldiers warns his comrades not to get caught up in the flames. An order is given to attack from a distance, wary of the flames. Kim Yuan's cinder eyes allow him to see through the fire. The soldiers launch their attack, but Yuan is ready. The attack is deflected, the soldier's weapons unable to penetrate his defenses. Cinder Eyes resists fire attribute mana, granting him immunity to the flames. Yuan stands amidst the chaos, his cloak billowing around him. A soldier cries out as Yuan strikes him down. He stands tall, the aftermath of his fiery assault still lingering in the air. The ground around Kim Yuan crackles with residual energy, a testament to the power he wields. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, engulfing the area as a new attack is launched. The energy coalesces into a concentrated blast, aimed directly at Yuan. The air shimmers and distorts as the attack intensifies, the raw power threatening to overwhelm everything in its path. The blast connects, the force of the impact creating a shockwave that rips through the environment. A pained scream echoes through the chamber as the attack finds its mark. The golden-armored soldier, seemingly unfazed by the previous exchange, remarks that this is all they have, adding that numbers aren't everything. Emerging from the smoke, a figure in a tattered cloak rallies the remaining soldiers, urging them to corner him. The soldiers, a grotesque mix of human and monstrous features, charge forward, their crude weapons raised. One of the soldiers expresses disbelief, realizing that some of their ranks are even players who have reached the 10th floor. Another soldier, clad in crude green armor, acknowledges Yuan's high ranking and victory over Hargan, but remains defiant. The soldier in green armor, identified as a new player, unleashes a torrent of colossal fire. The skill Colossal Fire, Fire Pillar, engulfs the area. The inferno roars as the soldiers caught in the blast scream in agony. The golden-armored soldier grits his teeth, enduring the flames. He wonders how long he can withstand the heat. Kim Yuan, surrounded by the flames, asks if the golden-armored soldier is planning on sleeping. The fire intensifies, consuming everything in its path. The flames continue to rage, the heat becoming unbearable. The text reveals that Cinder Eyes and the pyromancy robe resist the sun shard. The golden-armored soldier realizes that Yuan is finally making a move with the sun shard. Chryses watches the battle unfold. The soldier in green armor asks what the relationship is to Hephaestus, and Chryses responds that he is his customer. Chryses, with a sinister look, prepares to act. He wonders if Yuan is meddling despite their relationship, while also acknowledging that the protagonist is exerting quite the pressure, even in his weakened state. The ranker knows his opponent is the right-hand man of Apollo, the ruler of fire, and that even a moment's lapse in guard could result in being burnt to ashes. Calculating his current injury and the penalty he'll receive upon being attacked, Chryses estimates that he shouldn't be able to attack more than 5 times. Activating his skill, Gigantfication, Chryses notes that it's a good matchup for him, considering his high fire resistance from Cinder Eyes and the pyromancy robe. Yuan steels himself, recalling that he even survived Sarutra's flames of annihilation, and acknowledges that Chryses seems to have a skill that no typical ranker possesses. Green energy crackles around Chryses' fist as he prepares to strike. The blow connects, the force of the Gigantfication skill unleashing a wave of fiery energy. The fiery energy surges outward, a testament to the power behind the attack. Yuan is sent flying backward from the force of the blow, the impact visible even through the fiery aura. The text reveals that Gigantfication combats against Sun Shard, and that Cinder Eyes resists Sun Shard. The fiery energy continues to surge, the text confirming that it resists Sun Shard. Despite the resistance, Yuan manages to right himself mid-air, preparing for the next attack. He failed to resist the Sun Shard, and a burning status effect was inflicted. The protagonist realized that he couldn't block a ranker's attack with just strength alone. The protagonist, engulfed in flames, wondered if he had some ice crystals, he could at least raise his resistance. The protagonist, struggling against the flames, thinks to himself that he needs time to rest before unleashing the skill Mana Blast. The Mana Blast skill is unleashed, creating a series of swirling blue orbs amidst the flames. The protagonist cries out as the flames continue to burn. Despite his efforts, the protagonist failed to resist the Sun Shard. The status effect of burn increased to level 2, as the protagonist grits his teeth in pain. The burn intensifies, and Kim Yuan realizes that at this rate, he's going to be roasted alive. He hopes that the attacks he used will have a penalty for Chryses as well. The battlefield is engulfed in flames as the golden-armored soldiers continue their assault. Chryses coughs, surrounded by smoke and debris, but remains standing. The soldier in green armor lands another blow on Yuan, declaring that it's the second one. Despite the pain, Yuan grits his teeth, thinking that if he can just hold out a little longer. The soldier in the tattered cloak slashes at Yuan with his sword, the attack connecting with brutal force. Yuan coughs again, the flames licking at his face as the burn intensifies. Chryses grits his teeth, enduring the effects of Yuan's attack. Despite the injuries and the flames, Yuan remains defiant, spitting out blood as he prepares to continue fighting. He coughs violently, the force of the unseen attack staggering him. The impact sends him crashing through the floor. He plummets through another level, surrounded by debris. The fall ends abruptly as Kim Yuan lands hard, blood splattering around him. Lying on the ground, Yuan realizes he underestimated his opponent because they were on the first floor. Even with his injury and the penalty, he thinks it's still ridiculous. Despite the pain, he steels himself. Yuan knows he can still fight a bit longer, but doesn't think he can surpass Chryses. He resolves to hold out 2 more times. He struggles to speak. He wonders where he fell into, realizing it's Ah Juicy's workshop. The protagonist considers himself lucky. A fragment that holds the darkness of Genesis. It contains mana with an unending dark property. Classification, crafting material. A disembodied voice echoes, speaking of a penalty that crises will soon understand. The scene shifts to a grand hall, where golden-armored soldiers stand guard along a long staircase. Kim Yuan walks up the stairs. The narration speaks of the immense power flowing through the tower. Suddenly, the soldier in tattered cloak is struck by a surge of energy, causing him to cough up blood. He realizes Sir Apollo is right. The soldier in tattered cloak feels as if the tower itself is alive. The tower's power restricts and suppresses any power that is out of control, all to protect the sanctity of the lower floors. The soldier in tattered cloak realizes that the tower's will is the penalty for disobedience. The soldier in green armor thanks the soldier in tattered cloak for his hard work, then orders him to quickly grab the criminal. The golden-armored soldier is ordered to see who has died and treat the injured. Kim Yuan's voice echoes through the tower, demanding they leave someone alone. The tower's interior shows signs of the recent rampage, with debris scattered across the floor. The soldier in green armor questions what will happen in the future. The golden-armored soldier states that their mission is complete, having already broken the law of the tower by going on a rampage on the first floor, but he would like to avoid unnecessary slaughter. He then says, "Understood." Energy explodes outward, the force of it shaking the very foundations of the tower. The energy continues to surge, a chaotic display of raw power. The soldier in tattered cloak's feet are planted firmly on the ground, bracing against the force. The soldier in tattered cloak is surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy, his expression grim. The soldier in tattered cloak draws his sword, preparing to strike. The soldier in green armor urges the soldier in tattered cloak to wait, referring to someone as a half-dead bastard. The golden-armored soldier questions whether they should spare him. The soldier in tattered cloak, his face scarred and resolute, declares that sparing him is too dangerous. The soldiers discuss the nature of dark attribute mana, especially in the case of someone who is half-dead, hinting at Kim Yuan's unique condition. Kim Yuan, surrounded by swirling energy, prepares to unleash his power. One of the golden-armored soldiers assures his superior that they will take care of the situation, suggesting the superior should rest. The soldier in green armor's eyes widen, a hint of fear creeping in as he witnesses Yuan's power. The golden-armored soldier wonders where Yuan has disappeared to, now that he has vanished from sight. The golden-armored soldier is struck by Yuan's attack, the force causing him to cough up blood. The soldier's hand reaches out, seemingly turning to stone as the petrification takes hold. The petrification spreads rapidly, encasing the golden-armored soldier in stone. Kim Yuan stands over the petrified soldier, the effects of his dark attribute mana fully realized. The petrification continues its relentless spread, consuming more of the soldier's body. The soldier in green armor realizes that the petrification doesn't stop one's mind, and that the effect will soon be undone. The soldier in green armor berates his comrades for standing by and watching, demanding they take action against Kim Yuan. The soldier in green armor's command echoes as the other soldiers prepare to strike Kim Yuan. A soldier lunges forward, spear aimed directly at the protagonist. Kim Yuan, however, is ready. He gathers a sphere of blue mana in his hand, preparing to unleash another attack. The blue mana erupts outwards, a wave of energy surging from Yuan. The energy rips through the air, tearing apart the environment. The soldiers are caught in the blast, coughing as the force of the attack hits them. One of the soldiers struggles to breathe, realizing that Yuan is holding onto something unbelievable, something brought in by the tower. The soldier in the tattered cloak, however, tells the soldier in green armor that this is no time to be impressed. The soldier in green armor retorts, questioning why they aren't handling Yuan themselves, stating that his role was only to stop Hephaestus. The soldier in the tattered cloak tells him to relax. The ground around the soldier in the tattered cloak begins to crack and crumble. The soldier in the tattered cloak, revealed to be Hephaestus, intends on seeing things through. Debris rains down as the battle intensifies. The soldier in the tattered cloak, Hephaestus, is surrounded by a whirlwind of destruction. Chryses appears, having arrived in response to a summons. The battlefield is engulfed in flames as Chryses stands before Hephaestus. Flames erupt from Hephaestus's hand, the heat intense. Hephaestus is impressed by Chryses' arrival. Controlling mana of two different attributes simultaneously is difficult, even for most rankers. Hephaestus observes Chryses, noting that he is a radiant gem that makes him want him. Hephaestus asks if Kim Yuan is the name he goes by, then offers him a deal, promising something far better than what he commissioned the criminal for if he joins him. Hephaestus clarifies that equipment is not the extent of his goal. Hephaestus reveals that he already gave the guy over there his answer, implying that Kim Yuan rejected his offer, which he finds shame. The flames burn intensely as the battle continues. The The force of the explosion sends bodies flying in all directions. Amidst the chaos, Kim Yuan stands firm, questioning if his opponent thinks he can keep fighting. Crises, sporting a sinister grin, retorts that he's surprised to hear such word from a new player. Crises reflects that in about 100 years, he might be able to share the day's events with pride. The explosion continues to rage, as Crises thinks to himself that he will be bragging about how he fought Kim Yuan right when he arrived on the first floor. The ranker continues to fight, thinking that he has fought against someone who will surely be much higher than a ranker by then. Crises acknowledges that surviving this encounter will only be possible if he makes it out alive. The ranker curses Kim Yuan's name, resolving himself to perish. Yuan, his eyes narrowed, asks if Crises wants to take Ajusi that badly. The ranker believes that if Ajusi doesn't rejoin Olympus, the next Gigantomachy could be prevented. The battle rages on, the clash of powers creating a blinding explosion. Crises steels himself, resolving to endure the fight in order to prevent that tragedy. The clash of powers sends tremors through the very foundations of the tower. Kim Yuan is engulfed in a fiery aura, the heat radiating intensely. The energy intensifies, the air crackling with raw power. The force of their collision distorts reality, light and energy bending around them. Debris and dust swirl in the wake of the devastating impact. Kim Yuan continues his assault, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Crises, observing the protagonist's strength, admits to himself, "I knew it. You really are amazing," but wonders how he knew. The battle continues to ravage the tower, the structure groaning under the strain. Explosions of energy erupt, shaking the very foundations of their battleground. The soldier in tattered cloak, witnessing the sheer power on display, mutters in disbelief, "What kind of stupidly monstrous?" A voice narrates that a ranker has never used so much power on the first floor before, and that Kim Yuan should be glad if he doesn't perish from the penalty, questioning how the fight went. The aftermath of the battle leaves the tower in ruins, a testament to the immense power unleashed. He lies on the ground, battered and bruised, as the golden armored soldier stands over him, declaring victory. The soldier in golden armor believes that even Kim Yuan couldn't withstand an attack like that. The golden armored soldier unleashes a powerful attack. Blood trickles down the golden armored soldier's face as he spits out a defiant retort. The hammer-wielding soldier is struck by a sudden blow, staggering backward. The hammer-wielding soldier, enraged, declares that it's not over yet. The golden armored soldier, battered and bleeding, curses, questioning if his attacker isn't afraid of the penalty for using too much power on this floor. The force of the blow sends the hammer-wielding soldier flying. Kim Yuan, gasping for air, stands over the golden armored soldier, dismissing any concern about the penalty. The golden armored soldier, defeated, utters a desperate plea. The hammer-wielding soldier, now glowing with power, cries out for someone to save him. Kim Yuan delivers a final, devastating blow to the hammer-wielding soldier. The administrator of the tower's first floor, surrounded by crackling energy, is told that he is going a bit too overboard. He wonders why he showed up now of all times. The golden armored soldier, defeated, can only manage a pained groan. Kim Yuan, shrouded in dust and debris, weakly calls out to the administrator. The administrator of the tower's first floor stands tall, his power evident as he looks down at the scene. The force of the blow sends the administrator of the tower's first floor reeling. The hammer-wielding soldier continues his assault, his weapon crackling with purple energy as he brings it down on the administrator. The administrator of the tower's first floor grits his teeth, demanding to know why they showed up now of all times. The administrator coughs up blood, barely able to choke out the word administrator. The hammer-wielding soldier continues his relentless assault, purple energy swirling around him as he pummels the administrator of the tower's first floor. The administrator of the tower's first floor is told that he shouldn't have just observed a major guild rampaging on the first floor forever, and that if he wants to fight properly, he should go up. The hammer-wielding soldier brings his weapon down with devastating force, the impact creating a shockwave of energy. The administrator of the tower's first floor insists it was a misunderstanding, claiming he never had any intention to fight. The soldier in golden armor, bloodied and bruised, realizes that his attackers are from Olympus. The golden-armored soldier stammers, confirming that he is correct, and is ordered to tell Zeus loud and clear. The hammer-wielding soldier's blow lands squarely, eliciting a pained grunt from the administrator of the tower's first floor. The administrator of the tower's first floor, despite the brutal assault, vows to rip out his attacker's beard. The hammer-wielding soldier, unfazed by the administrator's threat, is ordered to properly brand the administrator. The golden-armored soldier realizes the brand will force the administrator of the tower's first floor to deliver a message exactly as intended. The administrator of the tower's first floor spits out a curse against Olympus. The soldiers declare the administrator's defeat complete. A surge of energy erupts, signaling a transformation. The energy intensifies, swirling around a figure. The swirling energy coalesces, revealing the form of a monstrous egg. The monstrous egg bears its fangs. Kim Yuan realizes the situation is dangerous. He wonders if the egg is trying to consume him while he's weak. Perhaps it's protecting him instead, the egg returning to hibernation. The man in black wonders when he lost consciousness. He tries to recall what he wants. Volcaro's voice booms as he speaks to the man in black. Volcaro addresses him as Jussi, warning him to watch his mouth. The crafter asks how his body is, adding, "More or less fine, what about you, Jussi?" Volcaro asks how long he's going to keep calling him Jussi. The man in black retorts that it's not like he can call him Jumma, and tells him to knock it off. Volcaro asks if it matters what he calls him after that, calling him shameless. The sound of Volcaro's pout fills the room. The man in black thanks Volcaro, who says he only said it twice, calling him Tsundere. He examines the craftsmanship of the room, wondering aloud who could have built such a place. The sound of metal on metal rings out as Volcaro works at his forge, assuming that Kim Yuan must be embarrassed by his question. The blacksmith, holding a pickaxe, reveals that Volcaro is not his real name. He confesses that he was once Hephaestus, a blacksmith for Olympus. Yuan, unfazed by the revelation, is asked if he isn't shocked by the blacksmith's confession. The man in black replies that he is plenty shocked, questioning if Hephaestus is unable to lie or simply doesn't care to. Hephaestus reflects on how Yuan already knew his true identity, which is why he initially suspected him of being someone from Olympus. The blacksmith now believes that Yuan is no ordinary player. Hephaestus states that due to recent events, the Olympians are laying low for a bit, which is why he decided to splurge and rent out a nice workshop for a few days. The blacksmith declares that whether it's favors or misdeeds, he is someone who always pays back tenfold. Hephaestus asks Yuan to wait a few days, promising to forge him the best sword. Yuan sits on the bed, waiting patiently for the blacksmith to finish his work. A close-up of Yuan reveals a slight smile, hinting at his anticipation for the promised sword. The blacksmith's words hung in the air, a promise of power yet to come. Hephaestus's words registered with Yuan, who understood the implications of the deal. Yuan declared his intention to climb the tower, a statement the blacksmith seemed to anticipate with pleasure. The blacksmith, though, insisted that Yuan visit a hospital first, his concern evident. After a day of rest in a hospital, Yuan felt recovered enough to move, though he had expected to fight Olympus somewhere else. On the 10th floor, Yuan found that his plans had gone slightly awry, but the change was still greatly beneficial. Olympus wouldn't be able to interfere with the first floor for a few years, thanks to the administrator's watch, and his relationship with Jussi was now similar to what it was before his return, making procuring easier. Yuan knew this would all play a major factor in the second gigantomachy. However, this dark divine crystal was especially difficult to handle. The power radiating from the dark divine crystal in Yuan's hand is far greater than the helm of invisibility once wielded by Hades. Even if it differs from the completed helm of invisibility, Yuan wonders if the difference lies in the user. After refining the true dark divine crystal, Yuan notes 3 major differences. It's a fragment that holds the darkness of Genesis, contains mana with an unending dark property, and is classified as a crafting material. The unrefined description disappeared, and its resistance, amplification rate, and consumption rate all increased. It is now capable of stealth, can change mana to dark attribute, and has Hell Summon, limited. It also has a 50% increase in dark attribute mana resistance, a 30% increase in dark attribute mana amplification rate, and a 30% decrease in dark attribute mana consumption rate. The crystal's power is capable of a Hell Summon, a word that symbolizes Hades. The crystal's power feels akin to the fountain of his power. Yuan realizes that he probably can't draw out its full power, but still gave him an insight as to the true power of the dark divine crystal. The crystal is more of a catalyst that summons power rather than an object that holds power. He is starting to get a feel for how to use it. Time to get going, he thinks. Suddenly, a new message appears from Hephaestus. Come on over. Yuan thinks that Hephaestus really knows how to be right on time. Yuan arrives at Hephaestus's workshop, thinking that it must have cost him a pretty penny. The gears of commerce turn, and it's clear that any item Hephaestus puts real effort into would cost tens of thousands of points at the very least. And since a portion of all profits that Olympus makes on item sales goes to him, he might actually be among the top 1% of rankers in terms of wealth. Seeing as how quiet it is, Yuan guesses the work is finished. Volcaro calls out, noting his arrival. Volcaro, ever straight to the point, simply says, "Here, take it." Yuan gets the sword, but wonders what the other item is, deciding to open it up. The lid of the box is lifted, revealing its contents. Volcaro wonders if it's a surprise box, but Yuan is prompted to take a closer look. Yuan wonders what could be inside the box. Reaching into the box, he finds something smooth, wondering if it's a glove. The item is revealed to be an invisible glove, a thin glove made from special material with great mana conductivity, and can be made invisible through the settings. Volcaro explains that it's made by mixing in mithril. Volcaro notes that Yuan catches on quick. The protagonist thinks to himself that it feels like he's not wearing anything, wondering why the crafter even made it, as it wouldn't have been easy. Yuan rubs the glove between his fingers, realizing it must have been easy to make it invisible, as Hephaestus even used expensive mithril. Hephaestus's creation rests in Yuan's hand, its power palpable even at rest. He considers the weapon's potential. A click echoes as the invisible glove finds its place, locking securely onto the sword. Volcaro explains that he didn't have enough time or materials, so he just slapped it together. He tells Yuan to use it however he wants. Yuan declares that he will use it well, but Volcaro tells him say that after he's checked his. The sword now rests on a table, awaiting its wielder's touch. The intricate design of the sword is revealed, its dark metal hinting at the power it holds. Yuan examines the blade closely, finding not a single flaw in its construction. Hephaestus can feel the sharpness of the sword just by gripping it in his hand. The blacksmith, Hephaestus, requests a name for the sword, deeming it absolutely amazing. The choice is his, to christen this weapon and forever bind its destiny to his own. The deep, dark color of the dark divine crystal powder completely envelopes the green color of the mithril, enhancing the effects of the sword. Yuan decides to name the sword Edge of Nightfall, a sword of dark night. With the newly forged Edge of Nightfall in hand, Kim Yuan prepares to test its power. The blade sings as it cuts through the air, leaving a trail of displaced energy and shattered rock in its wake. Volcaro, witnessing the sword's destructive capabilities, can only stammer in disbelief. The administrator of the tower's first floor sighs, unimpressed with the name Yuan chose for the weapon. The system informs Kim Yuan that he has obtained the Edge of Nightfall. The Edge of Nightfall now in hand, Yuan examines the blade. The system declares that by Hephaestus's will, the Edge of Nightfall is now bound to Yuan. The system describes the Edge of Nightfall as a sword specialized for the night and dark, composed of a black body. The system explains that the item's name reflects not just its appearance, but also its effects. The system details the Edge of Nightfall's properties. Crafted by the blacksmith Hephaestus from mithril and remnants of a special crystal, it can accumulate dark mana and significantly boost stamina and mana recovery in darkness. The system notes that the item's mana accumulation and recovery effects are exceptional, potentially allowing Yuan to fight indefinitely in darkness. Examining the sword, Yuan thinks to himself that this is more than he expected. Hephaestus, observing Yuan from afar, remarks that the finishing touch to an item is its name, and seems satisfied with the result. Yuan muses that he guesses the two fit well together, so whatever. Hephaestus asks if Kim Yuan plans on going up now. Yuan responds, of course. The blacksmith asks what Yuan is going to do about Olympus, clarifying that he intends to bring them down. Hephaestus gestures upwards, indicating the path Yuan will take. Yuan is already far away, standing at the top of the tower. He knows he has to go down to get where he needs to be. The blacksmith watches as Yuan departs. Hephaestus crosses his arms, a slight smile playing on his lips. The blacksmith thinks that despite getting caught up in a massive wave, Yuan doesn't seem worried. Hephaestus finds him to be an odd kid, one with neither fear nor hesitation. He tells him to go, stating that they are done here and he won't be waving goodbye. Yuan descends the tower, the sound of his footsteps echoing. The man in red thinks to himself that it was a short goodbye, like always. A sign indicates that they met again after such a long time. The Edge of Nightfall glows faintly against a dark, cloudy sky. Having received a new weapon, Kim Yuan examines it closely, questioning if it's made of adamantium. He wonders how Hephaestus could have acquired such a rare material. Nearby, the man in red reminds the crafter that he had said he lost his sword. He insists that if he's going to face those outer bastards, he'll need this weapon at the very least. The crafter, Hephaestus, holds the weapon, its surface marred with what appears to be blood. The administrator of the tower's first floor appears exhausted, questioning if Hephaestus melted down his hammer or used his fist as a hammer to make the weapon. Hephaestus, his face etched with a stern expression, tells the administrator not to nag him and to just take the weapon already. The administrator grasps the weapon, the chain wrapped around the hilt glinting ominously. Hephaestus reflects on how the administrator had essentially given him his heart. The administrator, now armed, stands atop a building, overlooking a town bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The administrator speaks, saying it was nice seeing him again. The scene shifts to a distant view of Olympus, the city of the gods, nestled amongst towering mountains and a vibrant sky. Inside a room filled with monitors displaying various data, the journey to Olympus continues. Inside the Colosseum's testing area, Shuri, the test examiner, hums a tune as he oversees the proceedings. The examiner reflects on Kim Yuan, a new player who entered the first floor 12 days prior. The examiner holds a small, rectangular object. The examiner recalls that Yuan set a historic new record in the tutorial, and his potential is rated as S rank. The examiner thinks back, recalling that Hargan was fun to watch because of how skilled he was, but Kim Yuan managed to get first place by surpassing him. The examiner's gaze sharpens. The examiner muses on Yuan coming alone to a test when he could have participated as a team, wondering if he's implying that there's no one that can rival him on this floor. The examiner remarks that the Colosseum is an indestructible place that can handle even rankers fighting. The examiner gives the order to go buck wild. A figure stands in the center of the Colosseum. The scene shows an aerial view of the first floor testing site, the Colosseum. The figure in the Colosseum is revealed to be Kim Yuan, who is about to undergo a test that measures one's strength, an essential quality of a warrior, a simple test where you just have to take down your opponent. He notes the ranking board, recognizing Ogong at the top. Compared to his previous record, the rankings are far higher than he remembers. He recalls his previous best being only round 12. Another familiar name catches his eye. The board shows 12 fourth Argon at round 16, a record he acknowledges as quite high. The protagonist realizes that the current records are higher than before his return, attributing it to the king's lightning glove. He grips the hilt of his sword, preparing for the challenge ahead. The protagonist acknowledges that he doesn't know what floor someone is on, but he intends to find out soon enough. With the stage set, a message appears, declaring that the test will now begin. The message urges him to defeat his opponent in a test where no one has seen the end. He understands that the more enemies he defeats, the greater the reward. It's a place where any player seeking to become a ranker challenges their limit, as the sounds of something approaching echo. A heavily armored opponent emerges, ready to test his strength. He faces the heavily armored opponent, the monstrous figure's red eyes burning with malice. The armored opponent roars, the sound echoing through the tower. The soldier brings his hammer down, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. The armored soldier's face contorts in a savage grin as he prepares to crush his opponent. But Yuan activates his skill, Arcane Sword, a blue glow emanating from the blade. With blinding speed, Yuan unleashes a flurry of attacks, the arcane sword leaving trails of light in its wake. The arcane sword finds its mark, slicing through the armored soldier's defenses. The soldier reels from the attack, his massive form momentarily staggered. The force of the blows sends the armored soldier crashing to the ground. As the soldier falls, a notification appears. Heaven Slaying Star's completion rate increased by 0.008%. A system message declares that Yuan has passed the test of the one first floor. The test is complete, the path forward now open to Yuan. However, that was only the beginning for Kim Yuan. He is asked if he would like to challenge the next trial. Having accepted the challenge, Kim Yuan prepares to start the 2-second trial. The administrator of the tower watches Kim Yuan's progress. The administrator thinks that she wasn't impressed by him cutting down a few orcs since Hargan managed to do the same. The onlookers are amazed by Kim Yuan's speed, comparing him to Sun Ogong, who holds the titles the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, and Victorious Fighting Buddha. Kim Yuan leaps into the air, ready to face the next challenge. He continues to fight, his movements a blur of speed and precision. The arcane sword glows as Kim Yuan prepares to strike. The force of his attacks is devastating, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Kim Yuan fights without even taking a break, his stamina seemingly endless. Through rounds 9 and 10, Kim Yuan conserves his stamina and mana by not using any proper skills. Even as he progresses through rounds 11 and 12, Kim Yuan pays no heed to the trial at hand, looking at a place much further away. It's said that he aims to surpass the high rankers' records. The trial continues, now at round 14 and 15. The administrator of the tower's one first floor asks if Kim Yuan would like to challenge the next trial, and he accepts. The administrator's hand glows with power. Cinder Eyes control Colossal Fire, a skill that allows the user to use Colossal Fire and Colossal Sword. The administrator of the tower's one first floor is hit by the Colossal Fire. The administrator blocked it, but at what cost? The administrator decides that he shouldn't drag this out any longer. The Colossal Fire rages around the administrator. The system informs that the administrator's arm has been imbued with the power of a giant, but he has a low proficiency. Because his constitution is too low, partial gigantification will occur. The administrator's power grows. The administrator's arm transforms, becoming gigantic. The administrator of the tower's one first floor's arm continues to grow, becoming a massive, distorted limb. The force of the transformation sends debris flying. Dust and debris continue to rain down as the transformation progresses. The administrator's partially gigantified form looms over the arena, his discarded armor scattered around him. The heavily armored opponent reflects on his defeat, realizing this is only the second time he has ever lost. The heavily armored opponent acknowledges Kim Yuan's strength. Kim Yuan reflects on the heavily armored opponent's resilience, noting that he was the first opponent to keep getting up no matter how many times he was cut and pierced. He admits that if his sword wasn't old and worn out, he would have had a much tougher time. The heavily armored opponent considers Kim Yuan's compliment empty, but is grateful to have fought and had fun again. Kim Yuan levels up, increasing his strength, dexterity, and constitution. He has passed the 19th fourth trial. increasing heaven-slaying stars completion rate. Kim Yuan realizes that with this victory, he has achieved the same record as Ogong. Kim Yuan acknowledges that he is finally at the 24th trial, which no one could clear. A system message appears, asking if Kim Yuan would like to challenge the next trial. He accepts the challenge. The system notified Kim Yuan that he leveled up. The system continued, informing him that his strength, dexterity, and constitution had increased by 1 point each, and that the heaven-slaying stars completion rate had increased by 4.78%. The system declared that Kim Yuan had passed the 19th trial, and he thought to himself that he was finally at the 24th trial that no one could clear. The system prompted him, asking if he would like to challenge the next trial. The system warned that if no response was given within 30 seconds, he would be automatically transported to the next floor. Yuan cursed under his breath, annoyed that he wasn't being given any time to rest. He realized that being in the Colosseum would be meaningless if they gave them plenty of time to rest. With a sigh, Yuan resigned himself to his fate, muttering that he would go ahead. The world around him dissolved into particles of light. Yuan's eyes narrowed, a familiar determination hardening his gaze as he prepared for the next challenge. The system confirmed that he had chosen to challenge the next trial. He finds himself at the start of the final trial. The air crackles with immense mana and a palpable killing intent. The sheer force of the mana sends shivers down someone's spine. Someone wonders if the thing is really going to come out. The announcement rings out. The boss of the final trial has appeared. A massive blade descends, piercing through the arena. The system reiterates that the boss of the final trial has appeared, as a guttural hiss echoes through the arena. The source of the hiss is revealed. A monstrous, scaled face with glowing eyes. Kim Yuan grits his teeth, bracing himself for the coming battle. The monstrous boss unleashes a devastating attack. The force of the blow sends Yuan flying backward, a pained grunt escaping his lips. Struggling to regain his footing, Yuan realizes he's being overwhelmed. The force of the blow pushed Kim Yuan back, even while he was using gigantification. The attack sends him crashing through the environment. The administrator's hand reaches out, ready to strike again. The administrator of the first floor grimaces, realizing that this is the 24th trial. He recalls being hit by the administrator's tail, which knocked him out and eliminated him. The administrator's power is such that even with Yuan's level of health, most people would have been instantly killed. The administrator acknowledges that it's the final trial, but questions why it's on the first floor, asking if Yuan mistook him for a similar creature. The administrator calls out to Yuan. Yuan's eyes narrow, and he asks if the administrator really thinks he'd confuse such a thing. The administrator is revealed to be a snake with 8 heads large enough to cover 8 mountains and fill 8 ravines, a being close to a mythical or demonic beast, or even a dragon. The administrator wields an ancient shard of an outer god, which should have been sealed long ago by Susanoo. Yuan realizes that the administrators really just do whatever they want. The quest notification hangs in the air, demanding the defeat of the 8th head of Yamato no Orochi, though the artist has made a change from the novel. The administrator of the tower's first floor, now in his true form as a massive dragon, looms over the arena. Hephaestus, still in human form, wonders what kind of difficulty he's gotten himself into. The dragon's immense size dwarfs the surrounding buildings, its presence reshaping the very landscape. The dragon's face contorts in a menacing snarl, its eyes burning with fiery intensity. The dragon unleashes a deafening roar, the sound waves rippling outwards. The force of the dragon's roar sends Hephaestus flying backwards, the impact shattering the ground around him. Despite the overwhelming power of his opponent, Hephaestus steels himself, realizing that with his current body, even one mistake could be fatal. The dragon continues its assault, unleashing a barrage of attacks that obliterate the environment. Another earth-shattering roar erupts from the dragon's maw, shaking the very foundations of the tower. Hephaestus is sent hurtling through the air once more, struggling to maintain his balance against the dragon's relentless onslaught. The dragon's attacks intensify, each blow carrying enough force to level buildings. Debris rains down as the dragon's assault continues to reshape the battlefield. The administrator's massive dragon foot descends, shaking the very foundations of the tower. Hephaestus barely manages to roll out of the way as the foot crashes down, sending debris flying. The dragon administrator unleashes a torrent of energy, the force of it threatening to overwhelm the crafter. The energy slams into him, the impact visible even through the blinding light. The dragon administrator observes the results of his attack, noting that there's no actual substance to Hephaestus's attacks. Hephaestus, seeing the dragon's true form, realizes that this Orochi is unlike any he has known before. A shard of pure dark divine crystal glints ominously. The dragon administrator prepares another blast of energy, focusing it into a concentrated beam. The dragon hisses, realizing that the attacks are too shallow to be effective. Hephaestus clicks his tongue in annoyance. clearly frustrated by the situation. The dragon administrator's face contorts in rage, his eyes burning with fury. The dragon administrator roars, a sound that promises destruction. The dragon administrator unleashes a devastating strike, the force of it shaking the very air around him. Hephaestus is sent hurtling away from the dragon's attack, the impact throwing him off balance. The crafter's attacks are proving ineffective against the dragon's hide. The scales and leather are too tough to penetrate. The dragon administrator continues his relentless assault, his movements swift and powerful. Hephaestus is sent flying once more, struggling to withstand the administrator's overwhelming power. The situation looks grim. It seems like an impossible trial. The dragon roars, its power immense, as Hephaestus struggles to stay on his feet. But the tower never gives an unbeatable trial. Hephaestus's eyes glow red as he realizes he needs to find something. Hephaestus's eyes burn with determination. He needs to find it. He realizes he needs to find that thing that should have remained on Orochi's body. Elsewhere, a figure stands on a balcony, observing the events unfolding below. The figure gazes out over a maze-like structure, questioning why. The figure on the balcony notes that the administrator has paused his assault. The dragon administrator, momentarily stunned, is surrounded by debris. It seems he has already accomplished something incredible. Meanwhile, Hephaestus, encased in a glowing sphere, realizes he has found what he was looking for. The figure on the balcony is surprised by this development. Hephaestus, now empowered, prepares to strike. Hephaestus's attack connects with the dragon administrator. The force of the blow sends the dragon administrator crashing down. The dragon administrator is sent spiraling downward. The impact of the fall creates a cloud of dust and debris. The dragon administrator roars in pain and fury. Hephaestus stands victorious, the battle seemingly won. Hephaestus, having found the administrator's weakness, is now aiming for it. The figure on a balcony knows the location of the dragon's weak point, the small indent near its heart. That indent is the only place on the dragon administrator's body without a scale. It's Orochi's soul reverse scale. Hephaestus leaps towards the dragon administrator, aiming for the reverse scale. The dragon administrator is struck. The blow lands squarely on the dragon administrator's reverse scale. The dragon administrator's eyes widen in pain and shock. The attack on the reverse scale unleashes a burst of energy. The dragon administrator roars in agony. Hephaestus's attack continues to devastate the dragon administrator. The dragon administrator cries out as the attack reaches its climax. The dragon administrator's pained roar echoes through the tower. The blade, still glowing with power, remains embedded in the dragon's reverse scale. The dragon writhes in agony, the force of Hephaestus's strike clearly taking its toll. The sound of the impact reverberates, shaking the very foundations of the tower. Kim Yuan clenches his fist, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. The text describes a sinister snake that could cover 8 mountains and ravines with its body, capable of using strange spells and enchantments. The text explains that the one who silenced this gigantic calamity that almost annihilated a whole floor of a tower was the high-ranker Susanoo, who used an indestructible magical sword with the power to seal. The text continues, stating that Susanoo inflicted a wound that could never be erased on Orochi's chest, which became the only reverse scale on Orochi. Kim Yuan stands tall, a sword gleaming in his hand, embodying a reenactment of a legend. The man's fist clenches, knuckles white against the cool metal. He can't believe what's happening. It's unprecedented. No, this is more than just unbelievable. It's a sinister snake that could cover 8 mountains and ravines with its body, capable of using strange spells and enchantments. The one that silenced this gigantic calamity that almost annihilated a whole floor of a tower was the high-ranker Susanoo. Susanoo used an indestructible magical sword, and in that sword, there was an enchantment that had the power to seal a being that was pierced with the sword. And so Susanoo inflicted a wound that could never be erased on Orochi's chest, which became the only reverse scale on Orochi, a reenactment of a legend. Kim Yuan stands amidst the echoes of that legend, his sword still dripping with the essence of a defeated foe. The system announces his victory. He has defeated the 8/4 head of Yamada no Orochi. He leveled up, and his Heaven-Slaying Stars completion rate increased by 12.85%. His strength increased by 1, his dexterity by 2, and his constitution by 1. Kim Yuan has passed the final trial. The system declares that his achievement is recorded in the Colosseum. Yuan looks down, weary but resolute. Kim Yuan's level is now 69. His stats are displayed. Strength 79, Dexterity 62, Constitution 70, Perception 60, and Arcane 70. He leveled up in a 19/4 test, yet he leveled up again. Starting at level 60, it's hard to level up even once through a normal hunt. He noted that he was only 31 levels away from level 100. He was leveling up faster than he anticipated. Participant Kim Yuan considered his next move. Elsewhere, Shuri, a female elf with 6 swords, moved with swift, sneaky movements that hid her presence. The test examiner of the first floor, Shuri, stood ready. Shuri wondered if Yuan knew about Yamato no Orochi, or the reverse scale. Yuan knew that the tower didn't give impossible tests, so he looked around carefully because he thought the difficulty was too intense even for a final trial. The elf was visible in the distance, standing atop the defeated Orochi. And with that, Kim Yuan found an answer. Someone wondered if Shuri's eyes were the golden cinder eyes, but another voice denied it, stating that they were not golden. The elf's eyes were described as cinder eyes with gigantification. It was said that Shuri was a player that had the skills of 2 top high rankers. She questions if Kim Yuan hails from Olympus, the heavenly realm, or is perhaps the great sage's successor. The protagonist replies that he can accept whatever the case may be. The test examiner, Shuri, assures him that test examiners aren't allowed to tell anyone the contents of a test or any information on the participating players. Shuri claims it's a misunderstanding, but it doesn't matter. She presents the sword as an additional reward from the administrator. She explains that she was told to give it to a player that passed every trial on the first floor. Truth be told, after seeing Orochi, she never thought a day would come where she'd. The administrator states that, finally, the rightful owner of the sword appeared. Shuri seems serious, and Yuan should check it out because even she doesn't know what that is. A close-up reveals the sword's ornate hilt and the blade itself. The sword clangs against something. Yuan wonders if the sword is defective. The sword fragment was located here. The description of the sword fragment, Tatsuka no Tsurugi, is displayed. It is a fragment of the sword used by Susanoo long ago to seal Yamato no Orochi. There's a special power sealed inside it, but it is currently in a broken state. The remaining fragment is needed to recover its original power. Shuri tells Kim Yuan that if he has a problem with his reward, she can speak with the administrator. Yuan replies that it's okay and everything is fine. He knew this was just a bonus reward, with the real prize still waiting for him. Having cleared all the trials of the first floor, all of his stats increased by 2. He also obtained the Tatsuka no Tsurugi fragment and Orochi's 8/4 heart. Orochi's 8/4 heart, separated after being sealed by Susanoo, possessed a powerful poison. The heart contained a powerful poison, making it impossible to consume through normal means. However, if the poison could be neutralized, it would become a great elixir that even high rankers would desire. As a reward, the administrator congratulated him, stating that it was an item that's hard to put a price tag on. The administrator offered a word of advice: don't just consume it. Kim Yuan thanked him for the advice. Then, something began to react. The egg was reacting, expressing hunger. Yuan wondered what was happening. The egg began to show its form. A strange presence emanated from the egg. The egg hadn't hatched yet, but something was clearly emerging. The realization dawns on Kim Yuan. The egg is about to hatch. The air crackles with unseen energy. The monstrous egg pulses with a dark, ominous light. Shuri watches from above as the egg's influence spreads, corrupting the surrounding area. The air vibrates with an unnatural resonance. The administrator of the tower's first floor wonders how this entity could bypass the tower's protective barriers. The egg continues to absorb the surrounding energy. The administrator of the tower's first floor shouts for the process to stop. Kim Yuan pleads for a moment, seemingly trying to understand the situation. The text reveals that the egg has begun to feast on Orochi's 8/4 head. The egg's form becomes more defined as it consumes more power. The administrator of the tower's first floor questions if the egg is consuming the corpse. The administrator of the tower's first floor watches as Kim Yuan battles the monstrous entity that has emerged, its presence disrupting the established order. On a distant balcony, Shuri observes the unfolding events with a mixture of curiosity and concern. She admits to herself that she has never seen anything like this. The figure on the balcony continues to watch, thinking that since Yuan has rights over the corpse, she won't intervene anymore. She wonders if this is also one of his abilities. Back in the fray, the administrator of the tower's first floor observes the egg's behavior, noting that it is something similar to his own abilities. Kim Yuan, despite facing what appears to be an abomination, admits to himself that he's not so sure about what's happening. The monstrous entity continues to writhe and pulsate, its many eyes glowing with an eerie light. Yuan pauses, looking at the creature as he wonders if it is full. The egg nods its head, and then begins to sing, its strange melody filling the air. Despite its terrifying appearance, Yuan realizes the abomination is acting like a child. The figure on the balcony wonders what this thing is as the egg falls asleep. The egg, which has shown no response until now, suddenly appeared. What does that mean? Yuan stands over the sleeping entity, contemplating its nature and purpose. The incubation rate of the mysterious egg increases to 13.58%, but its origins and how to hatch it remain unknown. Kim Yuan, standing beside Shuri, wonders what caused the sudden change. The test examiner confirms that she felt it too. Shuri reflects on her initial assumption that Yuan was Ogong's successor, but after witnessing his power, she is no longer so sure. The administrator thinks to himself that there's no way the heavenly realm would be hiding such sinister power. Yuan seems to have a lot of secrets, and Shuri promises not to share any of what went on there. The test examiner hopes to hear news of Yuan making it far up the tower. The administrator observes that Shuri still has the same habit of saying goodbye to people who pass the test. The administrator reflects on Shuri, thinking she was inflexible but just, as well as a beautiful and strong warrior. Shuri extends her hand, ready to say goodbye to Yuan. The test examiner shakes Yuan's hand, telling him it was nice meeting him. The camera pans up to show the ranking board, displaying the current standings. The ranking board shows Kim Yuan in first place at round 20, followed by Sun Ogong in second place at round 19. The leaderboard displays the results of the third Hercules round. Whispers spread about the recent shift in power. The long unchanged rankings on the first floor had finally been disrupted. The news traveled quickly through the tower. Someone confirmed that the one who topped the rankings was the same person who dominated the tutorial. The tower's inhabitants wondered if another monster, like Ogong, had entered. They questioned if he was a pureblood and where he came from. Yuan reflected on his past. He thought of a place called Earth, a place he had never heard of before. The administrator observed Yuan, noting that with every test he participated in, he was always the first to accomplish something. The administrator mused that Yuan might even become a ranker in a few decades. The fourth test, the labyrinth. The labyrinth stretched out, a complex maze of pathways. An explosion rocked the labyrinth, sending debris flying. Emerging from the smoke and rubble, Yuan stood amidst the destruction. The labyrinth, now cleared, shows signs of the explosion. A system message declares that the fourth floor's labyrinth test has been cleared, establishing a new path, and that a bonus reward will be given for being the first to achieve this. The administrator reflects on the labyrinth, noting that he opened multiple new exits, making the test about finding the correct path. He expresses concern about the difficulty for future challengers. Kim Yuan stands amidst the destruction, acknowledging that the events were unavoidable to receive a good reward. The protagonist thinks it's about time he went and saw someone. Volcaro is seen speaking to someone off-panel. The man in red is looking pleased. Volcaro is at work when the man in red arrives, and the crafter notes that it has been a month. The man in red states that he came to grab the thing he left with the crafter. Volcaro, sweat beading on his brow, pauses in his work. Kim Yuan stands calmly, seemingly unaffected by the heat. The administrator of the tower's first floor greets Yuan, noting it has been a month since their last encounter. Yuan states his purpose, intending to retrieve the item he left behind. The administrator, annoyed by Yuan's return, tells him to wait, claiming he is almost done. Volcaro continues hammering. Sparks fly as Volcaro continues his work. Volcaro pauses, a bead of sweat rolling down his face, and wonders aloud. The administrator asks if Yuan isn't hot, but Yuan simply states that he is. The administrator observes that Yuan seems completely fine despite the workshop's intense heat, and wonders about his fire resistance. The administrator notes that Yuan took about 10 days to complete the fourth floor's test, and asks what took him so long. He wonders at the strange reaction occurring in the forge. Volcaro demands to know why Kim Yuan is delaying the retrieval of his commissioned item. The administrator muses that Yuan's path is not a single, simple one, and that it took him time to establish new paths. The administrator wonders if Yuan did something crazy again to receive more clear rewards, and questions why he doesn't do things the normal way, expressing his curiosity about what he'll do for the next test. Volcaro chuckles, saying he'll come back and tell Yuan more later, then asks if the item is also something he needs for the next test. The crafter admits he's never made a weapon like this before, noting its poor mana conductivity. The nameless sword, crafted from various materials, has terrible mana conductivity but a well-sharpened blade, making it potentially useful for butchering. The text emphasizes that the sword has the worst mana conductivity possible. Volcaro explains that the bad mana conductivity also means it has strong resistance against mana, which is why he crafted it primarily with materials used for armor, likely minerals like fail, tar, and obsidian. The protagonist activates the skill Arcane Sword on the nameless sword, but it fails. The crafter notes that with the worst mana conductivity, this is his worst failure, but per Yuan's request, it turned out pretty successfully. The attempt to activate Arcane Sword fails, as an unknown power is blocking mana, but the protagonist thinks that it's better than he expected. Yuan states that he likes the sword. Volcaro responds that it was a pretty fun challenge for him. Volcaro marvels at the idea of crafting a weapon from materials typically used for armor. The administrator of the towers hands Volcaro a stack of Asgardian bills. Volcaro is shocked by the money, but the administrator tells him to keep it. Yuan thinks to himself that he might get used to free stuff. Yuan promises to return to the administrator. Near the workshop portal, Yuan prepares to ascend to the next floor. The system confirms that the record for having passed the 9 fourth floors test has been confirmed, and that he paid 10 points to use the portal. The system prompts Yuan to select his destination, as he realizes he's finally reached the double-digit floors. Yuan stands tall, ready for the next challenge. He requests to be taken to the 10 fourth floor, to the martial realm. The system confirms his qualification and begins teleporting him to the 10 fourth floor. Yuan is teleported to the 10 fourth floor. He has arrived in the martial realm, specifically the northern region's martial city, the starting point for the 10 fourth floor. The martial realm is a giant continent surrounded by ocean. It is an ecosystem where the strong rule. Unlike the other floors, the 10 fourth floor's test begins as soon as one arrives. A recruiter shouts, inviting people to join the School of the Dragon Sword, welcoming anyone with passion. Another recruiter, from the House of the Gentleman's Sword, calls out to those who use the sword. Yet another school, the School of Heavy Steel, claims to be the best martial art to learn to climb the tower, declaring that the 10 fourth floor's test will now begin. The test requires participants to select a martial arts school to join and then pass its test. The test involves clearing the test of a martial arts school by learning their martial arts. Yuan finds the scene chaotic, like a marketplace. Someone approaches Yuan, remarking that it must be his first time in the martial realm and that he looks like he has quite the skills. Another man asks if he happens to use the sword. The man insists that it must be fate and that he must join their School of the Sapphire Sword. He listens as the recruiter from the School of the Sapphire Sword begins his pitch, boasting, "Our school is..." The recruiter continues, explaining that the founding of the School of the Sapphire Sword actually predates the tower itself, and that major martial schools probably have no interest in a place like this, nor would they be actively seeking out people like Yuan. The recruiter presses on, asking if the protagonist is even listening to him, as he continues to extol the virtues of the School of the Sapphire Sword. Yuan cuts him off, apologizing but stating that he already had a martial school in mind. The recruiter, clearly offended, demands to know if Yuan is looking down on him and his school. The protagonist replies that wasn't really his intention, but admits the recruiter isn't exactly wrong. The recruiter, incensed by Yuan's perceived arrogance, prepares to strike. He continues his tirade, questioning if Yuan even knows how great their School of the Sapphire Sword is, as he raises his sword. Yuan, unfazed by the recruiter's outburst, thinks to himself that he got caught up in something annoying. The recruiter's internal monologue reveals that he's demonstrating his strength to a player that's new to the floor, and that it's not a bad way for a small school to attract attention. The recruiter continues, asking if Yuan isn't afraid of the penalty, and that it won't be good for their school's image, messing with a player that just arrived on the floor, though he acknowledges there are still rules in the martial realm. The recruiter, his face contorted in anger, declares that he can't let his school's name be tarnished. He declares it's too late for Yuan to beg for forgiveness, but Yuan retorts that he has no intention of doing so. The recruiter from the School of the Sapphire Sword draws his blade, preparing to strike. Yuan, unfazed, invites him to come at him. The recruiter lunges forward, his sword aimed at Yuan. The recruiter's face contorts in a grimace of pain and shock as he is struck. Blood splatters across the ground, evidence of the swift and brutal attack. Whispers ripple through the crowd as they recognize the recruiter, Yang Wono, and wonder what has happened. They note the embarrassment he's bringing to the School of the Sapphire Sword. The onlookers murmur amongst themselves, speculating about the situation. The crowd observes that the head of the Sapphire Sword is greedy for outsiders, and that Yang Wono was likely told to recruit more of them. They wonder why he is on his knees. A foot slams down, the force of the blow evident in the shattered ground. Yuan stands over the defeated recruiter, Yang Wono, who is now kneeling on the ground. Yang Wono grits his teeth, humiliated by his defeat. Rage still simmered within him, a burning desire for retribution. The landscape blurred as he pushed himself onward. 10 days had passed since Kim Yuan arrived on the 10th floor, and the journey had been grueling. The 10th floor stretched before him, a testament to the vastness of the martial realm. He gritted his teeth, frustration etched on his face. The sheer distance he'd covered was staggering, over 4,000 kilometers in just 10 days. The lack of transportation was a constant obstacle in the martial realm. He knew there was no easy way to traverse the land. He would have to run everywhere. Finally, he reached his destination, Mount Heaven of the Western region. The summit was within reach, and Yuan knew he had to hurry. The journey to Mount Heaven continues, the path winding through a dense forest bathed in the fading light of day. Deeper into the woods he ventures, the trees growing taller and the shadows lengthening. The ground beneath his feet is obscured by thick foliage, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and unknown dangers. Ahead, several figures emerge from the darkness, their intentions unclear as they approach. The approaching group numbers around 20, a force to be reckoned with in this secluded location. Yuan observes them, realizing that not only is it a large group, but each member is highly skilled. A voice calls out, questioning his presence. It doesn't seem like he's lost, but Mount Heaven is, as expected, a den of monsters. The voice continues, asking if he came knowing what this place is. He responds, requesting they not be on such high alert, claiming he is not an enemy. Yuan acknowledges that this place is Mount Heaven of the Western region. He stands his ground, his hand resting near the hilt of his sword, ready for whatever may come. The voice adds that it is also the base of the heavenly demonic cult, questioning if that is wrong. A voice echoes from the depths of the forest, questioning the newcomer's presence. It seems I don't believe he is lost. The disembodied voice continues, pressing to know if he came here knowing what this place is. The figure below assures them that he is not an enemy and to not be on such high alert. The figure, revealed to be Kim Yuan, acknowledges that this place is MT Heaven of the Western region. Yuan continues, confirming that this is also the base of the heavenly demonic cult, questioning if he is wrong. The man's arrival was not unexpected, as a voice acknowledges that he came here knowingly. Several figures emerge, surrounding Kim Yuan. They are ready for a fight. Yuan recalls a similar situation with the jackals, but realizes this situation cannot be compared to back then. The heavenly demonic cult, a name that carries weight. This martial school has long opposed the Martial Artists Alliance, the alliance of the great martial clans. Though they're now unable to leave MT Heaven, they're still worthy of being called the greatest martial arts school. Guang Hammock, a pureblood of the heavenly demonic cult, had ascended to the 44th floor. Judging by Yuan's presence, the man in red notes that he doesn't seem like just some nobody. The man in red, addressing the group, asks what floor player they are. He continues, stating that if they wish to join the cult, they must tell him their floor and name and prove their skills. He then dismisses someone's attempt. Kim Yuan declares that he, player Kim Yuan, wishes to take the heavenly demonic cult's test. Yuan states his intention to take the heavenly demonic cult's test. The announcement rings out. The heavenly demonic cult's test will now start. It has been a long time since they had a player that wanted to take their cult's test. Seeing as how Yuan has traversed all the way here. The man in red asks if Yuan knows why players avoid their cult's test. When Yuan asks if it's because the passing rate is low, the man in red says he's wrong. The man in red explains that it's not because the passing rate is low, but because it's impossible. The man in red states that there has not ever been a single player to pass their cult's test. That's how the unspoken rule has come to be. Never take the heavenly demonic cult's test. It's a martial school incapable of recruiting new players, except by accepting. The tower allows players from higher floors to participate, which is why Kim Yuan is so powerful. Their force is waning. The white-haired guide indicates the path forward. The group follows, their destination marked as entering a. The text warns to resist the effects of the barrier. Kim Yuan finds himself within the barrier, the text warning that he has failed to resist it. The barrier's effects begin to take hold. The text warns that leaving the predetermined path will result in hallucination. Yuan realizes the path looks entirely different than before, and he must find the correct one out of dozens. The white-haired guide warns that if the heavenly demon cannot find them, no one will be able to, urging extra caution. One of the group members notes that Yuan was right there just a moment ago. The guide and the remaining members continue forward, unaware of the protagonist's predicament. The text warns to be careful, as even a single wrong step will result in being completely lost. He continues to navigate the confusing barrier. The path ahead remains shrouded in mist and illusion. The skill Cinder Eyes activates, attempting to pierce through the barrier's deception. The red-clad figure continues to move through the forest. Kim Yuan realizes he's had to retrace his steps countless times. He wonders just how far this road goes. The forest stretches on, the sky above obscured by clouds. Yuan's eyes glow red as he focuses his power. Ahead, he sees a crossroads. The man in red continues his journey through the woods. The skill Cinder Eyes reveals that both paths at the crossroads are real. Since neither path is fake, Yuan realizes he won't fall prey to the barrier's effects, but there must be a correct answer. He pauses, sensing something ahead. The wind shifts, and Kim Yuan realizes it's coming from the left path. He takes a step forward, the sound echoing in the strange environment. Dust and debris swirl around his feet as he continues onward. The air grows thicker, the environment becoming increasingly surreal. The more Kim Yuan walks, the more the environment changes around him. The path ahead is a jumbled mess of beams and light. The beams shift and reconfigure, creating a disorienting maze. Emerging from the chaos, Kim Yuan finds himself facing a towering figure. The figure looms, ancient and powerful, amidst the swirling dust. The figure is hailed as the living legend of the martial realm. This ancient high ranker was alive even before the martial realm entered the tower. The ancient high ranker's voice echoes, acknowledging Kim Yuan's arrival. The announcement rings out. Kim Yuan has passed the heavenly demon's first test. Despite the room being sealed, Yuan feels a wind blowing, realizing he's likely not where he thinks he is. Yuan realizes that he is in a different place than what he is seeing, and that the room he is in is not a tiny room. The ancient high ranker reveals that this is also a part of the test. Yuan realizes that the test was from the beginning. The ancient high ranker wonders what kind of test would only require Yuan to comfortably follow someone, revealing that he was being observed even before entering the barrier. The ancient high ranker acknowledges that Yuan is a kid that at least knows how to find his own way, before asking at what point he found out. The words "you passed" appear as Yuan stand in a forest. He observes his surroundings, noting the absence of any system window indicating the results of the test. Yuan muses that he should be happy that the heavenly demon is at least a little interested in him. Meanwhile, in a different location, the man in red sighs, realizing that pleasing the heavenly demon will be difficult. Elsewhere, the narrator notes that some martial schools claim that there's a demon living in the heavenly demonic cult. Back in the village, the man in red realizes that the test was all nonsense, just a normal village. Suddenly, a voice shouts, demanding to know how Yuan got there. The speaker, revealed to be the man in red, points accusingly. Yuan walks through the village, thinking that it would be tiresome to tell the truth about how he met the heavenly demon, and that he simply walked there quickly. The man in red questions how Yuan walked there, realizing that he managed to make his way through the barrier faster than those who knew the correct path. Yuan retorts, asking if it matters how he got there. Yuan decides to be on his way since he's tired from the long journey, guessing that the heavenly demonic cult at least provides lodging for its testees. The man in red is shocked. The man in red's subordinate expresses disbelief at an outsider breaching the barrier, something unheard of. The man in red explains that even someone who's been part of the cult for 50 years can only go through the memorized path. The man in red refers to the memorized path. The man in red looks off into the distance, contemplating Yuan's arrival. Inside a steaming bath, Yuan submerges himself. He leans back against the edge of the tub, letting out a sigh of relief. The protagonist pauses, lost in thought. He notes that something is really small. The protagonist considers that if the test were even a little bit easier, they'd be flooded with people who want to join the cult, and they become much more affluent by trading a lot with other worlds. He figures that the man in red must have his reasons. Yuan examines an egg, unable to discern what's inside. He is certain that whatever is coming won't be a dud. The egg twitches, radiating a cozy warmth. It is the egg. There is much to discover. Whose egg it is, what will come out of it, or when it will hatch. Ever since Yuan arrived at the heavenly demonic cult's territory, this guy hasn't sat still at all. The group discusses what awaits them on the 10th floor, concluding it will be the heavenly demonic cult's test. The speaker acknowledges the high difficulty of the task ahead, some even deeming it impossible, but the potential rewards are immense. The heavenly demon departed from this world in the first half of the war. Because it was before Kronos' clock movement was created, there is no information to obtain. The only choice they have is to go at it head first, Yuan realizes, steeling himself for the challenge. When it comes to the martial realm, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is where it's at, and winning grants a great Scarlet Medicine Ball and the greatest secret of the clan. The technique is of the Shaolin or the Namgung clan, but the reward is good, even if winning is easier said than done. Someone wonders if there is anyone present who hasn't managed to win in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. A voice calls out, asking if someone has tried to pick a fight. He sits, reflecting on the upcoming tournament and the challenges it presents. Kim Yuan wonders why certain information was withheld from him. The protagonist questions who was holding back information and why such interesting things always seem to be kept secret from him. A figure warns that someone shouldn't have gone to the next floor. The individual who went to the next floor shouts that they didn't know. The person screams in pain. Kim Yuan is frustrated that he is the only one in the dark about something. It's explained that with his personality, he couldn't stand missing out on the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, but he can't tell what's here yet. Kim Yuan relaxes in a bath. He's sure that coming here won't be a dud as he looks at the mysterious egg. The mysterious egg twitches and feels cozy. It's impossible to know whose egg it is, what will come out of it, or when it will hatch, but ever since arriving at the heavenly demonic cult's territory, this guy hasn't sat still at all. The events unfolded over a month, beginning shortly after the first floor Coliseum was cleared. On the second floor, the mysterious egg pulses with energy. The egg has grown many times larger than it was originally. It is a mysterious egg, bearing the mark of an outer god. Kim Yuan reflects on the egg, recalling how it devoured Orochi, an old fragment of the outer gods. He feels a strange certainty about it. The egg might actually be the egg of an outer god, filled with dozens of eyes and sharp fangs. He wonders if that's what it will look like when it hatches. The protagonist admits he can't even guess what it will become, even after fighting outer gods for so long. Outers, after all, don't have a predetermined form. They're enigmatic. These beings reflect one's emotions, like fear. Holding the egg, Yuan laments that he can't consult with others. He wonders if he should let this thing live or die. Suddenly, the egg shakes. The egg responds only after he contemplates killing or sparing it. Its head? A voice calls out, asking if he's sleeping, and accusing him of ignoring it even though it can hear him. It calls him a bitch. He remains close to the egg, which seems to be reacting to something. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts from an unseen source, aimed directly at the egg. A voice declares it's nothing personal. The egg is struck by the blast, sending it into shock. The inscription on the display case highlights the mystery surrounding the egg. Whose egg is it? What will come out of it? And how to make it hatch? The force of the attack sends Kim Yuan reeling backwards. The egg emits a piercing scream as the attack intensifies. Yuan, recovering from the blast, surveys the room, trying to understand the source of the attack. Despite the initial shock, nothing seems to be happening to the egg itself. The display case reiterates the questions surrounding the egg's nature and incubation rate. The egg braces itself against the continued assault. Yuan wonders if the egg recognizes him as its master, recalling the physical force it exerted before. He wonders if the egg chose not to attack him, or if it was simply unable to. Yuan realizes he has no choice but to continue observing the egg, still unsure of its true nature. The scene shifts to the 10th floor, where the egg now floats serenely. The egg seems to be settling in, feeling cozy despite the earlier attack. He relaxes in a bath, the egg bobbing gently in the water. It seems to respond to his question with a nod. The egg, surrounded by crackling energy, finally responds to Kim Yuan. But as quickly as it awoke, it falls back asleep. The man in the tub reflects on the egg's brief awakening. It had been asleep for a whole month and only offered a few words before drifting off again. Kim Yuan considers the outer gods and the heavenly demonic cult. He hopes he hasn't walked into a tiger's den. The next day, at the heavenly demonic cult, the sun shines brightly on the imposing structure. A long staircase leads up to the heavenly demonic cult. Inside, the heavenly demonic cult is holding a meeting with an interesting topic for discussion. The Heavenly Lord Spear Lord mentions a challenger, the first one since Cheon Jaryong. The Heavenly Lord Dao Lord asks if it hasn't been about 30 years. The Heavenly Lord Fist Lord confirms that it has been 34 years to be exact, and wonders who this Kim Yuan fellow is. Another member of the Heavenly Demonic Cult is asked if he doesn't know about Kim Yuan, but he claims to be deeply rooted to MT Heaven. He is reminded that he can't be so ignorant about what's going on in the tower. The Heavenly Lord Sword Lord demands to know who this Yuan is, impatient with the other's explanations. The title of Heavenly Lord Sword Lord is displayed prominently. The Heavenly Lord Sword Lord is told that Yuan has been topping the rankings of each floor since the tutorial. The Heavenly Lord Sword Lord finds it hard to believe at face value, but acknowledges that the records engraved into the tower do not lie, even if rumors are often exaggerated. The Heavenly Lord Sword Lord decides that this isn't something that can be decided by them chattering and suggests they meet Yuan. The Heavenly Lord Spear Lord is summoned. The Spear Lord approaches. The Spear Lord steps echo as he walks. The Heavenly Lord Spear Lord and his subordinates approach. The subordinates of the Heavenly Lord Spear Lord respond with a resounding yes, sir. The Heavenly Lord Spear Lord's forces mobilize. The Heavenly Lord Spear Lord's forces move out. The Heavenly Lord Spear Lord's destination looms into view, a towering structure of ornate design. He is accompanied by another member of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. The man wonders how Kim Yuan can remain calm even in front of the Heavenly Lords of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. The Heavenly Lord Spear Lord, his red cloak billowing behind him, strides confidently through the complex. The red cloak of the Heavenly Lord Spear Lord is seen from a distance. Someone comments on Kim Yuan's courage. The Heavenly Lords Sword Dao, Spear, and Fist stand at the peak of their respective fields in the cult. Someone recognizes Kim Yuan as the one who passed the Lord's first test, wondering if he will be the best thing for the second test. Kim Yuan is asked to wait a moment before proceeding with the second test, as someone hopes the rumors about him aren't exaggerated. Someone apologizes for interrupting, stating they have a request for the 4 Heavenly Lords. The vice captain of the Black Tempest Squad, Cheon Jaryong, is revealed. The camera pans up to show the towering structure. A figure among the 4 Heavenly Lords requests the opportunity to test Kim Yuan. The Heavenly Lords consider the request. They wonder what the others think of this proposition. Cheon Jaryong bows, thanking the Heavenly Lords for their consideration. One of the Heavenly Lords observes that the penalty is flowing from Cheon Jaryong, showing hostility. The Heavenly Lord Spear Lord thinks that Kim Yuan must be pretty strong. Cheon Jaryong approaches Kim Yuan, thinking that he might be a worthy opponent. Kim Yuan observes that this doesn't appear to be an official test. One of the Heavenly Lords agrees, stating that there cannot be a test without a reward. The Heavenly Lord Sword Lord states that they shall reward him with one of the elixirs of the cult, a crimson blood medicine ball. Cheon Jaryong and Kim Yuan face each other in the arena. Cheon Jaryong asks how that sounds, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Kim Yuan draws his sword, declaring that will suffice. He has accepted the test of Cheon Jaryong, the vice captain of the Black Tempest Squad. As the challenge is accepted, Cheon Jaryong's restrictions and penalties are partially reduced, hinting at the power he holds back. The reward for defeating Cheon Jaryong is his acknowledgement, and a crimson blood medicine ball, an elixir. The crimson blood medicine ball is described as an elixir as red as blood, one of the best elixirs of the Heavenly Demonic Cult, worth more than the lesser scarlet medicine ball. The system informs the protagonist that he has accepted the vice captain of the Black Tempest Squad, Cheon Jaeryong's test. Cheon Jaeryong's restrictions and penalties have been partially reduced, and he prepares to fight. The system declares that the goal is to defeat Cheon Jaeryong and receive his acknowledgement. The vice captain of the Black Tempest Squad descends, ready to engage. The vice captain of the Black Tempest Squad draws his sword, preparing for battle. Cheon Jaeryong reflects on the adjusted penalty, realizing the test is far more difficult than it should be for the 10th floor. The scene shifts to a wide view of the arena, where Cheon Jaeryong stands ready, facing Kim Yoo-won. The Heavenly Demon must have given the Heavenly Lords an order regarding the person who passed the first test, given their presence here. Cheon Jaeryong acknowledges Kim Yoo-won's presence, calling this an unexpectedly welcome event and confirming his name. Cheon Jaeryong acknowledges that Kim Yoo-won passed the Heavenly Demon's first test, then asks him what he thinks about it. The vice captain admits he doesn't understand what the Heavenly Demon saw in Yoo-won to acknowledge him. He continues, noting that because Yoo-won is talking so much, he must not have been acknowledged. Kim Yoo-won smirks, stating that he is unlike Cheon Jaeryong. The vice captain's expression shifts to anger. Cheon Jaeryong unleashes a powerful attack. The attack connects, sending Kim Yoo-won flying backward. The force of the blow creates a shockwave of debris and energy. The impact is devastating, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Kim Yoo-won, reeling from the attack, curses Cheon Jaeryong. The force of the blow has left Yoo-won battered and bloodied. Cheon Jaeryong looks down on his opponent with a cold, calculating gaze. He descends rapidly, blade aimed directly at Yoo-won. The vice captain of the Heavenly Demonic Cult presses his attack, the force of his blow creating visible shockwaves. The attack connects, the impact sending Yoo-won crashing to the ground. Despite the force of the blow, Yoo-won manages to deflect the blade, though he seems frustrated. Cheon Jaeryong's inner monologue reveals his dedication to the Heavenly Demonic Cult and his frustration at not being acknowledged. His face contorted in rage, Cheon Jaeryong's eyes burn with resentment. The Heavenly Demonic Cult's prosperity is his only goal, he thinks, remembering all the martial arts he mastered in the tests he challenged. He unleashes another strike, furious that an outsider like Yoo-won was acknowledged. Cheon Jaeryong demands to know who Yoo-won is that he was acknowledged. Yoo-won retorts that Cheon Jaeryong is like a kid. The two clash again, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. He continues his relentless assault, the force of his blows shattering the ground beneath him. Each strike from Cheon Jaeryong carries the weight of a collapsing building, the air itself seeming to crackle with energy. Kim Yoo-won is forced to defend, barely managing to parry the strikes that rain down upon him. The vice captain's voice booms as he demands, wanting to know if Yoo-won wants to know why he is losing. Yoo-won, blocking another blow, is surprised by the sudden surge of power emanating from Cheon Jaeryong. The source of the power is revealed. Cheon Jaeryong's arm has been imbued with the power of a giant. The transformation begins, a partial gigantification taking hold. The enhanced strength of Cheon Jaeryong is now overwhelming, each attack carrying even more destructive force. The force of the blow sends the protagonist flying backward, a look of shock etched across his face. Cheon Jaeryong declares the reason for Yoo-won's defeat, his weakness. The vice captain, standing over the fallen Yoo-won, asks if he is correct. A figure watches from afar, remaining silent as the battle unfolds. He observes the aftermath of the battle from above. The ancient high ranker admits he hasn't been this entertained in a long time, watching Kim Yoo-won's progress. The ancient high ranker muses on Yoo-won's strength, noting that he is already powerful even without properly using his sword. One of the Heavenly Lords wonders aloud how Yoo-won would fare without the imposed penalty. The ancient high ranker declares that Yoo-won should be rewarded with a crimson blood medicine ball. The system announces that Kim Yoo-won has passed Cheon Jaeryong's test. The system informs Yoo-won that he has obtained a crimson blood medicine ball. Yoo-won examines the crimson blood medicine ball, acknowledging that it's a great item, but since he didn't work that hard, this is enough. One of the Heavenly Lords questions if Yoo-won even knows the true worth of the elixir, stating that most players who just arrived on the 10th floor will never even get to see it. Someone observes that Yoo-won acted like the test against Cheon Jaeryong was child's play, unsure if he's acting big or if he just has guts. One of the Heavenly Lords wonders if Yoo-won has ever learned any martial arts, impressed by the way he deflected Cheon Jaeryong's sword. The ancient high ranker chuckles, telling Yoo-won that he leaves them speechless and that he will tell him the contents of the next test. The announcement echoes. The second test from the Heavenly Demonic Cult will be against Pung Baeklim. The Heavenly Demonic Cult's Fist Lord, Pung Baeklim, prepares to strike. The terms of the test are laid out. It will be in 3 months. Until then, with the exception of elixirs and high-rank martial arts, they will provide anything he needs, including a training facility, grain balls, clothes, and a place to sleep. It's said that grain balls are able to hold back hunger, make your body peak condition, and prevent you from losing too much weight during excessive training. The Fist Lord, Pung Baeklim, his skills might be the weakest out of the 4 Heavenly Lords. but the power behind each of his attacks rivals the others. The ancient high ranker thinks to himself that there will surely be a penalty, but this is still a fight against the ranker. It's a level of difficulty that makes him think they don't intend to let anyone pass. But 3 techniques if it's only 3. The Fist Lord declares that they should start right away. The Fist Lord and his men stand ready. The ancient high ranker thinks that Yuan, unlike the vice captain he just defeated, the Fist Lord is a ranker, saying that without properly thinking about it sounds. The Fist Lord apologizes if it came across like he's looking down upon the heavenly demonic cult, but he's definitely not looking down on the cult. Then it's fine. The Fist Lord thinks that if he wants it that badly, he'll gladly let him have it. He is told to stop, that this is a test. The ancient high ranker states that the test is not like it was before. The ancient high ranker reveals that the only one who can change the test is the heavenly demon. The ancient high ranker repeats that Yuan will be given 3 months to train himself and find a way to stop 3 techniques from Pung Baeklam, the Fist Lord. Yuan realizes he has no choice but to accept the challenge. He understands the gravity of the situation. Elsewhere, someone asks if that is Yuan. Someone comments that the outsider was stupid enough to underestimate the Fist Lord, Pung Baeklam. Another person overhears and thinks that Yuan doesn't look like he's missing a few marbles, and that he must not know the skills of the 4 heavenly lords. Yuan overhears that they're gossiping way too much. The Sword Lord, Shin Mugek, will be personally guiding Yuan. The air crackles with unspoken tension as the man in red arrives. Is it curiosity or hostility that brings him here? The question hangs heavy as he wonders if this visit was also an order from a lord. Nearby, an observer dismisses the idea of orders. It's simply for personal enjoyment. He muses, adding that it has been a long time since he last met an outsider. The ancient high ranker expresses high expectations after seeing Yuan in person, believing it might be possible for him to pass the Lord's test. Yuan notes the ancient high ranker's words, sensing that he speaks as if he wants him to pass. The man in red and the ancient high ranker continue their walk. For some reason, the situation feels different from what other schools want, where they seek someone to join their school and bring prosperity. The ancient high ranker's earnestness makes the man in red wonder what's driving him. The ancient high ranker announces their arrival, the sound of the door sliding open echoing through the building. The ancient high ranker suggests that if Yuan has something to prepare, he should have visited the weapons warehouse or martial arts library. He then questions why he wanted to come to the medical house of all places, to which Yuan replies that he'll be taking a look at the weapons and martial arts books later. The man in red recalls his earlier agreement with the ancient high ranker, that with the exception of elixirs and high-rank martial arts, he would provide him with anything he wanted. Yuan confirms that the ancient high ranker would provide him with anything he wanted, and the ancient high ranker affirms that he would indeed. Hearing this, Yuan declares that the ancient high ranker is going to regret having said that. The ancient high ranker watches Yuan, the sound of something hitting the floor echoing in the room. A voice states that, with the exception of elixirs and high-rank martial arts, something is true. The figure in red and black asks if they would be provided with anything they wanted, correct? A voice responds, confirming that they did indeed agree to those terms. The man in red, revealed to be the ancient high ranker, stands before Jin Il-hwan, the heavenly demonic cult's chief doctor. He warns the doctor that he will regret having said that. The sound of something hitting echoes. Elsewhere, workers are seen preparing ingredients. The ingredients are laid out in bowls. Jin Il-hwan, the heavenly demonic cult's chief doctor, remains silent. The ingredients weigh at least a few hundred kilograms, enough for the cult to wage war against the Martial Artists Alliance. The ancient high ranker wonders how Jin Il-hwan even plans on using all of this by himself. The ancient high ranker is informed that the ingredients can only be used by Jin Il-hwan, and that any damaged ingredients must be returned. Jin Il-hwan remembers that he has to reimburse the cost of the ingredients out of his own pocket. Elsewhere, Man in Red prepares to depart. He states that he will see them in 3 months. Kim Yuan is reminded to return the leftovers, though he doubts there will be any. The scene shifts to a lush, mountainous landscape. A torch is lit, illuminating a dark cave. The torch reveals a path leading deep into the cavern. The path leads to the heavenly demonic cult training chamber, which can only be opened from the inside. Kim Yuan stands in the chamber, declaring that it's perfect. Inside the chamber, a powerful force is unleashed. He continued deeper into the cave, the air thick with the scent of strange flora. The protagonist grimaced as he consumed a handful of the plants. The system notified Kim Yuan that he had consumed both antler herb and poisonous aster root, increasing his poison resistance. He continued to eat the plants, the system informing him that he had consumed the banchok flower, further increasing his resistance to 98 types of poison for 46 hours. The protagonist gagged, reflecting that he had never eaten medicine until he was full before. Kim Yuan found the experience disgusting, thinking that getting stabbed would feel better. He realized that some of the medicine had mixed into a poison. He reasoned that he had avoided any lethal combinations and could handle an upset stomach, especially if it was for this. Kim Yuan coughed, a red, jewel-like object pulsing with energy before him. The system identified the object as Orochi's 8/4 heart, separated after being sealed by Susanoo and possessing a powerful poison. He realized he had lucked out finding it here, as he had been wondering where he could get enough medicine to neutralize Orochi's extreme poison. It seemed that some of the medicine he had consumed had mixed into a poison, causing the egg to open its mouth. Kim Yuan was surprised. The system indicated that the egg was scared, and Kim Yuan threatened to fry and eat it if it even dared to think about what it had done. He sits in meditation, but the egg behind him falls back asleep, ceasing its earlier reaction. Because of this, a system message appears, confirming that Kim Yuan has consumed Orochi's 8/4 heart. Orochi's poison begins to spread throughout his body. His poison resistance attempts to fight off the poison status effect. The poison resistance increases by 1. His arcane power increases as well. The poison takes hold, and Kim Yuan gags, covering his mouth with his hand. He coughs violently. Weakened, Kim Yuan realizes he needs more medicine. His arcane power continues to increase. Despite the increase in power, he is still suffering from the poison. Kim Yuan collapses to the ground, overwhelmed by the poison's effects. He lay unconscious, the notification of his arcane power increase flashing before his eyes. The increase in arcane power was far from normal, he realized, wondering if it had something to do with him becoming a master of mana. The system message detailed the benefits of his new rank, S+, and a proficiency of 3.05%, including increased mana recovery, resistance, sensitivity, and rule over mana. He had been wondering what rule over mana meant. It was as if mana was following his will. He thought he might be able to absorb every last drop of mana in Orochi's heart, though he hadn't expected it to be to this degree. Another notification appeared, indicating his arcane power had increased again. The process was going to take quite a long time, he realized as his arcane power continued to climb. His arcane power continued to increase. A month later, the scene shifts to a mountain landscape. 2 figures stand before a cave entrance, waiting. It had been a whole month, yet Kim Yuan hadn't done anything, one of the figures observed. He had thought the protagonist would have at least come out in the middle to obtain a secret technique or something, but it seemed he was planning on staying in there for the full 3 months. The ancient high ranker considers Yuan's extended stay in the cave, wondering what the protagonist is doing. Meanwhile, the Fist Lord trains within a seclusion chamber, pushing himself so hard that Mount Heaven shakes daily. Elsewhere, the man in red wonders about Kim Yuan, suspecting that he might even be dead after a month of silence. The man in red suddenly pauses, wondering what Yuan is doing with all those medicinal ingredients. Suddenly, the ancient high ranker and the man in red are surprised by Yuan's appearance. The door to the training chamber begins to open. The ancient high ranker and the man in red stand in the doorway, dust swirling around them. The 2 men stand in anticipation, waiting to see who emerges from the chamber. Yuan emerges, asking if they are there to welcome him. The man in red is shocked to see Kim Yuan. Yuan devours a large piece of meat, his expression unreadable. He sits at a table, the sounds of his stomach rumbling, echoing in the room. Before Kim Yuan sits a feast, laid out and waiting. The man in red wonders if he spent the last month starving, pointing out that there should have been plenty of grain balls in the training chamber. Yuan explains that since he was planning on coming out at least once, he didn't want to eat something that tasted bad. The ancient high ranker wonders if he has 3 stomachs. The ancient high ranker asks if he really only ate medicinal ingredients all that time. He adds that he doesn't see any injuries, nor does he look poisoned. The ancient high ranker's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. The ancient high ranker realizes that the elixirs he consumed were poisonous, but also acted as an antidote. He recalls that there are rare elixirs that have an amazing effect, but are hard to consume due to their strong poison. It's explained that most people won't go out of their way to consume such elixirs. It's reasoned that if one had free medicine provided for them, it all makes sense. But the question remains, how powerful are the effects and poison for someone to need all those medicinal ingredients? Yuan thanks them for the food, announcing that he'll be heading out first. The ancient high ranker asks where he is going, wondering if he's going back into the training chamber. Yuan simply replies, no. He clarifies that he's looking for the martial arts library. The heavenly demonic cult's martial arts library stands tall, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The security around the library is tight, with guards stationed at every corner. The ancient high ranker observes the approaching figure, noting that some of the guards seem almost as skilled as a ranker themselves. He realizes the martial arts library is the most important place for any martial school. The ancient high ranker explains that the library is a place where the roots and foundation of the school are preserved, and it's even more important for the heavenly demonic cult that produced the strongest martial artist, the heavenly demon. He confirms that the approaching figure is indeed Mr. Kim Yuan. The ancient high ranker states that he was notified of Yuan's arrival and will be his guide. The pair pass through a set of ornate wooden doors. Inside, the ancient high ranker declares that this is the place, revealing a vast library filled with countless books. Yuan, gazing up at the towering shelves, asks if there are any books within the library. The ancient high ranker confirms that there are. The ancient high ranker explains that beyond a certain door, there are books that Yuan may not browse. However, as long as he keeps that in mind, he can use the rest of the library freely. The ancient high ranker encourages Yuan to take his time browsing. Yuan walks deeper into the library, ready to begin his search. He observes the sheer volume of martial arts texts available to outsiders, a quantity that surprises him. The scale of the library dwarfs any he has seen before, dwarfing even the Namgung clan's collection by a considerable margin. Yuan realizes he only has 2 months left until the test, so he needs to find what he is looking for quickly. He reminds himself that he needs to find it within a month, adding pressure to his search. The book he seeks contains a way to deal with the Fist Lord, one of the 4 heavenly lords of the heavenly demonic cult and a master of the martial realm. He continues his search, determined that the book has to be somewhere in this vast library. The text speaks of the root of the heavenly demonic cult. The text reveals the beginning of the martial arts that the heavenly demon Cheon Mujin mastered. Yuan finally finds the book he was looking for. The book is titled The Heavenly Demon's Spirit. A month. That's all it took. The ancient high ranker observed Kim Yuan's progress. He had used the training chamber for a month and then spent another month reading martial arts books in the library. Someone had been watching him, noting that he seemed intent on reading every single book in the library. It was something that would have taken 3 years, but Yuan accomplished it in 3 months. Yuan continued his studies in the library. The ancient high ranker considered Yuan's actions, noting that they were as peculiar as when he had gathered all those medicinal ingredients. They were more than just peculiar. It was as if he was wasting time. Another voice chimed in, stating that they didn't think Yuan was someone that the heavenly lords had to worry about. The ancient high ranker agreed, admitting that he couldn't predict or understand any of his actions either. But that's why he's filled with more hope. It was still only noon, so the ancient high ranker questioned why Yuan was already leaving, noting that he always stayed until late at night. Yuan simply stated that it was because he had just finished his business. He smiles, satisfied. Yuan managed to find everything he wanted. The ancient high ranker observes Yuan's progress, noting that the young man continues to defy expectations. 1 month later, the scene shifts. The ancient high ranker reflects on Yuan's time spent in the training chamber and library. Elsewhere, a muscular man prepares for a fight, his body wrapped in bandages. The heavenly demonic cult's martial arts training grounds waiting room is shown. The man in bandages wonders if he did something unnecessary. He wonders if there was any meaning to training for 3 months in seclusion, but everyone seems excited about the appearance of a new star. The man in bandages resolves to try his best not to kill him. The heavenly demonic cult's martial arts training ground is shown. 2 men discuss the upcoming fight. One remarks that it's not every day one gets to see the skills of the Fist Lord, and it's going to be a rare feast for the eyes. The other man reveals that he heard that this Kim Yuan kid is pretty famous as well, and the major guilds are fighting over each other to recruit him. The arena buzzed with anticipation, the crowd eager for the upcoming duel. The bandaged man descended the stairs, his presence silencing the murmurs. From the stands, a spectator admitted it was his first time seeing the Fist Lord in person, noting the tremendous pressure he exuded. The Fist Lord's descent continued, the crowd's excitement palpable. From above, the ancient high ranker observed the scene, remarking on how weak the cult had become. The ancient high ranker's gaze intensified, his expression unreadable. The crowd was told to quiet down as the bandaged man reached the arena floor. The announcer declared that the upcoming duel was no ordinary fight, but a test from the heavenly demon. The bandaged man roared, his face contorted in anticipation of the battle. The arena fell silent as the bandaged man prepared to face Kim Yuan. Dust billowed as the fighters prepared to clash. Kim Yuan stood ready, facing the bandaged man. The bandaged man advances, his footsteps kicking up dust as he closes the distance. Yuan, arms crossed, questions the bandaged man's mood, noting that he is late. The ancient high ranker observed from a distance, noting that he arrived just in time and that the main character is supposed to show up last. The bandaged man retorts that Yuan still knows how to flap his lips. The bandaged man declares that they will start right away, curious how much Yuan has improved in 3 months, beginning the second test of the heavenly demonic cult. The bandaged man warns that Yuan is going to regret having given him a whole 3 months. A disembodied voice announces that Yuan must dodge or block 3 techniques from the Fist Lord Pung Bakelum. Yuan is enveloped in a blue aura as he prepares to face the incoming attacks. The first technique is Unleashed, a wave of energy hurtling towards Yuan. Pung Bakelum, the Fist Lord, prepares to unleash his first technique. Yuan braces himself, his eyes narrowed in concentration as the attack approaches. The force of the first technique obliterates the surrounding environment. The first technique of Pung Bakelum, Heavenly Destructive Lightning, descends with devastating force. The lightning obliterates everything in its path. The air crackles with residual energy. Dust and debris rain down as Yuan narrowly avoids the brunt of the attack. The heavenly demonic cult's Fist Lord reveals that this was only the first technique. He realizes how dangerous it would have been to be caught in the blast. Pung Baeklim acknowledges Yuan's successful dodge, complimenting his quick thinking. The Fist Lord warns that trying to block the attack would have been fatal. The narrator explains that to reduce the penalty for using so much ki on the 10th floor, the rankers pulled out all the stops. He reflects that this is only his second time fighting a ranker, but this fight is on another level. It's revealed that Chryses was injured from fighting a Jussi, and his penalty was much stronger, not to mention he was much weaker compared to the Fist Lord. Pung Baeklim prepares for his next attack. The Fist Lord taunts Yuan, inviting him to dodge his next technique. His fists begin to glow with power, the energy crackling around them. The Fist Lord's fists accelerate to incredible speeds. The speed and power of the attack intensifies, the air around his fists distorting. The technique is revealed to be the 100-step lightning fist. Yuan activates his Cinder Eyes, enabling battle prediction. The 100-step lightning fist connects, and Yuan coughs up blood from the force of the blow. The force of the attack sends him hurtling through the air. He crashes through a building, the impact shattering the structure. The building continues to crumble as Yuan is sent flying further. Debris explodes outwards as the force of the attack continues to devastate the area. Even after being struck, Pung Baeklim notes that Yuan dodged again, realizing the young fighter is more than just fast. He suspects that the skill that turned his eyes red is the reason. The Fist Lord deduces that the skill turning his opponent's eyes red allows him to read attacks. From Yuan's perspective, he acknowledges that his skill allows him to read Pung Baeklim's attacks, which is why he is so confident. Pung Baeklim scoffs at what he considers petty tricks. The Fist Lord prepares another attack, confident that the world of martial arts is too vast for Yuan to navigate with just a single skill. He focuses his energy. Pung Baeklim declares that as long as they are under the same sky, Yuan won't be able to dodge his next attack. The Fist Lord unleashes his next attack. The force of the attack is so great that it will affect even the outside of the training ground. Those observing the fight notice storm clouds appearing and the sky suddenly darkening. One of the observers states that they need to cast a barrier to protect the audience, and another agrees to get right on it. The attack lands, devastating the training ground. The Fist Lord muses that this heavenly lord is moving differently than the others. A vortex of blue energy begins to form, crackling with power. The approaching attack is so vast that it will cover the entire training ground, leaving no room to dodge. However, the narrator realizes that the attack's wide range likely means it will be weaker. That's why Kim Yuan resolves to block it, his arms imbued with the power of a giant through partial gigantification. The ancient high ranker wonders if Yuan has given up on dodging, but realizes that this might be the right call. Pung Baeklim declares that Yuan has finally met his match. The ancient high ranker prepares to unleash the 3/3 technique. Yuan's arms glow with power as he prepares to defend. The technique is revealed to be the lightning storm of Genesis. Bolts of lightning crackle and converge, creating a storm of immense power. The lightning storm of Genesis explodes outward, engulfing the training ground in a blinding flash of light and energy. The lightning storm of Genesis descends, a blinding torrent of energy threatening to overwhelm everything in its path. The third technique is unleashed, a surge of power crackling in the air. The energy coalesces, forming a conduit for the devastating attack. The lightning storm of Genesis descends, a maelstrom of electric force. The storm tears through the landscape, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The force of the attack intensifies, obliterating everything in its path. The aftermath of the attack is visible, the landscape scarred and broken. The ground is pulverized, the air thick with residual energy. One of the Fist Lords barely survives the blast, staggering back and muttering that he almost died. Another Fist Lord, observing the devastation, realizes that this is the power level of a heavenly lord. Amidst the destruction, one of them wonders what happened to Yuan. Having blocked 3 techniques from Pung Baeklim, the protagonist stands firm, a testament to his growing power. The arena shimmers with residual energy as a system message declares that he has passed the second test of the heavenly demonic cult. The power he now wields is described as befitting a martial artist who climbed the tower and became a ranker. Despite his success, the protagonist acknowledges the incredible combination of martial arts and skills he had to overcome to block the attacks. The Fist Lord Pung Baeklim observes the scene from afar, acknowledging that Yuan blocked his attacks. Pung Baeklim admits that he thought it might be possible to block the attacks, but is still impressed that Yuan managed to do so. A close-up reveals Pung Baeklim's growing excitement, a slight smile playing on his lips as he prepares to escalate the fight. From a distance, the bandage man watches as the system prompts Yuan to decide if he wants to continue the test. Yuan's eyes glow with intensity as he realizes that a penalty is sparking around him, a sign of the increasing challenge. The protagonist's expression hardens, a clear indication that he is about to get serious. The sword glows faintly as Yuan thinks to himself that this is exactly what he wanted. With determination etched on his face, Yuan raises his sword, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Peng Baeklim's face contorts in disbelief, a guttural sound escaping his lips as he witnesses the impossible. The Fist Lord struggles to comprehend how Yuan possesses the heavenly demon spirit, a power he deems unattainable. Far above, the ancient high ranker observes the fight, noting that what Yuan wields is merely an incomplete shell of the true power. The narrator explains that the heavenly demon spirit, also known as materialized mana, is a shape with a will of its own. The ancient high ranker muses that what Yuan is manifesting might just be the basics of the heavenly demon spirit, but it is still that power nonetheless. The ancient high ranker wonders how far Kim Yuan can go with this power. Yuan stands poised, surrounded by swirling energy, his sword ready to strike. The Fist Lord, Peng Baeklim, watches Yuan intently, realizing that the young man is waiting for him to make the first move. Yuan's eyes narrow, a cold determination hardening his gaze as he declares he will make the first move. A burst of blue energy erupts, signaling the beginning of Yuan's attack. Orange energy clashes against the blue, the two forces colliding with immense power. The two warriors clash, their swords meeting in a blinding flash of light as the battle intensifies. He thinks to himself that it's fortunate his technique is effective, but laments that with the true heavenly demon spirit, he could bend his opponent to his will. The clash of power sends shockwaves through the area, the narrator noting that Peng Baeklim's 47-4 technique has been blocked. Peng Baeklim curses under his breath, realizing that while it might just be the shell, facing the heavenly demon's martial art feels wrong. The energy continues to crackle around them, but Peng Baeklim notes that it feels very different than at first. The incomplete heavenly demon spirit is growing weaker, putting Yuan at a disadvantage. The bandaged man shouts at Yuan to fight fairly. Peng Baeklim smirks, remarking that he never thought he'd hear that in a fight between a player and a ranker. The energy intensifies as the fight continues, the blue glow highlighting the strain on Peng Baeklim's face. The two combatants clash again, the force of their blows creating a blinding explosion of energy. Another system message appears, stating that Yuan blocked the Fist Lord Peng Baeklim's 59-4 technique. Peng Baeklim's hand slams into the ground, the impact creating a small crater as he struggles to maintain his footing. Yuan's face is strained, but he is recovering his pace, wondering if he's gotten used to facing the heavenly demon spirit. The heavenly demon's spirit seemingly weakening, Yuan reflects on his 59 techniques, feeling a sense of shame. Peng Baeklim's face contorts in rage, his teeth bared as he grits them together. The Fist Lord acknowledges that the fight won't last much longer. Peng Baeklim clenches his fist, the energy around it crackling intensely as he asks if his opponent agrees. Activating the skill Gigantification, Yuan's eyes glow with power. The system informs that his arm has been imbued with the power of a giant, but because his constitution is too low, only partial gigantification will occur. The partial gigantification takes hold, sending Peng Baeklim flying backwards from the force of the blow. The impact of the blow creates a shockwave. Yuan unleashes the skill Mana Blast. The force of the Mana Blast slams into Peng Baeklim, drawing blood. The Mana Blast continues to pummel the Fist Lord. The Mana Blast explodes, leaving a scene of devastation in its wake. The force of the Mana Blast erupts outwards, obliterating the surrounding landscape. The blast sends debris flying as the arena crumbles under the immense power. Despite the devastation, Peng Baeklim acknowledges Yuan's strength, even if he considers it only a half-assed heavenly demon spirit. The Fist Lord reflects on the fact that Yuan, a greenhorn who recently arrived on the 10th floor, is already a match for him, deeming him truly abnormal. The blue energy crackles around Yuan's hand as he prepares for the next attack. The Fist Lord is caught in the blast radius, but he seems to be enjoying the fight, acknowledging that he is just as abnormal. The blue energy intensifies as the attack continues to pummel the area. Peng Baeklim braces himself against the onslaught, his robe billowing around him. Despite his efforts, the Fist Lord is visibly injured and frustrated, cursing under his breath. Yuan's expression is fierce as he continues his assault, showing no signs of letting up. The bandaged man watches the fight, questioning Peng Baeklim's change in attitude. The Fist Lord is struck by another blast of energy, staggering backward from the force of the blow. The force of the impact sends debris flying. The narrator notes that Yuan blocked Peng Baeklim's 89-4 technique. Blood trickles from Yuan's mouth as he grits his teeth, enduring the onslaught. The clash of power continues to tear apart the arena. Despite the damage he's taking, Yuan smirks, realizing things are about to get more interesting. The Fist Lord's opponent anticipates that things are about to get more fun. Peng Baeklim realizes the duration of the heavenly demon spirit is almost over, leaving him little room to counterattack, as even one hit could spell his end. The bandaged man wonders aloud if the Fist Lord should be sounding so weak when they are just getting started. Yuan taunts his opponent, asking if he's just going to keep dodging. The arena continues to crumble under the force of their battle. Peng Baeklum shouts that Yuan should try his best. The Fist Lord realizes he'll be at a disadvantage if he drags this on, and he needs to end it. If only he could close the distance, Kim Yuan thinks, even for a moment. The skill Gigantification activates as Yuan plans to stop Peng Baeklum's movements. Yuan's hand, glowing with power, reaches forward. All the power of a giant concentrates in Yuan's right arm. He just needs an opening, Yuan thinks, as his strength stat is temporarily converted into Constitution. The air crackles with energy as the transformation takes hold. For 1 second, the world seems to slow as Yuan's power peaks. The ancient high ranker's hand, now gigantic, descends with terrifying speed. All the power of a giant becomes concentrated in his right arm. Kim Yuan, needing an opening, prepares to meet the attack head-on. The ancient high ranker's fist crashes down, the force of the blow threatening to shatter the very ground beneath them. For 1 second, the impact of the blow reverberates through Kim Yuan's body, blood trickling from his mouth. The ancient high ranker grits his teeth, his attack seemingly blocked. He blocked it, at this close of a range. The ancient high ranker's face contorts in disbelief, his glowing green eye reflecting his shock. He wonders what happened to the sword he was wielding. The camera focuses on Kim Yuan's fist, energy crackling around it. The ancient high ranker is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. Energy continues to surge around Yuan's fist, the remnants of the blocked attack dissipating. The ancient high ranker grits his teeth, still reeling from the impact. Yuan's expression is grim as he stares down at his opponent. The ancient high ranker's robe billows around him as he struggles to regain his footing. The camera focuses on the ancient high ranker's hand, trembling slightly. The ancient high ranker can't believe he's bleeding in a fight against the player. He looks down at his hand, a trickle of blood running down his fingers, and begins to chuckle. The ancient high ranker realizes that he gave Yuan an opening to attack his chest in the first place. The ancient high ranker muses that if the fight continues as it is, his victory is assured in only a few moves, but he acknowledges that this is merely a test. He reflects that if Kim Yuan had more time to train, if his levels and stats were higher, the outcome might have been different. The Fist Lord, Peng Baeklum, acknowledges his defeat. The crowd is shocked that Peng Baeklum is admitting defeat. The arena is left in ruins after the battle. An observer remarks that this is truly a miracle. The observer continues, noting that Kim Yuan might actually have what it takes, but this test has gone past the rules, and their job is merely to observe. The observers watch from their vantage point. Another observer notes that the heavenly demon himself is watching now. Kim Yuan has perfectly cleared the 2-second test of the heavenly demonic cult. As a result of his victory, Yuan has obtained the skill, Heavenly Demon Spirit. Inside the library, a voice wonders if it's all right to leave things as they are, now that everyone has rushed to the martial arts library to obtain the Heavenly Demon Spirit. The ancient high ranker states that it is fine, as the Heavenly Demon Spirit is now in Yuan's possession. The ancient high ranker muses that there must have been a reason why the Heavenly Demon Spirit was in the low-rank martial arts section of the library, noting that at first glance, it seems no different than a normal breathing and cultivation technique. The ancient high ranker wonders how many people have the eyes to discern if it's the Heavenly Demon Spirit or not just from reading it, not to mention mastering it is a whole other story. Someone realizes that finding and learning the Heavenly Demon Spirit is a test in itself. The ancient high ranker agrees, telling Peng Baeklum not to be too embarrassed about this. The ancient high ranker reflects on how no one could have predicted that Yuan would find and learn the Heavenly Demon Spirit in just 3 months. Peng Baeklum grits his teeth, clearly frustrated by the turn of events. The ancient high ranker asks if Peng Baeklum is embarrassed. The ancient high ranker laughs, further provoking Peng Baeklum. In that situation, Peng Baeklum was looking for an opening, and he found one. The image of Kim Yuan flickers in the mind of an observer, who believes he will become a high ranker one day. Another man smiles, thinking Yuan might eventually surpass the Lord. He muses that the duel was the most fun he's had in a long while. Elsewhere, the ancient high ranker and others laugh at the audacity of someone speaking so blasphemously without a care, wondering who would call Yuan a loser. The spectators suggest that the Spear Lord and Tao Lord should also duel Yuan. The ancient high ranker silences the others, stating that they are too loud and that the Lord should seek Yuan out soon. The words for the final test appear against a backdrop of swirling energy. A display shows an arcane power level of 98. Yuan lies in bed, his arm bandaged. He opens his eyes, looking up at the ceiling. He thinks it a shame that his arcane power hasn't hit 3 digits yet. He reflects on the duel with Peng Baeklum, thinking the cut he made against the Fist Lord's chest felt shallow. He realizes that if Peng Baeklum hadn't admitted defeat, it would have been his loss. Yuan realizes he was using his left hand after giving Peng Baeklum his right, but it wasn't just a difference in strength. He knows that in order to face off against rankers, he needs more than just strength. He sat in the room, relieved to have completed the second test successfully. The healing process was expected to take only 2 days, thanks to the medicinal ingredients. He was grateful for the quick recovery, as it spared him from further nagging. The Heavenly Demon Spirit, an A-rank martial art created by Cheon Mujin, allowed the user to split their spirit and create a clone, its power dependent on the amount of mana imbued. It was a skill Kim Yuan had obtained himself, rather than receiving it as a reward, and even most rankers desired A-rank skills. He sat quietly, contemplating the power he now possessed. It was a skill that Cheon Mujin had mastered to near perfection. Yuan realized he would soon meet Cheon Mujin in person, but first he was summoned. A knock echoed through the room. The summons came from the heavenly demonic cult, Lord's Manor. A figure informed Yuan that he was ordered to come inside alone. He stepped forward, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the silent hall. The air grew heavy, a palpable sense of anticipation hanging in the atmosphere. Dust motes danced in the faint light filtering through the high windows, illuminating the path ahead. He strained to sense any presence, but the air remained stubbornly still. He realized that it was natural that he couldn't read the presence of a high ranker yet. Suddenly, a message appeared before him. This egg bears its fangs. Yuan paused, a flicker of unease crossing his face. He continued forward, deciding that it must be this way. The air crackled with unseen energy, the silence growing more oppressive with each step. He walked deeper into the manor, the architecture growing more ornate and imposing. A voice echoed through the halls, laced with amusement. So you're here. The source of the voice revealed himself, the heavenly demon Cheon Mujin. Cheon Mujin stood at the end of the hall, his gaze piercing. He stated that he was told that Yuan called for him. He stands in the distance, asking how the other's arm is doing. As Yuan can see, the effects of Edge of Nightfall activate. Under the influence of night, Yuan's health regeneration speed increases by 102%. Yuan thinks to himself that the sword is good enough for him to want it. He observes that Yuan is still greedy when it comes to swords. Cheon Mujin apologizes, stating that the sword is off limits, and that an Ajusi would chew him out for failing to look after it. Yuan asks if the sword was made by Hephaestus, adding that Cheon Mujin certainly has the right to say such a thing. Cheon Mujin asks if he knows Ajusi. Yuan denies knowing him, clarifying that he has just had the opportunity to wield a few of his swords before. Cheon Mujin declares that there's been enough small talk, and that they should start the final test. Yuan asks if he means right now. Cheon Mujin asks if Yuan is referring to his arm, and reminds him that he said he was fine earlier. He stands within the tower, contemplating the final test. The heavenly demon notes that he can move within this space, but it's not yet at a point where he can fight. That doesn't matter, Cheon Mujin thinks, as Yuan won't be using his arm anyway. He believes Yuan is just doing whatever he wants, and he had hoped to take the final test while in peak condition. The scene shifts to a view from above, showing Kim Yuan standing on a platform within the tower. Suddenly, Yuan is sent flying backwards through the air. He realizes that it's an illusory barrier that has struck him. Cheon Mujin watches Yuan, questioning why he isn't entering the barrier. The barrier is much more precise and complex than he initially thought. Yuan tries to resist the Requiem barrier. But Kim Yuan fails to resist the Requiem barrier. He coughs, realizing he can't pierce through it. If he's not careful, Yuan realizes he might just fall in. The Requiem barrier pulses with power. He plummets downwards, the wind screaming past him as he falls in the depths of the heavenly demonic cave. Deeper and deeper he falls, until a message appears, declaring that he has entered the heavenly demonic cave. The final test of the heavenly demonic cult is about to begin. Kim Yuan, struggling to maintain his grip, realizes the precariousness of his situation. He knows that if he's not careful, he might fall. The air crackles with unseen energy as the final test looms. Below, the city stretches out, a dizzying drop for anyone who might fall. A voice echoes in the distance, filled with surprise. The announcement rings out. They have entered the heavenly demonic cave. The final test of the heavenly demonic cult is about to begin. The cave is dark and ominous. Strange symbols mark the walls of the cave. A figure stands silhouetted against the swirling purple energy of the cave, a red cloak billowing behind him. Kim Yuan's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed as he assesses the situation. Deeper into the cave, figures plummet downwards, disappearing into the swirling darkness. He plummets into the darkness, the depths of the heavenly demonic cave swallowing him whole. Deeper within the cave, figures fall, their descent echoing through the cavernous space. Kim Yuan, now within the cave, contemplates the power he has gained. He thinks to himself that mastering the heavenly demon spirit and obtaining it as a skill will make things easier to handle. An ancient high ranker tells Yuan that he is an excellent fighter and to take good care of it. Yuan is confused by the statement. The ancient high ranker's words echo in Yuan's mind as he wonders what the old man meant by telling him to take good care of it. A system message appears, stating that an egg bares its fangs and salivates. The cave floor glows with an ominous purple light, hinting at the dangers that lie ahead. The figures continue to fall, now surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple energy. The purple energy coalesces into a menacing form, its true nature still obscured by the swirling chaos. The ominous energy continues to permeate the cave, the air thick with anticipation and dread. He senses a power originating from beyond the tower, faint yet undeniably present. The ancient high ranker wonders if this is the reason the egg has been reacting since they arrived at the heavenly demonic cult. Elsewhere, Kim Yuan's colossal fire skill is disrupted by a mysterious force, shaking the very foundations of his technique. The ancient high ranker's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with concern as he senses the shift in power. The history of the holy fire is revealed, a legacy passed down through generations. The narration continues, explaining that the heavenly demonic cult settled on empty heaven long ago, discovering and protecting this very fire. The mysterious purple energy surges through the heavenly demonic cult, seeking a master to wield its power. The history of the heavenly demon of the cult is revealed, including the first and second heavenly demons, and even the master of the ancient high ranker. The ancient high ranker is surrounded by the purple energy, seemingly aware of the prophecy tied to it. The prophecy speaks of a purpose, a destiny that awaits even the ancient high ranker. The ancient high ranker is asked if he truly believes in the prophecy, as it is revealed that the heavenly demonic cult is a religion first and foremost, before it is a martial school. The narration emphasizes that religion is something where the foundation will falter if faith wavers. After an endlessly long time has passed, it is revealed that factions much bigger and stronger than the demonic cult have appeared. As the heavenly demon, the ancient high ranker had no choice but to use a trick to protect the holy fire. From here on, anyone that wishes to join the heavenly demonic cult must partake in the demonic cult's test to prove their worth. The requirement to join the cult was to partake in the demonic cult's test to prove their worth. The ancient high ranker's expression is stern as he watches the events unfold. The ancient high ranker confirms that he created the test with the holy fire as the reward, hiding and protecting it by disguising it with the test. Kim Yuan wonders if anyone has ever managed to make it this far. He recognizes the Sword Lord, Shin Mugek, and realizes he's seen this before. The ancient high ranker reveals that Shin Mugek didn't manage to beat the test. Now, the ancient high ranker declares that this is the final test, as a hand reaches out towards the holy fire. The holy fire rages, ready to test the next challenger. The test demands that one endure these flames until they are acknowledged by the holy fire. Kim Yuan prepares to endure the holy fire. The test continues, stating that when one surrenders, the test will end. It's so hard that the ancient high ranker is telling him to enter a raging fire. The ancient high ranker recalls a tale of the great sage Sun Ogong enduring over 40 days inside the 8 trigram crucible. However, that was a test given to Ogong when he was nearing the top of the tower. Rather than enduring, the ancient high ranker wonders if Kim Yuan will even manage to survive the holy fire. Even if he managed to obtain the heavenly demon spirit and block the Fist Lord's punches, the ancient high ranker knows that this trial is different. In front of this mysterious power, all achievements become meaningless, the ancient high ranker thinks, as one becomes nothing more than just a lowly human. The holy fire surrounds Kim Yuan, who seems surprised by its intensity. The ancient high ranker watches as the holy fire engulfs the young man. The fire grows by consuming fear. Cinder eyes resist the holy fire, but tears stream down Yuan's face as he grits his teeth. The pyromancy robe resists the holy fire, a power that takes the form of fire. The holy fire continues to burn around Kim Yuan, testing his resolve. The fire eats away at and burns those who fear it. Kim Yuan steels himself, thinking that it's not hot. The purple energy swirls intensely. The text declares that something's egg opens its eyes and bares its fangs, hinting at the emergence of a powerful entity. The entity commands its target to stay still, as the purple energy continues to surge. A man with glowing purple eyes warns that if the entity eats everything, there won't be anything left for him. The man reflects that he hasn't felt this feeling in a long time, his hand clenched. The text describes beings that can create a fear greater than death, beings beyond common sense and knowledge. Outers. The man stands amidst the swirling purple energy. The text recalls the days where he faced and fought against them, the Outers. The man acknowledges that if he fears this power, he will have no right to wield it. He declares that he will have no right to wield this power, his fist clenched tightly. The man, his purple eyes glowing, admits he doesn't know what the Outers are. The man stands firm amidst the swirling purple energy. He states that he's seen enough Outers to be sick of them. He steps forward, the weight of his resolve pressing down with each footfall. The endless war against the Outers looms large in his mind as he continues his advance. Leaving behind the sword he once wielded to survive in a crumbling world, he moves forward. A surge of power emanates from him, a visible manifestation of his growing strength. Kim Yuan resolved his fighting spirit while returning to the past. Despair, a gloom trapped in a swamp, a foolish calamity that reaches the skies. While fighting an endless battle against them, Yuan resolved his heart, remembering the comrades who spilled blood with him hundreds and thousands of times, and after returning to the past and climbing from the lowest floor. His heart, rather than becoming weaker, became much stronger. The culmination of his past struggles and renewed resolve makes him stronger. Yuan declares that there's only a single reason he's come here. He has returned to win against them. The surge of power emanating from Kim Yuan continues to intensify, the air crackling with raw energy. The energy swirls around him, a vortex of violet and crimson. The force of the energy distorts the very air around him. The power continues to build, the intensity etched on Yuan's face. A concentrated sphere of energy forms in his hand, glowing with an ethereal light. The sphere pulsates, a contained storm of unimaginable power. A message appears, confirming that he has passed the test of the heavenly demonic cult. Another message appears, revealing that Kim Yuan has obtained the title, Vice Lord of the heavenly demonic cult. He receives 100,000 points. His strength increases by 1, his dexterity by 2, his constitution, perception, and arcane power each increase by 1. He has obtained a skill of a higher tier than the colossal fire, and the old skill perishes. The energy surrounding him shifts, indicating that the skill is changing. He had obtained the skill, Holy Fire, and the right to move on to the 11th fourth floor, now able to teleport to the next floor. Yuan realized the test wasn't trying to fight him. The flames of Holy Fire swirled around him, the power he managed to obtain. But then, the flames began to diminish. Had the Fist Lord given up? The ancient high ranker watched, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The Fist Lord had managed to survive, and the Holy Fire wasn't returning to its original state. Could it be? The ancient high ranker wondered how the test went. The Holy Fire surrounded Yuan, its power evident. Kim Yuan stands in a swirl of purple energy, his expression unreadable. The heavenly demon and Kim Yuan are locked in combat, their figures blurred by speed and power. Yuan stands in a temple, the purple energy still swirling around him. A few days later, the ancient high ranker is seen from a low angle. The ancient high ranker realizes that Kim Yuan managed to obtain the Holy Fire. The scene shifts to a temple, where someone is kneeling. Kim Yuan stands framed in a doorway, bathed in light. The ancient high ranker observes that Yuan seems fine, noting the lack of burns and his quick recovery. Yuan replies that there's no more reason for him to remain. Yuan thinks to himself that he now possesses the Holy Fire, questioning if that means his job as the heavenly demon is done. He admits that old habits die hard, and that he feels uneasy going elsewhere. The tea set sat undisturbed, the steam from the hot water slowly dissipating into the air. The ancient high ranker revealed that Yuan had earned a title. He wondered if the old man was referring to the title of Vice Lord. The ancient high ranker insisted that between the Holy Fire and Yuan's heavenly demon spirit, he was worthy of the title. Yuan, however, had no intention of returning to the cult after becoming a ranker. The ancient high ranker told Yuan to do as he wished, stating that the title wasn't intended to tie him down. The ancient high ranker clarified that the title was simply a reward for passing the test fairly. He added that the heavenly demonic cult had long rivaled the martial realm, despite not being like their heyday. The ancient high ranker's gaze remained fixed on Yuan, his expression unreadable. Yuan acknowledged that the title would be a valuable reward along with the Holy Fire. He was secretly relieved that he hadn't been chosen as the next lord. Yuan stated that he would gladly take the title, accepting the ancient high ranker's offer. The ancient high ranker asked if Yuan was leaving right away. Yuan replied that he would stop by when it was time for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, and wondered if the ancient high ranker was thinking of participating. Yuan smirked, stating that he would participate if he could. Yuan announced that he would be on his way then. He stands in the pavilion, a silent observer of the world around him. The ancient high ranker reflects on the end of his duty, wondering what purpose remains for him now that the chains that bound him are gone. But then, he remembers something important. He recalls the thing that the heavenly demonic cult wanted long before the Holy Fire appeared. The ancient high ranker realizes it's time they return to the martial realm. Meanwhile, far away, the 11th fourth floor of Toklin stretches out below. The landscape of the 11th fourth floor, Toklin, is revealed. The camera pans up to show the towering structures of Toklin. A figure clasps their hands together, desperately pleading for something to happen. Player Halman prays with intense focus, hoping for a favorable outcome. Suddenly, a notification appears. Halman has been assigned to Team for the 11th fourth floor test. The screen displays the composition of Team A, showing it's at full capacity with 208 members. Player Halman notes that Lars and Melly are on his team, but wonders about the rest of the members. The player's eyes widen in disbelief as he takes in the full roster. The screen highlights that Team A is filled with nobodies he's never heard of. To his shock, the screen reveals that some members of Team A are even blacklisted for trolling. His attention shifts to Team B, and he wonders what their composition looks like. The screen highlights Roel, a player with rare healing skills, and her group on Team B. The screen further reveals that Namgung Hoon, a pureblood of the Namgung noble clan, and his group are also on Team B and are easily capable of passing the 11 fourth floor test. Player Halman laments his bad luck with the teams, noting that he's already failed this test 3 times. He decides to take a closer look at his team, finding it hard to believe they're all like this. He recalls hearing that he's an incredible guy, but doubts he can overcome such a large power difference in a team battle with over 200 people on each side. The player realizes that he must also have some pretty rotten luck. The system's machinations continue, manipulating the playing field. The unseen forces tighten their grip, setting the stage for the trials to come. Halman, now in what appears to be a tavern, overhears that lodging is expensive. The bartender explains that it's like this everywhere, implying a systemic issue. The player fumes, realizing the extent of the petty machinations against him. Halman reflects on how all the talented players were sent to Team B, leaving him stuck with Team A. He learns that the test examiner of the 11 fourth floor is an Olympian ranker named Hypnos. The player sees a glimpse of Hypnos, understanding that this is how they want it. He realizes that they are hoping he won't just fail the test, but die, and that they're pulling out all the stops to ensure it. Halman thinks to himself that the situation is rotten to the core. The player asks if there are any rooms left, and the bartender replies that the only one available is the 100-point top room. Halman, unfazed by the cost, declares that it doesn't matter. He then asks if they are able to exchange bills, and the bartender confirms that they can. The bills are identified as Asgardian, with 374 bills, each worth 1,000 points. Someone wonders what kind of bills they are. He wants to exchange all the bills into points after deducting the exchange fee. The exchange is processed. A voice responds, "As you wish." The system notifies him that he has obtained 366,320 points, bringing his total to 931,420 points. The system asks if he would like to call a lackey. A pink, blob-like creature appears. The protagonist thinks this is what the 11 fourth floor's admin is into, and that it's far better than the repulsive, smiling Pia Rose. He decides he'd like to use the shop. The pink creature tells the protagonist to tell him what he wants, claiming to have everything except for what he doesn't. The creature asks what he needs, acting overly friendly, as if it can smell the money. It tells him to peruse a bit first, saying yes, of course. The shop opens before the protagonist. The shop displays various items for sale. He browses the shop's interface, his fingers dancing across the screen. Player Halman hopes to find what he needs in stock. The player's eyes narrow, a glint of determination in them. Adamantium, the strongest metal, catches his eye. It's a blacksmith's dream, and he's found it. He sits back, contemplating the purchase. The player wonders how much it will cost. The pink blob lackey chimes in, confirming that adamantium is indeed a great item. The pink blob lackey floats, its cheerful expression unwavering. The shopkeeper questions why he would want to buy a raw material instead of a finished product, suggesting there are plenty of better items for sale. Halman has already made up his mind. The pink blob lackey sees the train of thought in the player's decision, noting that adamantium's value as a material is different from other normal materials. The pink blob lackey continues to explain the properties of adamantium, noting that it never breaks, has great mana conductivity, and can amplify mana. The player thinks to himself that the pink blob lackey is very knowledgeable about the material. The shopkeeper agrees, stating that as long as he has a way to refine it, he'd be able to make a truly amazing item. Halman acknowledges that they're right about everything they're saying. The pink blob lackey explains that due to how tough of a material it is, there are less than 10 blacksmiths in the entire tower that are capable of refining it. The shopkeeper explains that adamantium is highly valued due to its unique properties and because player Halman knows Hephaestus. Kim Yuan sits on the edge of the bed, a holographic display of materials floating before him. Yuan wonders why knowing Hephaestus should matter. The shopkeeper continues, explaining that most people struggle to find a blacksmith and pay a high production fee, but that isn't the case for him. The pink blob lackey chimes in, emphasizing that the value of adamantium is much higher for Yuan. In conclusion, the shopkeeper believes that 15 million points should suffice for 15 kilograms of adamantium. Kim Yuan sits on the bed, considering the offer as the shopkeeper's words echo in his mind. Yuan realizes he doesn't have that much money. The realization dawns on Yuan's face. The pink blob lackey and a calculator float in front of Yuan, awaiting his decision. The pink blob lackey says that it can't be helped and offers to cover what Yuan lacks with a loan, including interest. Yuan thinks he'll just have to buy it elsewhere. Yuan rejects the offer, shattering the calculator and the pink blob lackey's form. The pink blob lackey attempts to sweeten the deal, offering a discount and emphasizing the rarity of the adamantium. He chuckles, confident in his salesmanship. The pink blob lackey continues, noting that he has plenty of time and other lackeys on other floors, not to mention the action house. The pink blob lackey is surprised by the rejection. He thinks to himself that at the end of the day, he can always just buy something else. Kim Yuan abruptly calls off the trade, leaving the pink blob lackey stammering in protest. He sits on the edge of the bed, one foot touching the floor. The protagonist, Kim Yuan, finds the pink blob lackey annoying. Kim Yuan reiterates his refusal to buy. Kim Yuan sits on the edge of the bed, looking down. The pink blob lackey, sweating profusely, is running out of options. He thinks to himself that he has plenty of time and can always buy something else at the end of the day. Meanwhile, Kim Yuan sits on the edge of a raised platform, his legs dangling. He tells someone that he is sorry, but he's calling off the trade. The pink blob lackey is shocked and asks him to wait a second. The protagonist, annoyed, asks why they're being so annoying. Yuan tells the pink blob lackey that he told him he wasn't buying. The protagonist sits with one leg crossed over the other, looking down at the pink blob lackey. The pink blob lackey offers 13 million, but Yuan says it's fine. The lackey then offers 2.2 million, but the protagonist reiterates that he is not buying. Desperate, the lackey says he can't go any lower or he won't be left with anything. Sighing, Yuan says that the pink blob lackey is annoying, and he'll buy it for 850k if he wants him to buy it so badly. The pink blob lackey is furious, thinking to himself that Yuan is a bastard. The pink blob lackey thinks to himself that he doesn't know when he might be able to find another high roller customer like him. The pink blob lackey offers 850k, which Yuan says is the most he'll pay for it. The lackey thinks to himself that he needs to sell it to him. The pink blob lackey asks if Yuan could maybe do 900k. The pink blob lackey, despite its initial reluctance, agrees to sell the item for 850,000 points. Kim Yuan sits, relieved that the negotiation is over. He thinks to himself that the pink blob's stone-cold face was hurting his feelings. The system interface appears, confirming that Yuan has spent 850,000 points and obtained 1.5 kilograms of adamantium. Yuan, pleased with his purchase, notes that he managed to buy it for a bit less than market price. He wonders if the pink blob needs anything else. The pink blob lackey tells Yuan that's all, and to call again if he needs anything else. Yuan sits on his bed, reflecting that they really didn't like that. He realizes he needs to get the adamantium to Wajusi. Yuan thinks about the upcoming test, and how he doesn't know what those Olympus bastards will pull during it. He realizes he can't go without the dark divine crystal. He knows that refining adamantium won't be easy, even for Ajusi. Yuan realizes it could take anywhere from 1 to 3 months, and that he'll have to go see him as soon as he's done with the test. He sits on the edge of his bed, thinking there's a week left until the test, which is a lot of time. Yuan wonders why he doesn't go on a walk. He considered his next move. The man known as Namgung-hoon was a natural, pure-blood descendant of the Namgung noble clan. His father was an executive of the Martial Guild, a mid-sized guild. He possessed incredible talent, skill, and leadership derived from hard work. Namgung-hoon stood tall, his back to the viewer. Namgung-hoon was what most people referred to as a genius player. A monster was obliterated. The group entered the 11th fourth-floor dungeon, Agria's Maze. One of the players wondered if this was really the easiest dungeon on the 11th fourth floor. Another responded that they were probably the only ones who could get through this place. One of the players stated that reaching all the way to the end should be doable, adding that it hadn't been that hard. The captain of the group, Namgung-hoon, was seen from a low angle. Namgung-hoon urged his team to hurry, stating that they needed to clear this place fast so they could rest before the test. One of the players commented that it didn't look like they really needed to prepare anything for this test. He added that Team A's roster was a complete wish-wash. Another player pointed out that Team A still had Kim Yuan. He added that Yuan was kind of a big shot and that he had even managed to pass the Heavenly Demonic Cults test. The warrior in pink armor mocks the situation, dismissing it as mere luck for the team. Meanwhile, a captain acknowledges the reliability of someone named Roger. Elsewhere, the name of Kim Yuan is spoken with a sense of foreboding. The speaker admits to never having seen Yuan's face, but acknowledges his growing reputation. The speaker continues, noting that Yuan's origins are unknown, but his skill is undeniable. The speaker hopes for a chance to face Kim Yuan during the test. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupts, filling the area with destructive force. Someone's eyes narrow, focusing intently on the unfolding chaos. A figure cries out, desperately trying to halt the destructive force. The purple energy continues to spread, consuming everything in its path. The destructive energy leaves nothing but ruin in its wake. Someone wonders if the creature died while attached to the ceiling, questioning the nature of the purple energy. The purple energy explodes outward, obliterating the dungeon boss and everything around it. The force of the blast sends debris flying in all directions, the air thick with dust and residual energy. The dungeon crumbles, the walls and ceiling unable to withstand the sheer power unleashed. The destruction continues, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. Amidst the devastation, one of the figures wonders if the char remains before them are what's left of Agria, the dungeon boss. The remains of the dungeon boss are almost unrecognizable, reduced to little more than ash and twisted fragments. Surveying the scene, Nam Gung-hoon notes that someone must have already cleared the area, but finds it strange that there are no burn marks on the floor or ceiling. A close-up reveals that the dungeon boss didn't just die from being burnt. The analysis continues, revealing a sword mark. The sword's length is approximately 1.3 meters, and whoever wielded it sliced through a gria, who had been softened up by the heat, in a single cut. The observer wonders who could possibly kill a boss monster with a single strike, speculating that it could be a rancor. It's beyond burnt, but there are no burn marks on the floor or the ceiling, leading to the question of what kind of skill could have done this. The thought occurs that a rancor wouldn't be raiding a dungeon on the lower floors. There's no other way to explain this situation, the speaker concludes. Nam Gung-hoon's expression hardens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. The dungeon has already been cleared, but the remnants of the Spider Queen Agria and her minions linger. Agria's thread, a material of high mana conductivity, is classified as a material harder than steel. The thread coalesces into a dense, shimmering mass. Kim Yuan stands ready, a blade drawn as he prepares to test the thread's capabilities. Yuan considers the thread, musing that it should be worth at least 1,000 points, but he could also keep it and use it for himself. The resulting power far exceeds his expectations as a swirling vortex of purple energy forms in his hand. Since there's no way to know how to fully utilize it without first using it, Yuan decides to try it out before the test, as practice. The text explains that the fire doesn't have that strong of a firepower since the proficiency is low for the rank, but that's not what's important. It's a fire that grows by eating. The skill feeds on the opponent's emotions, amplifying its power. Emotions are hard for someone to control, no matter how strong of a will they have, and this skill's power changes depending on that. Yuan realizes that the scariest part about the Outer's abilities was always that, but now that he got a hold of it, he couldn't wish for a better skill, and when his arcane power and proficiency goes up, it's going to become multiple times stronger. He also raised the Heaven-Slaying Star's proficiency quite a bit, granting him the fate and talent to slay the heavens. From here on, fate and worth would change depending on the life he killed. The completion rate was at 91.67%, and all stats increased by 3. He managed to get a lot of things done on the 11th fourth floor, growing faster than planned. He hoped things would keep going smoothly as he descended the stairs. Rounding the corner, the protagonist paused, sensing something amiss. The protagonist, Kim Yuan, found himself face to face with a group of people. One of them stepped forward, asking if he was perhaps Kim Yuan. Yuan confirmed, wondering who these guys were. The man in the red coat introduced himself as Halloman, a participant from Team A. He added that the roster for the teams weren't so good. Halloman explained that half the players on the team forfeited, even before the test had started, but the other half hadn't given up yet. The reason, Halloman continued, was because everyone had at least heard of Yuan's name once. Halloman stammered, saying that Team B was full of skilled people, but he was sure they couldn't hold a candle to Yuan. The other members of Team A affirmed that they hadn't forfeited because they believed in him. He and player Halloman are observed by other players, who remark that they must be out of points. The observer notes that the pair has quite a lot of money for players on the lower floors. Another player accuses the others of wanting to rally around someone reliable, stating that it would be a waste of points to give up. The accused responds that it's a rude accusation. The player who was accused of being rude is sent flying backward by an unseen force. Another player advises them to give up if they value their lives. A voice declares that there is nothing amazing up there that's worth potentially dying a meaningless death. The player who advised the others to give up tells them to leave if they have nothing else to say, adding that it's not a pretty sight being gathered around a stranger's room. Another player asks if they're also just going to give up. The player in the red robe responds that he's going to challenge the test. The player in the red robe reiterates that the advice to give up only applies to the others. The player in the purple jacket lies on the ground, defeated, as the player in the red robe walks away. Other players discuss the player in the red robe, noting that he doesn't seem like he has any intent to cooperate. One player laments that he had to be such a jackass, while another decides to give up, stating that it's better than dying. He grits his teeth, frustration etched on his face. They came all this way, only to have their pride wounded. Kim Yuan's name echoes in the air, a declaration of his presence. Inside a grand hall, the 11th fourth floor test examiner, Hypnos, observes the ongoing trials. The screen displays the total number of participants, and Hypnos notes the significant skill gap between the teams. Hypnos anticipates the examinee's frustration with the unfairness of the test. The examiner, Hypnos, is surrounded by a blinding light. The reason for the test design becomes clear. Hypnos has received orders from Olympus to eliminate the player Kim Yuan. Hypnos is confident that he will be well rewarded for carrying out this task. A sinister smile spreads across Hypnos' face as he vows to fulfill the order. The examiner wonders why he hasn't left yet. Hypnos summons a massive, spectral bull, preparing to carry out his orders. He pauses, detecting an incoming message. He will be contacting Hypnos right before the test. A new message notification appears. The message reveals the sender, Lady Hera. The location of the test is revealed to be the dark forest Elalom. The 11th fourth floor test is now underway, with a total of 251 participants. The participants are divided into two teams, Team A with 51 people and Team B with 200. The examiner observes the teams, noting that fewer people gave up than he anticipated. Hypnos admits he was hoping there wouldn't be any unnecessary casualties in this obvious trap. Clearing his throat, the test examiner addresses the participants. Hypnos formally introduces himself as the test examiner of the 11th fourth floor. The number of participants on Team A is quite short, but there will be no changes to the test. Hypnos decides to get straight to the point, giving a quick explanation and starting the 11th fourth floor test right away. The test, he explains, will be a capture the flag competition. A hand grips the flag pole tightly. The rules are simple. When you obtain a flag, the number displayed on the flag signifies the number of flags. Hypnos thinks it's cool, calling it a product of technomancy. Now, the test examiner bets they are wondering where to obtain these flags. This place, he reveals, is a special forest created long ago for the test by the administrator. This expansive forest is filled with a myriad of monsters of varying levels, and the flags are laid out across it. The flags can be found from the middle of the road, to the bottom of a cliff, on top of a tree, and even on a monster's body. Hypnos says they have no idea how much of a struggle it was for him to set them up. The test examiner declares that their job is to try and collect as many flags as possible. The team with more flags at the end wins. Simple, right? Hypnos asks with a sinister smile. The rules of the 11th fourth floor test are further clarified. It's about capturing flags, not just collecting them. Flags taken from the opposing team count towards your total. The method of acquiring flags doesn't matter, they explain. Stealing, threatening, or even killing is acceptable, as long as the flags are obtained. Finally, the test has kings. A crown materializes, signifying the importance of the king role in the upcoming test. Each team is randomly assigned a king, and the number of flags the king holds counts as double. The examiner explains that even if a team's king is lost, the team won't be entirely disqualified. However, a stronger king provides an advantage, so luck is still a factor. One of the participants scoffs, thinking that with these rules, a really weak guy is going to be picked as Team A's king. Hypnos declares that the test will now commence. A surge of energy emanates outward, signaling the start of the 11th fourth floor test. The rules of the 11th fourth floor test are reiterated. Contribution points are based on the number of flags obtained, which will determine the award. The rules of the 11th fourth floor test are clear. Delivering a flag to a king grants double contribution points, but stolen flags result in their disappearance. Currently, the flag total stands at 0 for both Team A and Team B. A surge of power emanates from Halman's hand, a fiery aura crackling around him. The surge intensifies, enveloping Halman in a vibrant, golden glow as he prepares for action. Nearby, the other players express their uncertainty, wondering how they should even begin. Far above, Kim Yuan observes the unfolding events, a knowing look on his face. He knew someone like Halman would be on the 11th fourth floor. A desperate cry rings out, pleading for Yuan to protect the king. Ignoring the plea, Yuan leaps away, a trail of dust marking his departure. He hears the taunt. Is that how you like to say, please save me? Undaunted, the protagonist declares his intentions. I'm going to go find flags. The protagonist's eyes glow red as he prepares to move, thinking to himself that it's time to start running. He moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion against the cloudy sky. Nam Gung-hoon watches the events unfold, a stern expression on his face as he prepares for what's to come. He surveys the battlefield, noting the overwhelming numerical advantage. It's a complete freebie, he thinks, given the sheer difference in numbers. The opposing commander urges his troops to finish quickly and celebrate. He understands not being nervous with almost 4 times the difference in size of teams. Despite the advantage, the commander observes that his opponents are completely letting their guard down. Nam Gung-hoon closes his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. The angel, Roel, asks if he's feeling nervous. Roel confirms that her name is known. She is honored that he knows her name. Nam Gung-hoon remains silent, his expression unreadable as green energy crackles around him. Roel is healing and buffing him, making it no wonder she's nicknamed Angel. Her abilities are uncommon among the already rare support players. The angel smiles reassuringly, telling him not to be too nervous. It's still true that there's such an overwhelming difference in strength that they can be this lax. Roel asks if Nam Gung-hoon thinks it's weird. For being randomly placed, there's too large of a difference between the teams. Nam Gung-hoon wonders if it isn't just a coincidence, stating that in the world he's from, there is a saying. Angel Roel muses that in the world of the strong, there is no such thing as coincidence. The angel's words hang in the air as she and the others continue forward, the identity of the player being of little concern to her. Nam Gung-hoon wonders aloud who their king is right now. He recalls seeing someone glowing in gold at the start of the test. But something is strange, he thinks, as the memory surfaces. The swordsman's memory is so good that he never forgets something he's seen once. Yet, he can't remember the golden figure's face at all. Nam Gung-hoon strains to recall what that guy looked like. The 8th fourth floor test continues. The current flag total displayed. Team A with 59 flags and Team B with 110. Halman, surrounded by a golden aura, sits perched on a rock. The player notes that there are fewer flags on the roads than expected, and that most of the flags they secured managed to gather quite a few. With only this much of a difference, they could definitely overturn the score by getting their king. The flags stand as a testament to their success, a reminder that they have someone capable on their team. The one who likely secured the majority of their flags is Kim Yuan, a fact that looms large in their strategy. The speaker recalls that when he visited Yuan the other day, he didn't seem like he cooperated at all. The king believes that with him being the king, Kim Yuan can't win against Team B without protecting him. The team notes that he went off on his own, but they expect Kim Yuan to return, given his earlier promise to stay. The forest's vastness becomes apparent as they discuss where Team B's starting point might have been. The group wonders if they should rest, considering they agreed to start collecting flags again at midnight. A sudden tremor runs through the ground as the group is caught off guard. The team realizes they've been found out, and a voice reminds them to watch their feet. A system notification alerts them that enemy players have appeared, warning them to protect their flags from ambush. A bad feeling settles in, knowing that Team A has Kim Yuan, but the speaker questions what he can do without a king. The king is worth a nice amount of CP, and the score is 10-11, urging them not to cower. Nam Gung-hoon, facing down his opponent, declares that the situation is still manageable. The enemy player, Halman, unleashes a flurry of attacks, his movements a blur of deadly intent. One of Halman's strikes connects, leaving Nam Gung-hoon visibly shocked by the force of the blow. The force of the attack sends Nam Gung-hoon reeling, energy crackling around him as he struggles to maintain his footing. Halman's eyes gleam with a sinister intensity as he continues his assault. Halman observes that there are only 9 opponents remaining. A member of the opposing team voices his unease, a bad feeling settling in since Team includes Kim Yuan. He wonders what the protagonist can do without a king. Another enemy soldier exclaims that there's a nice amount of CP for getting the king, urging his comrades not to cower as it's 10-11. The enemy soldier, emboldened, declares that this is doable. Below, the battle rages on. The enemy soldier wonders if there are only 10 left. Another soldier stands ready for battle. A cloaked figure notes that there are only 9 now. The battle continues, with one soldier uttering a surprised An enemy soldier laughs, asking where his opponent thinks he's running. The soldier continues his attack. The enemy soldier cries out in desperation, begging for help as he is attacked. Meanwhile, player Halman rushes towards the sound of the commotion, answering the call for aid. Before Halman can reach him, the enemy soldier is struck, blood splattering as he cries out. The cloaked figure, standing over the fallen soldier, declares that the king's head will be his. The cloaked figure's blade continues its descent, poised to strike another blow. The force of the attack sends the enemy soldier crashing to the ground. The cloaked figure's blade slices through the air, leaving a trail of red energy in its wake as it descends upon Halman. Halman cries out as the attack lands, the force of the blow evident. The impact of the attack leaves Halman bloodied and battered, his expression one of pain and shock. The cloaked figure stands over Halman, his blade dripping with blood. The cloaked figure's attack continues, the blade a blur of motion as it descends upon the injured Halman. The cloaked figure chides Halman for wandering around, implying he had been warned to stay put. The cloaked figure wonders aloud why people never listen to him. Meanwhile, player Halman, recognizing the cloaked figure, begins to call out a name. Before he can finish, one of the enemy soldiers shouts out, identifying the cloaked figure as Mr. Yuan. The cloaked figure unleashes a flurry of attacks, his movements a blur of motion. Player Halman, shocked by the revelation, repeats the name, confirming that the cloaked figure is indeed Kim Yuan. One of the soldiers, witnessing the cloaked figure's power, realizes that he is the real deal, remembering that Kale died in a single strike. The soldiers decide to retreat, realizing the danger they are in. One of the soldiers cries out as he is struck down. The cloaked figure continues his assault, cutting down the fleeing soldiers. Another soldier, enraged and desperate, curses at the cloaked figure, reminding his comrades that they outnumber him. The soldiers, in a frenzy, scream for the cloaked figure to be killed. The cloaked figure, unfazed by their threats, prepares to strike again. He brings his blade down with lethal precision, cleaving through the soldier's defenses. The force of the blow sends the soldier crashing to the ground, his weapon flying from his grasp. Player Halman, witnessing the brutal efficiency, can only manage a stunned, "Ha!" Kim Yuan continues his assault, a whirlwind of motion and deadly intent. The player's face contorts in a mask of terror as he realizes the gravity of his situation. The assassin's eyes glow with an ominous red light, promising swift and merciless retribution. A desperate plea echoes through the battlefield, a last-ditch attempt to avert the inevitable. The flag, a symbol of their objective, lies discarded amidst the carnage. The player begs for mercy, knowing he is outmatched and outmaneuvered. Halloman desperately tries to bargain for his life, offering up the flags in exchange for freedom. The system announces the acquisition of 2 flags and 20 CP, rewards earned through brutal efficiency. The battlefield is littered with fallen bodies, a testament to the assassin's overwhelming power. And so, the cloaked figure, his red eyes burning with intensity, continues his ruthless campaign. The unseen player wonders what his opponents will do, giving them the option to surrender their flags or continue fighting. The soldiers, clearly intimidated, hesitate, unsure of what to do against such overwhelming power. One of the players asks how much they should give. The system announces that flags and CP have been obtained. Kim Yuan stands over the kneeling player, another flag in hand, as the system continues to register his gains. He's glad that the player is his ally. The player apologizes for speaking bluntly, declaring the first half of the game over. The player is shocked to see the number of flags Kim Yuan has collected, even though it has only been 4 hours since the game started. The player recalls that everyone was told to spread out and gather flags. The cloaked figure thinks that the decision to spread out is smart, as long as the flags aren't stolen. The player exclaims in disbelief at the number of flags, 27. The player questions how Kim Yuan managed to gather so many flags by himself, marveling at the sheer number. He surveys the flag count, noting that Team A has 64 flags and the other team has 105. He calculates that with the flags he took, they should have 67. The focus tightens on Kim Yuan's eyes as he realizes they are finally getting to the capture portion of the test. The disembodied voice of the test proctor echoes, advising that by now, the players will have gathered a good number of flags. The proctor continues, predicting that the players will soon realize it's more efficient to hunt other players than to continue hunting monsters. Halloman looks shocked, stammering as he realizes he is being addressed. Halloman's companion wonders if they have another king, but Kim Yuan assures him that he is right. Kim Yuan's expression hardens, his gaze intense. He thinks to himself that even he will have a hard time winning without a king, though he finds the situation annoying. He then asks Halloman if that was his name. Halloman confirms his name, remembering to stay within 20 meters of Kim Yuan. The disembodied voice declares that the real game starts now. The voice asks if they escaped after giving him their flags. He had already taken down Kale and Max with a single strike, leaving the others in disbelief at his speed and skill. The speed of Kim Yuan's sword was such that it was nearly imperceptible, and his eyes seemed ghostly, sending shivers down the spines of his opponents. Despite Team B consisting of skilled players, they were easily routed by Yuan, even though they outnumbered him 10-1. It was a pathetic display. The speaker lamented that they could be taken out even in groups, recalling how 10 of them were defeated. The assembled group was still no match for Yuan, who had met up with Team A's king. Given his past actions, it was likely that Kim Yuan would continue to protect their king. Salamov, Kachel, and every other skilled player had fallen before him. One of the soldiers asked if they were thinking of using that strategy, but there was still something else. They had lost some people, but Team B was still full of highly skilled players, not to mention the 2 of them, a deciding variable. The group was surrounded by an ethereal blue glow, preparing for their next move. A voice challenged, asking if they had a better idea. 2 armored figures stood ready, awaiting their orders. The remaining players are scattered across the test arena, their numbers dwindling. It seems their strategy has been decided, and they are moving out. Now then, the game begins. The examiner watches with a knowing smile. A voice suggests they go after the king and Kim Yuan. 12 hours into the test, flags are being obtained. More flags are claimed as the battle intensifies. The player with green hair realizes that this is less of a team battle and more of a test where 200 people are fighting against Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan considers the situation, a flag planted firmly behind him. The flags are worth either 100 or 1,000 points. He has gathered quite a few flags, but it's not time to hand them over to the king yet, as he doesn't think they'll have too much of a problem since he's protecting him while moving. But if this guy gets his flags stolen, or worse, gets killed, it'll be an irreversible scenario. He considers his strategy, realizing he should only hand over his flag right before the end of the test. He notes that people are now getting scared at just the sight of him. Player wonders if the others are getting influenced by something. Now that he thinks about it, the players on Team B have been giving up their flags as soon as they see his face. He wonders if it's his mood, or if they can instinctively feel it. From a distance, Kim Yuan and player are spotted in the forest. Someone wonders if they know him, or if they already exchanged information. Yuan asks them to repeat that. The voice continues, speculating that they've already shared within their team that Yuan, the king, and player are sticking together. The speaker believes that as teammates, they probably exchanged their player kit numbers, so they must have come to an agreement to just hand over the flags. The cloak figure wonders why they would do something like that, as they can't win if they just keep giving up their flags. He thinks they must be planning to hand over the flags and run away if they come across him. The cloak figure is sure they're scheming something. An unseen assailant launches a surprise attack on the cloaked figure, sending a flurry of blows his way. The cloaked figure is struck by the attack, the force of the blow visible in the air around him. The arrow pierces the cloaked figure's head, his eyes wide with shock and pain. The cloaked figure cries out in pain as the attack lands, the force of the impact sending him reeling. The cloaked figure's fist collides with an unseen barrier, the impact sending ripples of energy outward. He realizes that the others were avoiding a fight to preserve their teammates. The voice of an unseen narrator explains that the barrier is an enclosure formation, one that has been used since long ago in the martial realm. The cloaked figure, his red eyes gleaming, is now fully encased within the heaven and earth net. The heaven and earth net constricts around the cloaked figure and player, trapping them within its web-like structure. The narrator explains that the heaven and earth net is an inescapable technique to surround one's enemy. An enclosure formation, one that has been used since long ago in the martial realm, begins to take shape. Above the forming net, Kim Yuan watches with a stern gaze. The heaven and earth net descends, ready to ensnare its prey. Heaven and earth net, a net woven with heaven and earth. It's an inescapable technique to surround your enemy. The green-haired player mumbles to himself, regretting his earlier mercy. Maybe I should have killed them all. Suddenly, the player's eyes widen in shock. What? Below, one of the soldiers looks up, spotting Kim Yuan. W8 Yuan. The soldier is suddenly struck by a powerful blow. Kim Yuan, cloaked in red, stands over the fallen soldier, his sword raised. The soldier is sent flying through the air from the force of the blow. He observes the glowing circle beneath the player's feet, noting the warning etched into the air. Stepping outside means certain death. The player, trapped within the circle, questions if he's being asked to die right then and there. Yuan's response is sharp, demanding if he stuttered when he told him he was going to die. The player stammers, but Yuan cuts him off, reiterating his earlier command to stay still. Yuan sighs, warning the player that if he continues to disobey and wander around, he will die for real. The player, surrounded by floating, worried faces, asks if he will be able to live. Yuan confirms that he will, but only if he doesn't move again. The player desperately asks if Yuan really promises to save him. Suddenly, Yuan's foot slams down with incredible force, the impact shaking the very ground. The player cries out, calling Yuan's name as he is sent flying by the force of the blow. The force of Yuan's kick is amplified by the golden energy surrounding his leg. Yuan reiterates his warning, reminding the player not to leave the circle. The camera focuses on Yuan's leg as he stands over the player, the force of his kick evident. The question hangs in the air, why target the king first? The reason is simple. It took 55 people to take on Kim Yuan. To truly challenge him, they need to force him into a disadvantage, making him fight to protect the king. That's what they think, at least. Even if it's Yuan, it'll all be over if the king dies. He continues walking deeper into the forest. He's moving alone, leaving the king behind. The observation sparks confusion. What? Alone? The figure, revealed to be Namgung-hoon, pushes forward, declaring that everyone should step aside. Team B, it's explained, is an amalgamation of famous players, with real hotshots like Namgung-hoon and Roel. That means big guilds should be paying attention to this test. Arrows are too weak, someone shouts. A voice declares that they become a star everyone has to look up to. The same voice exclaims that the throw is good. He plummets through the air, a trail of energy following him. Below, something has caught his attention, prompting a sharp intake of breath. A spear, suspended in midair, defies gravity. The weapon hangs motionless, an ominous sign. The floating spear has everyone on edge, and a voice wonders what's going on. A figure in armor is impaled by multiple energy spears, blood spraying from the fatal wounds. The armored figure's face contorts in rage and pain as he realizes the attack's futility. The battle rages on, with multiple armored figures engaged in close combat. The armored figure, now on the ground, realizes that his side was a dud. The cloaked figure, revealed to be Yuan, stands over the fallen soldier, his identity confirmed by the dying man's exclamation. The soldier is sent flying, while below, Yuan's eyes glow with a menacing red light. He demands to know the location of Namgung-hoon. The battlefield falls silent. The enemy soldiers realize that Yuan has vanished once more, his movements too swift to track. The remaining soldiers scan their surroundings, wary of an attack from any direction. One soldier comments on the assassin's high-level stealth, noting that even a shimmer is undetectable, and wonders if Yuan was an assassin. Another soldier disagrees, stating that assassins don't use long swords and wear dark clothes, while Yuan has a pretty good skill, thousand-mile eyes. Panic sets in as the soldiers question how he got there. One of the soldiers remarks that they have a good scout, are using the heaven and earth net, and have a good strategy. Another soldier retorts that maybe it's because they don't have many people, but it's full of holes, implying their strategy isn't as sound as they believe. Elsewhere, a pair of red eyes open, a voice declaring that they're finally here. The speaker's target is revealed to be Namgung-hoon and Roel. Nam Gung-hoon stands tall, his expression unreadable as he is surrounded by his allies. Someone asks if he decided to abandon his king and move around, and if he decided to give up on the test for the sake of fighting. Whatever the case may be, the man in blue apologizes that things have come to this. Though unintentional, the man in blue boasts that he has a good team, unlike his opponent. He clarifies that this doesn't mean he's ashamed of the situation. The cloaked figure stands his ground, unfazed by the man's words. Nam Gung-hoon demands to know what the cloaked figure is trying to say. The cloaked figure thinks to himself that he is being asked to get to the point, and he likes it. He resolves to give up on the test, not wanting a match like this. A smirk plays across the cloaked figure's face as he realizes what Nam Gung-hoon was on about. The cloaked figure has heard that Nam Gung-hoon is quite talkative. Nam Gung-hoon expected as much, but the cloaked figure really isn't going to do as he says. He guesses he has no choice. Nam Gung-hoon tells everyone to step back, declaring that he'll face the cloaked figure. Nam Gung-hoon asks if the cloaked figure wants a one-on-one duel, because he doesn't really care how many come at him at once. The cloaked figure declines the offer. The cloaked figure strikes, his foot connecting with Nam Gung-hoon. The cloaked figure's red eyes glow ominously. The cloaked figure's attack sends Nam Gung-hoon reeling backward, the force of the blow evident in the spray of sparks. The assassin presses his advantage, his movements a blur of speed and precision. The cloaked figure pauses, a flicker of curiosity in his red eyes. Would you look at this? He muses. He considers Nam Gung-hoon's power. For a mere player on the 11th fourth floor to have this much strength, it makes him wonder what his stats are. Nam Gung-hoon recovers, his stance firm as he prepares to defend himself against the relentless assault. The cloaked figure's strikes continue, each blow carrying immense power and threatening to overwhelm Nam Gung-hoon. The assassin's relentless attacks force Nam Gung-hoon into a desperate defense. The narrator explains that the Nam Gung clan's imperial sword form has the power to create pressure on their surroundings just by wielding it. Nam Gung-hoon grits his teeth, struggling against the force of the attacks. He thinks to himself that it's heavier than the sword of any other martial school. The cloaked figure pauses mid-strike, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. So, what's up with this, he wonders. The assassin's eyes narrow, a realization dawning on him. Difference, he exclaims, sensing a shift in the battle. Despite wielding this sword, the cloaked figure is still able to fight with ease. He watches as Nam Gung-hoon struggles, noticing the man's strength seems to be waning. Nam Gung-hoon, breathing heavily, feels the shift in power as his energy begins to drain. The cloaked figure's attack intensifies, the force of his blows pushing Nam Gung-hoon further back. Suddenly, Nam Gung-hoon is empowered by an archangel's blessing, increasing his strength and constitution. Nam Gung-hoon feels his body becoming lighter and his mana regeneration accelerating. He wonders aloud what the meaning of this cowardly act is. The cloaked figure taunts Nam Gung-hoon, pointing out that he's being pushed back even after receiving the buff, implying the match is already over. Angel Roel observes the fight, remarking that Nam Gung-hoon already seems to think it's over. Nam Gung-hoon, surrounded by a purple aura, questions what the cloaked figure means by over. The cloaked figure's eyes glow with an intense light as he prepares to unleash his final attack. Purple flames erupt around the cloaked figure as he prepares to use his ultimate technique. The cloaked figure prepares to unleash his purple fire. He stood before a monstrous, stone-like entity, the purple flames licking at its edges, mirroring the fire he was about to unleash. The flames reminded Nam Gung-hoon of something, a chilling familiarity creeping into his mind. It's the same fire I saw in Agria's dungeon. The man with the dark hair's eyes glowed with an ominous red light. He thought to himself, there's no way it's a coincidence. I'm sure of it. The red light intensified around the man with the dark hair, his expression hardening with resolve. A voice declared, he's the guy. A close-up reveals a piercing blue eye, filled with an intense, focused gaze. Purple flames erupt around a figure, the same distinctive fire that Yuan remembers from Agria's dungeon. The figure stands amidst the purple fire, the flames licking at his cloak as he seems to recognize the energy. The cloaked figure stands before a massive, skeletal dragon, the purple flames swirling around them both. The cloaked figure realizes that this is the same fire he saw in Agria's dungeon. A close-up of a red eye reveals the intensity of the gaze, the figure certain that this is no coincidence. The figure's face is revealed, the purple flames reflecting in his eyes as a smirk plays on his lips. Someone recognizes the figure, exclaiming that he's that guy. Something feels off about the situation. The swordsmanship of Nam Gung-hoon is different than what cut Agria's body. It was as if Nam Gung-hoon was wielding the skills of another person entirely, a stark contrast to his previous abilities. The purple flames danced around him as he stood poised, ready to strike. Yuan wondered if what he was seeing was real or simply a trick of the light. He considered the possibilities, trying to make sense of the shift in power. Yuan wondered if Nam Gung-hoon was going easy on him, testing his abilities. Suddenly, the fight was interrupted by a telepathic message. Angel Roel, using her sound telepathy, questioned why they'd stopped fighting in order to retreat. Roel's voice echoed in their minds, stating that continuing to fight was meaningless and would only lead to their demise. The angel's message prompted another question. Was Namgung-hun admitting defeat on his own accord, and was he the one who conquered Agria's dungeon? Yuan's eyes widened as he realized the implications of the question. Namgung-hun seemed to have lost his will to fight, his stance faltering. The assembled crowd expresses disbelief, questioning if they were truly raiding the hardest 11th fourth-floor dungeon. They wonder if Kim Yuan was the one who conquered it. One of the soldiers asks Angel Roel if the order to retreat is true, stating that it is out of character for her. Another soldier argues that while the opponent is strong, giving up without a proper fight is unacceptable. He believes they could stand a chance if they all fought together. Angel Roel observes that Kim Yuan alone is making up for the gap in numbers between the two teams. She wonders if he seems like the one who deserves to pass the test. The angel announces that those who want to keep fighting can do so, but she and her group are leaving. She calls them cowards, unlike what she's heard. Angel Roel states that she values her teammates' lives more than her pride. One of the soldiers remarks on Namgung-hun's stubbornness, but admits that it's also what he likes about their captain. Another soldier remarks that they can always retake the test later, as the crowd cheers. A figure states that they're saying this just in case, but they should kill as few people as possible. The figure continues, stating that it's unsightly for an adult to run amok amidst children fighting. They add that these are the ones they need to fight the outers with together later. The figure concludes that some of them are bound to be future rankers, so there's no need to bleed out their forces for no reason. She reflects on the situation, thinking that even Hercules would have avoided killing in this scenario. The angel considers that Kim Yuan not only has the skills, but is also a hero who never breaks his promise. That's what she liked about him, but she acknowledges she is not a hero like him. Yuan mumbles that he was hoping they would all withdraw on their own, but now. He declares that he can't guarantee what will happen, but he is going to try. He steels himself, resolving that if it can't be helped, it can't be helped. Yuan prepares to use the skill, Holy Blessing. Angel Roel is engulfed in a torrent of green energy. The enemy soldiers are ordered to attack him all at once. Namgung-hun remarks that it's time he joined in on a children's fight. The enemy soldiers question what is happening as they are engulfed in a purple aura. The fire blocks their skills. The enemy soldiers are commanded to just penetrate it, as Yuan is all alone. He stares intently, his expression a mix of determination and concern as he faces the encroaching threat. The encroaching threat takes the form of a monstrous entity wreathed in purple flames, its presence palpable. The monstrous entity looms larger, its form now fully visible, a terrifying spectacle of raw power. From a distance, the enemy soldiers express their shock and confusion at the sight of the holy fire. The soldiers' fear is palpable as they shout, believing the holy fire to be a demon. The text reveals that the holy fire appears as a demon to them, growing stronger by consuming their fear. Yuan realizes that he needs to control the holy fire before it grows too large, even for him to manage. The holy fire manifests as a blade in his hand, the weapon glowing with power as he prepares to strike. The holy fire erupts, striking down multiple enemies at once. The text reveals that the enemies have endured the holy fire longer than expected due to buffs. The text indicates that someone must have quite a few buffs they can use, which is impressive. The holy fire continues to burn, consuming everything in its path. The skills Angel's Wings and Strength of a Giant are activated. Empowered by the buffs, Angel Roel stands with her hands raised, ready to unleash her power. The Angel, Roel, casts buffs tailored for each player, but laments that the enemies are frozen in fear, unable to even approach the holy fire. The Angel's protective aura intensifies, making it impossible for anyone to even get close to Yuan. The protective aura surrounds Yuan, shielding him from harm. Roel prepares to cast another skill, her hand glowing with divine energy. The skill Sword of Execution is summoned. The massive sword descends, poised to strike down any who dare approach. Roel screams, commanding the sword to eliminate their enemies. The angel focuses her power, channeling it into the descending blade. The Sword of Execution hurtles towards its target, a beacon of divine judgment. The sword connects, the force of the blow obliterating everything in its path. She stares, her eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding events. The Sword of Execution shatters the world around it, reality itself splintering under its power. The angel descends, the blade poised to strike. The force of the blow is so immense that those witnessing it question if such a thing is even possible. The attack continues to devastate the area. The power unleashed by the Sword of Execution explodes outward, obliterating everything in its path. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of the devastating attack. The battlefield is littered with debris and the remnants of the fallen. Two soldiers survey the scene, one declaring that all of this is meaningless and they will all end up dead. The angel, Roel, responds to the soldiers' despair, stating that she values her teammates' lives more than her own pride. Roel's expression softens, a hint of sadness in her eyes as she acknowledges that the soldier was right. An order rings out, commanding everyone to fall back, as they stand no chance in their current state. She had unleashed devastation, and the enemy soldiers were paying the price. Kim Yuan remained silent, his expression unreadable. The blonde angel scoffs at the retreating soldiers, declaring that she will spare them if they leave their flags behind. One of the soldiers wonders if she heard their sound telepathy, but she retorts that she can tell what they are thinking just from their faces. One of the soldiers asks what she will do if they say they are just going to leave. He grips his flag tightly. The soldier declares that he obviously won't let them go, and tells them not to waste any more strength and just hand the flags over. Yuan grips the handle of his weapon. The game system indicates that flags have been obtained. The system continues to notify him of the flags he has obtained. The soldier extends his hand, questioning if Yuan is really not going to kill anyone. The angel and the soldier stand together, the soldier stating that they might have lost all their flags, but they will collect more. He adds that Yuan is alone and no longer has a king, asking if he wants them to kill him and what it is that he wants. The angel states that Yuan rejected all the sponsorship offers from major guilds, adding that Zion is on another level. Another guild attempts to recruit Yuan, assuring him that he would receive even better treatment than the others, but he declines. He receives another guild recruitment offer, complete with a kit number, but rejects it immediately. The angel, Roel, questions why Yuan is rejecting offers that would benefit his future. She continues, stating that his persistence through difficult trials proves he has a clear goal. Roel warns that he can't climb the tower alone, and that good comrades and a strong guild would fully support him, even though it's a difficult place to climb. The tower looms in the background as the angel's words echo, suggesting that someone of Yuan's caliber should realize he needs more than his own skills. The moment he stepped foot inside the tower, Yuan knew he couldn't rely on others. A voice asks why he's trying to walk this hard path alone. Roel reflects on Yuan's determination, noting that she doesn't know how he was able to climb the towers so fast, but that guilds and sponsorships will only get in the way of what he has to do from here on out. The tower stands tall as the narration explains that guilds that fight over the rights to the tower can ruin everything through pride, greed, and distrust. That's why he can't accept help from them. Yuan thinks, resolving to become stronger on his own. He resolves that when the worst time comes, he can become the center that the tower rallies around. Yuan wonders why everyone wants to know so badly, but it's not that big of a reason. He just knows he can climb the tower without a team or guild. He firmly rejects the notion that anything is possible for him, steeling himself for what he must do. Deep within the forest, the cloaked figure is ambushed. He barely manages to dodge the incoming attack. The cloaked figure, revealed to be Kim Yuan, grits his teeth, fear creeping into his expression. He realizes the situation is dire. Yuan wonders if the darkness has always been this oppressive as he continues to wait, his anxiety growing. Suddenly, a bright light pierces through the trees, followed by a wave of energy. Yuan is caught off guard. The force of the blast sends him flying backwards, the attack narrowly missing its mark. Yuan cries out as the explosion engulfs the area around him, the heat intense. He realizes he dodged the attack, but barely. Yuan acknowledges that he has some reflexes, despite his current weakened state. His attackers, standing above him, question why he is standing around so quietly, implying they expect him to fight back. The perspective shifts, showing the scale of the ambush and the number of enemies closing in on Yuan. The enemy soldiers are eager to finish the fight quickly, noting that the other group is having a hard time against Kim Yuan despite having Namgung Hoon and Angel Roel on their side. The soldiers realize that the man is a formidable opponent, fighting against Team B all by himself. A voice warns that if he moves again, they won't be able to help him this time, reiterating the order not to leave. The man stands within the circle, seemingly trapped. The man realizes that he'll get caught soon even if he runs, but he also has no chance of winning a fight against them. He knows that if he doesn't leave this circle, and by time somehow, Kim Yuan will come back. His only option is to trust Yuan and do as he told him. Suddenly, a powerful force erupts. The man is sent flying backwards, his sword clattering to the ground. He shouts for them to come at him, while the enemy soldiers mock his efforts, wondering what he's trying to do. The soldiers believe he's gone senile, reminding each other to divide up the CP evenly and to make sure they divide up the flags properly. 2 daggers fly through the air. The soldier in the circle deflects the incoming sword strike with a burst of energy. The force of the blow sends tremors through the ground around him. He grits his teeth, realizing he can't leave the circle. An enemy soldier presses the attack, his armored form a stark contrast to the purple-robed defender. Elsewhere, a portal shimmers into existence. The enemy soldier's blade finds its mark, sending the soldier in the circle reeling from the impact. Daggers suddenly rain down upon the battlefield, launched from an unseen assailant. The cloaked figure, Kim Yuan, watches from afar, commenting on how easy it was to launch the daggers. The soldier in the circle clutches his arm, muttering to himself that he must not leave the circle, no matter what. Yuan's voice echoes, telling the soldier to think of it as being unlucky. The cloaked figure descends, blades drawn, ready to finish the job. The daggers strike, finding their mark with deadly precision. The soldier in the circle is caught in a blinding explosion of light and energy, the force of the blast threatening to consume him. The enemy soldier, witnessing the display of power, is shocked. He wonders if it's a ghost, but the laughter of Kim Yuan echoes through the arena. The skill, Heavenly Demon's Spirit, is activated, its name appearing amidst swirling energy. The enemy soldier is engulfed by the skill's power, a spectral figure looming behind him. The soldier in the circle, battered and bruised, reflects on his survival, unsure of what just transpired. Kim Yuan stands with his back to the audience, contemplating the events that have unfolded. A woman's voice echoes, acknowledging someone as an amazing person, expressing hope for a future meeting on equal footing. The cloaked figure of Yuan is seen from above, walking through a forest. He reflects on a conversation that dragged on longer than he wanted, wasting his time. A voice, presumably Yuan's, expresses relief that the situation ended well, trusting that Halaman will keep his promise, preventing any further problems. The cloaked figure, revealed to be Yuan, sighs in relief, the tension seemingly gone from his shoulders. Yuan's eyes glow with a menacing red light as he declares that all that's left is. From within the forest, a voice calls out, stating that everyone is gone and inviting their target to reveal themselves. The invitation hangs in the air, the forest's silence save for the rustling of leaves. A figure hidden amongst the trees asks how long the speaker has been aware of their presence. The response comes, a while now. The voice acknowledges the hidden figure's intelligence, stating that they are as smart as the rumors say. Emerging from the shadows, the cloaked figure is revealed, wreathed in golden energy and with a purple glow emanating from within his hood. The figure observes that despite the large fire used, there isn't a single scorch mark anywhere. The cloaked figure floats in the air as the voice muses on the impressive power, noting that it's not just the power, but the fact that it can burn only specified targets. The voice continues, stating that if he saw it, he'd want it. The cloaked figure is surprised by the revelation, questioning how the other person can see through his illusion. The speaker confirms that they can see the cloaked figure's face very clearly. The cloaked figure's face is revealed to be that of Kim Yuan, his eyes glowing red as he realizes he's been discovered. He wonders if it's a skill that allows them to see through his illusion. The voice explains that it's a skill that can even see through a rancor's illusion, concluding that Yuan is the real deal. Yuan expresses his surprise at being discovered, acknowledging the other person's skill. He expresses surprise that his opponent didn't immediately target the king at the start of the test. Instead, the observer muses, the challenger chose to fight the entirety of Team B alone. The scene shifts to the challenger, now ensnared in a trap of purple energy. The observer, identified as Hypnos, an Olympian rancor famous for his illusion skills, acknowledges the interference of a rancor in an official test. The challenger realizes that they are determined to eliminate him. Kim Yuan realizes that they set up a fancy trap for him. The challenger is engulfed in a surge of purple energy. The challenger is surprised. The challenger resists the mana, enduring through sheer will, despite the fact that a normal player would have fallen asleep as soon as he released all this mana. The observer reflects on the excessive attention being given to a single player by the executives of a major guild, as a new message appears. Kill Kim Yuan, no matter what it takes. The observer notes that they are sending a rancor after him, understanding why the higher-ups were so on edge. The challenger is still trapped. The skill Dark Knight casts an illusion on every life form in the area, forcing them to fall asleep. The caster muses that this iteration of the skill is on a different level than before, wondering if the target can endure it. Resisting the effects of the skill, Kim Yuan grits his teeth. Hypnos promises Yuan a very sweet dream. The Dark Knight skill takes effect, enveloping the area in a dreamlike haze. The dreamscape distorts around the protagonist, reality fading. The rancor's voice echoes, stating that no one would believe Yuan if he claimed to have met someone from the Great Olympus. Hypnos continues, disregarding whether Yuan would be a match for him or not, and reiterating that no one would believe a small fry could meet someone from the Great Olympus. The Dreamweaver states that this is the kind of venerable meeting Yuan is having now. The Olympian rancor taunts that Yuan will be able to brag quite a bit if he managed to get out alive. The dreamscape fades as Yuan prepares to strike, a sword materializing in his hand. It would be a shame if he failed. The air crackles with energy as the fight intensifies. The rancor, Hypnos, unleashes a torrent of golden energy against Yuan, who narrowly dodges the attack. A blade descends with incredible speed, prompting a surprised reaction. Hypnos grunts, blood splattering as he is struck from below. The attack sends the rancor flying upwards, the shallow ground doing little to absorb the impact. Hypnos, enraged, accuses Yuan of feigning weakness to land a cheap shot. Yuan retorts that Hypnos is in no position to talk, adding that he has no intention of bragging about fighting a rancor. Hypnos scoffs, saying he wouldn't mind sharing the tale of fighting against a cowardly and underhanded Olympian text examiner. The protagonist declares that Hypnos's taunts won't change anything, even if he tries to provoke him. Yuan leaps into the air, his sword raised high, ready to strike. The skill Dark Knight improves Yuan's stamina recovery speed by 200% as he prepares to strike, proving its effectiveness. The skill Dark Knight continues to enhance Yuan's abilities, improving his mana recovery speed by 100% and amplifying his mana. The Dark Knight skill amplifies the mana by 100% as a voice declares that the knight doesn't belong to Hypnos alone. Empowered by the skill, Kim Yuan stands ready, a surge of energy crackling around his blade. The skill Dark Knight continues to enhance Kim Yuan's mana and stamina recovery. The Dark Knight skill also amplifies Yuan's mana. The synergy between Kim Yuan and his sword is reaching its peak. The sword is the ultimate item. It's revealed that Hypnos is a close-range mage. Hypnos reflects on managing to injure Kim Yuan, but acknowledges that he is still an Olympian ranker. The Olympian ranker, Hypnos, grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed in anger. Kim Yuan stands ready, surrounded by a swirling vortex of mana. Yuan is confident against this type of enemy. He plummets through the air, a trail of purple energy swirling around him as Hypnos descends from above. Below, the ground rushes up to meet the ranker, his feet crackling with golden energy. The ground explodes as Hypnos lands, his red cloak billowing behind him. Dust and debris fill the air as the force of the landing reverberates outwards. Kim Yuan rights himself mid-air, his blue hair swaying as he prepares to meet his opponent. Yuan looks up, his expression grim as he locks eyes with Hypnos. The ranker clenches his fist, a sphere of blue energy forming in his hand. The energy intensifies, crackling with power as Hypnos prepares to strike. With a burst of speed, Hypnos unleashes a devastating attack, the force of it tearing through the environment. The ranker's dark magic clashes with Yuan's power, the two forces colliding in a blinding flash. The force of the impact sends Yuan flying backwards, the air shimmering with displaced energy. Hypnos follows through with a swift kick, aiming to capitalize on his advantage. He unleashes a torrent of energy, the force of it tearing through the environment. The energy blast continues, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Dodging the blast, Kim Yuan propels himself forward, his cape billowing behind him. The attack catches Yuan off guard, causing him to stumble. His eyes burning with determination, Yuan grits his teeth, preparing for the next attack. Hypnos realizes that he is not fighting the real Yuan, but a clone. The real Kim Yuan appears above Hypnos, poised to strike. Yuan unleashes a wave of purple energy. The purple energy engulfs Hypnos, who cries out in shock. The purple energy intensifies, consuming everything in its path. Hypnos struggles against the intense heat of the energy. The purple energy continues to burn, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. He unleashes a flurry of attacks, his sword crackling with purple energy as he moves to strike Hypnos. The purple flames intensify, engulfing the area in a swirling vortex of heat and power. The flames continue to spread, consuming everything in their path. Hypnos is caught in the blast, barely able to react as the purple flames surge around him. The intensity of the flames distorts the air, creating a blinding inferno. Hypnos realizes the fire has become more ferocious and is starting to get hotter, but something feels off. He focuses his energy, a faint glow emanating from his hand as he tries to understand the nature of the flames. Hypnos realizes that it doesn't actually feel hot, it just feels like it is. Yuan, observing from a distance, realizes that the fire is reading his emotions and responding to them, and that it was never simply a fire that had a sense of will. Hypnos understands that the fire's power changes depending on the level of fear. He recognizes the troublesome skill at play. The purple flames explode outward, consuming Hypnos completely. The force of the explosion sends debris flying in all directions. The narrator observes that he is indeed a ranker, surprised that he would blow away the holy fire like that. Kim Yuan lands, his red eyes glowing ominously. The holy fire is split apart by an unseen force. Yuan raises his weapon, preparing for another strike. The clash of power creates a blinding flash of light. Hypnos struggles to maintain his stance, bracing himself against the onslaught. The ranker grits his teeth, feeling the pressure mount. Energy swirls around the battlefield as the two combatants prepare for their next exchange. The air crackles with anticipation. Another burst of energy erupts. Hypnos, recognizing his opponent, realizes he knew it was Yuan all along. The onlookers are in awe of the power that Hypnos possesses. The gravity of the situation is not lost on the ranker, his red eyes gleaming with determination. The ranker knows that the scenario unfolding is one that must be avoided at all costs. The Moon Dream ability is activated. The ranker's power intensifies, the onlookers realizing that Kim Yuan must die here. The power of the Moon Dream ability is unleashed. The force of the attack shatters the surrounding area. The debris rains down around Yuan, who remains defiant. The attack connects, sending Yuan crashing to the ground. Hypnos looks down at Yuan, questioning if he is not afraid of the administrator. The injured Yuan scoffs, declaring that his only allegiance is to Olympus, calling the ranker's question a joke. Hypnos dismisses Yuan as a brat, claiming there's no way he'd understand that greater cause, and that he can't even imagine the weight that he has to bear. He stands firm, the weight of the tower's fate heavy on his shoulders. The disembodied voice reminds him that whoever uses this power to travel back in time must bear the burden of the entire tower. The voice continues, explaining that the one who goes back needs to be capable of holding up that weight and fulfilling their responsibility in this place with hundreds of worlds. The scene shifts to a massive clockwork mechanism, a visual representation of the time travel at play. The voice warns that this journey must not end up on the edge of despair again. The perspective returns to Yuan, cloaked and resolute. The voice echoes, stating that even those who left after engraving promises into their hearts cannot unabashedly say greater cause. The voice continues, stating that the thing about the greater cause is that it's meant to be said when you're sacrificing yourself, not someone else. A figure below seems to be in distress. The speaker reveals himself to be Kim Yuan, who returned just to repeat all those hellish fights once again. Yuan smirks, finding a certain appeal in the grim situation. He asks if it isn't cooler this way. Below, a figure stands amidst the ruins, seemingly unaffected by the destruction around them. He laughs, a chilling sound echoing through the desolate landscape. The air grows colder, the temperature plummeting as the unseen presence questions a shift. The blue-haired figure declares that his actions, though potentially unforgivable, are all for Olympus's great will. He repeats his devotion, his face etched with grim determination. A surge of power emanates, the air crackling with unseen energy. The blue-haired figure is struck by an unseen force, the impact sending him staggering backward. The figure coughs up blood, a blade protruding from his chest. He looks down in disbelief, recognizing his attacker as Kim Yuan. Yuan's eyes glow with a fierce red intensity, his expression a mask of fury. The blue-haired figure screams in agony as Yuan's attack intensifies. Yuan unleashes a devastating blow, the force of the impact shattering the ground beneath them. The blue-haired figure, now on his knees, questions how Yuan could have overcome his illusions, realizing that Moon Dream, a skill that changes fear into reality, has failed him. The narrator observes that there's no way Hypnos didn't feel fear as the stones fell on him. The blue-haired ranker, still reeling from the attack, notices something about his opponent's eyes. Hypnos curses, realizing his illusion skills are ineffective and that he needs another method to win. The camera focuses on Yuan's face as he silently refuses to yield. The narrator comments on Yuan's eyes, noting that they are good and the greatest counterskill to illusions, which is why he was so confident in this fight. Yuan, his red eyes gleaming, declares that it's over. A surge of energy crackles in the air. The soldier in the circle, impaled, cries out in disbelief. A voice observes that the soldier has good eyes. Kim Yuan realizes that his illusion skills are failing and he needs to find another method. The protagonist grits his teeth, refusing to accept defeat. The cloaked figure declares that it is over. The protagonist is shocked by the cloaked figure's declaration. The cloaked figure raises a blade of dark energy above the soldier in the circle. The blade shatters, the soldier in the circle questioning what is happening. The cloaked figure is revealed to be Kim Yuan, his eyes glowing with power. He clutches his chest, blood seeping through his fingers as the purple energy crackles around him. Meanwhile, Nam Gung-hoon demands an explanation from the administrator, his voice echoing with authority. The administrator kneels, head bowed, as Nam Gung-hoon looms over him, radiating power. The administrator's face is contorted in pain, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple light. The administrator stammers, attempting to explain himself, apologizing profusely. Nam Gung-hoon questions if the order came from Olympus, his expression stern. The administrator admits that the decision was his own, his body trembling. Nam Gung-hoon presses him, asking if he's willing to take the blame for his actions. The administrator insists that's not the case, his face etched with worry. He continues, stating that even if that were the case, Olympus cannot escape all of the blame. Nam Gung-hoon declares that the administrator's position as test examiner is revoked, and all authority given to Olympus on the 11th fourth floor will be taken away. The administrator is left kneeling, defeated, as Nam Gung-hoon stands over him, his silhouette imposing. He is met with immediate resistance. A subordinate stammers in disbelief, but Nam Gung-hoon silences him with a furious outburst. The administrator's face contorts with rage, his eyes glowing with an ominous purple light. The administrator unleashes a devastating attack, the force of which rips through the very ground beneath him. The attack sends Nam Gung-hoon flying backward, caught completely off guard by the administrator's sudden aggression. The administrator's power continues to surge, the air crackling with energy as he prepares another strike. The administrator grabs Namgung Hoon by the throat, his grip tightening with each passing moment. A dark pronouncement echoes, declaring that interfering with a test participant as an examiner is an unforgivable crime, punishable by thousands of years in a state between life and death. The administrator's hand tightens further, the pressure on Namgung Hoon's throat reaching a critical point. The soldier in the circle cries out, begging the administrator to stop his assault on Namgung Hoon. The administrator continues his assault, heedless of the soldier's pleas, his power overwhelming Namgung Hoon. Namgung Hoon struggles to breathe, his vision blurring as the administrator's grip tightens, bringing him closer to death. Suddenly, Kim Yuan appears, his voice filled with rage as he confronts the administrator for his brutal actions. The administrator lies defeated, his body contorted at an unnatural angle. Kim Yuan stands over the fallen administrator, ready to finish the fight. He bids the administrator farewell. A surge of power emanates from Yuan. The surrounding environment cracks and crumbles under the immense pressure. The administrator, though defeated, recognizes Yuan. He realizes that he has faced him before. The administrator, now clad in a red cloak, stands over a prone figure. The administrator reflects on Yuan's strength, admitting that he is no ordinary person. He recalls the trouble he had because things weren't being administered. The administrator recalls that administrators are the controllers of the tower with powers rivaling the top high rankers, but as long as you haven't broken any rules of the tower, there's no reason to fear them. The administrator's expression hardens, his eyes filled with a cold resolve. The administrator questions the odd team assignments for the test from the start. The administrator claims that if he isn't mistaken, a test examiner is the proxy of the administrator, and asks if Yuan is claiming that it's his fault. The administrator states that someone has to take responsibility and calls Yuan a bold kid. The administrator's face contorts with rage, his teeth bared in a furious snarl. He concedes that they are not wrong, promising a proper reward once the test concludes. The administrator demands assurance that they won't go back on their word, emphasizing his position and refusing to be treated like hypnos. The administrator declares that enough has been said, given their audience. A booming voice announces the arrival of a massive wave to the tower. The scene shifts to a close-up of Namgung Hoon's sword as the wave approaches. A voice reveals they came because they spotted their team's king, but ended up witnessing something unbelievable. The group wonders if the test was rigged, unable to believe Olympus would do something like this, even if it was just a test examiner's stray action. Someone questions how such a major incident could be a stray action, suspecting the higher-ups are involved. Another voice wonders if such a thing should be kept hush-hush, fearing the tower will fall into chaos if it becomes widely known. The scene shows Namgung Hoon and the soldier in the circle, as one asks if the other really wants to cause the martial realm and Olympus to become enemies. The administrator thinks to himself that it's not just that, but he is surprised that Yuan fought a ranker strong enough to become a test examiner, revealing he can hear their thoughts. He continues, stating that this isn't the first time a ranker has lost to a player, recalling Sun Ogong's victory. But the administrator considers the fact that Kim Yuan's opponent is Olympus. This will definitely cause a bigger stir than when Sun Ogong defeated a ranker. The administrator wonders what Yuan will do now, certain that Olympus is on high alert due to this incident, and that everyone in that massive guild is going to consider him their enemy. Elsewhere, Namgung Hoon is asked how he plans on managing having so many enemies. Hoon declares that he's going to fight them until he drags down Olympus's king, Zeus. A figure explains that all he did was help a blacksmith that didn't want to make the weapons that Olympus was asking of him, and since then, they've been after his head. Namgung Hoon realizes that a blacksmith related to Olympus would be... He realizes the blacksmith is Hephaestus. Namgung Hoon understands the situation. The figure urges Hoon to be careful. No matter how unprecedented his strength may be, his opponent is still Olympus. Someone calls out to Namgung Hoon, asking where he is going. The message orb displays Namgung Jinwon's name, indicating it's almost time for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Namgung Hoon states his intention to return to his clan. A voice exclaims, relieved, having thought they were going to die. Tears stream down the face of the speaker, overwhelmed with emotion. The soldier in the circle states that the man in red is not wrong, sighing that he is always so straight and narrow. Close up on Kim Yuan's eyes, narrowed in determination. The man in red wonders if he did something wrong. The man in red looks up, a flicker of realization in his eyes. The man in red is told that he did a good job enduring it and not giving up. A flag is planted into the ground. The flag displays the number 600. The man in red realizes that if he's given that many flags, he is going to receive a massive amount of CP and rewards, but what he cares more about right now is something else. He reflects on the man who helped him achieve such a great accomplishment. The king, Kim Yuan, is covered in dirt and sweat, a testament to the battle he just endured. He is happy to have fulfilled his role as Team A's king until the end. The king is being carried by one of his subordinates. The number of flags Team A obtained is revealed to be 1,236. The system announces that Kim Yuan delivered 618 flags to the king, who obtained 618 flags. The flags are counted as double, and the king has gained a total of 1,236 flags. Team A has gained 12,360 CP. The system announces that the test has ended. The final flag count is displayed. Team A with 1,236 flags and Team B with 2 flags. Kim Yuan smiles, knowing they won. The system declares that the winner is Team A. For unknown reasons, they have been awarded additional CP. They obtained 10,000 CP. Kim Yuan looks off to the side, realizing he may now. The rankings for the 11th fourth floor are displayed, showing Kim Yuan in first place with over 22,000 CP. The scene shifts to the 12th fourth floor, where Smallin awaits. He sits in the inn, contemplating his earnings. He thinks that getting more than 10,000 CP would have been satisfactory, but he managed to get double that. The protagonist realizes the additional CP is probably the administrator's reward. After adding it all together, it totaled up to something unbelievable. He obtained 10,000 CP and thinks to himself, not bad. The ranking list shows that someone ranked 36th fourth, which is a record better than most high rankers. The list continues, noting that it's an adequate reward for a guy that risked his life and did his job properly. The list shows that Ogong is only 11th fourth, which is really low for his skills. Someone comments that a team-based test like this isn't really a good match for him. Another person wonders why it's team-based, and says that he can just solo it. As for Hargan, his score is displayed on the ranking board. The person observing notes that it's impressive. The observer reflects that Kim Yuan was talented to begin with, as images of his past battles flash in his mind. The memories continue, showing the battles that shaped Kim Yuan. It's noted that he's becoming much stronger than before as he climbs the tower. The montage of Kim Yuan's past continues, highlighting his growth and struggles. The observer wonders if Kim Yuan was inspired by what transpired in the tutorial and on the first floor. The person muses that Kim Yuan should be a different person than at their first meeting by now, as a beam of light pierces through a shattered window. The observer expresses that he's really curious to see what Kim Yuan is like now. The Namgung clan, the biggest organization in the martial realm, save for the heavenly demonic cult, stands tall. They're the center of the world of the 10th fourth floor as the leaders of the martial guild. They're a famed clan, having raised many rankers. And Namgung Jinwon is the man that brought that once declining clan back as the greatest clan in the martial realm. Namgung Jinwon, head of the Namgung clan, observes the state of affairs. The head of the Namgung clan, Namgung Jinwon, is displeased that the 11th fourth floor's test is such a mess. Namgung Jinwon sits in contemplation, aware that the administrator stepped in personally. Namgung Jinwon reflects that it wouldn't be smart to leave a record by communicating with the player kit, which is why he came in person ahead of schedule. Olympus found Hephaestus while preparing for the Gigantomachy, according to Namgung Jinwon's schedule. They failed to secure him due to Yuan's interference, and Namgung Jinwon believes he must be a great nuisance for them. The pool reflects the image of someone discussing Kim Yuan. Meanwhile, the conversation continues, revealing that one of Yuan's teammates is sponsored by Asgard. The speaker confirms that the teammate's name is Gibbons, realizing it's only a matter of time before Asgard finds out about this. The speaker, Namgung Hoon, reflects on Kim Yuan, noting that the newly lit star has found himself in the middle of a giant storm. He anticipates that the Grand Martial Arts Tournament will be a mess. Elsewhere, a surge of purple energy erupts. The energy intensifies, crackling with power. Kim Yuan stands amidst the swirling energy, a staff crackling with purple light held aloft. The energy blasts outwards, impacting targets with explosive force. The targets are obliterated by the force of the blasts. He unleashes a devastating strike, the force of it radiating outwards. The attack leaves Kim Yuan's eyes glowing with power. The energy continues to surge outward, obliterating everything in its path. The holy fire spears strike with pinpoint accuracy. The targets shatter under the relentless assault. The destruction continues, the air thick with magical energy. The training ground is engulfed in a blinding explosion of light and force. Namgung Hoon observes the display with growing astonishment. He notes that Yuan keeps hitting the bullseye on targets that are so far away and somehow getting faster. Another soldier watches in disbelief. He wonders how many targets Yuan is planning on breaking, speculating that he might have the highest record. The soldier thinks to himself that Yuan has this in the bag. The system announces that Yuan has destroyed 1,000 targets. Yuan reflects on his performance, thinking that the targets are perfect for practice. He's confident in throwing spears, but this is the first time he's tried controlling the holy fire as a spear. The system then informs him that he passed the 19th fourth floor's test and is now able to teleport to the next floor. His strength, constitution, and perception all increased by 1, and Kim Yuan obtained 50,000 points for clearing the 19th fourth floor test. He notes that he has about 5 minutes left, but since no more targets are appearing, the test must be over. The protagonist considers his next move. He thinks the reward is a bit stingy for having gotten 10 times the required number to pass, but he consumes 22,000 CP, deciding he won't regret whatever he buys. Yuan reflects on how he managed to get the item he was looking for, thanks to earning way more CP on the 11th fourth floor than he originally anticipated, and that his growth speed and achievements are also greater than what was originally planned. He knows that in order to get a proper reward, he should wait until after the 24th floor, as tests become much harder every 10 floors, but the rewards also become much better. The protagonist knows the 24th floor test is tricky, so he decides to stop climbing the tower for now. Now is the best time for him to raise his arcane power to triple digits, and the most efficient way to raise it right now is to consume an elixir of the highest grade, one that's worth millions of points. His arcane power is currently at 99. He needs an elixir that's only created once every 3 years in the martial realm. The place he can obtain such a thing is the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball. That place is the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. He knew the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was fast approaching. Only a few days remained. Yuan decided it was time to make his move. He should start heading there. The day before the start of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament in the martial realm of the 10th floor had arrived. The city buzzed with anticipation, a sprawling metropolis ready to host the grand event. The crowds were already gathering, filling the streets and squares of the martial realm. A man observed the scene, noting the large number of people celebrating the greatest event in the martial realm. At a nearby table laden with food, a conversation turned to the tournament's likely victor. One voice stated that Namgung-hoon was the top contender this time, a genius within the Namgung clan, the host of the event. Another voice countered that while Namgung-hoon was part of the martial guild, it wasn't yet a major guild. The first speaker then wondered if Hargan would win. The conversation continued, with someone mentioning that Hargan had already climbed to the 25th fourth floor and was waiting for the tournament to start. The first voice found that terrifying, musing that at that speed, Hargan might become a ranker in less than 10 years. The news spreads quickly. Kim Yuan is said to be participating in the upcoming tournament. The announcement is met with surprise. Some speculate on Yuan's motives, wondering if he's truly interested in the tournament, especially given his rejection of sponsorships and recruitment offers from major guilds. Others wonder if he's participating for a potential sponsorship or to promote a guild. The discussion continues, with some suggesting he might be after the prize or believes he can win. It's noted that his name always seems to be associated with big events, and the guilds are sure to gather. Despite the speculation, one person suggests they should simply enjoy the event. Elsewhere, a woman with pink hair refuses at someone's request, telling them to go away. Another man, equally uninterested, echoes the sentiment, telling someone he's not interested and to leave. A woman with pale blonde hair also firmly tells someone to go away. The same command is given by a man with dark hair. Bronel, guild master of the 12 earthly gods and a draconian ranker, is approached. The man approaching Bronel finds his behavior impolite, suggesting he should at least be allowed in to be heard rather than being dismissed at the door. Bronel finds the situation annoying. The blue-skinned man and the man in black robes watch as Serial, the archangel, approaches. The blue-skinned man comments that it's a personal touch for the guild master to come himself, especially given the 12 earthly gods' current situation. Serial, the archangel, addresses Kim Yuan directly, stating that he came from the Zion Guild. He asks if Yuan will also tell him to go away. The man in black robes wonders aloud why an archangel on the brink of becoming a high ranker would come in person. He questions if Kim Yuan is really that talented, noting that Serial is already the 13th person to ask him to leave today. The blue-skinned man, the man in black robes, and a woman stand before Serial, listening to his words. The blue-skinned man states that he understands. Serial continues, telling Yuan that if he has a change of heart, he can contact him there, and that Zion will always have a place for him. The man in black robes lies on the floor, thinking that Serial is an arrogant bastard. Serial offers him a business card. Serial holds out the card, stating that he's never going to contact him with something like this. He clarifies that that's what the card is for. The blue-skinned man exclaims that he likes to hear that, as expected of Kim Yuan. Serial, holding the card, asks what about him, seemingly directing the question to the man in black robes. The man in black robes wonders if he should also go away. Serial smiles, holding the card with a fiery aura, and tells the man in black robes that he can go away too, stating that it's been a long time since they've seen each other. The man in black robes is shocked and asks if Serial is serious. The blue-skinned man confirms that he is. The conversation continues, with mentions of Olympus's Hargan and comrades who completed the tutorial together. The blue-skinned Bronel jokes, but his companion, Namgung-hoon, doesn't find it amusing. Bronel and Namgung-hoon stand in the doorway, the room beyond them appearing quite luxurious. Namgung-hoon expresses his displeasure at being dismissed without even an invitation for tea, considering it a stain on their guild's honor. Bronel tells him to calm down, reminding him that their guild isn't the only one that's been rejected. Namgung-hoon suggests they leave quietly. He remarks on the quality of Kim Yuan's room. Yuan, reclining in the room, wonders how many points a place like this costs, implying he has a lot of money. He thinks to himself that he keeps racking up points. Yuan reflects that he even took a break from climbing, so he might as well rest in style while he's at it. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Kim Yuan, asking to speak with him for a moment. The speaker notes that if it's an actual emergency, they can just break down the door. Yuan wonders what the use of a good room is if he can't even take a proper break. He thinks there are quite a few guys like them, and that it's worse than usual because of the tournament. The voice continues, noting that Yuan is pretty famous, and that they were able to find where he was staying with a quick search. The man in the suit sits calmly, his fingers interlaced. He speaks with a measured tone, suggesting that the other person should have simply asked. Kim Yuan sits across from him, pouring tea. He remarks that there's no fun in simply asking. He prefers to shock people with surprise visits, though he notes that the other man doesn't seem all that surprised. The man in the suit inquires about Yuan's teammates. Yuan explains that they are at the inn, and he snuck away to see him. He confirms that none of them have failed yet. They are all going to become rankers. Yuan continues, noting that rankers each have what it takes. He then mentions that he heard Yuan caused a lot of trouble, specifically stopping others from taking Hephaestus. The man in the suit admits he might not be the most loved child, but he is still the son of the king of Olympus. He claims to get wind of most information and honestly thought Yuan was a real madman after what he heard. The man in the suit leans forward, asking why Yuan decided to make this visit. Yuan acknowledges that the man knows all of this, yet still came to see him. The man in the suit claims he doesn't really pay much attention to his surroundings, and it's mostly Hera's faction that's mad about that event. Yuan responds that he's not on the best of terms with Ares's or Hera's faction, so there's no need for him to care about what they think. He then asks what Zeus thinks, noting that Yuan is the only person he knows who says his father's name so nonchalantly. The man in the suit reveals that his father, Zeus, is focusing on raiding the final floor of the tower. He continues, saying that Zeus has long since stepped away from matters regarding Olympus, so he's not really sure what he thinks. The man in the suit explains that the final floor of the tower hasn't been cleared yet, so it's called the 104th floor. The son of Zeus pauses, lost in thought. He knows that players who climb to the 104th floor, the current top of the tower, are called rankers. He wonders what kind of face Kim Yuan will make when he finds out that there's a ceiling far above the 104th floor. The son of Zeus expresses his gratitude for rescuing the criminal, noting that Olympus is up in arms because of it. He advises someone to lay low for a bit, promising to put in a good word with his father when he has a chance, implying that the person also thinks Hephaestus is an Adjusi. Someone is surprised to hear that they are dealing with a criminal. He states that he has somewhere to go and asks if Kim Yuan wants to come with. Kim Yuan questions where the man is suddenly going. The son of Zeus replies that he is going to meet the so-called criminal. Hephaestus is shown, and it is revealed that the son of Zeus also thinks he is an Adjusi. The rhythmic clang of the hammer echoes through the forge. Inside the fiery workshop, the heat intensifies with each strike. The hammer falls with tremendous force, shaping the metal beneath. The craftsman's hands, calloused and strong, guide the heavy tool with practiced ease. Sparks fly as the hammer connects, the raw power of the forge evident in every strike. The impact sends waves of heat rippling through the air. The blacksmith Hephaestus pauses, wiping sweat from his brow. The labor is taking its toll. Hephaestus reflects on his relentless work, realizing it's already the 4th day. He wonders if he's pushing himself too hard. Despite the exhaustion, Hephaestus finds himself unable to stop. His hands feel restless unless he's creating something. Hephaestus's forge roared with heat as he reflected on his craft. Over half the items he wanted to create were weapons. Despite the temptation, the criminal couldn't abandon his resolution. Hephaestus thought of the sword he had given him, his savior. It would be the last weapon he would ever make. Considering he was hearing news of him even down on the 1st floor, Hephaestus knew that Kim Yuan must be climbing the tower with style. He did say he'd drop by soon, but the smith wondered when that would actually be. Suddenly, a voice called out, asking if anyone was there. Hephaestus questioned why they were asking if they were just going to open the door without knocking. The door swung open, revealing the legs of Kim Yuan and another man. The blonde-haired man with Yuan paused, a look of surprise on his face. The two men stood in the doorway, the blonde man looking down at Hephaestus. Hephaestus asked who the guy Yuan brought with him was. The blonde man responded that his name was Hargan. Kim Yuan looked down at Hargan, realizing he was one of father's sons. Hargan asked if it would hurt Yuan to just call him his brother. He explains that the conflict between their siblings has made it difficult for him to be amicable. The soldier in the circle asks if Hargan is there for him as well, but the son of Zeus denies it. He continues, stating that he lacks the ability to do anything, and that he simply wanted to meet him. Hephaestus listens intently, his expression unreadable. The criminal thinks to himself, wondering why Hargan wanted to meet him, and why he claims to not trust Olympus. Hephaestus is shocked that one of Zeus's sons claims to not trust Olympus. Hargan continues, explaining that since he was born, he was told that Hephaestus, his big brother, was a criminal. The son of Zeus then mentions that he heard how his friend had saved him. Hargan explains that Yuan is a guy that's made him open his eyes in various ways, so he wanted to personally meet him and judge for himself what kind of person he is. Hephaestus looks at Hargan, noting that his appearance and the look in his eyes are very similar to someone else. Hargan wonders if it's because he inherited father's blood more than anyone else. Hargan looks off into the distance, lost in thought. Hephaestus asks what Hargan thinks, the two of them standing in the forge, surrounded by discarded armor and weapons. Hargan observes that the blacksmith isn't making any weapons. Hephaestus confirms that it wasn't always the case, reminding him that he created a ton of weapons at Olympus. Hargan notes that Hephaestus has keen eyes before asking when he stopped making weapons. The camera shifts to Yuan, who is listening to their conversation. Hephaestus wonders when he stopped making weapons. Hephaestus recalls that it was after the Gigantomachy. The scene shifts to a high-angle shot of the forge, showing Yuan, Hargan, and Hephaestus standing amongst the piles of discarded weapons. Hephaestus recalls that Olympus was only able to achieve its current status thanks to the giants, who were once allies. The giants, massive and imposing, stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods of Olympus. The giants viewed Olympus as allies, a partnership forged in mutual benefit. Hephaestus remembers that they viewed Olympus as friends, and he reciprocated that sentiment. The memory of his friends, the giants, flashes through his mind. But those friends would soon have their hearts pierced by the weapons Hephaestus himself forged. The weapons, crafted by Hephaestus, find their mark, striking down the giants who once stood as allies. The blood of giants stains the ground, a grim testament to the shifting tides of war. This conflict, born of betrayal and ambition, would come to be known as the Gigantomachy. That was the name of the war started by Zeus and Olympus as the giants started to become more ostracized. The reason behind that terrible war was far too simple and political. The giants, once allies, now lay defeated, their era of friendship with Olympus shattered. The war between Olympus and the giants raged on, a conflict fueled by betrayal and political maneuvering. The public's waning opinion allowed Olympus to consolidate the power they once shared with the giants, setting the stage for further conflict. Asgardian and Olympian giants alike found themselves caught in the crossfire, pawns in a larger game of dominance. Rankers from various guilds clashed, each vying for control of territory amidst the chaos. And so, the war grew ever larger, consuming all in its path. The clash of swords echoed like thunder, a constant reminder of the brutal conflict. The land within the tower became soaked with the blood of countless people, a grim testament to the cost of war. Hephaestus lamented the fate of his friends, the giants, who were sacrificed for political gain. All of this bloodshed served a single purpose, to increase Olympus's influence. The giants were used and discarded, their sacrifices paving the way for Olympus's dominance. The goal was to wipe away the dishonor of Olympus cooperating with the giants, a stain they sought to erase with blood and fire. The world burned, a consequence of Olympus's ruthless ambition. Hephaestus recounts the moment he severed ties with Olympus, a decision born from deep-seated disillusionment. That was also when he stopped forging weapons, a symbolic act of defiance against the warmongering gods. Kim Yuan remains silent, absorbing the weight of the blacksmith's words as he stands before him. Yuan recalls Hephaestus's story, a tale shared through tears before his return to the past, a memory that still weighs heavily on his heart. The blacksmith suppresses his true feelings, maintaining a facade of composure despite the turmoil within. Muscles tense, the blacksmith's arm is shown, a testament to his strength and the countless weapons he once forged. The blacksmith speculates that the gods are preparing for another Gigantomachy, a war against the giants, and is almost certain of it. Hephaestus presents his side of the story, leaving Yuan to decide who to trust in this conflict. The blacksmith acknowledges that Yuan might think he is wrong, but he is resolute in his convictions. Despite everything, Hephaestus declares that he will fight against Olympus, regardless of cost. Hargan interrupts, reminding Yuan that he wasn't brought here just for introductions, and urges him to follow, stating that the supplies are in the storage. Hargan leads the way, guiding Yuan through the workshop towards the storage area, where they will gather what they need for the fight against Olympus. Hargan watches as Yuan processes the information he just received. The blonde-haired man decides that Yuan needs some time alone to think. The sound of something breaking echoes through the storage area. Yuan's hand clenches into a fist, his knuckles white with the force. His fist slams into the ground. The impact of the blow leaves a small crater in the ground. Hephaestus observes Yuan, remarking that he seems like a good kid and that he understands why Hargan brought him along. Yuan wonders if he should continue traveling with the others. He's unsure, but thinks he should give it a shot since someone as stingy with compliments as Hephaestus is saying good things about him. Hephaestus scoffs, telling Hargan that he thinks way too much. He admits that he doesn't fully trust Yuan yet. The criminal notes that Yuan is still at an age where he can be swayed easily, and since there's no way to tell which direction he'll go in, he has no choice but to continue observing. The man in the green coat stands within a glowing circle, listening to someone accuse him of always trying to one-up people in conversations. The glow intensifies, the chains binding whatever is below beginning to loosen. The chains fall away completely, revealing the object they held captive. The voice continues, stating that the requested item has been created, but with some unforeseen complications. The camera pans down to reveal Kim Yuan, still cloaked in red, standing before the newly freed object. The disembodied voice explains that after the incident with the sword, they couldn't leave the naming up to Yuan again, so they took the liberty of naming it already. The name given to the item is revealed to be Kaini. The camera focuses on the chains that were binding the item, now glowing with a faint blue light. Yuan looks up, questioning if this is the Kaini that he knows. The voice explains that he named Hades' helm Kaini in his past life, finding it interesting that he'd give the same name to an entirely different item, adding that all the adamantium Yuan brought was used. The voice continues, noting that the dark divine crystal has been embedded on the outside, but shouldn't be visible to the naked eye, as Yuan reaches out to touch the item, asking if he can try it on. The voice responds, stating that of course he could try it on. That's why it was made, adding that it should be incredibly thin, so thin that he wouldn't believe it's made from adamantium. From afar, a figure with white hair expresses confidence in Yuan's abilities, given his experience fighting rankers. The white-haired figure continues, wondering if Yuan is worthy, regardless of his strength. Meanwhile, Yuan stands ready, as another ponders whether he can handle the situation properly. The speaker wonders how Yuan decreased the volume. Below, Yuan stands still, seemingly unaffected by the noise. Suddenly, the air crackles with energy as Yuan is struck by an unseen force. The attack catches him off guard, eliciting a surprise reaction. The source of the attack is revealed to be a massive, glowing eye, pulsating with power. The eye continues to glare, its power intensifying. The energy emanating from the eye intensifies, bathing the area in its ominous light. The eye looms large, its gaze fixed on Yuan, who stands small in comparison. A voice echoes, questioning Yuan's identity. Energy crackles in the air, a prelude to the coming storm. A figure shrouded in shadows questions the unfolding events with a hushed tone. The energy intensifies, the air thick with anticipation. A surge of power manifests as a blade of pure energy. The energy blade finds its mark, piercing through the unknown. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The figure from before stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unfazed by the attack. A voice echoes from the darkness, questioning the identity of the attacker. A voice responds, asserting that the question should be directed elsewhere. Kim Yuan looks up, his expression thoughtful as he considers the situation. He considers the situation, realizing this must be Kaini's test. He identifies himself as Kim Yuan, reflecting on the strangeness of this other time. A disembodied voice expresses surprise. The voice questions if Kim Yuan is referring to his return from the future. A massive, singular eye looms, observing him. The eye demands to know what he is and what his deal is. The eye identifies itself, clarifying that it is an eye and not a mouth. The eye is questioned, asked if its inability to speak stems from being an eye and not a mouth. Kim Yuan finds the situation frustrating. Kim Yuan reflects on the limited knowledge surrounding the three sacred treasures of Olympus, including Kaini, which was crafted from the dark divine crystal. The treasures disappeared during the invasion of the Outers. The only information known about the treasures are bits and pieces heard from Kronos. Kaini, once Hades' helm, now appears as a glove, its power source still a mystery. The nature of the glove remains unclear. Is it sealed within the dark crystal, or is the crystal itself the source of its power? Kim Yuan laments his inability to properly analyze Kaini's power amidst the current chaos. A mysterious egg is mentioned, its origin and location unknown. The egg begins to rise, its presence unsettling. The egg continues to ascend, surrounded by an ominous energy. Information about the egg appears, stating that there is no way to know what will come out of it or how to make it hatch, with an incubation rate of 13.5%. The egg emits a piercing scream, signaling a surge of power. The egg continues its ascent, its energy intensifying. Something is happening to the egg, as Kim Yuan notices the change. The egg's energy reaches a critical point. Kim Yuan realizes the dark mana emanating from the egg is incredibly dense and dangerous, capable of causing his body to crumble with just a graze. He grits his teeth, the dark mana visibly surging around him. He wonders if he can still dodge whatever is coming, or if it's already too late. He realizes he needs to block the incoming attack with holy fire. The holy fire erupts, clashing against an unseen force. The dark mana continues to swirl around Kim Yuan, seemingly unaffected by the holy fire. He realizes that whatever he just faced was an attack. The system displays a message. The egg's incubation rate is increasing. The egg pulses with energy as its incubation rate climbs to 15.23%. The incubation rate continues to climb, now reaching 17.97%. The egg's incubation rate skyrockets to 41.29%, surrounded by chaotic energy. The system indicates that the egg is singing, and its incubation rate has increased by almost 30%. It's far more than when it ate Orochi's corpse. Kim Yuan realizes that it is his egg, and there is no way to know whose egg it is, what will come out of the egg, or how to make it hatch. He examines the floating screen, which displays information about the mysterious egg. According to the screen, the egg's incubation rate is at 41.29%, and it originated from an outer source. The screen suggests the egg might even know where they came from, referring to the eye that increased its incubation rate so high. The massive eye, a swirling vortex of yellow and red, seems to respond, its presence looming large. Kim Yuan, his expression serious, asks if anyone knows what this egg is. A voice, distorted and echoing, demands someone say something, anything. The eye pulses with power, its gaze intensifying. The eye seems to be exerting its will. A voice commands them to watch. Kim Yuan is caught off guard, stumbling backward as an unseen force slams into him. Someone shouts for them to wait. The force continues to batter Kim Yuan, pushing him further back. Kim Yuan's eyes glow with a malevolent red light as he grits his teeth, seemingly overtaken by a dark power. The dark power surges violently, crackling with ominous energy. The energy intensifies, focusing into a concentrated point. The energy blasts outward, striking an unseen target. The force of the blast sends someone flying. The figure crashes through a barrier, landing heavily amidst the debris. More energy surges through the air, the attack relentless. The target of the assault, an older man with white hair, looks up in confusion. Kim Yuan, concerned, asks if the man is all right, explaining that he sensed a sudden surge of ominous mana. The white-haired man laughs, relieved that Yuan is unharmed. He admits that he almost died from the attack. The man, still catching his breath, asks Yuan how the power feels in his hand. Though the new attire feels strange, Yuan is too preoccupied by recent events to focus on it. He recalls the cryptic words of the entity he encountered. Meanwhile, a gloved hand clenches, the owner realizing that something was being kept secret. The fragments are revealed to be 3 in total, including the dark divine crystal. To understand the situation, Yuan knows he must gather the remaining 2 fragments. He resolves to obtain the next fragment. Yuan's expression hardens with determination. Elsewhere, a figure clutches a hammer tightly. The figure's next goal is the trident's fragment. Back at the workshop, the other craftsman wonders what just happened, noting the violent shaking. The craftsman who wielded the hammer sends others flying, though he feigns ignorance. The blonde craftsman tells the others to ask the hammerer, claiming he only hammered a bit, while another questions his statement. The hammerer calls out Yuan's name. He advances, his gloved hand clenched into a fist. Hargan, noticing the glove, wonders if it's a new item. Yuan, however, is more concerned with what the blonde-haired man is talking about. The blonde-haired man wonders who knows what they're saying. He reassures Yuan that they didn't fight. The blonde-haired man is convinced that there's nothing to worry about because they genuinely don't know what happened. The man in the red cloak dismisses the conversation. Hargan asks if Yuan has made up his mind, but the man in the red cloak admits he's still feeling conflicted. The man in the red cloak states that he thinks he has to meet Big Brother and Big Sister first. The blonde-haired man questions which ones he's talking about, noting that it's not like he has only 1 or 2 older siblings. The man in the red cloak is referring to Big Brother Apollo and Big Sister Artemis. Apollo and Artemis. Like Hargan, they're children of Zeus. They're also 2 of the top 10 high rankers in Olympus. Hargan realizes that Yuan is going to meet those 2 who know about the Gigantomachy well. He adjusts his coat, preparing for what's to come. Hargan seems to be putting a lot of thought into all of this. The son of Zeus decides to focus on the tournament for now, as there's a prize to be won. He needs to raise his fame to have more influence inside Olympus. Someone asks if he cares about stuff like that. Hargan states that he is not like his big brother Ares. He needs to create a faction that follows him, so he has no choice but to continuously prove his worth. Also, there are way more amazing contestants in this tournament than usual, so the level of rankers that are spectating is much greater. The son of Zeus thinks that he can't let a perfect stage like this slip by. Someone mentions that over half the rankers have their eyes on him. Yuan seems excited for some reason, perhaps feeling competitive. Hargan mentions that there's a rumor that a real big shot is participating, prompting Yuan to ask who it is. It's none other than the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. The Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult is revealed. The Heavenly Lord Tao Lord stands with Hargan in what appears to be a forge, sparks flying around them. Hargan leans in close, a sly smile on his face. He asks if the prospect of facing the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult gets Yuan's competitive spirit up. Yuan thinks to himself that the Vice Lord is someone he recognizes. A screen displays information about the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult, stating that they possess absolute dominance and command over cultists contracted to the Heavenly Demonic Cult. The title can be revoked by someone with the title Heavenly Demon. The classification is title, and the rank is B. 2 figures converse, one mentioning a rumor that a real big shot is participating. The other asks who it is. The answer comes, none other than the Vice Lord of the heavenly demonic cult. The Vice Lord stands amidst a temple, purple energy swirling around him. The scene shifts back to the two figures from before, standing in what appears to be a destroyed building. The Vice Lord asks if that gets the other man competitive. The man, revealed to be Kim Yuan, asks if he should spear it up, but hesitates. A sudden thought crosses Yuan's mind. That's him, though? The title Vice Lord of the heavenly demonic cult is displayed. It's a position that allows one to command any players that are a part of the cult. But the problem is that the cult has been dormant in the martial realm. The reason why the demonic cult had been holed up in empty heaven so far was due to the heavenly demon's stubborn ideal to protect the holy fire. Since his long time wish has been fulfilled, they're finally going to come back out into the world, but to pick the grand martial arts. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord observes the tournament, realizing Kim Yuan is more cunning than he initially believed. Meanwhile, the gears of fate continue to turn, with whispers suggesting the re-emergence of the heavenly demonic cult could significantly aid the fight against the Outers. Elsewhere, the son of Zeus and Hargan discuss the Vice Lord of the demonic cult, speculating on his strength and whether he could be a ranker. The son of Zeus then reveals that he is the Vice Lord. The son of Zeus's expression hardens as he contemplates the implications of his position. The son of Zeus declares that he is the Vice Lord of the heavenly demonic cult, a revelation that causes shock and disbelief. The son of Zeus stands tall, his cape billowing behind him as he prepares for what's to come. The old man with the white beard overhears the son of Zeus's declaration, realizing the position of Vice Lord was the reward for the demonic cult's test. Kim Yuan reflects on the fact that the final reward was the holy fire, but technically the Vice Lord title was part of the rewards. He regrets not giving it. The son of Zeus acknowledges that if his position becomes known, his value will soar, but he has no intention of joining anywhere. He knows that the other guilds are going to think differently, and anticipates that tomorrow will be fun. The son of Zeus looks down at Kim Yuan, a smirk playing on his lips as he anticipates their future interactions. The next day dawns, signaling the opening ceremony of the Grand Martial. The banners of the Grand Martial Arts tournament flutter in the wind, promising a spectacle of strength and skill. The tournament is a competition to see who's the strongest among tens of thousands of players. The stands are packed with notable players and spectators alike, all eager to witness the rising stars of the tournament. The question hangs in the air. Who will be the one to claim the item worth millions of points? Armored figures stand ready, the anticipation palpable as the tournament draws near. The arena stretches out, a vast stage for the battles to come. The announcement rings out. The tournament will now commence. With the preliminaries about to begin, the excitement reaches a fever pitch. The banners wave, a symbol of the grand spectacle about to unfold. The rules are laid out. 10 players will take the stage at the same time, and only the last one standing will participate in the main stage of the tournament. There is no restriction to the fighting method, and the preliminary groups will be decided randomly. The anticipation builds as the players prepare to enter the arena. The players are getting on the stage, ready to prove their worth in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The announcement of Kim Yuan's participation causes a stir. Some recognize him as a member of the Seomun noble clan, surprised he's competing despite only reaching the 10th floor. The realization that it's Yang Wonol, the bastard of the Sapphire Sword School, dawns on another competitor. Yang Wonol smirks, noting that the nickname isn't very flattering, but many people seem to recognize him. Having reached the 18th floor, the man in the blue robe surveys the arena. Since only players below the 25th floor can participate, being on the 18th floor should place him among the higher-ranked participants. The man in the blue robe and another competitor notice someone. The man in the blue robe recognizes the clothes and the face of the newcomer. Realizing who it is, the man in the blue robe curses, identifying the newcomer as Kim Yuan. The man in the blue robe is shocked that it really is Yuan. Yang Wonol is dismayed to learn that Kim Yuan is present, realizing he's been placed in the worst possible preliminary group. With only 10 seconds remaining until the preliminaries begin, Yang Wonol grits his teeth. Hephaestus, recognizing Kim Yuan, resolves to at least take down that asshole before he's eliminated as the countdown begins. A clenched fist trembles with barely contained rage as its owner recalls past humiliations, demanding recognition. The countdown concludes, signaling the start of the preliminaries. An unseen combatant strikes, invoking the proverb of enemies meeting on a narrow bridge. The force of the blow sends Yang Wonol hurtling through the air. The attack lands squarely on Yang Wonol's jaw, leaving him stunned and disoriented. The world spins as Yang Wonol is sent flying backwards from the devastating strike. Dazed, Yang Wonol struggles to comprehend the attack, barely registering the impact on his chin. The realization dawns on Yang Wonol that the attack was more than just a glancing blow. Lying defeated on the arena floor, Yang Wonol stares up at Kim Yuan, failing to recognize him. The fallen fighter is crushed by the fact that Kim Yuan doesn't even remember him. The force of the blow reverberates through the arena. The other competitors watch as Kim Yuan's attack sends Yang Wonil spiraling out of the arena. One of the men observes the figure before them, noting the black hair, dark eyes, and the pyromancer's robe, concluding that it must be Kim Yuan. The figure in red declares that he doesn't care if they come at him one at a time or all at once, deciding to end this quickly. The figure, revealed to be Kim Yuan, states that if they won't come to him, he'll go to them. The Seomoon clan soldiers prepare to engage, but they are too late. With blinding speed, Yuan strikes one of the soldiers, the force of the blow sending him flying. Another soldier is struck, the impact sending him crashing into the ground. The soldier cries out in pain as he is struck. The remaining soldiers struggle to track Yuan's movements, realizing he's already upon them. One of the soldiers exclaims that Yuan is too fast. Another soldier grits his teeth, unable to follow Yuan's movements with his eyes. The soldiers are overwhelmed by Yuan's speed, questioning if he's coming their way. He grips the sword tightly, preparing for another strike. The air shimmers as the blade cuts through it, a testament to the speed of the swordsman. The Seomoon clan soldier is sent flying upwards, the force of the blow evident. The soldier realizes the attack is not what he expected. The soldier thinks to himself, wondering if Kim Yuan is toying with him. The soldier's suspicion grows. He wonders if he is being treated like a child. The flat of the blade connects, sending shockwaves through the air. The soldier coughs up blood as he is sent hurtling backwards from the impact. The soldier crashes through the air, the force of the blow immense. Coughing, the soldier spits out blood, the pain evident. The soldier realizes he can't move, his ribs broken from the attack. The soldier lies among his comrades, realizing that none of them are dead. The Seomoon clan soldier realizes that Kim Yuan held back against them. Elsewhere, Kim Yuan stands atop a large stone structure, overlooking the arena. The Grand Martial Arts tournament continues, the crowd roaring with excitement. A competitor lands heavily on the arena floor, kicking up dust. Yuan watches the tournament, deciding to wait for his match. Golden energy crackles as a fighter unleashes a powerful attack. The golden energy coalesces around Hargan, the force of his attack evident. Hargan's opponent is struck by the golden energy, the impact throwing him back. The announcer declares that Hargan is moving on to the main stage. Hargan's victory is met with cheers from the crowd. The crowd continues to roar as the next match is about to begin. He really got strong, his ranking climbing with each floor. His growth speed is unbelievably fast. He cleared the 25th floor recently. Purely in terms of skills, he's on the same level as players on the higher floors. Actually, he's even better in terms of dormant abilities. He's a spitting image of Zeus. He might be worth taking along when he becomes a ranker. The sound of footsteps echoes as Kim Yuan ascends the stairs. Someone recognizes him. A voice calls out, demanding that Yuan stop. The man asks who he is, admitting that he feels like he's seen him somewhere before. The man introduces himself as Yang Wonil of the Sapphire Sword School, reminding Yuan that they met in the prelims and on the 10th floor. Yang Wonil apologizes for his earlier behavior. Yang Wonil explains that a disciple of his school was rude to him. He stands in the grand hall, the echoing sounds of his arrival reverberating around him. The protagonist, Kim Yuan, stops in his tracks, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he hears a voice. The voice belongs to Moon Sobeek, head of the Sapphire Sword School, who wonders if Yuan is listening. Moon Sobeek continues, stating that he came hoping that Yuan will continue their martial school. A figure in blue and green robes addresses someone off-panel, remarking that a disciple of his school was quite rude. Below, Kim Yuan stands in the grand hall, dwarfed by the scale of the architecture. The man in the blue robes narrows his eyes, sensing something unnatural about Yuan's presence. He wonders if he's a ranker. Appearing in a speech bubble, the man introduces himself as Moon Sobeek. Moon Sobeek, the head of the Sapphire Sword School, looks down at the red-clad figure of Yuan. The camera focuses on Yuan's red coat. The architecture of the Sapphire Sword School is shown. Moon Sobeek, accompanied by two other figures, addresses Yuan, mentioning something about a martial school. Yuan thinks to himself that if Moon Sobeek is the head of a martial school, he should at least be a ranker. He declares that he is not interested. Moon Sobeek thinks about how Yuan rejected recruitment offers from even major guilds. He stands over Yuan, having just asked why he came despite knowing the school situation. Moon Sobeek explains that the Sapphire Sword School is technically not a guild, but primarily a martial school. The martial arts master continues, boasting of the school's long and distinguished history, despite its current weakness. Moon Sobeek hopes that Yuan understands that the Sapphire Sword School is not a large martial school, implying that he is likely their only ranker. The master of the Sapphire Sword School tells Yuan that he can continue on his own, implying that he is no longer welcome. Yuan realizes that Moon Sobeek has misunderstood him, and the atmosphere shifts. Moon Sobeek's expression hardens as he declares that his offer is not an offer at all, but a command. The master's hand grips Yuan's shoulder, a clear sign of intimidation and force. Yuan looks back, his expression unreadable, as he prepares to respond to the threat. A close-up reveals the intensity in Yuan's eyes, hinting at the power he holds within. Moon Sobeek warns Yuan of the consequences of messing with a tournament participant, questioning if he isn't afraid of the Namgung clan. Yuan scoffs, revealing that the head of the Zhuge clan is his blood brother, implying he has no fear of the Namgung clan. He questions whether the head of the Zhuge clan knows that his blood brother is. Moon Sobeek, with a sly grin, tells him not to be so prickly, claiming he just wants to have a good relationship. The Namgung clan member assures Yuan that he'll see the Sapphire Sword School is a good place if he hears him out. Yuan refuses, stating that he thought he was clear. Moon Sobeek grabs Yuan's arm, attempting to restrain him. The Namgung clan member is surprised by Yuan's strength, admitting he's heard of his skills but didn't expect this much. Moon Sobeek, gripping Yuan's arm, says that this won't be easy and he'll need to brace himself for some penalty, asking if he trusted the Namgung clan. He states no. Yuan retaliates, breaking free from Moon Sobeek's grasp and sending him flying back with a surge of power. He thinks to himself that he only trusts himself. Moon Sobeek crashes to the ground, groaning in pain from the force of the blow. Getting back to his feet, Moon Sobeek admits that Yuan is not bad. He was planning to dominate him with power if he refused, but now Yuan realizes it won't be that easy. Fortunately, the tournament is in full swing, so it will be some time before people come outside. Taking the penalty into account, he decides he shouldn't drag this out and end it in one go. Meanwhile, Moon Sobeek admits that there is something he does trust. The Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult, Peng Baeklim, wonders what is taking so long and questions what Moon Sobeek is doing there. Peng Baeklim is revealed to be the Vice Lord. Moon Sobeek is surprised to learn that the man participating in the tournament is the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. He thought Peng Baeklim wasn't part of any martial school. He realizes that there's only one place in the martial realm that uses the title Lord. The Vice Lord's subordinate notes that it appears Yuan picked a fight with him and asked what he should do, sir. Peng Baeklim wonders if he should kill him right now, but then decides that they didn't even fight yet, so it's whatever. The Vice Lord realizes that Yuan is no ordinary ranker and that if he fights him, he'll surely lose. Even if he wins, he'll still be in a tight spot since he'll have made an enemy out of the demonic cult. The Vice Lord is frustrated by this realization. Moon Sobeek apologizes, saying he didn't know Yuan was the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. He wouldn't have approached him had he known he was already affiliated with a martial school. Moon Sobeek apologizes, stating that the martial school doesn't want to be associated with them, before taking his leave. Peng Baeklim watches Moon Sobeek and Kim Yuan depart, his expression unreadable. Yuan pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face. Elsewhere, rumors circulate about the Vice Lord of the cult participating in the tournament. The rumors spread, with some speculating that the cult members are excited to be back in the martial realm. Yuan, overhearing this, realizes that the rumors are true. One of the cultists laughs, confirming that he is indeed one of the excited members. Yuan wonders if the cultist's personality has always been like that. It seems the head of the Zhuge clan is backing the head of the Sapphire Sword School, and they intend to look into it thoroughly. Another man declares that he will bring up the improper activities with them, stating that they need to be punished. Someone asks if he would like to partake, but he declines, assuming it's just for socialization anyway. A voice beckons him to come on in. The doors to the building stand open, inviting him inside. The Grand Hall of the Sapphire Sword School stretches high above, its ornate decorations a testament to the clan's wealth and power. The polished floors reflect the light streaming in, illuminating the path ahead. Meanwhile, Peng Baeklim prepares tea, the clink of the pot against the cup echoing in the room. Moon Sobeek remarks that he knew Peng Baeklim would win, so he didn't bother watching the preliminary match. The two men sit across from each other at a table, the air thick with unspoken tension as Moon Sobeek wonders if he is wrong about something. Peng Baeklim continues to pour the tea, his expression unreadable. Moon Sobeek acknowledges that he is certainly right as the tea flows into the cup. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and the cup is surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy as Moon Sobeek exclaims in surprise. The heavenly demon's mana flows into the cup along with the tea, an ominous sign. Moon Sobeek realizes that the tea feels like a waterfall, weighing a ton, and wonders if this is a test. The tea continues to pour, now glowing with an unnatural light. Moon Sobeek steels himself, knowing he needs to endure whatever is coming. He grits his teeth, struggling to maintain control. The power surging within him threatens to overwhelm his body. Meanwhile, Peng Baeklim observes Moon Sobeek, a subtle confirmation flickering across his face as he watches the other man's reaction to the mana-infused tea. The mana of Kaini begins to leak out of Moon Sobeek, a sign that the test is taking its toll. The surge of power seems to respond to Moon Sobeek's emotions, amplifying the internal conflict. The teapot sits silently on the table, an unassuming vessel for the potent brew that is currently testing Moon Sobeek's limits. Peng Baeklim acknowledges that Moon Sobeek's reaction confirms his suspicions about the man's capabilities. The scene shifts to a conversation about the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, the speaker questioning why someone of Moon Sobeek's caliber would participate in what he considers a children's game. The man scoffs, stating that he needs the Great Scarlet Elixir. The speaker continues, explaining that stats from the system are crucial for him since he is not a true martial artist. He notes that the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball is certainly a good elixir, and the tournament's growth is all thanks to that prize. The white-haired man is asked why he came, but he deflects, stating that it is about time the heavenly demonic cult descended from MT Heaven. The man explains that it has become easy to travel back and forth from MT Heaven thanks to advancements in technology, so he decided to set out properly into the martial realm. He reveals that they're going to accept new cultists, have them take their test, and grow their forces so they can take root. The white-haired man sits in a room. The man with dark hair asks if the other is okay with the current arrangement. As he explained before, the white-haired figure states he is not suited for the position of Vice Lord, nor does he have any intention of being tied down to one group. The white-haired man declares himself the heaven of the heavenly demonic cult, adding that since he has acknowledged the dark-haired man, no one can oppose his will. The dark-haired man wonders if the white-haired figure would still say the same, even if he could potentially destroy the heavenly demonic cult. The heaven of the heavenly demonic cult narrows his eyes, listening intently. The room is silent, save for the faint sound of wind. The white-haired man sees the gigantomachy. The heaven of the heavenly demonic cult admits he didn't personally experience it, as he's been in MT Heaven for a long time, but it was an event that everyone in the tower heard of. The white-haired man responds that it's something like that, which is why he mentioned that he's an enemy of Olympus. The dark-haired man asks again if the heaven of the heavenly demonic cult will be okay making an enemy of Olympus, adding that he can't let the tempest stop him from setting sail. The dark-haired man realizes there's no choice but to face it, even though he's strictly speaking an outsider. This is a path that would be hard to travel, even for a family that grew up together in MT Heaven. He wonders aloud how someone could join him so easily. The white-haired figure tells him that if he can't understand, he should just remember this. The dark-haired man thinks that nothing else matters. There's only one thing he needs to keep in mind. He is now Vice Lord Kim Yuan. From now on, he is the heavenly demonic cult. Moon Sobeek is asked why he looks so unhappy as he prepares to drink. Meanwhile, in another location, a group discusses the rising stars, including the Prince of Olympus and a descendant of Asgard. They also mention Kim Yuan, a ranker of the demonic cult. The group finds Kim Yuan tempting and wishes they could recruit him into their divine martial school. The man listening in has heard that Kim Yuan climbed the tower by passing the heavenly demonic cult's test, and that he chose the demonic cult out of all the martial schools. It is revealed that Kim Yuan is the vice lord of the heavenly demonic cult. The group continues to discuss Kim Yuan, mentioning that someone tried to introduce themselves to him, but was threatened and shunned. One of the men expresses his shock at the treatment, but another reminds him that the evil cult has always been like that. The man listening and mutters that those damn cultists never change, and that the Martial Alliance and the heavenly demonic cult are like oil and water. The heavenly demonic cult should be a threat to the political power they've held for so long. He smirks, confident that no one will welcome Kim Yuan. The speaker reminds everyone that Kim Yuan is the strongest contender in the tournament. Another man questions how they could allow the vice lord of an evil cult to win a tournament with such a long history. One of the men asks if there is a solution, and the other responds that he has an idea. The idea is put into motion, resulting in a violent explosion. The speaker suggests that they do this for the main stage of the tournament. 2 days later, the tournament is about to begin. The arena is packed with spectators, eager for the competition to begin. The man in black notes that the main stage is delayed and that the tournament format has suddenly changed into a battle royale. Moon So-beck wonders if the martial realm is finally aiming for change, and asks Kim Yuan what he thinks. Yuan responds that it's nice since it'll end faster. Moon So-beck agrees, stating that if it was 1v1 like originally planned, it would have taken forever. He finds himself alone, and a voice questions why he isn't with his team. The voice continues, wondering why they aren't competing on the main stage. The man responds that after hearing he was competing, none of them wanted to participate, saying they have no shot at winning. The speaker, Hargan, smirks, finding their actions to be a smart move. A timer counts down the seconds until the start of the tournament. Hargan is told to get going already. Hargan agrees, looking forward to the tournament. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin on the main stage. The crowds roar in anticipation. Kim Yuan is spotted by the crowd. The crowd gasps as they recognize Hargan. Yuan notes that there are a lot of eyes on them, and that it can't be helped with how flashy Hargan is. The fact that this talkative guy hasn't said anything since they left their place is not lost on Hargan. It means that he's slowly getting into the zone, preparing for the upcoming tournament. Someone calls out to Yuan, asking if he remembers him after all this time. The man is revealed to be Namgung-hoon, a member of the Namgung noble clan, who smirks confidently. Namgung-hoon asks Yuan if he recognizes him, stating that he has a hard face to forget. Namgung-hoon reminds Yuan that they took the test together on the 11th fourth floor, though they met as enemies. Hargan introduces himself as the great successor of Olympus, grasping his fist tightly. Nam Gung-hoon scoffs, saying he's heard there are quite a few people claiming the same thing, adding that his family is kind of shitshow. Nam Gung-hoon pauses, lost in thought. The conversation continues between Nam Gung-hoon and Hargan. Someone states that they are sure that Kim Yoo-won is the vice lord of the demonic cult. Another person agrees, stating that the timeline fits perfectly. The whispers continued, painting a grim picture. The demonic cult had begun making moves after Yuan passed their test, and now aimed to win the tournament despite not being part of the martial guild. From a distance, the tournament grounds bustled with activity. Some believe the demonic cult thought it was their time after Yuan's success, leading them to resort to underhanded tactics. One man speculated that the tournament date and format had been changed without notice because of the demonic cult's influence. He demanded to know the truth. The conversation turned to whether the heavenly demonic cult had broken any rules, or if they had used underhanded tactics outside of the tournament itself. The speaker's words hung in the air, heavy with suspicion. Another man questioned the accusations, asking what was wrong with the most skilled person winning. He argued that ostracizing someone just for not being part of the central martial realm was neither fair nor just. Zhuge Jinshin, a member of the Zhuge noble clan, retorted that if the man was so chicken, he should stay out of it. He accused him of only knowing how to be a goody two-shoes. Zhuge Jinshin cursed Yuan, calling him a snake bastard. He reasoned that if Yuan was being this bold, it must be due to an order from his clan. He continued, noting that the fact that the second-rank clan in the martial alliance was acting this way probably meant that they had managed to get most of the martial schools on their side. He couldn't believe both adults and kids were scheming behind the scenes like this despite being martial artists. Another voice chimed in, stating that whatever they were up to, they would be thoroughly crushed by this man. He then asked if the other had something to say. The speaker, a member of the Zhuge noble clan, stood with his sword at the ready, his gaze fixed on some unseen threat. Yuan decides he should still give someone a heads up. He's not worried, though, since he's seen their skills. Elsewhere, someone advises caution in the main stage of the tournament. Again, an announcement rings out, urging all participants of the main stage to enter the arena. The man in the yellow robe wonders what a warning to be careful means. He and the others are told to just go in. They continue to ascend the steps. More steps. The top of the structure comes into view. The scale of the arena is revealed, a vast complex filled with competitors. The camera pans across the arena. Nam Gung-hoon realizes what the warning was about, as he stands next to Zhuge Jinshin. As Nam Gung-hoon watched the crowd, he heard someone say that Kim Yoo-won was popular. The crowd surged forward, eager to witness the spectacle about to unfold. Yuan, observing the scene with a calculating gaze, remarked on the immaturity of it all. A disembodied voice declared that Yuan was the only match for them. The speaker warned Yuan not to lose to anyone else and to worry about himself. The son of Zeus struck Yuan with a powerful blow. Kim Yoo-won, recovering from the blow, refused to believe what was happening. He was determined that there was no way that was happening to him. Footsteps echoed through the arena. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. The son of Zeus advanced, his cape billowing behind him. A figure declared that the tournament was about to start and would go down in history, suggesting they permanently change the format of the tournament. The head of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Jing, is praised for his actions. He is told that he did a great deed, and that they almost let that evil cult have the glory of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Zhuge Jing modestly deflects the praise, attributing the success to Moon Sobik's planning. The conversation shifts to lighter topics as the Heavenly Lord Dao * Lord expresses interest in visiting their school after the match is over. Others chime in, echoing this sentiment. The Zhuge clan members laugh, welcoming the Heavenly Lord Dao * Lord to visit anytime. Moon Sobik reflects on the corruption within the martial realm, noting that words have become more important than skill with the sword. Moon Sobik laments his shortcomings, acknowledging that Zhuge Jing, despite being second in command, managed to amass a greater force due to his corruption. Moon Sobik resolves to take responsibility and bring revolution to the martial realm, intending to use the tournament as the turning point. Elsewhere, the sounds of battle echo as Kim Yoo-won continues to fight. Zhuge Jing, observing the ongoing fight, wonders who is still alive. The sounds of the fight continue as Moon Sobik realizes that Kim Yoo-won is still fighting. Zhuge Jing wonders how they are unable to defeat one person, remarking that his vice lord is putting on quite the show. Moon Sobik grits his teeth, a sinister aura emanating from him. He apologizes for his late introduction, explaining that he was invited by the Namgung clan. The speaker's eyes narrow as he surveys the scene. The man declares himself to be Cheon Mujin, the lord of the heavenly demonic cult. The elder's gaze burns with intensity, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. A voice echoes through the hall, apologizing for the late introduction. The speaker, Cheon Mujin, lord of the heavenly demonic cult, reveals he was invited by the Namgung clan. The heavenly demonic cult arrives, their presence casting a long shadow over the proceedings. A man wonders aloud why the heavenly demonic cult is present. A figure welcomes Cheon Mujin, stating that they have been awaiting his arrival. The figure thanks the lord of the heavenly demonic cult for traveling so far to be there. The tension in the room is palpable as the heavenly demonic cult settles in. A figure grips a sword, promising death to anyone who draws it. The lord of the heavenly demonic cult is greeted with a formal bow. The figure states that Shion Mujin made the right decision, implying that the vice lord of the heavenly demonic cult would have won the tournament. He stands before the Namgung clan, the heavenly Lord Dao Lord, his crimson robes a stark contrast to the cool blues of the room. The clan expresses their outrage that the demonic cult won the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The Namgung clan's anger simmers, a palpable tension hanging in the air. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord notices the expressions of the Namgung clan members, questioning their sour looks. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord feigns ignorance, asking what reason he would have to be angry, considering the game they tried so hard to rig. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord's threat hangs heavy in the air. The Namgung clan will be entirely demolished. Kim Yuan prepares to fight, his sword crackling with blue energy. The Namgung clan attacks, their swords a blur of motion. Yuan leaps into action, his sword meeting the onslaught of attacks from the Namgung clan. It's not just any sword, but a skill they call sword ki in the martial realm. Yuan must be pretty skilled to use it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuan steels himself, knowing they're going to start attacking him seriously now. The Namgung clan's assault intensifies, their blades flashing with deadly intent. The clash of steel echoes as Yuan defends himself against the overwhelming assault. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord grunts as he prepares to strike. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord unleashes a flurry of attacks, his movements leaving trails of light in the air. The protagonist clicks his tongue, seemingly unfazed by the assault. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord remarks that they seem to be targeting him, adding that he shouldn't take it too personally. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord continues, stating that the heavenly demonic cult is a long-standing enemy of the martial alliance. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord descends, his weapon poised to strike. Shion Mujin smirks, realizing that the change in the main stage rules was intentional. Shion Mujin acknowledges the plan as simple yet effective, though he doesn't know who devised it. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord observes that in a chaotic fight with thousands of people, it's natural for the less skilled to gang up on the more skilled. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord adds that no one will suspect foul play. Shion Mujin states that there's nothing for him to take personally. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord declares that his opponents are all small fries anyway, activating the skill Arcane Sword. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord's mana is being blocked, and the effects of the Arcane Sword are partially reduced. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord swings the Arcane Sword, preparing to strike. Shion Mujin observes the heavenly Lord Dao Lord, his red eyes gleaming with interest. Shion Mujin uses that the heavenly Lord Dao Lord must have at least 60 arcane power to create a key sword of that size. Shion Mujin notes that the heavenly Lord Dao Lord is not as strong as a ranker like the rumors say. The Namgung clan soldiers believe the rumors about the heavenly Lord Dao Lord were an exaggeration, and they can definitely take him on. An unseen figure signals to the others, giving the order to attack. The Namgung clan soldiers heed the call, deciding to gang up on the heavenly Lord Dao Lord. The Namgung clan soldiers strike, their weapons aimed at the heavenly Lord Dao Lord. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord is engulfed in a burst of golden energy as the Namgung clan attacks. The golden energy intensifies as the Namgung clan's assault continues. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord cries out in pain as the Namgung clan's combined attack lands. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord's power erupts in a blinding display of golden energy, pushing back against the encroaching forces. The golden aura expands, momentarily scattering the Namgung clan soldiers who dared to approach. Meanwhile, a voice cuts through the chaos, taunting the heavenly Lord Dao Lord's attackers. The speaker questions if they have no shame. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord, bathed in golden light, remains the focal point of the assault. From the shadows, Shion Mujin's voice echoes, questioning if the heavenly Lord Dao Lord's actions mean he is siding with Kim Yuan. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord finds himself cornered, as Shion Mujin's question hangs in the air. He asks what if he's on Kim Yuan's side. Shion Mujin scoffs, revealing that his clan had hoped to form a good relationship with the heavenly Lord Dao Lord, but he now considers that thought stupid. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord retorts, questioning if he struck a nerve and insulting the Zhuge clan. An unseen figure expresses their shock at the heavenly Lord Dao Lord's uncouth language. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord responds to the unseen figure, stating that he is speaking in terms they can understand because they act with no class. Shion Mujin advances, his expression hardening as he prepares to strike. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord braces for the incoming attack, his golden aura flaring in anticipation of the clash. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord is struck by a powerful blow, the force of which sends shockwaves through the air. The source of the attack is revealed to be Shion Mujin, his body crackling with golden energy as he continues his assault. The heavenly Lord Dao Lord, reeling from the impact, can only think about the incredible power Cheon Mujin wields. Cheon Mujin orders his subordinates to quickly deal with Kim Yuan and then come to assist him. The Heavenly Lord Dao Lord attempts to block another strike, but Cheon Mujin's power is overwhelming. The force of Cheon Mujin's attacks sends the Heavenly Lord Dao Lord crashing to the ground. Cheon Mujin continues his relentless assault, not giving the Heavenly Lord Dao Lord any chance to recover. Nearby, one of Cheon Mujin's subordinates murmurs about the supposed enmity between Olympus and Kim Yuan, questioning how his comrades know so much. Another subordinate speculates that the Zhuge clan must have ties to Olympus, and that Kim Yuan has likely already realized this. The subordinate expresses his disgust at how rotten the situation has become. Cheon Mujin unleashes another powerful strike, his blade glowing with golden energy as he prepares to finish off the Heavenly Lord Dao Lord. He continues his assault, the force of his blow shattering the ground beneath the Heavenly Lord Dao Lord. The Heavenly Lord Dao Lord is caught off guard by the sudden increase in power. He wonders what is happening. The Heavenly Lord Dao Lord recalls that Hargan, the son of Zeus, is strong, but he believes that he is a genius player who will lead the martial realm in the future. The Heavenly Lord Dao Lord is struck by the attack, the force of the blow visible on his face. The Heavenly Lord Dao Lord grits his teeth, struggling against the onslaught. The Heavenly Lord Dao Lord is frustrated that he is unable to put up a fight. The attack connects, the impact sending shockwaves through the area. The Heavenly Lord Dao Lord is sent crashing to the ground. Hargan stands over the fallen Heavenly Lord Dao Lord, lamenting that if he hadn't intervened, they could have easily taken out Kim Yuan. The Heavenly Lord Dao Lord, still on the ground, questions if Hargan honestly believes that. Hargan asks if the Heavenly Lord Dao Lord really thinks he would be the difference in defeating Kim Yuan. A surge of blue energy emanates from the Heavenly Lord Dao Lord. The blue energy erupts from the Heavenly Lord Dao Lord's body, a final act of defiance. Kim Yuan, cloaked in red, stands his ground amidst this swirling energy. The blue energy coalesces, forming intricate patterns around the blade. A subtle smirk plays on Yuan's lips as he observes the unfolding events. With a swift motion, Yuan deflects the blue energy, redirecting it towards Hargan. The force of the redirected energy slams into Hargan, the impact echoing with a resounding quack. Hargan, now wielding a golden aura, expresses his disbelief at being overwhelmed by someone who is only half trying. The golden aura intensifies around Hargan's fist as he demands an explanation. Hargan's golden fist collides with an unseen force, the impact creating a shockwave. The realization dawns on Hargan that he cannot defeat someone like Kim Yuan, questioning if Yuan is stronger than him. The force of the impact sends Hargan hurtling backwards through the air. An unseen observer marvels at Yuan's power, declaring him a monster. The force of the redirected energy slams into Hargan, the impact sending blood flying. The redirected energy continues to overwhelm Hargan, the force of the blow visible in the distortion of the air around him. Below, the remaining combatants watch as their comrades forfeit, unable to withstand the onslaught. One by one, the remaining fighters throw down their weapons, overwhelmed and defeated. The arena is silent as the last of Hargan's forces yield. The remaining fighters flee the arena, scattering in all directions. The sound of their retreat echoes through the empty arena. From the shadows, Cheon Mujin observes the scene, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He steps forward, revealing himself to the victor. We're the only two remaining now. Do you want to start? The figure, bathed in golden light, responds, Yeah, I've been waiting long enough. He speaks of a fruit picked only when perfectly ripe, his words hanging heavy in the air between him and Kim Yuan. The corners of Cheon Mujin's mouth curl into a sinister smile, a hint of the darkness that lies beneath his composed exterior. The implication is clear. A fruit picked at its peak is the sweetest. The man observes the battlefield, realizing, it seems, that only two remain. Below, Kim Yuan stands ready, his opponent towering over him. The giant asks if he wants to start. The giant grins, his golden eyes gleaming with anticipation. He's been waiting long enough. The giant attacks, a golden aura surrounding him. He thinks to himself that a fruit picked only when perfectly ripe is the sweetest. The giant, standing amidst the ruins of the battlefield, tells Yuan that he gets that he waited a long time, but he wants to ask him two things. From above, the man observes the fight, annoyed. He demands to know why they are dampening the mood, and tells them to be quick. Below, Yuan lies on the ground, injured. The giant asks if he doesn't regret getting on Olympus's bad side. Yuan replies that he is not an idiot and knows the consequences of his actions. The giant stands over Yuan, who is still on the ground. He states that of course he doesn't regret it, and tells him to ask his next question. The giant prepares to attack Yuan with a blade of blue energy, stating that here is his second question. The giant, towering over Yuan, mocks him, asking if he's already forgotten how easily he was defeated before. The son of Zeus recalls that it was the first time he had lost to someone who wasn't a ranker. He notes that Yuan is using a different sword than the one on his waist, and that his arcane sword is off, deducing that he must be conserving his power. The giant remembers the previous encounter, his expression hardening with renewed resolve. He wonders how he could possibly forget such a humiliating defeat. The son of Zeus counters with a question of his own, asking if he seems the same as he did back then. The giant leaps into the air, preparing to strike Yuan from above. The son of Zeus's expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his features as he prepares for the coming attack. The giant declares that he hears Yuan loud and clear, sensing the power he is trying so hard to hide. The giant unleashes a devastating attack, streaks of yellow energy and red slashes tearing through the air. The force of the attack sends the son of Zeus plummeting downwards, the impact threatening to overwhelm him. Despite the onslaught, Yuan stands his ground, his hand glowing with a blue energy as he prepares to counter the giant's assault. The giant's attack continues to rain down, the sheer power of it threatening to shatter everything in its path. The clash of Yuan's blue energy against the giant's yellow attack creates a blinding explosion, the outcome of the confrontation hanging in the balance. The clash of blue and yellow energy explodes outward, shaking the very foundations of the arena. The force of the blast sends debris raining down from the ceiling. The unknown male watches the battle unfold, questioning if the two combatants are even actual players. Another observer wonders if they are actually rankers. Amidst the chaos, the son of Zeus is sent flying backward, his cape billowing behind him. The arena floor cracks and splinters under the immense pressure. The son of Zeus, fueled by golden energy, is urged to use more of his power. Purple energy crackles around Yuan as he prepares his next attack. Yuan unleashes a devastating blow, his fists surrounded by swirling purple energy. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling through the air. The giant's arm, seemingly impervious, is struck by the attack. The arena continues to crumble as the battle reaches its climax. The force of the blow sends debris flying as the arena continues to crumble. The arena is engulfed in a cloud of dust and energy, obscuring the battlefield. The son of Zeus, defeated, begs for mercy, wanting to quit. Despite the son of Zeus's pleas, Yuan stands tall, his weapon ready. Hargan watches the fight, admitting to himself that the finals are finally living up to their name. Hargan reflects on the son of Zeus's reputation, acknowledging that he even felt a bit of rivalry towards him. The son of Zeus realizes that he cannot outlast Yuan, acknowledging that multiple players of his level couldn't beat him. The force of Yuan's attack sends the son of Zeus flying backwards. Hargan observes that even Yuan looks like he's having a hard time. Someone wonders if Yuan actually defeated a ranker with those skills. Yuan stands over the defeated son of Zeus, his weapon raised. The son of Zeus lies defeated, encased in a block of ice. He continues his assault on the son of Zeus, the force of his attacks creating shockwaves. Below, Hargan struggles to keep up with the speed of the battle. He wonders aloud what the son of Zeus's dexterity stat is. The son of Zeus is struck again, the impact sending sparks flying. The son of Zeus is sent reeling from the force of the blow. Yuan's blade clashes against the son of Zeus, the force of the impact creating a blinding flash of light. The son of Zeus grits his teeth, realizing he's in trouble. The son of Zeus is struck again, the force of the blow creating a massive explosion of energy. The son of Zeus is sent flying backward, blood splattering as he curses his opponent. The son of Zeus glares at Yuan, his face contorted with rage. The energy continues to crackle around the son of Zeus. The ground is torn apart by the force of the battle. The son of Zeus lies defeated, encased in ice. The son of Zeus, though defeated, acknowledges Yuan's strength. The son of Zeus taunts, observing that Yuan's sword looks ready to break. The son of Zeus expresses his confusion, questioning if this is all Yuan has to offer. A flicker of annoyance crosses the son of Zeus's face. Yuan chuckles, revealing that he wasn't simply standing still and taking hits. Elsewhere, an observer smirks, noting that Yuan was unscathed by the lightning attack. The observer admits that Yuan's physical abilities are superior, but believes his own arcane power is greater. The son of Zeus, standing his ground, tells Yuan to keep going whenever he wants. The son of Zeus declares his intention to break Yuan's weapon. The son of Zeus begins to channel arcane power. The son of Zeus unleashes a torrent of lightning against Yuan. The son of Zeus grits his teeth, straining to maintain the attack. He clenches his fist, the golden lightning crackling around his gauntlet as he prepares to strike. The lightning crashes down, impacting the ground with tremendous force. The energy disperses, the raw power of the lightning threatening to overwhelm everything in its path. The lightning continues to discharge, the air crackling with residual energy. The lightning dissipates, leaving a trail of smoke and scorched earth in its wake. The lightning attack connects, but instead of shattering, Yuan's weapon absorbs the energy, glowing with a strange, purple light. The son of Zeus watches in disbelief as the weapon, now empowered, is swung back at him. The weapon cuts through the air, leaving a visible trail of energy in its wake. Yuan stands victorious, having successfully absorbed and redirected the lightning. The son of Zeus stumbles backward, shocked by the unexpected turn of events. Hargan, observing from the sidelines, admits that Yuan's feat was impressive, but remains wary. The son of Zeus, regaining his composure, wonders why Yuan seems so confident despite being at a disadvantage. The redirected lightning surges back towards its source. The son of Zeus is caught in his own attack, the mana interfering with his control over the electricity. He realizes that the mana is repelling his electricity, disrupting his technique. The redirected lightning continues to strike him. The son of Zeus is sent flying backward from the force of his own attack. His eyes widen in disbelief as he wonders what is happening. He realizes that it's too late to stop the attack. The lightning explodes around him, the force of the impact immense. The energy dissipates, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The son of Zeus crashes to the ground, defeated. Kim Yuan stands victorious, catching his breath after the intense exchange. Gasping for air, Kim Yuan struggles to regain his composure after the intense battle. Despite his exhaustion, he knows there's still one task remaining. He declares that he doesn't have time and needs to get going. The scene shifts to a wide shot of the arena, now littered with debris from the fierce fighting. A beam of light shines down, illuminating the arena floor. The light focuses on a holographic display, announcing Kim Yuan as the winner of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The camera pans up, showing the arena from a high angle, the holographic display of Kim Yuan's victory still visible. The perspective shifts again, focusing on the arena floor. The victor's hand is shown, gripping the hilt of a broken sword. A description box appears, identifying the weapon as a broken nameless sword, noting its poor mana conductivity but well-sharpened blade, classifying it as a weapon useful for butchering. Kim Yuan stands amidst the wreckage, reflecting on the broken sword. He thinks it was a perfect sword to practice mana control, but it broke sooner than expected. A voice echoes, revealing the sword's properties were intentionally flawed. The speaker declares they will make it have the worst conductivity possible, since it was requested. He surveys the scene, acknowledging that his acting managed to deceive the rankers, though he remains concerned about his final strike. An announcement booms out, declaring the winner of the 834th Fourth Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The announcement reveals the victor, Kim Yuan. A voice asks how it feels to win, offering a microphone. The victor thinks to himself that it was fun. The crowd cheers, celebrating Yuan's victory. The announcer states that he will now provide the prize, thanking everyone for their comments. As everyone is aware, the announcer continues, the prize is the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball, which the Shaolin Temple made especially well. The camera focuses on the prize, the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball. Yuan thinks that the prize has a lot of energy and will take quite a lot of work to digest. On the 24th floor, Yuan realizes there are a lot of things he needs to prepare for, but for now, he resolves to first achieve his target stats. The Great Scarlet Medicine Ball, an elixir created once every 3 years of the Shaolin Temple, is said to grant a large amount of arcane power when consumed. The announcement blares, Kim Yuan is the victor of the 834th Fourth Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The crowd roars, celebrating Kim Yuan's victory in the 834th Fourth Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The scene shifts to a bird's-eye view of the arena, now littered with bodies, a testament to the brutal battles that unfolded. The victor stands amidst the carnage, a speech bubble indicating that he found the tournament fun. Elsewhere, an elder with long white hair and a magenta robe scoffs at the display. Is that it? He wonders aloud, unimpressed. The elder's companion, cloaked in black, stands silently beside him, the sound of the crowd still echoing around them. The elder, his eyes narrowed, wonders why Hargan sided with Kim Yuan, questioning if he has forgotten that Zeus's son is the protagonist's enemy. Nearby, 2 men celebrate the tournament's success, noting that the favorite to win ended up taking the victory. The white-haired elder agrees, stating how fortunate it is for the martial realm, even though they were spouting crude words against him. The thought of the heavenly demonic cult amuses someone, considering the vice lord of the demonic cult of fortune for the martial realm. Meanwhile, Namgung Jinwon is confronted about his plans to involve the evil cult. The man in green robes clarifies that he didn't rope them in, but offered them an official alliance, which is exactly what Jinwon is asking about. Jinwon questions if joining forces with the demonic cult is better than bringing in Olympus. The man in green robes believes the matters of the martial realm should be solved by those of the martial realm. Jinwon asks if he is planning on handing over this world to Olympus, showing his surprise that the man in green robes would even consider Olympus. The man in green robes is ashamed, and Zhuge Jin is told that he should be ashamed of himself. The man in green robes stands with Zhuge Jin and others. Jinwon expresses his frustration. Jinwon realizes that the man in green robes already knew everything. Zhuge Jin is told that the reason he remained silent was because he couldn't face the man in green robes faction. The majority head on, but now that the heavenly demon is on the man in green robes side, he has taken control of both power and just cause. The man in green robes stands before Namgung, Hoon, and Zhuge Jinshin, his back turned to the viewer. He wonders if it is now their era. Meanwhile, Zhuge Jing, head of the Martial Alliance's army and strategist of the martial realm, kneels before someone. The figure before Zhuge Jing mumbles that this is to be his end. The figure thinks that this should be the worst of the internal family fight, and that he will leave after one question. The figure in red robes stands before the kneeling Zhuge Jing. The man in green robes wonders who the man, named Moon Sobik, is. Elsewhere, a figure in blue robes says, The figure in blue robes continues, The figure in blue robes realizes he is fucked. A few days later, the Namgung noble clan's training chamber awaits. Sunlight streams through a high window, illuminating the training chamber. Namgung Hoon walks through the cavernous space. He realizes he got lucky to be able to borrow this place, as it would have cost an unfathomable amount of points to rent for 10 days. A small figure explains that this kind of benefit is easy to provide for the winner of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, and that the Namgung clan shouldn't be looked down upon. Namgung Hoon recalls that when he first entered the tower, his dream was to become a ranker for the Namgung clan. He remembers how large the place appeared then, but now it looks so small. Namgung Hoon sits in meditation, preparing to consume the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball. The Great Scarlet Medicine Ball, an elixir created once every 3 years of the Shaolin Temple, is made using hundreds of ingredients and a special recipe known only to them, and grants a large amount of arcane power when consumed. Namgung Hoon thinks he only needs 1 point to break into 100, but it won't be easy. He remembers hearing about the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball in his past life, and knows that its effect differs greatly depending on the one who consumes it. He recalls that in the martial realm, they talk about flow of ki and breathing techniques as he holds the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball. But the thing that matters the most is focus. He steels himself, realizing the hurdle will be how much mana he can contain. The mana begins to surge. He gulps, feeling the raw power. The mana swirls around Namgung Hoon, a vortex of arcane energy. He can feel the high-purity mana filling his body. Because of the high purity, it's also wild in energy. It seems to be somewhat obeying him thanks to the master of mana skill. But this isn't enough. Namgung Hoon grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he struggles to contain the power. Damn it, he thought there was a 50-50 chance that his stat would increase, but at this rate he might fail. The mana continues to surge, threatening to overwhelm him. Arcane power crackles around a digital display. The air shimmers with unseen energy. The scene shifts to the 24th floor, the marine kingdom of Portugia. A massive structure looms, dwarfing everything around it. 2 figures cower in the forest, begging for mercy. They ask what they did wrong and why this is happening to them. One of their captors scoffs, noting that even though they aren't even 10 years old by human standards, they are still gross bastards. The captor taunts one of the prisoners, commenting on how it must be getting harder to hide with how big he's growing. One of the captors reminds them that they should have acted better while Asgard was helping them out, and that they shouldn't have sided with the demons. He demands they tell them what they know. The prisoner stammers, offering to tell them what they want to know, as the legend of Portugia's Stone of the Sea is mentioned. The scene shifts to a member of the Crimson Wolf Guild, Harang, as the alluring legend of the marine kingdom of Portugia is revealed. The legend states that the one who finds the Stone of the Sea will become the god of the sea. The captors dismiss this as a fake rumor, though one admits to having heard a certain rumor. The man in green robes, relays that the rumor originates from Olympus, lending it some credibility. He reminds his companion of the existing relationship between them and Olympus. The man in green robes is acutely aware that if he can get the answer by pressuring them, he'll be lucky. He knows the 24th floor is under Olympus's jurisdiction, so they wouldn't really care that 1 or 2 giants died. Meanwhile, Namgung Hoon, with a determined expression, grips his sword tightly. Hargan, looking up in shock, is confronted by Namgung Hoon, who demands to know who he is. Namgung Hoon warns him not to try and play hero, demanding that he reveal where the forces of evil are in this day and age. The sound of rustling leaves signals the arrival of Kim Yuan, who is observing the scene from a distance. Hargan remains pinned to the ground by Namgung Hoon's blade. Namgung Hoon continues to glare down at the captive Hargan, his expression unwavering. Kim Yuan watches from afar, surprised by what he is witnessing. He wonders if it is really him. Kim Yuan activates his Cinder Eyes skill, which grants him battle prediction abilities. The activation of the skill is reflected in Kim Yuan's focused gaze. Kim Yuan's senses increase, first by 10%, then by 25%, enhancing his perception of the unfolding events. He could feel an incredible amount of mana surging around him. The mana absorption was happening too fast for Kim Yuan to control. The mana seemed to have a will of its own, wanting to become one with him. With the influx of mana, Yuan's arcane power increased, reaching a total of 100. Having reached this milestone, an innate skill was awakened within him. The awakening of the skill caused Yuan's senses to increase by 50%. Kim Yuan obtained the skill, Sensory Field. The skill, Sensory Field, activated. With Sensory Field active, Yuan could now obtain information on all objects and life forms within a 50-meter radius. Nearby, the man in green robes confidently declared that he was sure that Yuan was the winner of the latest Grand Martial Arts tournament. Elsewhere, a woman muttered Kim Yuan's name, her expression unreadable. A hand, covered in dark markings, clenched into a fist. The man in green robes watches as a group of people approach. The world distorts around them as the Sensory Field skill activates. The skill manifests as a blade. Kim Yuan's eyes glow red as he wields the Sensory Field. The skill user declares that he is not playing around.